Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
1-0 Texas. And that pitch is cranked to deep left. If it's fair, it's gone. It's hooking at the pole. It is out of here. A long 3-run homer for Brandon Drury down the left field line. And he turns the game around. It is 3-1 Angels.
And Nate Dell's voice basically tells the story. Good morning, Metroplex. This is the Hump Day edition of Sean and RJ here on your home for Rangers baseball, 105.3 The Fan. I am Sean Sharif alongside Ralph James Choppy. We got Peyton and Ryan in the back. We are live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. And today, a special Wednesday edition. Jerry Jones joins us during the Expressway at 7:30. Couple of Tolos thought that the big whale was dodging us, running from the Arizona game. And Jerry's causing a bigger tune-in because he has not spoken after the last two games. So his first comments after the Arizona loss, and we got the hard-hitting, direct questions about the defensive effort, Mike McCarthy's playbook, Dak Prescott, of course. This team overrated. The second guessing what they could be. How do you explain that performance? Offensive line wise, what was going on with the backups? Did they not get enough playing time? I don't even know what the point is asking about injury updates. Man, did we get thrown for a loop last week by everyone talking about the injuries.
Oh, everything was fine. He missed it this couple of days. It'll be all right. Nothing to see here.
Yeah.
And then, you get the Sunday morning, and it's Glazer's like, basically everybody on the Cowboy team is going to be out. So that's a problem.
This Rangers game, very anticlimactic. Brandon Drury hit the home run, and they end up beating the Rangers 9-3.
Yeah, anticlimactic is a good way to put it. This was, when you put Bradford out there to start, you don't know what you're going to get day to day when he throws. And look, he's not going to be a guy that's going to be in the playoff rotation anyway, so this was one of those kind of like, hey, look, they got 10 games in 10 days. You needed a spot start here. Let's get to it. Let's figure out what's going to happen, and let's get our rotation ready for the postseason, because there was really no blood, no foul last. It was like no harm, no foul. Houston loses, but Seattle picks up a game. That's tough, but they still got a little bit of a cushion.
The Mariners beat the armpit, so the Rangers' magic number to clinch the West is down to 3. It's down to 3. Dane Dunning is on the mound tonight. Same later start right here on the Fan.
Yeah, we're close to my worst nightmare happening, because now that you didn't win last night, and I know the Rangers, they won 6 in a row. They're bound to lose a game sooner or later. But if you don't win tonight and the Mariners win, you're forced to win 2 games in Seattle to win the division, because the magic number would stay at 3. You'd have to take 2 of 4. You're hoping you can win tonight, or Seattle loses, and then you only have to win 1. But if we get to having to win 2 games in Seattle, I have shades of 2012 creeping in.
Don't do that.
I know.
Don't put that out there.
I have to, but
don't introduce that to the universe. Don't manifest it.
We could clinch it by Thursday, and everything would be happy. But
my wife gets on me all the time. I'm like, can you imagine if this got canceled, this flight got delayed, and she gets visibly angry that I even suggested. Because that's where my mind goes. I'm like, with my luck, I guarantee we'll get screwed. Traveling sucks. Or imagine if this happens. Imagine if that gets canceled and she gets mad for introducing it. So I'm just relaying that on over to you, Pepe. Shut up. You see George Kirby get hit last night? I showed you this morning. He's on the mound in Seattle.
It's a home game. And a guy in a Seattle Mariners jersey
chunks a ball and hits him square in the chest. Imagine the shock and the fear if you're Kirby. A foreign object, you have no idea. He didn't see the baseball coming. Bam, you just get hit. And this poor guy looked like the soul got taken out of him.
This is the fear that you have when you play if you're playing in the outfield, in Yankee Stadium or whatever, where they have thrown tomatoes and batteries and food at players. At opposing players, not their home team, opposing players. Well, that's part of the fear that you get playing in some of these other stadiums. You don't expect that, though, on the mound. On the mound, you feel as safe as possible. You know how hard?
It didn't come from the outfield. I could maybe give it a pass and sign that guy up for a contract if he chunked it from the outfield. This came from one of
It was like third base dugout. Yeah, it was like third base dugout outside.
Idiot.
But still, I mean, like that's for having not warm up. That's still a pretty decent. That's pretty impressive throw to be that accurate. And it's not that far. I mean, it's like basically home to second. But to be that accurate without warming up, that's pretty spot on. Like that's impressive. And also, like, go to jail.
Right?
It's assault. I mean, right? It probably is. Put that dude in jail.
We'll talk to Brett Boone about this at 9:20. Can he defend his Mariners crowd as they get the win over the Astros last night? So next game of the series will take place this evening right here on DFW Sports Station. Speaking of baseball, had to give a little shout out to my childhood with the human vacuum cleaner, Brooks Robinson, passing away yesterday. The man over at third base. In Maryland, I grew up 90 minutes from Baltimore, but it's basically three guys on the Mount Rushmore. It was Brooks, it was Cal, and then you had Ray Lewis. I'm trying to think of a fourth for the hit. Probably Phelps. Phelps would go on there all the time, but Brooks Robinson was the first on
Michael Phelps. You talking about Michael Phelps?
Oh, yeah. Who did I say?
You said Phelps, right?
Yeah, Michael Phelps.
Right?
Michael Phelps. Of course, Johnny U. Johnny U is the first. Johnny U, Brooks, Cal, probably Ray. But Brooks, an 18-time All-Star, 16-time Gold Glove winner, 2 titles with the Orioles, 1964 AL MVP, 1970 World Series MVP, passing away yesterday.
Yeah, that's I didn't know that he was only 80s. I thought he was older than that.
86?
Yeah, I thought he was old. I thought he was in his 90s.
Yeah.
But that's it's you start we're at the age where we're losing players that came just before us. But man, the amount of highlight reels in a time where they didn't really have highlight reels that he was making, way ahead of his time, Brooks Robinson.
877-881-1053 is the truckwreck.com text line to hit us up during the show. Again, Jerry Jones live at 7:30, not 8:30, but 7:30 this morning. If you're Tolo, you don't have to worry about it because you have it turned on, leaving on. And of course, tomorrow, another Cowboys-Patriots giveaway during the Expressway. So we want to go ahead and hook you up with that. The Taylor Swift, man, you attach yourself to this girl, and you are going to become rich. She boosted NFL Sunday ratings to 24.3 million viewers. Women tuned in for the 2-second shots of Taylor in the box. The score that scored the highest among female demographics amongst 12 to 17, 18 to 49, the entire week. So the female effect of Taylor Swift impacting the Kansas City Chiefs ratings and for the National Football League. Dude, it is improvement.
They absolutely want her to be the halftime performer. The NFL should pay her. Like they're trying to charge the artists, right? They've charged the last few years to do the halftime. They should pay her to do the halftime. Here, we'll give you a couple $1 million, do the halftime show. The ratings boost that will come from her doing the halftime show.
We got to get Jerry to give a comment.
We do, absolutely.
At the end, we'll say, Jerry, your comment, thoughts on the biggest story in the NFL? Taylor Swift.
Yeah.
Then we can be like KMC and be like, would you rather go to a Taylor Swift concert or get Trayvon Diggs back? Which would you rather?
Did he go to any of the Taylor Swift concerts when she was here?
Jerry?
Yeah.
I don't believe so.
Because obviously
I'm making fun of their Tom Cruise question.
Yeah.
They asked Jerry, would you rather meet Tom Cruise or get Trayvon Diggs back? And Jerry was like, what? What did you just ask me?
I'm sure he's met Tom Cruise.
He loves Tom Cruise, but I don't think at the expense of their number one corner. So Jerry live during the Expressway, commercial free on DFW Sports Station. All right, what else was the Metroplex watching? And Deion Sanders wins again. Plus, the Cheetah wants to become a porn star. And we have Inside the Star with our Cowboys Insider right around the corner. It's the Hump Day edition.
Hump Day.
With Sean and RJ just getting started on The Fan.
Coming up in the next.
over the Cowboys in Zeke Elliott's return. Also, a Kyle Pitts rumor to Dallas coming out of nowhere yesterday. We'll explore it when we go inside the Star with Roberto Belt, our Cowboys insider, at 6 o'clock. This is Sean and RJ on your home of the Rangers, 105.3 The Fan. What did the Metroplex watch over the weekend? And Deion Sanders just wins again.
Man, does he ever. Deion Sanders continuing to dominate. They do it again. This is national. Colorado versus Oregon, 3:30 Eastern time on, over ABC. Over 10 million viewers. Notre Dame, Ohio State, a night game, prime time, NBC, over the air, 9.98 million.
No way.
They beat a 42-6 game, got 10.03 million viewers.
Wow.
The Notre Dame Ohio State game, 2 top 9 teams playing a game that went down to the final second, gets 9.98.
All right, let me make this personal. Not personal like vendetta,
It's
like
personal.
connected. Good call. So, in my time here, 2 different Deion points. When I did these weekly interviews with Deion at the Fan Sports Lounge, I never felt like they blew up and people were just clamoring to hear what Deion Sanders had to say like they did Michael Irvin. Like Deion, I've never felt like got the listener and DFW reaction that Emmitt Smith and Troitman and Roger Staubach got. Now, I just attributed that to, Deion played less years here, but he's still an all-time great who helped the Cowboys win a championship. But I just felt like in the Metroplex, there wasn't this over-the-top love, in terms of being like a sports prophet when it came to Deion worship. So I'm a little bit surprised that Deion's likability, popularity has blown up to this degree. I'm fascinated by it. I love it. I'm a huge fan of what he's doing. I thought Colorado was too small for him, and one of the bigger schools should have hired him. I said that in the offseason. I don't personally like Deion in terms of like our, one-on-one relationship. Not that we had a fight or anything. I just think, he's kind of like one of these drive-by guys, like, hey, whatever, move on to the next person. And on NFL Network, people weren't dying to hear Deion clips when he was on television, which a lot of people are going to ultimately forget. Deion Sanders had an NFL Network media TV career. So I was just thinking about that in terms of the ratings that you send, that he's dominating out there.
It's a little surprising. Now, don't forget, there's also the people rooting for him to fail.
No doubt.
And that, that plays into it.
Yeah.
But it's the story. Like, people like chaos. They like things getting turned upside down. And the college football world is getting turned upside down by Deion. There's an intrigue to the story. It is a good story. Like, you come in there and you come from an HBCU and all of a sudden you go to the Power 5.
It's an amazing story. You wipe out 50 kids. You bring in your own family.
70 kids. Now, that was national. How about local? 395,000 people in DFW tuned into the Oregon-Colorado game. 395,000, people. Texas-Baylor, 310,000. Like, it blew away.
Wow.
Texas-Baylor. Ohio State, Notre Dame, only 197,000. So you losers. Who's not watching the Ohio State Notre Dame game? Who's not you stuck around for a 36-8 Baylor Texas game as opposed to that one? You stuck around for that? I'm shook.
I mean, maybe we're the losers because they had something to do on Saturday night when the game was being played.
Well, that's fair. That's fair. Maybe that
I was
is.
sitting my ass in the living room doing nothing.
That's fair.
3 kids running around.
Yep, no doubt about it. I'm trying to think what I was doing Saturday night.
Yeah, see?
I can't even remember what the hell I did Saturday night. Oh, I was at my mom's it was my birthday. My birthday last week.
Loser.
So a little
Happy birthday.
Thank you.
What'd she make?
Too.
She make her fried raviolis?
Baked ziti.
Ooh.
With meatball and some of the old salsich.
And how was it?
It's pretty good. She's I made her. I said, listen, I'll go over to your house. I don't want any of that pre-made sauce crap. Okay, if I wanted that, I'll go to Costco get some Rayos or whatever.
Yeah, Campbell's now.
All right, yeah, Campbell's now. I don't want any pre-made crap. You're gonna make your old sauce. I don't care if your foot you can't walk. You're gonna get your ass up.
Throw the tomatoes in from the island.
You're gonna put that apron on of yours, and you're gonna sit there with a wooden spoon, and you're gonna slave over that thing for 3 hours. Maybe my sauce, my birthday.
Sounds so prehistoric and sexist, but that's what it would take.
That's what it would take.
Did she make the sauce?
She did. At least she told me she did. She could have lied.
Yeah.
But at least she told me she did. Oh, a sauce is easy. I have a sauce. I can make a sauce.
What time does she start that sauce usually back in the day? How long would it take?
It's about 3 hours. It simmers for about 3 hours. The part is that you just wait for the meatballs because, like, once they're baked, she puts them in.
Yeah.
And they just simmer in the sauce for, a couple hours. It's easy to make. You just pour all the ingredients and you got to get every 30 minutes and stir it.
Right.
You get out.
I got a new trick for you. I did this past weekend. You bake the sauce. Cast iron, bake the whole pot.
Bake in the oven?
Bake it in the oven. You put everything in. That way you don't have to keep stirring it. Like the cast iron has the heating from every angle and element, right? So you don't have to go ahead. You put it in there. 5 hours, I put it in the oven at 300 and take it out every 2.
Will it get like a layer on top?
That's what you want.
So that'll keep
you
the
want
heat
that
in.
caramelized layer on top.
Then you
and
take
then
a layer off before you serve it?
You just mix it in.
Mix it in?
Just mix it in every 2 hours, but you don't have to walk on over to the stove and worry about the splattering on the back. So just a little suggestion.
Huh.
Yeah, just bake it.
Interesting.
Yeah, 300 degrees. There you go. All right, so Deion Sanders is winning again. The Cheetah wants to become the...
That's a good question. What does he want to
We need a name for him, a new name for him on the truckwreck.com text line after Tyreek Hill talked about, which could be very soon because he said he's going to retire soon, next career.
You retire, you gonna be all over, huh? You gonna be on TV, everything. Huh?
Nah, when I retire, bro, I really want to be a porn star, though, bro. Like, dead serious. Like, you think I got that? No?
Nah, I mean, just do whatever you want, bro. You know what I'm saying? I don't got an opinion on that.
No. Now, I felt like he was half serious when he said it. Could be joking around. I don't know his current relationship status. You remember some of the negative headlines with his old relationship status? But I was trying to think of a jungle cat that could fit for the cheetah. Leopard, no. Lion, him and Micah Parsons with their fun, fake trash talk. I don't know what type of animal this could be.
So I looked at the most sexual cat breeds. The Sphinx. Could go with a Sphinx. That could be a good one.
That sounds cool.
The Abyssian. The Ragdoll. Ooh, that's more for a girl, I think.
And of course, why did I write down Naked Attraction? Tyreek / Naked Attraction.
It's that show, that new TV show.
Oh.
So this is a new TV show on HBO Max, or I guess called Max now.
Yeah.
It's going to be called Naked Attraction. So what it is you have this woman or this guy who stand up there with the host of the TV show. And they've got these 6 pods.
Oh, by the way, I forgot to ask the follow-up. Pepe, be honest. Tyreek Hill has a video debut come out Friday. You're sitting down for your usual, you know what? Would you click on it?
I'll check it out. I don't think I'd be in the mood, but I would check it out. Just say I did it,
Yeah.
just for the show content, just to bring it back Monday morning.
Okay, Choppy, I know you want to.
Absolutely. I may not even do anything. I may just watch it and just analyze. I break down those films all the time. Just breaking it down. But anyway, Naked Attraction. So they set up like these 6 guys or these 6 girls in these pods. They raised the curtain, and they were just sitting there naked.
Okay, because I think that's one of the Netflix type shows. You're not supposed to look at each other. Blind Love or Love is Blind, something like that. And you're supposed to judge off the personality. This is judging off of
this is judge off looks.
Yeah.
So if you're
the way it should be.
Yes, absolutely. So if you have a taste, you have a certain taste, or maybe you want to see what the guy's working with.
Yeah.
But then again, you have showers and growers.
Yeah.
That's a big problem.
Big problem.
Small
problem.
Small problem. But you can see what someone's got. Where do your eyes go? Where's the first place they go? The second place they go. This is
because there's a Naked and Afraid show.
Yeah.
I've never watched that.
I haven't either. If they showed,
This is like Naked and Afraid crossed with Love is Blind.
Yeah.
I think that's the name of it.
like, if they just showed everything blurred out, I'm not really into this. But if they show, like, full frontal, I'm totally in.
I'll take a little sip.
I'll definitely watch.
Oh, yeah.
I'll definitely check it out.
Either way.
Either way, whether there's a blur or not, you know, I want to see how attractive the people are.
That's true. That is true.
Much easier to watch these shows than the people that are attractive.
Yeah, it is. When they're hideous, I got nothing. I got
Like
no
the
time
old
for that.
the Golden Bachelor. I'm not going there.
I'm not either.
I'll leave that for Tony Casillas.
I agree, man. I don't want to see that dude have his teeth fall out while he's trying to make it.
With Romo calling it.
What are they gonna do? They're gonna go to sleep. They're gonna go to sleep overnight. So here, hang on. Let me get my CPAP out first.
Is Bill Belichick using a spy against the Cowboys for Sunday? And where did this Kyle Pitts to Dallas rumor come from? Inside the Star with our Cowboys insider. We got the full show together. Hump Day edition.
Hump Day.
Right after this.
Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan. From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the stars on 105.3 The Fan.
Thank you, announcer man. Shout out to the 6 a.m. club. This is the Hump Day edition of Sean and RJ, now joined by our Cowboys insider, Roberto Bobby Belt, here on DFW Sports Station, the home of Jerry Jones. This morning, he comes on at 7:30. So a special Jerry appearance during the Expressway from the NFL owners meetings. And tomorrow, another Cowboys-Patriots ticket giveaway to send you to Arlington. Bobby, where would you like to start? I got
OBJ.
Why would we talk about OBJ?
I don't know.
You know what? Forget I asked you. Try to give you a credibility beginning, a credible beginning. Nope, that was stupid. All right, let's finish up from this. Will Grier has gone on over to the Patriots on their practice squad, and Brian Schottenheimer, Cowboys offensive coordinator, said, "We know Will knows where all the bones are buried. We know Zeke does as well. I'm sure Grier is definitely being interrogated."
Man, it's such a unique problem. No one's ever left a team and been signed by the other team they're about to play the week of the game. It's never happened before in the history of the NFL.
Yeah.
No one's ever had a free agent leave and go to somebody else, and then you guys actually play that year. This is like a scoregami. It's like a scoregami situation in the NFL schedule, the quirks of the schedule. I don't know how the Cowboys are going to be able to guard against this.
Let me ask you this. Can you ever remember this storyline being talked about after a game? Have we ever come on here and said and read quotes from a player saying, now we've seen defensive guys say we knew their signals, we knew what they were going to do, but did we ever come on here and say, oh, that quarterback going on over there or that former player, that team admitted that they helped decode everything? I can't really remember it.
I'm sure it's happened and we just forget it. I don't remember talking about it, but maybe it has, because this happens all the time.
Yeah, the one that I remember is it's defensive, but it was Richard going against the Seahawks, where the Seahawks said they knew all the secondary hand signals, and so they were able to hit him. And then the playoff game later that year, they did the dummies, and they did the same hand signals, and they meant different things by that point and confused the Seahawks.
Yeah, my follow-up is what actually changes, and the only thing I can really think of is some audible calls.
Yeah.
That's it, right?
Yeah, and look, I mean,
We'll ask Jerry.
sometimes maybe that quarterback would want to have his same calls. So maybe Brady, when he went to Tampa, kept his same audible calls that he had in New England, but you still got to know what they're audibling to.
Yeah, so the Cowboys have, for their hot routes, like when a couple of years ago when Amari Cooper went on a fly route against Philadelphia.
Hot route.
The signal was very subtle. It was they would walk up to the line of scrimmage, and as they were walking up, Dak just looked over there, and when he looked back, he'd put his hand in the ear hole of his helmet. And that was the signal to Coop to run the fly. Sometimes it can just be as simple as you grab your towel or you touch the side of your pant. It's meant to look like just very subtle body language stuff. And so those sorts of cues Will Grier probably knows, and that's what they're going to have to change up this week.
But the players, I think the
But
players...
also teams wouldn't be doing this if it didn't do anything.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, because there's some intricacies that you could pick up, but if you watch the Manning film breakdowns, every time a quarterback audibles and it's a hands, he tells you what it is. He goes, "That's an audible." He
watched the tape.
Well, I know, but I think
he already knows what happened.
But I think they all know. All these players, or at least the quarterbacks do. They know generally, if a quarterback hits their helmet, audible. If they say a word that starts with the letter A, Apple's a famous one. Apple. That's audible.
Well, a lot of times it's the L or the R, so they know, if you say Denver in an audible or whatever, then a lot of people go, okay, whatever this is, it's telling guys to go right because the R is at the end. Or, Apple maybe. Okay, Apple's left. It's there's certain code words in there that people know.
So we got a spy story with New England and another dirty story with the Patriots. Mac Jones being accused again.
Man, this is bad. This is bad for Mac. Is he the dirtiest player in the NFL? Is Mac Jones the dirtiest player in the NFL? He's got a history. He has a history of this. Hassan Reddick said that his play on Brian Burns was completely dirty. He has a history of grabbing guys by the junk. He slid into the lower region of Jaquan Brisker. And then in the Sauce game last week against the Jets, Sauce said that he grabbed him by he checked, he did the car keys trick. Check your car, you turn the car keys, grab it and twist.
Yeah.
Grab his and twist it.
It's disgusting.
So that's what he did.
Treat it like a bop it.
That's right. So now he was fined $23,000 for his actions against the Bengals. What did he do against the Bengals? A very low hit at somebody's leg. Very, very low. So then he was fined $23,000 for that. $13,000 for his low block on Eli Apple and $10,000 for a separate unnecessary roughness violation. That was in 2022 at the end of last year. Now this one, we're going to see what he's going to get fined for with this one, where he, grabs Sauce Gardner by the junk.
Did you get a clear view of the replay? I did not.
No.
In the story that you sent, it wasn't clear and obvious to me.
I didn't see it. I didn't notice it. Now, Sauce obviously sharing the video on there and being like, here it is in case anybody wonders what I was doing. And I remember watching it before it was explained what it was. I was like, what are we watching? What are we watching that he did to you that caused you to swing
Tough
at him?
to see, but you can see.
There's a zoom in slow-mo one where it looks like Mac is going towards that area. Sauce did shove him to the ground, right after. So he reacted to something. And I'm going to believe Sauce Gardner 100 out of 100 times over Mac Jones because I believe Mac Jones is a sneaky.
He's got a history of this.
Yeah.
He's got a history of this, and, there's no room for that. You got to find this dude. You got to find him some big money, not $10,000 here. This is a first-round draft pick. He didn't care about $10,000. Now, he might in 5 years he's out of the league because he's not a very good quarterback right now, but.
Till Shanahan rescues him.
Yeah, you've got to do something. Make him miss games. If this is like a last straw here, man.
I gotta say, this'll if this is his MO, I'd be very interested to see how quickly things get ratcheted up if he were to do something like this to Micah this weekend.
Oh, you actually think this Cowboys defense would do something back?
I think
this is the
Micah
exact team.
absolutely
This
would.
is the exact team to do it against. That's
You think?
Yeah, I do think that's the exact one.
That's the exact player to do it against.
They're probably doing their book gathering with Trayvon. They're too worried about that versus actually playing on the field, getting their ass kicked and embarrassed. So I go ahead, do whatever you want. I don't think these jellyfish gonna do anything back to you. 877-881-1053 truckwreck.com. Text hunt. I wouldn't do it against Tank. I wouldn't do it against Tank out there. But this guy deserves a knee to the kidneys. Mm-hmm. He deserves an elbow to the neck. Mm-hmm. He deserves something real nasty and dirty and flagrant because he's got that look too. There's just too many stories about him to where he looks too innocent. It's too innocent.
Yeah, the Good Son. He's Macaulay Culkin in The Good Son.
I never saw it, but I know that Mac Jones is a punk.
I wasn't aware anyone watched any Macaulay Culkin movies after.
Yeah,
maybe My Girl.
Richie
Maybe
Rich.
My Girl. Richie Rich.
It was him and Elijah Wood. They were in that movie, The Good Son. And Macaulay Culkin was like a bad kid, but he portrayed himself as a really good, wholesome kid, and then he wound up killing little animals and stuff.
So
being a bad guy.
You got
very dark.
You got the twist. You got the slide. You got the dive, and now you have the punch. Apparently against Sauce Gardner. Bobby Pudding. Did RG3 ever respond to you?
No. Jeff Schwartz did, who initially told RG3, "Hey, you're being an idiot."
Oh, Jeff Schwartz did side with you.
Yeah, Jeff Schwartz. So the issue was RG3 was out there spewing his dumb point again that we had already talked about yesterday about how stupid it was. That,
Zeke is missing.
They miss Zeke, man. Zeke. That's the biggest reason why the Cowboys are struggling out here in the red zone is because Ezekiel Elliott is here. Well, it's like, okay, first, I don't know where you're getting your 3rd and 4th and short conversion numbers because they're not accurate what you're quoting. And second, whether it's 3rd, 4th, and 1 to 3, 1 to 2, or just 1, like whatever you're defining short as, the Cowboys have been more efficient this year than they were last year. And so I was just going after that, and Jeff Schwartz replied, and he said, he's just making things up because you always need a take. It's nothing based off film or any efficiency numbers. So that's former player going at former player.
Because you always need a take.
Yeah, I think he's talking about sitting on that show. So it's a little direct, but you know what? He's right. He's right. RG3 he is starting to become one of these guys to me that just pops off, and it's becoming irritating.
Where did this Kyle Pitts rumor come from?
Partially from RG3. He brought it up of just like, you know what I would do? I'd trade for him. And I've seen some people on social media trying to say that they like pushed over the domino, like Cowboys fans said, I talked about it, and then the people started picking it up, and this is all me, baby. It's not happening. This isn't anything that Atlanta would be interested in. I don't think that Dallas would want to give up any sort of capital that it would take to get Kyle Pitts at this point.
Why?
Because they've already invested in Schoonmaker with a second-round pick. So you're talking about sinking. They didn't want to pay Schultz, so you're talking about sinking a second and then maybe another second or whatever it would take to get Kyle Pitts. And Pitts has not been exactly what they had anticipated he would be. I don't think he's that effective in the red zone either. Like, the numbers say he's not been that effective in the red zone. He's more of a stretch guy.
Which people blame the Falcons for. Every week, it's Kyle Pitts is trending with over-the-top views, X's and O's of Kyle Pitts like being open and the Falcons not ever looking his way.
He's a vertical threat. He can stretch the field. Now, of course, in this offense, you know, stretching the field is a detriment. You know, you don't want somebody who can get open 18 yards down the field. You want somebody who can get open 4 yards down the field.
I'm not doing this again.
Okay.
The more interest. I can't wait for Jerry.
I watched the tape, by the way, of the game. They blew it on offense, just like I thought. So.
You watched the tape yesterday?
Yeah.
Tell us about it.
It was exactly what we had talked about. They were playing two high safeties. They were playing back some, but what this tells me is, okay, if you're going to lock it up just because there are a couple safeties standing deep, then I don't understand what the point of preaching execution to your guys is, because execution would have beat it. Like, I mean, it's something that they have a problem with communication in that secondary. They have problems with eye candy in that secondary. They had problems that even when they're in position, they fail to make plays in that secondary. And so just two guys standing back there for them to go, okay, well, let's keep everything 4 yards and under. Let's play everything safe. Okay, well, then what you're telling the rest of the league is if you just put two safeties standing back there, you'll just dink and dunk the entire season.
There was no routes downfield.
Yeah, how many routes downfield were there? I know
and be truthful, because we didn't watch this. So you could say anything, and we have to just.
I'll show you during the break. Like, I literally recorded 3 pass plays in a row where nothing's going down the field. So they send one. Like I said, as almost every passing concept is, there's one that goes down the field. No, okay.
There it is.
Gosh,
there.
Okay.
Every play there's one that goes down
the field. So that's on the quarterback, man.
All right.
I want you to admit this. Mike McCarthy does not tell him where to throw the football.
There is absolutely a progression to the read, yes.
Okay, that's again.
So if it's progression 5 and they're saying get the ball out in 3 steps, yes, you're basically saying don't throw that. That's almost a dummy.
The quarterback decides where to throw.
Okay, there is a difference between a route that is actually meant to be thrown to 20 yards down the field or is a legitimate option versus one that is meant to clear out an open space.
So why does no other quarterback in the league have this problem?
But Choppy, you do agree when he goes to the line of scrimmage, he has a 1, 2, 3 in his mind. It's not everyone is equal in the route.
I know, but that's also where you also have you can make changes in your mind. He has changes he can make.
But you are saying basically all the routes had a deep, all the plays had a deep route.
Not every play, but I mean, like, in general,
like 70%.
No.
50%,
half maybe, yeah. And it's stuff where it's like
I thought you just said every play had
there's one flying deep as just like all right, open this up because we can't just have everybody congested in the same area. But it's not a legitimate progression.
The Cowboys, the more interesting thing to this Kyle Pitts thing, T.O. came back and said could be a game changer if they can get the ball to him. Now, is that a shot at the coaches or a shot at Dak Prescott?
Yes.
Because that initially reads to me a shot at Dak Prescott. Has he gone after Dak before?
You know, I don't think he has. I think
he goes after everybody.
Yeah.
Could be a game changer if they can get the ball to him. What does that mean?
I just think he was just saying if they can get the ball to him, like because Atlanta can't. Like Atlanta can't. I didn't take it as a shot at either one. I just thought it was like the way he was just talking. I use words like this to fill time.
You're so innocent. That's so cute.
I don't look at things in the way all the time. Sometimes, most of the time, I do.
I think T.O. is taking shots at people every time he talks. Basically, there's somebody that he thinks is doing it wrong, and so I think it's both probably. It's saying Mike McCarthy needs to be able to draw things up, and Dak needs to get the ball to these guys, and like even when it's a guy that's not on his team, he's still got to paint it as McCarthy and Dak can't get the ball to him.
Is it possible that Max Scherzer could return for the Rangers postseason? Where's this news coming from? Part of it right here on this station yesterday. We'll bring it to you on the Home of Rangers Baseball next. But who brings you our...
and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact the Frankels today at 214-333-3333 or go to truckwreck.com.
And the 0-2 pitch, ground ball right side, low dives, can't get it, base hit. One run is home, and here comes Adele. The throw by Adolis is offline on the first base side. 2-run score, and it's 9-1 Angels.
Rangers finally lose last night here on your home for Rangers baseball, 105.3 The Fan. But the Astros lost as well, even with the Seattle fans trying to take out George Kirby.
Kyle Tucker.
From the stands. With the baseball getting thrown at the Mariners stud pitcher, Seattle still beats the armpit, so the lead is 2.5, and the magic number is 3.
Down to 3. Ooh. Yep. Any combination of 3 Ranger wins and 3 Astro losses, any combination of that adds up to 3 of Ranger wins and Astro losses, and you have a clinch of the division.
But how terrifying. We had a terrifying moment with Corey Seager. I thought that was broken wrist, out for the playoffs. Go join DeGrom and Scherzer. See you later.
Yep.
Holy crap.
He would not be the first one that breaks the wrist on a hit by pitch. I mean, it happens all the time. Fractured hand, fractured wrist, whatever. And it absolutely stopped your heart for a second.
It would be this team's luck, too, just with everything that's happened with injuries and everything else to them. If they were to lose him, that would be one of those things where it's like you pack it up and you just kind of go, like, not legitimately you go in there, you still fight, but it is one of those where just as a fan, I think you go, this is the year where God just hates you. God doesn't want you to have success. He wants to take out all of your potential weapons here, and he is somebody who, I mean, if it were not for Shohei Ohtani being the rarest player we've seen in 100 years, like Seager would be the guy getting the MVP this year. And if you were to lose him too, I just don't know how much more of that this team could have taken into the playoff run.
Wouldn't have mattered because we may be getting one of the aces back. I heard Bassett yesterday when I was driving home listening to KMC. He's like, I'm hearing some Max Scherzer rumors. And I was like, what? What are you hearing? Some type of bad chemistry behind the scenes? He's fighting with someone? Is he being a diva? And then Bruce Bochy hopped on KMC and they asked him, is there a chance that Max Scherzer could return in the playoffs?
I just talked to Max yesterday. I don't think you rule that out. Max isn't. He's throwing the ball, he's letting it go pretty good. Now, when you pitch, it's that last 5 or 10% that you're going to let go of the ball. That's what you have to have so you can finish up your pitches. And but he seems pretty optimistic, and he knows his body better than anybody. But we're getting good news on him, how he's coming along. So I would not rule that out.
All right, before you guys pop the small balloon, let me just say, Max Scherzer's not pitched since September 12th. The injury usually requires 8 to 12 weeks of rest. He was spotted, though, doing some throwing ahead of Monday's game against the Angels and told Evan Grant that throwing off a mound was close. And then Bochy gives that answer on KMC. And then 1053thefan.com in the final paragraph says, what about the bullpen? With all this team's bullpen issues, could you have Scherzer for a relief-type role? He has not done that since his rookie year in 2008, but has made 5 relief appearances during the postseason. So he hasn't done it in the regular season since 2008, but, that's part of why I love playoff baseball, when you get the unexpected guy, your Clayton Kershaw, out of the bullpen. Now pop the balloon.
All right, so it's 8 to 12 weeks. We'll be at 4. That's part number 1. We'll be at 4 weeks of the playoff time, really. 5 weeks. So that's balloon pop number 1. Number 2 is he's going to take a guy that, by the way, you have for next year, and you are going to force feed him out there in the postseason.
You want it or not?
You want it or not. Go for it if you want to have surgery in December and then miss the first couple of months of the season. Yeah, knock yourself out. This. Yeah, this is something that I saw and I was like, wait a second, that doesn't make any sense. This is that you are tempting fate, man.
You got your needle?
It feels like hopium. It feels a little bit like
helium.
You got to give him hope. You got to give people hope. And Bochy, I don't think is ever gonna shut down a guy who's as competitive as Scherzer and probably wants to keep that possibility open and to get ready. And they said, look, even when the injury happened, they're like, outside shot at the postseason, maybe. We'll have to see, but probably not likely. And you gave Scherzer enough hope that he's going to attack his rehab a certain way and try and get prepared, then, yeah, I totally understand that he's going to believe he can get there. Realistically, I would say I'd be completely floored if he throws a pitch before next season.
You going to throw out some optimism there? Lucky?
No. My mouth is shut. I'm gonna just high road here. If he's ready, he's ready. I'm gonna trust Max on this one.
You're gonna trust Max on this one. All right, what's going on with Josh Hader? This Josh Hader story.
Josh Hader's a jackass. That's what's going on with Josh Hader. Josh Hader was supposed to pitch. Well, not supposed to pitch. They asked him to come into the game. This was, I guess, not last night, the night before. They're still.
And Hader is who? Just give a quick.
He is a nasty left-handed pitcher who had some tweets as a kid that stuck with him. Stuck with him for a little while. But anyway, San Diego was on the brink of being officially eliminated for the postseason. He did not make himself available to come into the game in the 8th inning against a left-handed hitter, Michael Conforto. It would have been a 4-out save. He didn't. He said, nope, not coming in. There is not, for some reason, they didn't get we can't find the post-game audio of him. And he was asked in his thinking about not making himself available. He goes, it's the situation we're at. Asked to clarify. He goes, are we in a playoff race? And then technically, yes, but it would take a miracle, to which he said, you guys want me to do everything.
Bob Melvin, the manager, commented on it after.
You asked Suarez for 4 outs.
Yeah.
Hader could have been that guy against the lefty there. Is that just him going 3 outs?
It's what we're doing right now. Yeah.
Why is that?
It's because the way we've handled it here.
Is there any discussion with him? Is there any thought?
We talked to him some, yeah.
That would seem to kind of run counter to the, I mean, you were saving him earlier in the season for later in the year, and here we are now, and it's obviously getting very late.
That's just the way it happened tonight.
Well, he sounds delightful.
Yeah.
He doesn't sound annoyed at all with Josh Hader. This is a guy who's about to get fired, Bob Melvin, or going to be one of the guys on the hot seat, because that was one of the most underachieving teams. Can't imagine why they didn't win anything this year.
Man.
They got guys like Josh Hader, and who knows what Tatis is at this point.
Machado.
Yeah, I mean, Machado seems like
this is the most disappointing team in baseball.
Oh my gosh, so disappointed. But their attitudes, their personalities. Hader is like, and now look, here's the and Josh Hader's like, I'm not going out there for 4 outs. I'm a free agent, man. Why would I go do a 4-out save? I don't pitch on back-to-back days.
Wow.
I don't pitch more than once a series, and I don't pitch more than 3 outs, and I don't come in non-clean innings.
Couldn't you see Bassick doing this if Bassick was like, I'm not taking a shot? But if he was like that level, couldn't you see Mike just throwing a fit like this and be like, no, I'm not doing it. I'm just not doing it.
He is cantankerous, yeah. I can see that. But this is take the ball. You go compete. Take the ball. You're a free agent.
This is give Holland a heart attack.
He is protecting his free agency. And listen, I understand that. I understand you're protecting your free agency, but you still technically are in a playoff race here, man.
What he did was what we were doing yesterday, Chop and I. We're like, yeah, he threw the pick, but the game was over, Sean. That's exactly it. Josh Hader's like, yeah, we're in it, but we're not really in it.
Yeah.
What does it matter if I pitch? What's it matter if I throw? So he's probably just honestly pissed that he didn't get moved, is what I would guess, is that he wanted to be moved. He was one of those guys who thought there was a shot he could get moved because he's a reliever and those guys tend to get moved even when teams are giving up.
I mean, shoot. Milwaukee moved him when they were in first place. That should have told you what a guy this is.
Yeah. Josh Dobbs is 2-1 this week. He beat the Cowboys. He beat Micah Parsons on social media. As Micah was saying, I'm going to get Josh Dobbs. I'm throwing darts at him during the game. And then Josh Dobbs yesterday or the other day on social media was in a parking lot going, dodging your darts. So he answered back to Micah. But he did take a loss. His only loss of the week. Apparently, the Arizona Cardinals team store doesn't have his jersey for him to get for his family and friends.
Yo, Josh Alves here. All right, I'm in the team store for the Cardinals, trying to get a jersey for my fam. Check this out. So I walk over here to get a jersey made. Boom. Adult. Then I go large. Next. Then I go select from roster. Okay. Next. And guess what? Your boy is nowhere to be found. You got all the numbers and no number 9. Like, yo, I know I just got here, but at least, come on, we can at least have the custom jersey ready for me. Help your boy out.
Dang.
That's cold.
Dang. Cold from the Cardinals.
Yeah. Big
Man,
time.
That's embarrassing. He couldn't customize it either?
He's making a point here though, right? Because like I'm sure he's a jersey swap guy, like most of them are. If you're getting one for the fam, you can't give him one of your authentic jerseys. You gotta buy one of the Nike store ones.
Have it in the store.
Yeah, they should.
Like, at least
so the
Tyler's not
Bears?
coming back anytime soon. Are
Right.
you embarrassed?
Yeah, with the Cowboy, let's say, can you buy a Cooper Rush jersey in the Cowboys team store?
I don't know. That's a good question. Let's
Maybe
find out.
you can't, but I guarantee you, if Dak
you
is
buy it
out for
last
6 games,
year?
yeah, I bet you Dak's out for 6 games. You probably could make it available. Like, what's it cost for them to put his name? Because he was using a touchscreen computer. Like, what would it cost for them to put his name there?
Right.
I'm guessing it's just they don't have them in stock. So like he's still so relatively fresh. I'm guessing they don't have them in stock, so it's like they have to be custom made. But that would just be the only thing I would think.
Can you still get a Kaepernick jersey? Kaepernick is trying to get a Jets jersey made, as he has his agent telling the Jets, "Hey, I'm available for the practice squad there." So you got Matt Ryan, Carson Wentz, and now Colin Kaepernick trying to replace Aaron Rodgers.
I mean, it took Deshaun Watson almost a full year to figure, to kind of get back and lose the rust. He was only out 700 days, not 7 years. Like that's going to take a while. Now, he would obviously, his route would be practice squad. Get back into it, figure it out.
I mean,
if
like
there's a
you
route,
said,
but there is no route.
There's no route. He messed up. Now, he got blackballed. He got screwed. No one ever convinced me differently. But he messed up not coming on the Sean and RJ show.
Yeah.
He should have further explained himself in like a big national interview over his playing intentions. Because I'll always have the question in the back of my mind about Kaepernick. Was he willing to be a backup? What type of money was he willing to take? What type of situation was he willing to be in? Was he demanding I needed to be a starter 3-4 years ago? So I've always wondered that, because other people are like, he doesn't really want to play. He just wants the attention. I was like, do a big sit-down interview. And he just never did. He may have done one way back when,
he did the ones on Good Morning America or 2020. It's not 2020, 60 Minutes, right? He did those, like not necessarily the sports interviews. I don't remember him doing a general. Maybe he did. I'm sure he did a Sunday Conversation too. But yeah, I mean that would have been something to hear. But also, once he sued the league, he knew he was never gonna. The league wasn't going to let him back in once he sued them.
We got a radio fight. We got a football radio fight involving some New Yorkers and a Dak Prescott hater. Wait till you hear this. Jerry Jones at 7:30. Sean and RJ Hump Day edition continues on the Fan.
Let's get you over to Platinum Chrysler.
Back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine's one-time Equinox offload was just announced. A limited supply of excess Equinox models will be sold directly to the public for below market value. See them all today at ClassicChevrolet.com. Do not wait. In less than 10 days, they could all be sold at Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference and find new roads.
A special 7:30 appearance from Jerry Jones this morning here during the Expressway, which is commercial free on Sean, RJ, and Bobby. 105.3 The Fan. We got Peyton and Rai in the back. We're live with the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube.
I'm ready. I'm excited. I'm curious what his tone's going to be like.
Say that again, Jerry.
Bobby, to keep bringing the coffee.
Exactly.
Yeah, keep bringing the coffee. His tone will be fine.
Yeah, I think he'll be
72
upbeat.
hours post.
He'll be upbeat.
He's always upbeat.
Yeah, he's the eternal optimist.
He's only furious and angry at the end of the season to try to go ahead and send a message to the coaching staff. This will not be tolerated until I bring everybody back.
I will say it's interesting. He was referencing last week the number of coaches again. He is very aware of how many coaches are on staff. Like, I think he does keep that in his mind of like, what all does everyone do here?
As he should.
Yeah.
As he should be. All right. We got a little WFAN fight in New York. Our sister station, home of Boomer Esiason, formerly Mike Francesa, Russo, BT, Brandon Tierney, who joined us in studio. And we've had on this guy, Joe Beningo.
Joe's retired. Semi-retired, I guess, doing a podcast or something like that. Everybody does podcasts now.
Sure.
Everybody's got one. So he's doing that. And he's a huge Jets fan. Big Jet fan. So Tiki is doing a show now. He and Brandon Tierney on together. He's doing it with Evan Roberts. And Tiki was on with Evan, and they had Joe on as a guest. And Joe was making his point. Tiki was going back and forth. And then Tiki stops talking. And he mouths to the camera, "That's BS." And he points right to Joe, takes his headphones off, and leaves.
You hate the Jets. You would love to see the Jets go 2-15. Stop it.
I love
You're
Nate
a
Hackett.
Giant.
I do not
if
lo-
this
I do
was the
not hate the
situation with the Giants, you'd be screaming to get Wilson the hell out of there.
First of all,
so
I never
don't
scream.
give me this nonsense.
First of all,
right,
I never
Teak?
scream because I watch and I analyze. And
Okay,
I,
well,
and
you
I,
can
and
analyze
I,
all
and
you want, but
and
maybe
I try to find reasons
look.
why things
all
are
I know
happening.
is this: yesterday you were in Washington with the Commanders and the Bills. Okay, were you not?
I was.
Okay. So don't give me this nonsense how you're analyzing Zach Wilson. Okay? I don't want to hear it.
All right.
It's BS,
All right,
Teak.
Joe.
He
Sounds good. I'm
stinks.
turning my mic off, buddy.
He stinks.
No, but here's what I know that frustrates me related to a point you just made. Mike White. Yes, Zach Wilson was taken high. And yes, guys are pulled back. And by the way, you've annoyed Tiki with what you said.
You like it being, well, I'm sorry. I'm
'Cause he's
annoyed.
not
You always annoyed me.
No, I am too.
And
but
I'm
in
not
fairness-
annoyed at Tiki, but I'm annoyed at the whole freaking situation, bro.
All right, so at that point, after he said, "I'm turning my mic up," he takes his headphones off and he walks off.
Yeah.
And he doesn't return. And, like, Joe, you can't, like, that
was cheap.
That's a cheap
That's
shot.
a cheap shot.
his ass.
You know, if you're friends with someone, your colleagues with someone, you're gonna get that technical and call them out. Oh, sorry that he's on, a CBS national call for Bills Commanders, and he's calling them out by being like, "You didn't watch Zach at the same time. You didn't watch Zach Wilson. You were on TV calling the game. So don't tell me you know how Zach Wilson plays." It's like, dude, I know RJ is not watching the red zone while I am and not live tweeting games and reacting to them like I am because he's at a baseball practice. But I'm going to assume that RJ is going to become aware of everything that happened during an NFL Sunday to talk about it on Monday. Once again, proving I do watch more football. But he is caught up with it. So that was cheap from Beningo.
Yeah, and
and this guy's lucky. Didn't he have an incident? That's what I would have done if I was Tiki. I would have come right back like, "Oh, you want to take cheap shots? I'll go right for your Mac Joneses right here."
Yeah,
let me look up what he did.
Tiki had a little more class than that. Now, Tiki can't walk off the set. That's something they do on First Take, right?
Well, that's fake. That's fake on First Take. I'm so amazed by your point. Tiki was legitimately angry.
He was angry.
Probably hurt.
Yeah, he probably was hurt. And that was I thought that was low on Joe's part. I don't think you can't do that to somebody like that. And you can't do it to anybody, really.
Yeah, he's hanging somebody out to dry. That's not cool. But also at the same time, Tiki does seem to just kind of pop off at the mouth occasionally. Is another problem, is that he does just kind of shoot from the hip, and he first takes it sometimes. And so whether it's just the storm off or just some of the stuff that he says. So I also understand wanting to like getting frustrated to a point where you're like, let me actually hold accountable what I feel like is a faked take from you.
Yeah.
But at the same time, it's like, there's only so much of that you can do before you're being
little
rude.
soft by Tiki. But that was a little personal cheap shot. He apologized later.
Yeah.
Tiki was not on the show to hear it.
No, Tiki, he wouldn't come back in. He wouldn't come back in until after, apparently. But I guess they got word to Tiki that Joe had apologized.
WFAN was run like a frat house, with drinking by employees starting as early as 10 a.m. and executives condoning buying prostitutes for ad clients, according to a shocking lawsuit filed by a 40-year-old former CBS radio ad executive. Lauren Lockwood, who worked for the Fan from 2006 until July of last year, blah, blah, blah. On various occasions, Joe Beningo pressured her into having a threesome. Beningo whispered in Lockwood's ear about having threesomes with him and his wife and prostitutes.
God,
that's exactly what I would have gone back with. I would have been like, Joe, you're happy you're having this conversation with three of us, right, Joe? Why don't you whisper it in my ear? You want to take a cheap shot? I'll cut your throat just like that.
Man, what a wild world. My dad used to tell me stories about how, like, when he was in sales, like, he would buy, like, prostitutes for clients and stuff. Like, he would do it all the time. And, like, he goes, and I was like, and he was like, that was what you did back in the day. Back in like the 70s, you just bought hookers for people.
What?
Yeah.
Wow. Bury the lead after 12 years.
We just bought hookers for that's how we closed deals.
What?
We got them, you know.
You listening, Cody?
Yeah.
I need to talk to your dad.
Cody, I need that home theater, man.
You can talk to my dad, but he won't respond to you right now. Yeah, Cody, take the nose ring out, get some meat, and go buy some hookers.
Get some meat. Oh, wow. Man, your dad bought. Did your mom know that?
Yeah, I think so.
Wow.
You think so?
I don't know.
How did he get the contact? Where did he find the?
You just go on the street.
It's the
This is
70s
New York
free
City.
love,
You just
go on the
baby.
street and say, here you go. Here's some cash, and go have fun.
So your dad could have been arrested for soliciting prostitutes.
No, he wasn't soliciting. He would give the client the money.
That's
and say,
he
here
gave
you
the
go.
client the money.
Here you go. Go ahead. Go knock yourself out.
Don't you have to get like a
receipt?
Yeah. Dude,
No, it was.
I would get some
Probably
expense
wasn't-
report proof.
Probably wasn't like that.
You got to show
Almost
me and
dying.
prove to me that you used the money for that. It's like giving a
It was-
homeless person money. Like the other day,
It was probably out of his own pocket to gain the sale.
Yeah, but you better,
Yeah, I don't think he turned it into
to corporate
General Electric or whatever. I think Thomas Edison.
Yeah,
would
they're
have
like,
that
hey,
one.
we have a clear $20 limit on hookers. You did 25.
Yeah.
We're not covering all this.
We should fill that out for the next Odyssey expense report. Just have it in there for David Field, hooker. I bet if it was a Philly hooker, not that David Field used the hooker, but like submit it to David Field, the CEO. He'd be like, well, was it a Philly hooker? That's okay. If it was an Eagle hooker, that'd be
a wild world that was.
That'd be
man.
okay. Since he loves everything Eagles, as he trolled us all during our big company meeting. Sure, Brian Purdy's red right now. 877-881-1053 is the truckwreck.com text line here on Sean and RJ. Someone texted me, oh, man, you're really popping off a lot this week. That's all my anger built up from the Cardinals' performance. And I'm just like, screw it. I'm just gonna pop off. No top on the blender. So that's the explanation for that and Bobby's existence. All right.
I am getting to you lately.
Yeah, the big explosion was in the commercial break. Y'all missed it. We fought enough during the course of the week, but yeah, I exploded on Bobby in the commercial break.
You'll have to listen to the commercial break podcast to get that.
That's right. All right, Jerry Jones live at 7:30. You got a couple bathroom issues. You and the missus having a bathroom conversation.
Yeah, not like terribly. In fact, I have no idea what you're talking about. I don't understand the email. I'm trying to filibuster here.
It is amazing.
Listen,
it is amazing.
Oh yeah. Listen, once I put these things in the email, I have no idea.
All right, bring up a topic. Bring up a sports topic. I'll be you.
Justin Fields.
All right, Justin Fields, Bears quarterback, as I'm typing on my computer.
I will be perfectly honest with
You're
you.
the greatest filibuster.
He plays for the Bears. He does play for the Bears.
Justin Fields is. All right, give me like the sentence about Justin Fields.
Let's see. Justin Fields.
Justin Fields is breaking the pocket too quick.
That's right. Justin Fields is breaking the top pocket too quick, and blah blah blah. Get to
Yeah,
it.
because the moment I put this in my email, I completely forget.
I'm like,
everything I just
Choppy,
wrote in
you
there.
have the. I tell you 50,000 times, you have the best prep in the station. You write
And
out
yeah.
paragraphs. You write out takes. You don't have to go to the article to reread the story. Like, you already know the story. You can just react off of it.
I forget.
You can just talk naturally. You know everything.
I forget everything that's in here.
That's
the
amazing.
moment I send it, it's gone from my memory.
I know your brain is a what are those doors you walk
It's
in?
a revolving door.
It's a revolving door.
You don't want to be up here.
Have you met my wife before?
No. Are you married?
Is she like that?
No, he's always forgets.
Oh.
He forgot the first 10 times he met her.
So
That's right.
we had this discussion because Sarah always gets so upset when I go to the bathroom in a public bathroom. She goes, "You come back."
She's a germaphobe.
Kind of, yeah. She's like, "You go poop in the public bathroom, then you come back to the house and you use our toilet, and now you've got somebody else's butt juice on our toilet, right? You've got somebody else's butt on our toilet, and that's disgusting." And I told her, I says, "I don't usually use a public toilet. I go maybe the gym every now and then, but other than that, I don't use a public restroom." And she goes, "You go at work?"
Yeah.
And I said, "Well, that's not a public toilet. I know everybody up there."
So that's the debate. Is it a public toilet?
So is your work bathroom, if you know everybody who's using it, a public toilet? Because what's the difference in using this work bathroom where there's like 10 of us up here versus going to a house party and using the bathroom at somebody's house where there's also 10 people there? When we went to Sean's, she used the restroom there. There were a dozen people there. There was a dozen butts on that toilet. It's the same as here. I know everybody. It's the same people. How is this a public restroom, but Sean's house is not? This is not a public. The gym is a public bathroom. A porta potty at a game, at a sporting, that's a public bathroom. I don't know. Is the work bathroom public? I think it's pretty private. You got to get a key card to get up here.
And walk steps.
And walk steps.
I view any bathroom that's not my own as public. It's just kind of a colloquial like catch-all. Like just
But there is more of a
public.
comfort at a house party that you're at if there's 10 people, someone you know.
Not for me. Like I have more panic using someone like somebody I know using their restroom. Like what? Like
Then
how much?
an airport bathroom?
Yeah, honestly.
Why? How?
Because like, what if I do like irreversible damage in that restroom?
Okay, no, but I'm talking about the freaking out from the germs.
Yes, the germs. Yes, I agree.
Not blowing it up.
Yes.
Like, the butt juice was the premise of the topic.
Yeah.
I vote Sarah wins on this one. I think it's a public bathroom.
I think it is too.
So would you consider, if you came over to my house and there was the same 10 people there, would you consider that public?
That's what I'm saying.
It's tough, right? It's tough.
And that's it. Like up here, I'm disgusted. I won't
Yeah.
ever use the restroom in that manner up here. At your house, I would. It's probably because of La Grande.
You know what? A lot of people are saying. A lot of people are saying
Chicoline.
it's the open part of the toilet seat. If there's the open front toilet seat, where it doesn't.
Ooh,
it's not
that's a good.
circle,
That's a good
then
rule.
It's public.
Lou Holtz has fired back, and someone's saying the Rangers are your American League champs. All that. Then Jerry Jones during the expressway. Next.
Let's get you over.
Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Jerry Jones coming up live at 7:30 this morning during the Expressway. Tomorrow, Cowboys-Patriots tickets for you to win, for turning it on, leaving it on. Thank you all for doing that. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and our Cowboys insider, Bobby Belt. The spread is what for Sunday? Bobby, you guess.
6.5.
11.5.
You think the spread is 11.5 after it was 12 against Arizona?
I think so, because the Patriots are awful.
Wow.
How do they could score? They can't. I mean, they couldn't score the fistful of 50s against this team.
It's 7.
No.
You have not been that off in a long time.
That's pretty off, I'll tell you that.
11!
That's pretty off.
That tells me that maybe you should bet the Cowboys right now.
I think I will.
Wow.
Let's go to
Spread is
make
7.
A wager.
And Bobby, we have the officiating crew. Do we need to be worried?
Well, if history's any indicator, we do. It's Scott Novak's crew, which the last 2 times that the Cowboys have had, or the 2 times in history that the Cowboys have had Scott Novak's crew, they got 10 penalties against the Cardinals at the end of the 21 season, and then last fall against the Giants, they had 13 penalties. So this is a flag-happy officiating crew. And a built-in excuse.
Doesn't worry me. Doesn't bother me because this could be for any ref with this football team.
Yeah.
Any referee after I got fooled the first 2 weeks, clean, penalty-free football. Nope, not after last week when they set an NFC record in the first 2 quarters.
You know what's interesting, too, is Cowboys are home. The first 3 weeks that Scott Novak's called games, the visiting team's won.
Say that again?
The first 3 weeks that Scott Novak's crew has called games, the visiting team has won. So road teams are 3-0 with Scott Novak this year.
Wow.
Oh, man. Jerry Jones at 7:30 this morning. Aaron Rodgers is not too happy with his current teammates. He's sitting on his couch in Malibu, and he's watching the Jets not score any points, get called out by Joe Namath and Fireman Ed getting ready to quit. This was Rodgers on his team on McAfee yesterday.
We need to understand this is part of it. It's not always going to be pretty. The most important thing is winning. You saw what happened in Green Bay. They were down 17-0 and came back and won that game, an ugly game, 18-17. It doesn't matter. It's like you win the game. That's the most important thing. However, you got to get it done. So, there's been, I think, too many little side conversations, and we just need to grow up a little bit on offense and lock in and do our jobs, everybody, and not point fingers at each other. And that's everybody. We don't point fingers at the coaching staff. Don't point fingers at each other. Just get back to work and get the job done.
I do like that the guy who was the king of finger pointing just a few years ago all of a sudden is like, guys, we do not embarrass our coaches in public. What are you doing here, fellas? Come on now. This is the best. Honestly, this is the best thing for his legacy. What's happened is because he gets to live in folklore now. He talked about later. He's like, I'd like to think we'd be 3-0. Who knows? Maybe we would be if I was there playing. Is that he gets to live on as this dream, this potential that will never have the answer for how good they would have been.
You're absolutely right. He does, and that makes you wonder. Like, and I'll tell you this: if the Jets show a lot of dysfunction, do not be surprised if he's like, I ain't going back to that.
Well, the good news is they get Kansas City Sunday night. Now give me that spread.
That'll be 11.5.
9.5.
Okay.
Wow.
I'm like, are you telling me that anyone thinks Kansas City won't win that game by 10?
Back to my website.
I would bet that.
Based on the bet.
Add that to the parlay.
Yeah, he's already building this degenerate parlay just by guessing spreads here.
That's right. Oh, speaking of betting, NFL doing something revolutionary. You love it?
I really do like this. So there's a new platform called Bet Vision. It's going to let fans watch, bet on the NFL games on the same screen. So what's going to happen is that so normally when you want to place a bet, you watch TV, you got your computer on there, you're placing live bets, or you're on your phone, you're placing bets, but you're watching, whatever it is. This is going to allow you to go to this website, and it's going to be in a conglomeration with the NFL, and you're watching the game, and then while you're on your phone, this little thing will pop up, this icon, and you hit the icon, and it'll say, it's a live bet, so outcome of the next play, pass, run, first down, touchdown, whatever. And you can do something like that. I think that's really, really cool because one of the big things is like if you can't watch it on the same screen, who wants to have multiple things of technology out if you don't have to?
Right.
You do it especially when you're not at home.
This is what made the Alliance of American Football valuable. Like when the AAF was going on, this was the one aspect of it that caused them to have value, that people wanted to buy them out. They were using this technology. They had this as like proprietary technology at the time, and that this was some of the buzz is that the NFL might buy them out at some point just to have control of that technology. And so if they can do something like that for the NFL, this is definitely something they've been working on for a few years now.
Texas Rangers winning streak did stop last night on the Fan.
1-0 Texas, and that pitch is cranked to deep left. If it's fair, it's gone. It's hooking at the pole. It is out of here. A long 3-run homer for Brandon Drury down the left field line, and he turns the game around. It is 3-1 Angels.
That was a shot. That was a shot. So the Rangers lose. Good news is the Astros also lose. The lead is 2.5 in the West. Magic number is 3. And someone is saying we're going to the World Series.
Yeah, this is ESPN's analytics department put together this the percentages of everything in terms of every team's ability and chances of going to each round of the postseason. Now the Orioles have the best chance in the American League of making the ALDS, basically because they've kind of not quite wrapped everything up, but pretty much. But the Rangers have a better chance of making the ALCS than the Orioles do. The Rangers are at 50%. Baltimore's at 49%.
Based on what? Why?
It doesn't tell you how they came to these numbers. The Rangers also have the best chance in the American League of making the World Series by a lot. They have a 28% chance of advancing to the World Series. Baltimore's at 22%. Tampa's at 17%. Astros at 12%. Twins at 11%. Jays at 8%. And the Rangers have the highest percent chance in the American League of winning the World Series at 13%, followed by Baltimore at 9%, Tampa at 8%, yada, yada, yada. In the NL, look, the Dodgers have a 37% chance of making the World Series. Braves 35%. Dodgers 24% chance of winning it. Braves 22%. So they have the Dodgers as the favorites to win the entire thing. But I thought it was interesting that, and by the way, like the Dodgers and Braves, such a higher percent chance of making it than anybody in the AL. But I thought it was pretty interesting that they have the Rangers, who a week ago we were like, are they going to be the third wild card or second wild card or whatever?
Make it make sense, Bobby.
Is this similar to whenever you have somebody like maybe Philly or San Francisco as a title favorite because you have to hedge between Kansas City and Buffalo.
Yeah,
and only one of them's going to get there. And then as soon as you were to put them head to head, they would make the favorite Kansas City or Buffalo.
Very, very possible.
And that Texas, they assume, okay, well, Baltimore or Tampa, one of them is not going to get there because one of them is going to knock the other out. And so
Yes.
Texas, we can just say they're likely.
It's very possible that there's still an opportunity for Tampa to win it or win the AL East, and obviously then Baltimore would face the 4-5 matchup, whereas the Rangers might get a better team. Who knows, right? So there's a lot of things that could go into this, but there you go.
Bobby says there are 7 legit college football teams in the country. This was a reset of the AP Top 25 after last weekend. Georgia got 55 of the votes. Michigan, ranked number 2, got 1. Texas got 2. They're coming in at number 3. Ohio State 4, Florida State 5, Penn State 6, Washington 7, USC 8, Oregon 9, Utah 10.
Yeah, and at the risk of offending Ryan Day and having him slander me on national television, I wouldn't put Ohio State in one of the legit contenders for me.
Ohio against the world.
I mean, they're legit contender and still contender, way two different things.
Yeah,
right?
yeah,
Because,
yeah.
I mean, shoot, there's a lot. Alabama could still win out and make it.
They're in the mix. I recognize where their standing is and what you have to rank them in the AP Top 25 right now. But to me, it's the legit football teams in this CFP right now are going to be Georgia, Michigan, Florida State, USC, Texas, Washington, and Penn State. Those are the teams that I think are genuinely legit.
I wouldn't rule out Oregon at this point.
I can't get the Tech game out of my head.
I know. It's and they're gonna have to go on the road. I think they're on the road at USC. So they're gonna have to do that. But yeah, there's teams I think that obviously there's teams that are legit contenders like you mentioned, and then basically any team with one loss right now still has a chance if they win out.
I think this weekend USC, by the way, I think this USC Colorado game might just shatter any of the other previous Colorado games. This will be, Brett McMurphy was talking about this yesterday a little bit too, where he said that if this is the one where they get throttled by 40 points again, you're going to see Colorado starts people are going to lose interest in them a little bit because they'll start going, oh, okay, they can't hang with contenders. But Caleb Williams, USC brand, another noon kickoff on Fox, Colorado. Like, this will be big viewers.
Did they just have they just gotten these guys Airbnb residencies in Colorado?
That's right.
I mean,
Lou Holtz said, I stand by my Ohio State comments. He told Dan Dockich, I don't feel bad about saying it because I believed it. Notre Dame was a better football team 3 times. Ohio State had 4th and 1, ran the ball, couldn't make it. If I was coaching, I would have said it. I would have went to our team and said, I think you're better. I think you're more physical. I think you're more talented. He did call Coach Freeman at Notre Dame and apologize for becoming a story, but he said, look, I understand why Ryan Day was unhappy. Quote, he doesn't want to talk about losing to Michigan 0-2. He doesn't want to talk about the big games coming up against Penn State and against Michigan again. He's a great coach, tremendous job, great offensive mind. I don't think they're a great football team. He can go after me all he wants. So Lou Holtz,
I cannot believe.
At 86, still coming strong.
Do you think this is Deion Sanders' fault? That Ryan Day felt the need to he felt the confidence. He felt emboldened to, I can stand up here and talk like this too. What would Prime say post game? Right. And then he was like, I'll just say it's Ohio against, and instead he ends up looking like a jackass.
Right. I don't know. Let's see how you look updating us on Messi.
Yeah, look, I mean, it is a tough sport. Yahoo yesterday, they were talking about the old checkered ball and Inter Miami and just how difficult it is for Messi. That his calendar has ingested 25 games in 93 days.
Let's say that again.
25 games in 93 days. And they're talking about, look, this has just taken its toll on Messi. Running around in circles every 4 days has just been, it's too much cardio for the man. Mm-hmm. And now he's having to nurse a hamstring injury that's bothered him since he was a teenager. He has Sean Lee hamstrings, and he's just not built to run around and do cardio for 30 minutes every 4 days. It's become too taxing. It is a good breakdown. I'm actually I'll tweet this one out because it is a good break. You've asked before, when did the season end? Because we all thought the season had ended a month ago, and then we find out, no, there's a bunch of other games. This is a good breakdown of what games are actually left and what's the playoffs and what's not. So I'll tweet this out. But Lionel Messi is continuing to bring up 7 straight games that he's either missed or had to come out of.
Wow.
So he's getting banged up.
All right. Next is the Expressway. We are commercial free for the next 40 minutes. And today, a special Hump Day appearance from Jerry Jones live on Sean and RJ, the show of Wales. Is it going to go across the screen? Oh, right. Where's the whale? Where's the whale,
man?
Jerry Jones joins us next.
Get you over to Greatness of Diamonds Direct. Nobody brings you more value and fine jewelry than Diamonds Direct. They're proving it once again. Rolling back.
Fan, and it's brought to you by QC Kinetics.
All right, here we go, fellas. Let's have a little fun today.
The results are in. Sean Sharif.
You are the father?
I am the father.
Oh, I knew that you were thinking about having another child.
Yes, sir.
And now number 3.
And now number 3. Now the first 2 are 2-legged, and this one's a 4-legged.
Oh.
So we got ourselves
You are into some stuff.
Yes, we are.
By the way, I apologize, Robert Loomis, all the Loomises at Mr. Electric. Jerry Jones is coming up, by the way, at 7:30. I need to get this out of the way, clear and far away from JJ. Robbie sent me a video of his poor son listening to this program, 6 a.m. Club, chanting butt juice in the back after your topic, your earlier bathroom topic. And this poor kid is yelling, butt juice, butt juice. My apologies to the Loomis family over at... You know what? Today, if you call Mr. Electric, drop that. I'll get the Loomises to hook you up with a discount.
Use the promo code butt juice.
The butt juice discount.
I'm gonna ask. I'll tell you this. I got this for you. I'm gonna ask Jerry. When he's in the suite, if he considers that a public restroom because it's his suite.
Ooh.
Or does he have his own private bathroom in the stadium that only he has access to?
Okay. Bathroom at the end with Jerry. Robbie, on to that butt juice promo.
All right. So we didn't know what kind of dog we got. We got it for the shelter. It was a puppy. It was 4 months old. So we sent away for a DNA swab. By the way,
they didn't know at the shelter.
I mean, they didn't know. They didn't know who the parents were. They didn't know. Like they didn't DNA test it. We got the little swab out. We're swabbing in between his cheeks, like it's like you're a dad trying to see if this is actually your kid or not.
Right.
So
like Chiafalo does.
Absolutely, you should. Anyway. 36. We got ourselves a cattle dog, Sean.
Cattle dog.
We got ourselves 36% Australian cattle dog.
Okay.
All right.
Is that what you thought?
We knew it was. We thought like, okay, it could be like a pointer, or it was going to be like a healer of some kind.
Mm-hmm.
So it's 36% cattle dog.
Kind of looks like a German Shepherd, a little bit, a cattle dog.
It's got a little German Shepherd in it.
Okay.
It's much, much smaller. It's probably only going to be between 35 and 55 pounds.
Yeah.
Whereas German Shepherd, I mean, those things can get pretty massive.
Right.
Yep.
So that's the main thing. Cattle dog. Now it's got a lot of those. It's got Great Pyrenees. It's got a little bit of Pit, a little bit of mini American Shepherd.
So now you guys can sleep at night.
Now we know exactly what we're dealing with.
RJ yesterday in the commercials, I got the results. I don't know whether to. It's like my wife calling me to tell me I had a son. He's like, I don't know whether to open it now or save it so I get home or we should reveal it together. What did you end up doing?
When we
to reveal.
To reveal?
You open it together at home?
No, we didn't open it. I was not going to be home till like 7:30 because I.
Yeah, I know you opened it here. I was just trying not to blow up your spot.
Yeah, my kid had. She opened it when I opened it. She opened up in the morning.
So how's the dog experience so far?
It's good. So far, so good. You know, he's scared.
You're anti-dog for a very long time.
He's scared of the water. I try to get him in the pool.
He's just like you.
Yeah, I'm trying to teach him how to swim.
Yeah.
And he hates it, and he hates us now. He won't even go outside if he knows we're in our bathing suits. He's like, I'm not going outside. I'm staying in here. You guys are cool.
AC dog, uppity dog.
He's an uppity dog. But
South
so far,
Lake
so
dog,
good.
according to Darren Sandler.
So far, so good. So far, so good. What do you do if you drop your cell phone in a public toilet like a porta potty?
Oh, my.
What do you do?
Oh, my.
This woman had to be retrieved. Let's go to Gaylord, Michigan. This is Gaylord.
Oh.
This is in Gaylord, Michigan.
The Gulf Mecca.
The Gulf Mecca, Otsego County.
Promo code butt juice.
Authorities had to rescue a woman who became trapped in an outhouse toilet at a boat launch. The police say she was not identified. She dropped her Apple Watch into the toilet at this boat launch. She then climbed down into the pit to retrieve it. This is disgusting. She climbs in there, and she was unable to get herself out and began yelling for help. First of all, how does the Apple Watch come off your wrist while you're on the toilet? That's what I want to know.
Poorly designed product.
Had to be. Is there any
9 out of 10 people are going in.
I agree.
People are not leaving their cell phone.
Nope.
No matter what.
I totally agree.
I'm trying to decide what I would do. Oh gosh, what a nightmare!
Oh, you've got to soak this thing in like acid. After
What a
this.
night! Yeah, you break it, disinfecting it.
Yeah, you probably would.
9 out of 10 are going in. I bet. Bobby,
I don't know.
Not going in.
You're not. You
no,
love your
I know,
phone?
and I've backed up a lot of stuff, and I'd lose some things, and I'd be upset. But yeah, I'm not going in there. That I wouldn't be able to think of the phone ever again without vomiting.
Would you pay someone? Like, what would you pay? What's the amount you would pay someone?
But every time you know you have to put it up onto
That's
your hair.
what I'm saying.
Oh,
No,
my God.
There's no amount that you can scrub that thing that I won't think like it's just glowing green when I put it up to my ear.
Apologies again to the Loomis family. My son just asked, "What's a dozen butts on a toilet seat?" So this, I'm charging this to RJ.
A dozen's 12.
A dozen.
Peyton, you going in? You going in for one? For a
I'm
phone?
doing it. I got to. I'll wash my hands. I won't tell anyone though, but I'll do it.
All right.
If my phone is like quickly dying with battery, you know how it's starting to go.
Mhm.
Like my dad's like, and Amanda's like, "Oh, my battery!" Like middle of the day, then I'm probably leaving it.
You're gonna get
Although,
anyway.
and I don't really mess with the cloud stuff. Like I keep that stuff off, so I don't know if I would have all the contacts saved. I have no idea how the cloud works. None. Jerry Jones probably has more cell phone knowledge than I do in terms of saving contacts and storage and all that crap. So I would probably be screwed. But part of me like wants to. There's a little part of me.
Cell phone?
I'm like, I want to wipe out these contacts from my life.
Man, it's not a bad idea.
Change a different email. Just start a new leaf.
Start a new leaf.
Turn the page.
Yeah, I
know?
could see that. I could see
But
that.
I'm still probably going in.
Last one, real quick.
Dipping Ollie down. Holding him by his legs.
Let me introduce you to the worst person in the world. This is a poker player named Rob Mercer. Now, he looks like a guy that you would absolutely want to punch. Look at that dude.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, he's got that face.
Yeah.
And he's got the Raider hat. That's a flat bill.
Mac Jones face.
He lied about having terminal stage 4 colon cancer so he could get money to play in the World Series of Poker main event.
Unethical life hack.
He raised $30,000 to $50,000. You should go to hell if you do this life hack. And he's raised 30 to 50 grand. They say that's what his goal was, and he wound up doing it. And even a fellow player from Arizona who suffers from a chronic illness donated $2,500 to him.
Oh my gosh.
He has said he will not refund anyone because he believes, wait for this, that he has undiagnosed breast cancer. Oh my God. This guy is the biggest. I hope somebody here beat the crap out of him at this poker event. He's from Vallejo, California, which I do believe is where the Zodiac killer originated from. Vallejo, or one of his murders was there.
Kid in my fraternity did this, we found out.
A GoFundMe kind of thing?
No, freshman year he faked cancer to get out of the hazing. Told us his last day. Stood up in front of the whole room. Had to be held back from people banking him.
Oh, I would have taken that in a grave. You never tell anybody about that one.
A fake grave.
Yeah.
You know?
I beat it. I beat it.
Yeah.
Miracle healing.
Wow.
Be an inspiration.
Yeah, he told us, he's like, yeah, I just want to tell you guys. He said like a little smirk too, and he has just been banished. Like from that day forward, I don't know anyone who talked to him, but he lied to get out of the hazing. Unethical life hack.
Yeah, another one.
Yeah, there you go. All right, a little abbreviated version of chopping it up. Power rankings at 8 o'clock this morning on your home of America's team. Jerry Jones is set to join us for a special Hump Day appearance during the Expressway. He's going to join us from the owners' meetings. I wonder what they're discussing. What's on the table? What's on the floor? What major topic will Dom Van Natta write about in about a week or two with Jerry? And why isn't he talking as much after every game? He hasn't talked for 2 weeks in a row now. After the Jets win, after the Cardinals lost.
He did talk after Jets. He did not talk after Cardinals. So he doesn't consistently talk after road games.
Oh.
It just kind of depends. But home games, it would be unusual if he didn't talk after home game.
And Ed Werder's fine with that?
Yeah.
He didn't have a meltdown? No? No. Don't get scared now, talk. You run your mouth
I don't,
every other part of the show, but when I talk about your media friends...
they're my friends. I'm friends with those guys.
They're my friends. So Jerry is about to join us, brought to you by Ford, built for Texas, built for you. Brett Boone, Odyssey Baseball Insider, on his Seattle Mariner fans throwing baseballs at their pitchers last night while taking out the Astros. All right, Jerry, brought to you by Built for Texas, built for you, joining a special Wednesday edition of Sean, RJ, and Bobby. Good morning, Jerry. How are you?
Hey, good morning, guys. Sorry about yesterday, and hope we didn't inconvenience anybody, but I'm still in New York at our league meeting, so we're get to come up here and enjoy our past weekend around some other people that are involved in these other team. It sucks.
Jerry, when you walk in, do they needle you? Or are they like, hey, nice Cardinals game there, JJ?
Not really, but I've already done the damage before I got over there.
All right, Jerry, our first chance to hear from you after what happened in Arizona. Just give us your overall thoughts on that game.
Well, I think that we can play better. It's probably very easy to identify where we could have changed that game, and had we executed on any phase. We don't hold on that kick return or those kinds of things. But frankly, my opinion is that across the board, we just let that thing stay there, if you will, or that we let the opportunity to stay out on the field to lose the game, if you want to be negative. We let that opportunity hang around there all day, and then we got in a jam at the end. It was very winnable at the end as well. So, and you can take any phase of it and look for things that have to be improved. I think the thing that is the thing that we need to zero in on is when we get that ball down in there close, we've got to get touchdowns, and that's probably across the board over these last three ball games. So we've got a long time to go in this season. We've got a lot of room to really adjust and correct these things. And so while it is something to note, it's not a long-range concern.
Jerry, the thing that stunned me the most was what happened to the defense as we were having visions of maybe all-time great, especially after the first 2 weeks, or at least a shutdown unit. Were you surprised or concerned with the effort defensively?
No, I think the surprise are the big plays. They were obvious. And when you let those big plays happen to you in the first half, now, I'll differentiate with you between the first half and the second half.
Yeah.
And so the second half, we had plenty of time to really make that game turn out the way we wanted to win it. And we were playing some, relatively speaking, good defense. And so relative to the defense, you had a tale of two halves.
Jerry Jones joins here, 105 through the Fan. After the 3 weeks, we're 3 weeks in. Are you happy with the offensive changes and the way it's gone so far?
I want to see more, to use the word happy. But let me be real clear. I think that what we're trying to do is really doable. Number one, we can do it. Certainly we have the personnel to execute on it. We are bringing along by necessity, but we're still bringing them along for whatever the reason they're out there. At least two, possibly three young offensive linemen that are really needed and going to help us as we move on down the road here. I think, though, that it's one that you'd like to put in the win column when we got out there. But I'm reminded that old stuff in this game of counting one is just ridiculous. That's not the reality. The reality is you kick it off, and within that time frame of the 60 minutes, that's a life within itself. And you can lose those. I don't care what kind of team you got out there. And I've been a part of world championship teams that had lost significantly. And so, having said that, nothing surprised me, but I would tell you that I am very pleased with the prospects of going from here and what our potential is to correct some of the negatives you saw out there Sunday night, as well as really take advantage of some of the pluses we've got, some of the talent we've got, some of the things we're putting in on offense that we put in. I like the tempo. I like the really the quarterback's understanding of where we're trying to go with this. So long-winded answer, but I give it a thumbs up. Let's go.
So, in the interest of reducing the turnovers from last year that Dak had, like, has that limited the impact that he has on the game by trying to throw it short? Have you handcuffed him a little bit?
Well, you added that about that little deal right at the end there, but my point is that the answer is yes. You have limited things that he used to be doing. You have limited that. But on the other hand, we have made what we are doing more doable for him. And so I think that offsets. That throw at the end of the game, that throw's intended for the very back of the end zone high. It was low and it was in the middle, and, of course, you saw players all around it. My point is, we have answers. He has answers, and he has capability to make those kinds of plays when it's on the line in the future. So you say, boy, should you be worried about the ability to get it in a situation like that? You always are. Red zone is a challenge. But I think we will execute that play you saw at the end better next time. We've got a chance to. We've got the talent to. We've got the quarterback to. And so I'm not dismayed by that. I'm sorry we didn't do it that time, but I'm not dismayed.
Cowboys owner and general manager Jerry Jones joining us here on 105 Through the Fan. Jerry, when you talk about, there are going to be some natural limitations there in terms of what you're asking the quarterback to do. Is one of those just in how you're pushing the ball vertically? Because it doesn't seem like the vertical concepts are in there as much as it's been in recent years with Kellen Moore.
Well, it's not. I'd say it's not. That's fair. On the other hand, do we need to take advantage of Cook's speed vertically? Do we need to take advantage of Gallup's skills vertically, his ability to go up for the ball vertically? The answer is yes, and it's there. We can. The players can execute it. We know it's there. We'll have many situations where we'll take the time to do that, but the vertical game is alive and well with us. But make no mistake about it, we've got in between the vertical game and the running game, you've got quite a few things we're doing different out there.
Jerry, you've mentioned a little bit here some of the red zone stuff, and that's obviously been a frustrating point, I think, for everybody. Dak, Mike McCarthy, they've all talked about it. The receiving trio there of Gallup, Cooks, and Lamb, they don't have a single reception in the red zone this year. How do you go about repairing that? Is that just a scheme point? Is that you need better execution? How do you go about getting the ball to your playmaking wide receivers?
Well, hopefully we'll get down there as many times as we have in the first 3 games, which we've been down there ample times to execute there. Now, we all know I saw it mentioned yesterday, when you get in that red zone, that's the defensive time. That's the defensive end of the action right there. They have the edge, they have a shorter field. So we all know it's every team has it. Do we have the players to get the ball in there? Unquestionably, we have the players. Can we execute better? Can we do that? You can imagine what a focus point it is for our team, and certainly after last weekend. And so do we have the ability to really correct and have a higher percentage of touchdowns in the red zone? Absolutely. Yes, we do. And the scheme that we have and the plays we're trying to run, all of that, if you could and did, you could walk out there and say, just give me every option we've got in the red zone. You'd sit down and you'd see and reconcile it with our personnel, and you'd like what you saw. Now we've got to get it done.
Jerry Jones, the Hall of Famer, brought to you by Ford, built for Texas, built for you, with a special Hump Day appearance here on Sean and RJ. Who's your left tackle?
Well, I think in a way of looking at it, we're in good shape to be this iffy. Tyron Smith is who you want to put his helmet on the board for right there. You can move Tyron Smith over there. We've got the two young players that can come in there, and their best position is left tackle. So as far as position flex or adjusting, I feel as good about left tackle as I do any spot on the team. It's what you do to the interior when you have to start making the second through the fourth of those adjustments. It's what you have to do to take out the middle. That's bothersome. And so we're going to have that to do as we move forward all year. There is some help on the way with these young guys as far as them health-wise getting better. And we did, in my mind, we played the way that I don't know that I would ask for more from our young guys that played Sunday. They played well.
Jerry, did all those last-second changes up front affect what Mike could call offensively, and if so, how?
They sure did, and they will, always will. And those are the adjustments. Mm-hmm. And it makes sense. You lose key players at key spots, and you try to compensate for it another way. Does that leave you open for some mentals? It can do that on both sides of the ball. It did on both sides of the ball Sunday.
I'm sure
yes, you do. You did make adjustments, and they are there. Again, I emphasize on both sides of the ball.
Jerry Jones here on The Fan. Last week, we were complimenting it, praising it, and then it seemed like a step backwards in terms of the penalties. How maddening or frustrating was it to watch the amount of penalties that reared their ugly head?
What's crazy is we knew walking in the game, we saw the crew that was out there, and and visiting with Mike before the game, we knew there were going to be a lot of penalties. Whew. We knew there were. This crew throws flags. And so there were going to be, but they'll throw them on both sides. And obviously. And so we knew that. Did that factor in? I don't know. All of those things are hovering there for you to think about. And there's no question the timeliness of those crews. I really don't know if a high flag game helps the lesser team. It very well could. It's like we've always assumed that bad inclement weather will help the lesser team. You've always assumed that and thought that. I don't know if it's the case or not on penalties, but certainly they were a factor out there. But they got theirs too.
Jerry, you've got the return of Ezekiel Elliott to AT&T Stadium this weekend. Just talk about the emotions of him returning. Do you guys plan to do anything to recognize him at all before the game?
Well, I don't want to blow a surprise, and that's a good enough answer for you.
Jerry,
well, one more on Zeke.
Yeah, just one more. In terms of when we talk about some of the red zone struggles, do you think you guys have missed Zeke down there inside the 20 this year?
Well, Zeke's unique physicalness is always nice to have. Nice to have. Be tried about it. It is very good to have. We think of physical on short yardage and probably should. But I do not think that physicalness from the running back is contributing to us not getting in the end zone.
Jerry
is not.
Jerry, your overall just thoughts on Zeke's tenure as a Cowboy and some of your fondest memories.
Well, I know that he was one of the best teammates that I've had the privilege of seeing on the Cowboys for his team. He was inspirational. He's inspirational before the games. His practice habits were off the charts. He just would basically practice as though almost every play were for all the marbles. He had very unique skills as a running back, and boy, he could lower that pad and lower that center of gravity. And I know this. I didn't see him up close and personal, but as far as a back that the opposing team hates to tackle, I think he's at the top of the list. Campbell of Texas and the Houston Oilers seems to have that thought, but boy, Zeke took a toll on those defensive players. So I'll always remember that. I'll remember his positiveness, and he's perfect mentality to play this game and be a pro.
Jerry Jones joins us here at 105 through the Fan. The Patriots bring in Will Greer, who was with you guys during training camp and the preseason. Obviously, Zeke is there. And Brian, Coach Schottenheimer said, Will knows where the bodies are buried. He knows exactly what our calls are. Is that a real concern when a player goes to another team, or are there no secrets out there anymore? Like, is that a real concern?
Well, you can't do anything about it. But I think you have to assume that you've been scouted out pretty good, especially as you get on into the season. When you play a game in the NFL, there's a lot of people that can read your mail. And I'll never forget, I was on the competition committee, and Marty Schottenheimer, Brian's dad, was on the committee, and Don Shula was on the committee, and many, there were 4 or 5 coaches on that committee. And we had won the Super Bowl, and Don Shula said everyone knew whether you were going to pass or run, Jerry, and everybody knew generally what direction it was going to be. And yet nobody could stop you. And so there's a lot made up of, and don't let me be tried here, having the element of guesswork put in that defense as to what they're going to do and what have you is a big thing. It's a big thing. But it is not the end of the world for somebody to have guessed right or selected right on what you're coming with, and you still execute a big play. So I put that in something that you sure need to try to protect is your information and your play caller. I put it right there, but I don't think it's terminal on any given play.
Jerry, you were trending on X, Twitter, whatever you want to call it, for signing a baby on Sunday. How many babies does that make for you, and have you ever refused to sign something?
Let me tell you, we all have them, but man alive, what a softie I am with those kids. And I just, when I go in these stadiums and I see these parents and they're usually young too, obviously, but it's rewarding to me to see these kids out there. And certainly I want everybody to know that when they hand me one of those little toddlers across that deal, I have all hands, plus I've got about 4 or 5 other hands standing there with me. It would take, I don't know what it'd take to let that baby get to the ground, but it is amazing to me how they'll drop those children over that rail.
It kind of is.
Jerry, last one. The story in the world coming from the NFL. Do you have any comments on Taylor Swift?
Well, I think it is that the NFL should take Kansas City could take him and put a trophy for him, because it is hard to move that needle dramatically on a great feeling and a great attraction in the NFL, we get a lot of eyeballs. She blew it off the chart. And it is amazing, and it makes you smile, but it just shows the depth of her following, especially with her core constituency. And we all, I think, felt the same way when she's sitting up there with Mom, and she's going nuts when he's playing, and those hearts are popping out everywhere. How do you not get that? Now, that's called images right there.
It is.
Jerry Jones, brought to you by Ford. Built for Texas, built for you. Thanks for making the time for us this week. We appreciate it. Let's get a bounce back against New England.
Absolutely, guys. Have a good week.
There he is, Jerry Jones on the Boomer Jacks Bar and Grill hotline. Man, all I could think of is taking it to Michael Jackson. And that
old blanket.
and that railing.
Oh God.
And that
I went to the crocodile hunter. That was the first thing I went to, where he held the baby out over the crocodile.
Oh yeah, bro. That was
Steve Irwin did that.
Yeah. With was it Bindi? His child Bindi.
I don't remember which one it was. I don't remember if it was the daughter or the son, but yeah, he got in some hot water for that.
Is he going to get in hot water for that referee comment? The crew, we knew they were going to throw flags. Same exact thing for the Patriots this weekend. I just don't like it. Just a little. It's always annoyed me with Coach. I know he'll probably get ticked off at this. It feels like they always go to the excuse for the penalties. Not our fault. It's the crew. They're just throwing too many flags. It's always like I think it's a lack of accountability with penalties. I really do.
Mm-hmm.
I know what they say publicly, but deep down, that's how I'm guessing they feel. It irritates me. Just accept responsibility that you either have a sloppy, undisciplined, or at times dumb football team. Like, that's what the years of evidence have told us. One of the three or a mixture of them.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, if that hurts feelings, sorry. It's the truth. Look at the numbers. I don't think they're out to get the Cowboys, despite what some Tolos may think. Where have the Cowboys fallen in your power rankings? We need your 1 through 5.
Oh, baby.
At 877-881-1053. This week's NFL power rankings are next. But, man, I had to talk about Mr. Electric right here because
Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the greatest show in sport. The biggest football game in the history of Western civilization. What a ride it's been.
How far have the Dallas Cowboys fallen?
All the way to your mom's house.
She's dead.
This week's Power Rankings here on Sean, RJ, and Roberto. Jerry Jones just joined us during the Expressway. Thank y'all for being Tolos. You want to sing Staying Alive?
No.
877-881-1053 is the truckwreck.com text line. 1 through 5, 5 through 1, however you want to take it. You know, this week, let's go 1 through 5.
All right, let's do it.
Because I think the intrigue is, where has Dallas fallen? First, let's grade ourselves from last week.
Okay, last week I had Kansas City 1.
Look good.
Cowboys 2.
Look stupid.
San Fran 3.
Good.
Miami 4.
Excellent.
Buffalo 5.
Awesome.
You had San Fran 1.
Amazing.
Dallas 2.
Brilliant.
Miami 3.
Genius.
Kansas City 4. Philadelphia 5.
Yeah.
Bobby had San Fran 1. Cowboys 2. Kansas City 3. Philly 4. Miami 5.
All right, so all of us so far 4 for 5.
Yep, and then Peyton, same thing. San Fran 1, Dallas 2, Kansas City 3, Miami 4, Philadelphia 5.
All right, everybody 4 or 5. Bad. Texas William just did it. Jerry, well, me and Bobby, Jerry, baby, meme, GIF, the Michael J. William. Texas _ William. If y'all need laughs in your life, that's all I'm going to say. The king of fan memes. All right, was this easy or difficult, Ralph, today?
It was difficult. It was difficult. Not and where to put the Cowboys was not the difficult one.
Okay.
It was where to put Miami.
Ooh.
It was where to put Miami.
Let's start number 1 and go around the room.
All right, because I had said it. Kansas City could lose 7 in a row, and I'd still have number 1 because I think I still pick them to beat everybody else. But man, Miami really kind of threw me for a loop. I thought about changing everything. I thought about moving Miami all the way from 4-1 after that performance. But I'm not going to overreact to one game. And I still have Kansas City as my number 1 team.
Okay.
After that was their offense clicked a little bit. 41 points. I'll say that's clicking.
Yeah.
Granted, it's Chicago.
Yeah.
But still, 41's 41.
Look, Miami scored 35 in their first half. KC scored 34.
Yeah, so like that's basically the same thing. So I will stay with Kansas City at number 1.
Bobby.
The San Francisco 49ers remain at number 1. They are the top dog. I'm impressed with several teams. I'm not going to put this team, I'll say just as some of these teams that skyrocket up a little bit for me, ascend, where I'm not going to put them in there, but I just want to make it known that on the verge here is like a Cleveland Browns appearance with how that defense has been playing. That like I'm very impressed by some of these teams, but nobody has done enough impressive to unseat what I've seen from San Francisco and what I thought about San Francisco at the start of the year.
So people are throwing Cleveland in the discussion of best defense in the league.
Number 1 in points and yards.
Hey.
I left them number 1 alone. I thought about it for a little bit, but didn't think much of it after that with Miami and San Fran, so I left San Fran at number 1.
Shan?
I too have San Francisco number 1. Best all-around team, best defense, and I think that would limit some of the other offenses on my list enough for them to win. San Fran 1 for 3 out of the 4 of us. Number 2.
All right, my number 2, I have San Fran. They've done nothing to say they're not a legit threat to Kansas City. They've separated themselves in the NFC from the Cowboys and the Eagles. Everyone talks defense. Their offense is top 8 in efficiency. So give me San Fran number 2.
The Miami Dolphins.
Oh, baby.
And they have been incredibly impressive, and obviously, the defense isn't up to the level that the offense is, but the offense is just so overwhelmingly good right now, and what they're doing is so difficult to defend. The only team that I'm just totally confident in, as even if they went up against Miami, I think they'd figure out a way, is San Francisco. And so because of that, that's the only team I have above them, Miami number 2.
I as well have Miami number 2. Best offense in football by far right now. I think it's clicking on all cylinders, obviously. I think I would pick still San Francisco over Miami, neutral field, defense over offense, but I do have Miami number 2.
So do I. Boring.
All right. Very.
Miami number 2 for me in the power rankings.
Okie doke.
I think I had them a little bit higher up in the weeks past than some of the others just because of the outscore factor.
Let's see. You had Miami last week at 3.
Okay.
Yep. And then I had them at 4. Peyton had them at 4. Bobby had them at 5.
Brilliant.
I've got Miami at 3. And truthfully, they should be number 1. I just have the guts to put them there. Their offensive efficiency, this is on a scale of 100, is a 93.5 through 3 games. I think they would absolutely give the Chiefs a nightmare scenario with the ability to score in bunches, their speed. Give me Miami. Like, my question is always going to be the health of Tua, because I don't think there's any question about his ability at this point. That's just I think we're past that. It's his health. But give me Miami at 3.
My number 3 is the Kansas City Swifties. That's who I have there.
Baby.
The constituents.
Yeah, the constituents. The core constituency of Swifties there.
As Jerry would say.
They're women 12 to 17 or girls 12 to 17. They're really crushing it there in the ratings now.
Which they had a spike. They had a crazy spike in female viewers for the Chiefs game.
Crazy.
Man, like, this woman is
a 60% increase week to week in 18 to 49.
She's automatic gold.
Yeah, she is.
Like, connect yourself with her and
whatever you can do.
Dominance.
Like,
AMC.
all right, so like because like how much is Travis? You said Travis Kelce's jersey sales went up 400%.
Travis Kelce merchandise 400%.
That's like 4 times the previous.
Very good job.
Wow.
Good
is that
job.
a factor of 4? It's a 4-fold.
Easy tip for that.
That's remarkable. Doesn't happen.
I'm still waiting for the Chiefs to feel like the invincible Chiefs they've been in the past. And I know they're kind of working everybody back into the fold after they'd missed Kelce and Chris Jones and everything like that. But just right now, again, for Sean's neutral field back here on this little high school field over here, I think the Chiefs would beat everybody except the Dolphins and the 49ers.
They're in Patriots category. Like, you just don't matter how they, because the Patriots just start like slow with Brady. Because they didn't do the preseason. They were just like, whatever. We'll give you like their first 4 weeks. It doesn't matter. We're going to roll up 10 in a row.
Rightfully treating the Chiefs the way people unjustly treated Alabama at the beginning of the year.
NFL Power Rankings every hump day at this time here on Sean and RJ. Pepe, number 3.
Once again, I follow Bobby Sue, and I'm going to go Kansas City at 3.
I have Kansas City at 3.
Yeah.
Boring.
Same. 3 best friends anybody could ever have.
So all of us had the same 3 teams, just a little bit different order from me than you two.
Yes.
Yep.
Okay.
And if you had any balls, you would have had the same thing.
If I had balls, I would have put Miami at 1. Because truthfully, they should be at 1. But I'm not going to put them there. Number 4. Buffalo.
Woo!
I don't love them. I can tell you this. After 3 weeks, there are 3 teams clearly ahead of everybody else in the NFL.
Okay.
Kansas City, San Fran, and Miami. That's it.
I'd say 2. I'd say Miami and San Francisco are clearly ahead of everyone.
Not a single person in here is going to say, if you had to pick your Super Bowl champ, not a single person in here is not going to at least consider Kansas City in there.
No doubt.
Right? So, like, that's, at the end of the day, that's what matters. Maybe the AFC isn't as loaded as we thought. Maybe it is. I don't know. But, like,
I could say what matters is what you think today. That's the power rankings. But I know you want to be right in the end.
Yeah, it's like, it's not even that. It's just like, I still like, if I were to
tomorrow
pick if I was picking San Fran, Kansas City this weekend, I would still pick Kansas City.
Okay.
For all the woes the Bills' offenses we thought about this year, they're still 7th in efficiency. So give me Buffalo at 4.
Yeah, boring. Number 4, the Buffalo Bills, baby. This is a team that I had felt really concerned with after the first game against the Jets. I was really concerned about the Bills after the Jets game. I'm hoping what we saw there, because I do like a lot of what they've built there. I'm a big Josh Allen fan. I like a lot of the players over there. I like the way their defense plays. So I'm hoping that was just they got overwhelmed by the emotion that the Jets were probably feeling. But I've got the Buffalo Bills at number 4 right now and on the rebound.
You guys are setting up. You have set up a Cowboys versus Philly for number 5 here on this side of the room. Pepe, number 4.
My number 4 is finally different than Bobby's. It is.
Let's go, Birds.
Eagles! The undefeated Philadelphia Eagles. Got to do it. I mean, they didn't look brilliant against Tampa Bay, but that defense is legit. It's going to be a problem throughout the whole season. Jalen Hurts, it seems like he's clicking a little more than
the problem.
But yeah, I'll go with the Eagles at number 4.
I agree with Peyton.
Wow.
They're tougher than Buffalo. You can't have the Cowboys above them right now. Look, they're my Bills, but man, if I would just triple cover Stephon Diggs and they'd fall apart. The whole organization would crumble. Stephon Diggs would request out. They never going to run the football except for Allen. It's a two-man show. That's what it feels like. I love the linebacker though. Matt
Milano. Eberflus.
Matt Milano, not Eberflus. The Philadelphia Eagles are number 4.
Yep.
So that sets up number 5, as Bobby and Ralph have not named the Eagles or the Cowboys.
You are absolutely right, Sean. You cannot have the Cowboys ahead of Philadelphia, but I do.
Yeah,
I have the Cowboys at number 5. I have not been less impressed with a 3-0 team in my life than I have been with the Philadelphia Eagles. They're not the same team they were last year. I don't know what the hell y'all are looking at with their defense. Their defense isn't nearly as punishing as it was last year. Hurts is okay. He's not having as good a year last year. He's still a good quarterback. I think he's a really good quarterback. I think he's a borderline great quarterback. But right now, they are not playing inspired football. I'm waiting for them to fall. So I've got the Dallas Cowboys. Their only issue is the red zone to this point. And we have an update. The Cowboys.
Did you watch them play defense last week?
Yeah, it's whatever. I saw their defense the first 2 games.
Okay.
This was also a game where the first game, 72 hours after they lost their top corner. Listen.
Emotional. This team responds to emotional trauma more than anyone I've ever seen in the entire world. And I'm not blasting you for this. I'm calling them a bunch of sissies. I mean, everyone, they got on their Peyton FaceTime group.
The Dallas Zoomers.
The Dallas Zoomers. The
Dallas Los Hombres.
The Mijos. And, are we ever going to do it? Instead of manning up and being like, let's play for Diggs. Let's go ahead out here and ball for him. It was, we emotionally crumbled.
Wednesday was install day, and he got hurt on Thursday, Sean. Okay, that's what happened.
Had to uninstall.
I had to uninstall everything. But, their main issue has been red zone. We have a history that shows that red zone numbers are fairly random and not something to get worked up about.
Oh, my God.
So
what does that sound like?
I know, right? Very, very close to you.
Man.
They'll eventually be fine in the red zone. Historically, if you look at how quarterbacks generally hit their same touchdown percentage year to year in the red zone.
We'll get to that at 9.
But so give me the Cowboys at number 5.
The Dallas Hombres is what Sean's going to call them whenever they have an emotional reaction. I think this was something that I honestly did wrestle with 5 and 6 because I was.
We're not doing 6. We're doing 5.
I know, but I'm saying I did wrestle trying to figure out who I'd put at number 5. I needed to figure out, was I going to put the Cowboys there or was I going to put the Cleveland Browns there? And I went with the Dallas Cowboys at number 5.
Wait a second.
Uh-huh.
You're going to put Cleveland over Philly?
I have Philly 7.
You're a moron.
No.
You
number one defense in the NFL.
You are biased.
Number one defense in the NFL.
Moron.
And defense wins championships. Sean Sharif.
Credibility. My God. I thought today, I was like, I'm not going to get triggered today. We're not going to do the offensive argument.
Trigger warning.
The Cleveland Browns.
You need your safe space,
over
Sean.
the Philadelphia Eagles, according to this idiot. You are numbnuts.
The Dallas Cowboys, number 5, and that could change if they have a poor performance this weekend. They'll be tested the next 3 weeks. You want to talk about emotion, Sean? Ezekiel Elliott, the 49ers, Kellen Moore the next 3 weeks. We'll see how mentally tough they are.
I tried to add you to this show for football credibility, and you're a strainer. You're a colander. It's just leaking out. It's just, oh my God. What do you got?
Buffalo Bills, number 5. They finally reached my top 5.
For me, it was between Cowboys or Bills at 5. I'm going to try to give the Cowboys a mini pass that they would be tougher than Buffalo. We'll see what happens. Cowboys at 5 for me. Eagles at 4. Chiefs at 3. Dolphins 2. San Fran 1. Those are my power rankings.
I got KC 1, San Fran 2, Miami 3, Buffalo 4, Cowboys 5.
49ers 1, Dolphins 2, Chiefs 3, Bills 4, Cowboys 5, and Browns 6.
San Francisco 1, Miami 2, KC 3, Philly 4, Buffalo 5.
Do the Rangers have the most pressure on them? And is Max Scherzer coming back? Next on 105.3 The Fan. But
Fan segment here brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact the Frankels today at 214-333-3333 or go to truckwreck.com.
And the 0-2 pitch, ground ball right side, low dives, can't get it, base hit. One run is home, and here comes Adele. The throw by Adolis is offline on the first base side. 2-run score, and it's 9-1 Angels.
Yeah, that didn't end up being good for the Rangers. Can't win them all. So the winning streak is over. They lose 9-3 right here on 105.3. The Fans survived the Corey. I hope they survived the Corey Seager scare. That was the postseason flashing right before our eyes with that ball right off the wrist. Corey's like, okay, score the game. I'm going to go ahead and get up out of here. Hopefully everything is fine. They play again tonight with Dane Dunning on the mound. Good news is the Mariners beat the Armpit, so the lead is still 2.5. The magic number is 3. This is Sean, RJ, and Bobby and Choppy. People talking about pressure now?
Yeah. So what team in MLB this year is under the most pressure come playoff time? Saw this article. I was like, okay, let me see where the Rangers man. I thought my first inclination was, let's see, there's gonna be 12 teams in the playoffs. They had the expectations of a 3 walking into a bar, at 7:00 at night. You got no pressure on you at all, man. You got no expectations.
How confident's the 3?
That's right. Very nice. So I was expecting to be like 10, 11, 12. They showed up at number 2. The team with the second most pressure in Major League Baseball this year. From ESPN.
And did they write the one about them in the World Series?
Well, it was a metric, an analytics thing, a numbers thing. So that was a little bit different. This is more of opinion based.
Which one's dumber? The thought that the Texas Rangers are going to be in the World Series with their flaws, or that they have the second most pressure on them, that to me sounds stupid.
So
who wrote this?
It's Bradford Doolittle, who we've had Bradford on, I think, maybe a long time ago.
Yeah.
Anyway, Bill James, who's the godfather of sabermetrics, had this theory that the more success a franchise has without winning at all puts more pressure on them to win. So the Rangers have had success throughout their history, but never have won it. So they've reached the World Series twice, they never won it. No team in the history of the sport has come closer to winning a World Series without actually winning it than the Rangers. And they did it twice in the same game.
Yeah, we were there.
Yeah.
No need to remind us.
Twice in the same game. No other team has done that once. And they did it twice. Really, they did it twice in about an hour. If you really want to get down to it.
I remember, Chop.
The more intense pressure, the more intense celebration when the team actually wins. So you get pressure points. Like each year you don't win the World Series, you get a point. Each year you don't win a pennant, you get a point. If you finally do it, it resets back to 0. So they had the Rangers number 2 behind Milwaukee. Milwaukee is the one with the most pressure. Now here's what they said about the Rangers. They haven't put much up in the way of good seasons over the past half decade, but now 12 years removed from back-to-back pennants. Also one of 6 teams that have never won a World Series, but their title drought began years earlier than the newer franchises without championships. This one dates back to 61 when they were the Senators. On top of that,
was this for the American League or all of baseball?
This is all of baseball. So they're number 1 in the American League. They're the team with the most pressure to win in the American League. On top of that, only one team has more pending free agents than this Rangers team does. Now, Garver, Jordan Montgomery, Chapman, just to name a few. They are still in a solid long-term position, but there's no guarantee they'll churn out teams as good as this year's bunch. One that has featured career seasons from Seager and Simeon. Now, they've seemingly reversed what for a couple of weeks earlier this week looked like a collapse. The pressure's back on. The time is now. Seattle is next, San Diego, Minnesota, Baltimore, Toronto, the Reds.
Hang on, you're going in order?
You have their pressure, yeah.
All right, go ahead. Start from the top.
Okay, so Milwaukee 1, Rangers 2, Seattle.
Why does Milwaukee have more pressure, the most pressure in baseball to win?
Because they've never won a World Series and they've only won one pennant, and that was 40 years ago.
Okay.
So it's been 40 years since they went to the World Series.
The Mariners have never won a pennant, though.
Correct, but they also have, I don't think they've been around as long as the...
So this is a historical thing. It's not like,
it's
here's what they did this year, because
there's something about this year because of the free agents the Rangers have.
Yeah, but the Dodgers are always going to have more pressure.
That's the number one team this year.
The Dodgers have pressure from their fans and their expectations of being a team that wins. You know, the Dodgers know, though, that they'll be great next year, too. Just like they always are.
Yeah, but I mean, the Dodgers,
they're like the Duke, Buffalo Bills, old Atlanta Braves of baseball. Like, it just feels like they don't have enough titles as they should.
Yeah, so you really, I think the article's looking at it from a different perspective. They're saying, like, the Dodgers are going to be there every year. They're going to have a lot more darts.
And the Rangers could have a fall off.
The Rangers could have a fall off.
The Dodgers last won a title in LA before I was born. Like, I mean, they won their bubble title, which was here. Like, they have not won a World Series in LA in 35 years.
What did they? I'm sorry, I missed it if I did. The Rangers losing who? Did they talk about who they're losing?
Yeah, I mean, just to name a few, they got Garver, Jordan Montgomery, Chapman. They have only one team has more pending free agents.
Yeah.
Of the playoff teams than the Rangers.
Those losses don't make me panic.
No, it's
like,
it's
oh my
depth.
God, this is it. This is the year.
It's a depth. That's really it. Are you going to have regret? Is Seager going to repeat this season? Like probably not. Probably that's a mess. It's a monster season.
Mm-hmm.
You know, just like you could Shohei may not repeat this, or Aaron Judge didn't repeat his year from last. Like, just a monster season from Seager. You know, is Simeon? Are they going to stay healthy? Is Simeon going to age? Is Heim going to be an all-star again? Same for Josh Young. So is the urgency to win now? Like, where would you put it on a 1 to 10 scale? Just in terms of capitalizing on career years from a couple of guys.
The Rangers urgency is like a 6.5. I wouldn't go above a 7.
I don't know that I'd even put it that high, because to me, it's like they're a year early. To me, like they've
urgency and pressure build up with expectations.
They do.
This team leapfrogged the expectations.
There's pressure next year.
There's
a lot of pressure on them next year.
Yeah.
I think,
because like the likely, just
if they win the West, in my opinion, and with the way the season has gone and the injuries, everything else is icing. Everything else is sprinkles.
Yeah, because now expectations can change at the course of the season.
They should really say sprinkles, and it's not icing, because you need the icing. No one eats a cupcake with just the bread.
Yeah.
So it's just sprinkles. It's not icing.
Sprinkles are gross, is the thing.
I'm not going to fight you.
You're insane. Nuts.
For once, I'm not going to fight you.
Just this one time.
Because
What do you guys agree on ever? Sprinkles.
Well, we always have those acrylic tasting little flakes they put on cakes.
Yeah, I'm probably in the 7-ish range. Just because, I wonder, are you going to be able to get, is Evaldi going to have the same kind of year for the most part that he had throughout the first 3 months of the season?
Oh, I thought you meant to be hurt for the
No.
half of it.
Are we going to see the same stuff from John Gray as we saw early in the year? And obviously,
yeah, but if
how many years do you have left of Simeon?
This is my problem with the Ranger fans going crazy at Chris, being mad at Chris Young.
Yeah.
He went in. If he went totally, completely, this is my last year on Earth in, that would be sabotaging the future. That would be short-sighted. So it frustrates. We can't have it both ways. I think he did plenty. The pressure's not through the roof, in my opinion. Brett Boone is going to join us, former Mariner, Odyssey baseball insider at 9:20. The Brett Boone podcast, Odyssey original, featuring the most notable names in baseball and all around sports every week. 877-881-1053, truckwreck.com, text line. Bobby, take us to YouTube.
Yeah, so this is a great example of the phrase blank around and find out. And I'm surprised. I'm really
Deion
surprised.
Trademarked that. Watch out.
Did he? We're not allowed. Is that like you're not allowed to sing "Happy Birthday" in public or whatever?
Is that one of the trademarks he applied for?
Yeah, it is.
He tried to take that one.
Yeah, he's let's see, he got 9 of them. So the ones he trademarked are F around and find out.
I thought that was like the chart guy.
That's everybody uses
everybody. Ain't nobody care. We keep receipts. Pit bull in pumps. Working or twerking. And then he also trademarked.
This guy's time management is amazing. It's like Sandler.
He also filed trademarks for Coach Prime, Prime Effect, Daddy Buck, and It's Personal.
Daddy Buck.
Now, we don't know if he's gotten all these, but he's applied for them.
He planned on starting an OnlyFans with a name like Daddy Buck. Jeez. Now, this is I'm stunned this doesn't happen more. And it speaks to what I think you and I say all the time, Sean, which is it's all set up. It's all fake for the most part. But occasionally I think you get some of these pranksters that try to be funny, don't realize what they're seeing is fake from other people. And so this guy, Tanner Cook, his channel on YouTube is Classified Goons, more than 55,000 subscribers. He testified on Tuesday that he didn't realize he was scaring or angering a man who fired on him as he was recording a prank. That the guy was he was aggressively, this is in Washington, D.C. back in April, he was aggressively approaching 31-year-old Alan Colley, who was a Grubhub driver or DoorDash driver. And the 6'5" Cook is looming over Colley and getting in his face and getting really aggressive. The guy tells him to step back 3 different times and says, like, hey, you need to back up. After a while, the guy pulls out a gun and shoots him in the chest. This YouTuber survived, but now he's on trial for attempted murder. And I'm stunned this doesn't happen more. That these YouTube pranksters or these TikTok people who are trying to go viral and screw with people, the more I watch this, the more I'm like, I'm surprised somebody doesn't get hurt daily doing things like this.
These are some of these are bad, some of these pranks.
How far would it take somebody messing with you for a video purpose? Not before you do that, but before you snap and probably just dude, I'm going to hit you if you keep coming closer to me.
The answer is just you.
Me? That I would be the only one?
Y-O-U. No, me towards you.
Oh, me towards
That's what it would take.
Yeah, see, I don't even have to screw with you. I can just have my genuinely held beliefs, and you get so mad that you want to tackle me.
They're fake.
They're not fake.
Can they tell they're being videoed at all in these?
The guy had his cell phone out. Now his friends were recording from remotely, but this guy had his cell phone out and was getting in his face, and he's like, "You need to step back." He's like, "Get away from me! Get away from me!" And he then pulls out the gun and shoots him after telling him 3 times to get away from him.
It's always smart to shoot somebody when you're on camera.
I mean,
I always think that's a wise thing.
I mean, right? he told him to move.
What does the law say about the personal space with the phone out, though? I mean, you can record it. You can have the phone out. Period.
Yeah.
Right? How many inches from the face?
Well, and see, that's what.
If I'm like this, if we're out in public, Choppy, and I'm like this. When are you legally allowed to hit me? And I'm just like this close to
I'm gonna
you.
just kind of. I mean, I don't know. Maybe I can lick the phone or stick you up the nose hairs.
Is it? Yeah, when you can legally hit them. I don't think you can legally hit them just for putting the phone in your face. But I think just
can you grab the phone and throw it?
I was gonna say reasonably, just common sense.
You should be able to.
I think as soon as the phone gets that close to your face, then
the Browns have one of the top defenses. Jordan Love, one of the 10 best quarterbacks. NFL underreactions and below the belt right here on the Fan.
Let's get you over to Zerez. Let's get that carpet clean. Clean way, green way, Zerez way. RJ Chop.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan. Segment here brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine's one-time Equinox offload was just announced. A limited supply of excess Equinox models will be sold directly to the public for below market value. See them all today at ClassicChevrolet.com. Do not wait. In less than 10 days, they could all be sold at Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference and find new roads.
The great Bobby Belt.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me take off my belt.
We're not. Will my NFL underreactions finally cause Sean Sharif to burst a blood vessel?
That sounds like a Dateline, tease.
I really didn't think anything could drive me crazier than Choppy in 12 years, but alas.
And it only took 8 months.
I know.
That's it. Then, look, I think it's just more the...
Should have brought Jasmine back.
It's... Look, the Brock Purdy take upset you too. You end up, look, you're gonna realize you can trust old football Bobo. That's what you'll come to learn when we've spent 12 years together, Sean.
I'm glad. I'm a little bit glad. Only 3% that Cleveland isn't playing Philly this week. Because, sweetheart, if you're listening, we would have been on the street if I lost. I would have bet everything. I would have taken your whole family, Bobby. I would have given Kristen her ultimate dreams of having the husband she could rely on and be happy. I would have taken it. I would have bet it all and taken it all from you. The Browns versus the Eagles after your power rankings. Do they play? Do they play this year?
They don't. And it's almost like I knew that, and so I knew there wasn't a.
Did you know it?
No, I didn't.
I did not beat the Super Bowl.
I didn't know. Exactly. Yeah. No, I mean, the Eagles got to make it first.
We'll be in Vegas. We can bet everything there.
Bet everything there.
The Eagles got to make it first. Look, the defense.
The Eagles got to make it first.
The defense has been great.
Jackass.
In fact, we'll lead off with that. This is the NFL underreact. These are NFL underreactions. So these are not is this an overreaction or not? These are just flat, true things that I think we're underreacting to right now. Things that I believe are true, or things that are just statistically, factually correct. And the number one, right off the bat, the Cleveland Browns are the best defense in the NFL right now, statistically. Again, I'm not saying that just statistically that one's factual. They're the number one defense in terms of points, yards. They're the number one pass defense, I believe, right now in the NFL.
Well, talk to me about their personnel.
So it's the big focus there is obviously going to be Myles Garrett. Like what Myles Garrett's able to do and the way that he's able to impact the game. They get a lot of really good pass rush. That's their biggest benefit. They've got Denzel Ward, who's one of the best corners in the NFL.
And the D coordinator, Choppy?
Who is it?
All-time bad guy, kind of a
Jim Johnson.
No.
Jeff Schwartz. Not Jim Schwartz.
Together, you guys are right.
Jim Schwartz.
Jim Schwartz.
There we go. See, we got it. We got it in the end. No, but they've got one of the best corners in the NFL.
No, that's not a right buzzer.
First try. Okay. Grant Delpit, their safety is really good. Denzel Ward's one of the best corners in the NFL, and their pass rush is just fantastic. Myles Garrett's been insane. Through 3 weeks, he already has 10 quarterback hits, 4.5 sacks. He's been playing out of his mind, but this statistically has been one of the best defenses in the NFL. And yeah, you can look at it and go, okay, they played the Titans, but they also were the first one to really throw the Bengals off and just completely limit the Bengals. The furthest pass that Burrow completed against them that day was 12 yards. That was it. And that's not just air yards. That's air yards and catch and run and everything. Nothing over 12 yards the entire game. This is the number one defense in the NFL in terms of touchdowns allowed, passing touchdowns allowed. They've allowed 1 through 3 games. They have as many interceptions as they do touchdowns allowed. They're number 2 in the NFL in yards per attempt for rushing and number 1 in yards per attempt for passing.
Wow.
So this has been a smothering defense right now. And that's why I think it's an underreaction. I don't think a lot of people recognize just how dominant they've been through 3 weeks on defense.
No, I would not have thought number 1. I don't care to watch the Browns that much. I'm rooting for Deshaun to make me look right with my Dak take. Obviously, Derek Holland is fun on an NFL Sunday, but generally, to me, a gross organization that Bobby or Choppy loved growing up. So, congrats, Cleveland, on that number 1 D. And I'm rooting for them to make the playoffs because that was a prediction.
Number 2 here, underreaction is that, again, statistically so far, just the way he's played, as much as we talk about Myles Garrett, as much as we talk about Micah Parsons, TJ Watt has completely separated from that pack of pass rushers with his performance so far through this year. Like this year, to me, easy right now through 3 weeks, the defensive player of the year is TJ Watt. TJ Watt so far this year has, through 3 games, 6 sacks, 2 forced fumbles, 2 passes defended, 2 fumble recoveries, a touchdown, 12 quarterback hits, 11 tackles. He has been an absolute maniac. out there for the Steelers,
So-
and just every single play is impacting.
Would it go Watt, Garrett to start the year with our continuous argument of the four with Micah and Bosa? Bosa, Micah?
Yeah, I'd go Watt, Garrett, Parsons, Bosa.
Watt, Garrett, Parsons, Bosa. Man, imagine being Mr. Watt.
Dude.
What pair,
Mr. Watt,
what
yeah.
pair of brothers? Because the Watts are better than the Bosas. I think because of Joey knocking them down. Who are the other brothers in sports?
Stephon and Trayvon.
Peyton, Eli.
Peyton, Eli, Seth, and Steph.
Peyton kind of brings them down.
Would you rather have Peyton, Eli, or? No, I can't even ask with a straight face. You can't prefer to be the dad of JJ and TJ versus Peyton and Eli.
No, I mean, like they're the first.
Eli's the worst of the four.
Yes,
but he's got the 2 rings.
Especially when the dad also was a damn good quarterback himself for the Mannings.
Now, listen, I would not want to be the
Has
Watt.
no impact on the question.
I'm
I
just
asked.
saying that. Which would you rather be the dad of? Like I'm saying,
Irrelevant.
he passed on his genes.
Why would you want to be the father of the 2 most overrated defensive players of my era?
Here we go. We haven't gotten a choppy troll in a long time.
Well,
all right, you can be mad at him now.
Hang on.
TJ's overrated too?
Well, who is 20th in the NFL in pass rush win rate this year? TJ Watt. Who has
What is
been
pass rush win rate? Like I know it's but realistically, think about what it is.
It's more important than a lot of basically every other defensive statistic on a defensive line. You would rather have a guy with a high pass rush win rate than anything else. I mean, what player, what defensive lineman, edge rusher, has been double teamed half the time as Micah Parsons? Mike has been double teamed on 33% of all rushes. TJ Watt on 14%. TJ Watt, again, on 14%. Micah has won 40% of his pass rushes. TJ, 19%. Overrated.
You know what's I think it was
a white dude. You wouldn't know who the hell he is. Over Myles Garrett, 27%. Jadeveon Clowney's at 27% for crying out loud.
Okay, so you're saying Jadeveon Clowney has been better this year than TJ Watt?
Okay, now this is comparatively speaking. Hang on. I mean, he's played fewer plays. He's played 44 plays to 68.
Okay.
But in those 44 plays, he has 12 individual wins.
Mm-hmm.
In the 68 plays, TJ Watt, he only has 13 individual wins. So yeah, Jadeveon Clowney has been a better edge rusher. Yes, he has. He has won the individual match. Now that's not run stop. I have to go look at the run stop win rates. I haven't done that yet. It's later. It's further down on the page. Oh, in fact, I mean, I can just go down and find it right now if you really want me to. I don't care about run stopping because it doesn't matter. In fact, none of them are up there.
If the season ended today, which obviously it's not, but if the season ended today, that would mean that 3 out of the last 4 years, TJ Watt led the NFL in sacks.
Okay,
wow, and the 1 year where he didn't, he played half the games. He was injured half the season.
Cool. That's great. I'm glad he led the league in sacks. How many individual pass rush matchups did he win?
Again, the pass rush win rate is incredibly flawed. If you'd like to get into it,
sacks.
No,
Sacks.
I mean. Sacks are tangible things that you can look at. Pass rush win rate is something that is incredibly flawed because you know who gets a great pass rush win rate in terms of on the offensive side?
Nope, she from RJ today.
She couldn't stop anybody.
RJ's mom makes one batch of sauce, and now he's throwing out mom jokes towards everyone.
My mom, in terms of the pocket, she'd give up 6 feet of depth every time.
Stop.
Now here's the thing: is that when you look at pass rush win rate, Tyron Smith, for instance, who I don't think has had the best year of his career, is having statistically one of the best years of his career in terms of pass rush win rate because the ball's getting out in 2.5 seconds. And so you're not asked to block very long. Like it's not something that it's wholly dependent on how quick the ball is getting out from the other team, everything else. The pressure rate from TJ Watt, I mean, you could just sit there, turn on the tape and watch. He's been dominant.
Turn on the tape, go ahead. Yeah.
I'm just objective. It's consistently there.
Tape's objective, stats are not.
Great example why it's an underreaction right there. Thank you, RJ Choppy. Next one. Jordan Love is objectively right now playing like a top 10 quarterback. He is 6th in the NFL, tied in QBR with Patrick Mahomes and Josh Allen. He has the exact same QBR as those two gentlemen through 3 weeks of the season. It may not sustain, but there's not been enough talk about Jordan Love has completely quieted. In fact, Jordan Love through 3 weeks has been better than Aaron Rodgers was all of last year.
There has not been enough talk about Jordan Love. My guy. 3 touchdowns, no picks, 3 touchdowns, no picks. And then this last week, his least impressive game. Well, Touchdown-wise, he threw for the most yards, 1 touchdown, 1 interception. Jordan Love has not been talked about enough. They are still talking about Aaron Rodgers and the freaking sorry-ass Jets on national TV, and they should be talking about Jordan Love making all of us look stupid.
Is that really the rankings they're doing on ESPN right now? Saddest buildings in the NFL, according to ESPN.
If you ain't got no haters, you ain't popping.
Dominic Fox.
I'm happy for Jordan Love. And the Green Bay Packers, who got killed by many, right now are looking like that smart, stable organization again, and they deserve those props.
This is honestly, even though he statistically wasn't as impressive last week, it's incredibly impressive to just see him fight through and rally a team back from 17 down after playing as poorly as he did early. And it wasn't even like, it's one of those things where it statistically wasn't as good, but just the gutsy leadership that he showed and the fight that he showed down the stretch, I think was just as impressive as some of the statistical stuff he did early in the season. And then the last underreaction here.
I like these underreactions.
We're not talking enough about how impressive and pro-ready CJ Stroud has looked.
Yes.
There was so much talk about how that guy was dumb and, oh, look at the test he didn't have or whatever else. The first game was not pretty for this guy, but you're talking about second in the NFL in passes of 20 yards or longer over the last 2 weeks. That dude is throwing the hell out of the ball and having a ton of success doing it.
Dude, my coaching friend in Maryland texted me after the Ravens opener, and he's like, CJ's the truth. And I was like, you're an idiot. You are Bobby. You might as well come co-host on this show, surrounded by idiots. And dang, does he look smart, and does he look good.
He has had Nico Collins is all of a sudden, like, you look at Nico Collins, I think he's third in the NFL in 20-yard receptions this year. Like, he's up there next to like Keenan Allen and Tyreek Hill and Justin Jefferson. CJ Stroud has just been absolutely fantastic early on. Houston knocked that one out of the park.
Are you going down right now a TJ Watt rabbit hole? Are you?
No,
Are you a pass rush win rate rabbit hole?
I'm looking at quarterbacks. I'm just looking at Jordan Love's numbers. It actually has having like even all the metrics are lining up. It's really a phenomenal year.
Pretty solid year. Those are your NFL underreactions.
877-881-1053 truckwreck.com text line on your home of the Rangers and Cowboys. If you missed it, Jerry Jones joined us during the Expressway. Did he admit that Dak is being handcuffed? What you missed from Jerry Jones, final hour, Hump Day edition. Next on The Fan.
Let's get you over to K.
Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Final hour fist pump time on a hump day.
Hump day.
Hump day.
With Sean, RJ, and Roberto. This is DFW Sports Station, your home of the Rangers and the Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan. In order to thank you for turning it on, leaving it on tomorrow, we're sending you to the Cowboys-Patriots game. That giveaway, 7 a.m. Put it in the calendar and the alarm clock reminder right now. Brett Boone, former Seattle Mariner, will join us at 9:20 to talk about the race in the American League West. Crosstalk with KMC at 9:40. But a little change up this week to the schedule. Jerry Jones joined us earlier in the Expressway. I wanted to focus on the defense. Of course, that's not sexy. Everyone just wants to continue that Dan Quinn off the hook and Micah Parsons, and just focus on the offense. Even though this team lives in the red zone, they set up shop in the red zone. We just want to focus on the offense, even though the defense was the number one reason and the most cowardly performance of the week in the National Football League. But we asked Jerry, and we did start off talking about the defense. In usual Jerry optimism, he kind of dismissed it. And we're fine. You know, not worried. Not questioning the effort.
Well coached on that side of the ball.
Are you happy with the changes on offense so far this season?
I want to see more, to use the word happy. But let me be real clear. I think that what we're trying to do is really doable. Number one, we can do it. Certainly we have the personnel to execute on it. We are bringing along by necessity, but we're still bringing them along for whatever the reason they're out there. At least 2, possibly 3 young offensive linemen that are really needed and going to help us as we move on down the road here. I think, though, that it's one that you'd like to put in the win column when we got out there. But I'm reminded that old stuff in this game of counting one is just ridiculous. That's not the reality. The reality is you kick it off, and within that time frame of the 60 minutes, that's a life within itself. And you can lose those. I don't care what kind of team you got out there. And I've been a part of world championship teams that had lost significantly. And so, having said that, nothing surprised me. But I would tell you that I am very pleased with the prospects of going from here and what our potential is to correct some of the negatives you saw out there Sunday night, as well as really
that's enough.
Take advantage.
That's enough. This is the National Football League. Anybody can beat you, blah, blah, blah. To steal from Corey Majors, yes, it's embarrassing. That was a humiliating, embarrassing, historic loss, and hopefully they feel the same way. I know what you have to say publicly. We didn't underrate them, and we didn't take them lightly. Okay, BS. With Dak trying to limit the interceptions, this is the Bobby Belt special, is his ability to throw deep limited in the Mike McCarthy offense.
You added that about that little deal right at the end there. But my point is that the answer is yes. You have limited things that he used to be doing. You have limited that. But on the other hand, we have made what we are doing more doable for him. And so I think that offsets. That throw at the end of the game, that throw's intended for the very back of the end zone, high. It was low and it was in the middle, and of course you saw players all around it. My point is, we have answers. He has answers, and he has capability to make those kinds of plays when it's on the line in the future. So you say, boy, should you be worried about the ability to get it in a situation like that? You always are. Red zone is a challenge. But I think we will execute that play you saw at the end better next time. We've got a chance to. We've got the talent to. We've got the quarterback to. And so I'm not dismayed by that. I'm sorry we didn't do it that time, but I'm not dismayed.
So he is saying, yes, we are throwing deep less, built to what we think would fit him better, and that was Jerry's response to it.
Listen, I would love to get better than the number one offense in the league. I don't know if that's possible, but yeah, look, I'm sure they are changing things up a little bit and pulling the reins a little bit, but also I think that Dak is part of that problem as well. He is, look, it doesn't make sense if Aaron Rodgers is in the same offense and his intended air yards is a full 3 yards higher in the same McCarthy offense. That's Rodgers choosing to go 3 yards further.
Your response before RJ gives us some info and facts that give you a heart attack.
Yeah, I mean, I think that I can tell you that the concepts are just, they're not there when you look at tape. And Jerry just told you. Did I spend every single snap watching the Packers? No. Now, does it sound similar conceptually the way they talk about it? Yes. But also the other issue here is that Mike McCarthy has told you he's going to sacrifice down the field in favor of running the ball. Jerry's now told you that the vertical concepts are just not there the way they were with Kellen Moore. And I'm telling you, like, what I see on the tape is that they're not running the ball downfield as a legitimate option anymore. So, I mean, this is three different ways that, like, you can hear that this is not the offense that it's been. They're not throwing the ball downfield.
And
it's just not the concept.
And here's what you need to hear. It's prom time, right? People are homecoming courts and
Hoko. Oh, no, it's not prom. It's homecoming.
Hoko. Homecoming. Hoko.
Prom is like May, April.
Well, maybe you'll understand this because you have kids in school for the 30,000th time.
Hit me.
Dak Prescott is not in the running for the homecoming king. He's in the running for class president. Okay? He's liked. He's got leadership abilities. But he's not on the homecoming court. And the reason he's not on the homecoming court is because he's not that guy. And if you allow your brain to open up for a few seconds to absorb that they're telling you that he's not that guy, that's the reason the offensive changes are being made. He's the class president, and Justin Herbert and your other guys with more talent and ability, they're in the running for homecoming king. I know that everyone's afraid to say it. I'll say it. Your kid is not on that homecoming court, and this is the way it was at least when I was in high school, because they're ugly. They're not good looking or popular enough.
Okay.
That's the way it runs in high school.
I agree a lot with what you're saying. I think they've corrected too much, though. They are treating him like he's a bottom third quarterback. Like, they just are. Like, you know, Jared Goff's intended air yards are much higher. And they're allowing him to open up the offense a lot. Now, I think Jared Goff is a really good quarterback. Y'all don't. Do you think he's better than Dak? And if the answer to that is no, then why are they letting him do those things? And why, you know, and their offense has been, you know, pretty good for about a year, 2 years now.
I'm wondering now. I may have to consider taking a choppy loss on Goff. I'm wondering. It's in my mind about Goff Dak, but that's an argument for another day.
Here are just we can talk about homecoming king and class president and everything else. When Kellen Moore was calling plays and Dak was in the game, and so not the time, don't include the weeks where it was Cooper Rush or Matt Castle or not Matt Castle, Andy Dalton or whoever else. When Dak and Kellen Moore played together, these were their rankings across the NFL, including Kansas City and everybody else. Points, second. Total yards, first. Passing yards, first. Plays per turnover, fifth. Completion percentage, second. Interception percentage, fifth. Passer rating, fourth. Point differential, fifth. EPA per play, second.
And counterpoint. Despite all those nice little numbers, nobody with a brain and actual eyes thought that the Dallas Cowboys were a true, legit, top-tier Super Bowl contender. Let me say it one more time before you come back with whatever homer take. Nobody thought they were that team. Ever. So Mike McCarthy is trying to change the way that the overall football team is looked upon as a contender. So you got all those numbers and all your little stats. They were never thought of as real, true, legit threat to win the the title.
That's fine.
And that's
Would
true.
you say that when Kellen and Dak played together, would you just say in a vacuum that is a top 5 offense? They played like a top 5 passing attack. Would you just say that?
Yes.
Okay. So now that they have what we all agree would be a what? At worst, because we don't know how things are going to play out after Diggs, but at worst, we probably agree this is a top 5 defense in the NFL right now.
Yes.
Okay. What they're running, does this offense look like it can be a top 5 offense to you in the NFL right now? Because they've discarded what could have been.
I would lean. I would lean right now towards the outside of the top 5.
So they could be better, and they're not due to an overreaction to turnovers 1 year. That's my problem, is that I think you do have a defense that if you couple it with the offensive scheme you were running the last 4 years, this could be a Super Bowl contender. That's my biggest problem.
Since 2010, only 2 teams have been outside the top 5 in scoring and have won a Super Bowl, Baltimore and the Broncos.
Okay.
You really need to be in the top 5.
And where are the Cowboys right now?
I have to go check, but I mean, now do you? And you also have to find out, do they count special teams and defensive touchdowns?
They just count points. They just count points as a whole.
So they would be in the top 5, I would assume.
They are right at 5 right now.
Okay. And you guys have acted like they're scoring 18 a game. For some reason, this is the quietest, most disrespected 70 points I've ever seen scored in the first 2 weeks of an NFL season. It's amazing how you guys have just completely dismissed it and flushed it.
Well, it really was 56, to be fair. Right? And that's still good. That's still 28 a game. That's still really, really good.
Yeah, I think here's the thing, and I know Choppy's about to get into red zone numbers and everything else. The fact is that they have gone 5 straight goal-to-go appearances without scoring a touchdown. That is the worst streak that Dak's ever had in his career.
And that doesn't alarm me at all.
Why not?
Because it's fluky. Because they're there. That's what matters. Let me correct myself. It alarms me a little bit. But to me, that's a fluky thing. You're not going to tell me or ever convince me Mike McCarthy's red zone concepts are stupid and inferior to everybody else. Do they need bigger receivers? Do they need more from the tight ends? You're just not going to convince me that the Cowboys get out this brand new, unique playbook that they pulled out of the Stone Age that causes them to not score within the 10 or the 5. I don't believe it. It's a matter of time. It will turn around. It will even out. That's my opinion.
Well, let me just put it to you this way then. The offense that they're running, these short, quick passing schemes and everything that they're trying to do, and when you've got the space of 60 yards in front of you and the defense has to cover a larger portion of the field, when you then get inside 20 yards and those 11 players are going to be crammed, all 11 are basically going to be crammed within your concept.
Yes.
That's where things tighten up, and that's where it goes, are you doing enough different inside the 20 compared to what you're doing the first 80 yards of the field?
So now I'm going to have to go back and look at Bill Walsh and George Seifert's San Francisco 49ers and see that their red zone efficiency was in the bottom half of the league, because you're telling me conceptually the concepts don't work.
I think you just have to do different. I just think you have to do different things within the red zone. And what I've seen the first 3 weeks is that they're calling the same offense in the red zone that they did the first 80 yards of the field.
I have faith that it will even out. Maybe the missing component, according to Robert Griffin, the troll, is Zeke Elliott. Jerry Jones, Expressway. Is Zeke what's missing inside the 20?
Zeke's unique physicalness is always nice to have. Nice to have. Be tried about it. It is very good to have. We think of physical on short yardage and probably should, but I do not think that physicalness from the running back is contributing to us not getting in the end zone.
So that was Jerry Jones, and we'll unleash the choppy red zone study tomorrow. Scott Zolak is going to join us.
Yeah, buddy.
To preview the Patriots, one of RJ's meathead bros, Babe Laufenberg as well, and our Cowboys-Patriots ticket giveaway during the 7 o'clock Expressway. But, well, why Mariners fans trying to hurt their own players? Have the Rangers wrapped up the West? There's the whale on the YouTube fan cam and Twitch. Brett Boone, our weekly Wednesday guest, joins us on the home of the Rangers next.
brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact the Frankels today at 214-333-3333 or go to truckwreck.com.
I have to give props to our next guest who's going to join us on the Boomer Jacks Bar and Grill Hotline. I thought Brett Boone was going to homer it up last time he was on, but no, he kept the Rangers on top of the American League West for his selection, and that was 2 weeks ago. And joining us now is the host of the Brett Boone Podcast Odyssey Original, featuring the most notable names in baseball and all-around sports every week. How did you see it coming? We're all shocked. This is a miracle that they're 2.5 games up.
I don't think it's a miracle. They're good. They hit a lull. I mean, they had from the get-go this year, they got off to a hot start and had that division, led that division for a long time. Then all of a sudden, a few injuries, guys go down. You're going to have a lull. There's very few teams. The Atlanta Braves, maybe this year, there seems to be one team a year that kind of goes start to finish with no real downtime. But most teams hit a lull, and Texas did. Now they're getting hot at the right time. They had a little bit. They got beat up pretty good last night by an Angels team, but that's going to happen. They're coming off 6 straight. The big thing is they went head-to-head with the last 10 games of the season, in Seattle, and it's Texas, and it's Houston. Well, Seattle goes Texas, Houston, Texas, and they went down to Texas and got whooped. I mean, that's been the tale of that rivalry all year is Texas got the best of them. I think now they're 8-1 against Seattle for the season. So if Seattle's able to hang on and get into the postseason, at this point, it's kind of 50-50. They're just on the outside looking in. But if that matchup comes where it's a Texas-Seattle, Texas got to be feeling pretty good about themselves. Because it's going to come down to that last 4 games of the season. Texas got to feel pretty good about the way the season series has gone against them.
But, Brett, when does the lack of pitching now with the starters and the bullpen catch up to them?
Well, I'm trying to draw a parallel to the National League, and I kind of found my team, I think, and that's the L.A. Dodgers. L.A. Dodgers have kind of flown under the radar because they've been so good for so long now.
Yeah.
But when you look at that rotation for the Dodgers, you're used to having a Kershaw, Urias, Gonsolin. They've been absolutely dismantled this year. Urias, obviously, recently with the scandal that he's involved in, he's suspended. Kershaw's still the guy at the top, the first ballot Hall of Famer, but they're limiting his innings. Gonsolin, who was a big guy for them a year ago, he's down, and now he's got to have Tommy John surgery. I'm looking at all the things. May, that they've been looking for years to be that big number 1, number 2 horse starter. He's down. He's going for surgery again. So it's kind of been a patch job for the Dodgers. They have openers, and they're just kind of finding a way, plugging young guys into roles. Their bullpen is tough. The Dodgers have that mentality that they go. They're a big right-handed power arm, but they go fastball changeup. And I was watching their series against who else? The Mariners, and they made the Mariners look like they were playing in a different league. I mean, they're just good offensively. They're really good. They lost the 2 Turners a year ago. They lost a Bellinger, who's probably going to be comeback player of the year with the Cubs. But they haven't missed a beat offensively. This team is really good offensively. Obviously, Metz and Freeman at the top of that lineup. But I draw the parallel to the Texas Rangers in the American League. They're very similar. They pitch. They kind of scrape it together and find a way. I'll be honest with you. Once we get to the postseason and it starts dwindling down to the best of the best, I am a little bit worried about that Texas Rangers bullpen. But I think starting pitching-wise, they're just deep enough to give them a chance every game. And with that offense, its offense is as good as anybody. So it's going to be a fun run to see what happens. I think the American League is, from a percentage standpoint, is a better league. I think there's more really good teams, whereas the National League has the best team in baseball. But I don't think there's as many teams that can really go deep into the postseason. It could be interesting to watch.
Brett Boone joining us here, 105 through the Fan. We were talking about pressure earlier, pressure on this Rangers team to win now. They came kind of out of nowhere. Is there pressure on them to win this year in just the event that it's a fluky season, or since it's the beginning of the run, is there no pressure really to win it all this season?
Two things. I mean, you look at it as an outsider, as a fan, as an analyst. No, nobody expects Texas Rangers to win the World Series. But I'll tell you, as a player, that's all you think about. You're not thinking about getting the postseason. You know how good that team is. You've been living with it for 6 months. And when you go to the postseason, you don't go to the postseason and say, "Oh, look, we made it. Good for us." Nobody expected us, and we made the postseason. They're expecting to win the World Series. That's just how players think when you get to the postseason. So those players down there in that clubhouse, especially this recent run they've went on, because let's be honest, they went through that bump in the road. They heard everything everybody was talking about. They read the headlines. They read the newspaper. Well, now the internet. And all of a sudden, they rally back and put themselves back in the position to win. Everybody just said, "Oh, yeah, as we expected, Houston's going to come in and win the division. Texas is going to fight for a wild card spot." Well, they reversed that really quick, and they're not thinking just postseason. They're thinking winning this whole thing. I know Bruce Bochy and his mentality with what they did in San Francisco, in 10, 12, and 14, I think it was. I'll guarantee you Bruce doesn't have the mentality of just get to the postseason. So I think it's going to be a lot of fun. I really like this Rangers team. I wish they had a little more firepower in that bullpen. Obviously the DeGrom was first, and then getting Scherzer at the trade deadline, and then him going down. That's a bummer. So if everybody was healthy, it would be a little more exciting. But I wish they just bolstered that bullpen a little bit, had a little bit more consistency in that bullpen, because then I think they're a legit World Series contender for me. But right now, one thing at a time. I think they're going to win the division, and I think that first round of playoffs, they definitely have the ability to get to the second round. We'll see from there. The depth in their starting rotation, I think you might see Bruce getting, if that bullpen continues to plague him, I think you might see him plugging in some starters into that bullpen. We'll see.
Brett, there's a campaign among some Rangers fans that would really like to see Corey Seager get named MVP. And obviously there's been a historic there's been a historic season from Shohei Ohtani, and it's one of the rarest things we've seen in 100 years. But how do you fall down on that discussion, though, of the rarity and the contribution from a guy for a team that didn't contend versus the really impressive season from a guy like Seager on what would be a division champion? How do you wrestle with that when talking about MVPs?
Well, let's just go back into the middle of my career. That's kind of what it was based on. It kind of part of the criteria, unless you just blew the field away. Part of the criteria was you kind of have to be a contending team, a team that's going to get to the postseason. That was kind of a prerequisite. Like I said, unless you were so much above the number two guy. I think once Mike Trout came into the league and the Angels weren't in contention, but they were just giving him MVPs, I think they threw that away. So if we're going to do that, we're not going to change back now. Yeah, I like it to be kind of tied to winning, a winning team, a team that's going to get to the postseason. But I think what baseball has said was it doesn't matter. We're going to pick the best player in the league this year. So once they did that, I don't think you can go back and forth. So I love Seager. I have always thought Seager's been a great player. I always thought he's an MVP-type talent. He's just had trouble staying on the field. Again, this year, he's missed some time. Imagine if he didn't miss time and was healthy the entire year. His numbers are kind of gaudy now. What would they be if he would have had, I don't know what he's missed, 4 to 6 weeks? Add that on and see how great his year would be. But I think when it comes down to it, what Ohtani's done, even though it kind of finished on a real sour note with the injury to the elbow, and then, I'm going to finish the season hitting. Now my team's out of it. So he kind of just disappeared, and everybody's kind of speculating, like, what happened? Next thing we know, he got the surgery, which is probably smart when your team's out of it. Let's get that surgery as quick as I can so I can get back on the field as quick as I can. But you can't argue with the numbers. You can't argue with his body of work this year. And as great as Seager's been, and I truly think Seager is truly one of the great offensive players playing the key position, shortstop. But what Shohei's done is just too beyond number two in what they've done.
Booney, if Atlanta and maybe the Dodgers are the two best teams in the whole league, let's say they're at a 10 on a 1 to 10 scale. the third best team, how far is the gap between those two and everybody else?
Okay. I like the Dodgers. I like the Dodgers more than probably most people like the Dodgers because the Braves are, they're the favorite. They're the best team. They've proven it all year. In the National League, Milwaukee's in, Philly's in. Let's call Philly. I think they might have clinched by now, so they're in. Mm-hmm. I don't see any team that can beat the Braves or the Dodgers in the National League. Arizona, Chicago, Miami, Cincinnati, they're all vying for that wild card spot. But when I look at that, I look at the Braves and the Dodgers. The only team I think could give either one a problem in a short series is the Milwaukee Brewers. And that's because of their starting rotation. That can be dominant. So in a 5-game series, Milwaukee can beat anybody if their pitchers get hot. Great pitching can always beat great hitting. So Milwaukee Brewers are the only team I see that could possibly upset the Dodgers or the Braves. Other than that, one of those teams is going to be, for me, going to be in the World Series. I think Philly's good. I don't think they're as good as they were a year ago. And a year ago was kind of an unbelievable run. They got hot at the right time. They ended up getting to the World Series. I don't see that again. And then you look at an Arizona, Chicago. Those are nice stories, but I don't think they have what it takes to go deep. Miami's a great story. Cincinnati's been the one. We haven't spoken Cincinnati in years and years, and they're a game and a half out right now. I don't think they're a real contender. Whereas, as I mentioned earlier, you look at that American League team from Baltimore, Texas, Minnesota, Tampa Bay, Toronto, Houston, and Seattle. One of those teams is not going to be there. But if I were to look deep into the postseason, I can pretty much see any one of those teams I mentioned, maybe with the exception of Minnesota, winning the American League. It wouldn't surprise me if the Seattle Mariners went on a miracle run because their pitching is so strong. Toronto's got strong pitching. Tampa Bay's the unicorn of baseball. They do it year in and year out. Baltimore's proven to be the best team in the American League this year. Does Bautista come back for them? Their big attribute Baltimore has is that power bullpen, and you get to the end of the game, there's nobody as good. Bautista's been out. He's throwing simulated games. Is he going to be effective like he's been all year, one of the best closers in the game? We'll see. So I can see any one of these teams. Houston, you can never count out the Houston Astros with the last 6-7 years and that group of guys that have been there, done that so many times. That American League, for me, is up in the air, whereas the National League, as we started this segment was, it's the Dodgers and the Braves, everybody else, with the only team that could give them a problem for me is the Milwaukee Brewers.
Great stuff as always. Thank you, boss. Enjoy the stretch run. We'll catch up again soon.
It's going to be fun. All right, guys. Thank you.
That was Brett Boone, host of the Brett Boone Podcast and Odyssey Original. Make sure to follow the Brett Boone Podcast on the Odyssey app or subscribe wherever you get your podcasts. Crosstalk with KMC is next. But first, let me go ahead and set you up with your new financial.
RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet Grapevine's one-time Equinox offload was just announced. A limited supply of excess Equinox models will be sold directly to the public for below market value. See them all today at ClassicChevrolet.com. Do not wait. In less than 10 days, they could all be sold at Classic Chevrolet. Relax, enjoy the difference, and find new roads.
Crosstalk with the KMC Masterpiece with Kevin Hagelin, Mike Bassett, Corey Majors. Good morning. What's coming up?
Man, just excitement for the day.
Oh no.
Excitement to be alive. I've had kind of a rough morning.
What's wrong?
Yeah, what's wrong with you?
You worried about the Office reboot?
What? Is that happening?
Yeah. We're moving to Richardson?
No, not
What? The show, not our.
Oh,
Good
The
Lord.
Office.
I don't even know what that means.
Wait, you guys told us we were moving to
I
Richardson.
did not tell you anything.
Our boss told us in a meeting.
Oh.
The whole company.
They didn't tell the whole company.
Y'all were doing your show at the time.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
You were
Sergeant
busy.
Schultz.
Very inclusive.
Maybe
Yes.
Wait, so The Office is
what-
doing a reboot with who, though?
Well, but to be determined, but now that the writer strike is over, Greg Daniels, who helped develop the American version's like, yeah, we're going to work on it.
But it ended so poorly, as in
Steve Carell's not coming back.
the
'cause
last
that's what he said
season was
before.
not
Yeah.
funny anymore.
Yes.
I love The Office. I've watched almost every episode besides the last season like 5 times at least. But I was like, by the time it ended, I was like, it needs to end.
Totally agree.
We're going to ask if a bowl playoff prediction is actually going to come true. Update you on everything baseball. As the baseball show of record, you get the best information from our show and this station right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Hey, do you have a crosstalk topic?
It depends what you're about to say.
I want to talk about Red Zone since I was listening to you guys Red Zone it
I wanted
up
to talk
on
about
my
your remote the
YouTube
other
channel.
day.
Scott Hansen, love him.
There are 3 R words you could have gone with, and red zone is acceptable. Go.
I started this conversation right before we came on the air here. I feel like in the red zone, this is only a feeling, so you can crush me with numbers and everything. I have nothing to back this up. I feel like Dak's best red zone offense, and I know that means inside the 20, but I'm saying kind of inside the 5, is when he would do read option with Zeke. When they'd snap the ball to him in shotgun formation, and he would read the defense, and if the defense dictated, hand the ball off to Zeke and let him ram it in between the guard and tackle, touchdown. If the defensive end or outside linebacker crashed, fake the handoff, run around, touchdown. And I felt like that's the best red zone offense Dak Prescott has ever had. And I should say best offense inside the 5, because to me personally, he really struggles with throwing accurate passes when everything is condensed. So should the Cowboys go back to, if they get the ball inside, let's say the 7-yard line or right around that area, we're actually not going to try to pass too much. And if we do, it'll almost be a read option where crash down. Dak, you either run it in or then toss it over the top to a tight end because they thought you were running at that point.
I'll start. Number one, that will never, ever happen after Dak got hurt, in my opinion. Jerry would not allow that. Number 2, I feel like that read option is like such a rare play. Like it's not a...
And this might sound really dumb. Did you just say the owner would never allow that?
The general manager would never allow it.
Okay.
And number 2, it never seemed as common of a play around here as the way Philly does it. Number 3, man, he's not that athlete in my opinion.
He's a fullback.
He lumbers around there. So like athletically, injury wise, I don't think that's happening in my opinion.
I would love for it to happen because I think that was, Dak was he was a really good runner. I just don't think he's that guy anymore. And like that took away an element of his game that, quite frankly, not everybody has, but when you do have it, it's a special talent. I mean, it really keeps the defense honest.
And
I
I've
just don't think they have it anymore.
I've always disagreed with RJ over Dak the runner. I don't remember him being, ever a consistent threat. You'd get a quarterback draw. He'd be able to throw on the move a little bit. I'm trying to think of someone else to compare him to where I'm like, he was not even that guy.
McNabb.
Yeah, McNabb to me a superior runner.
Would you then put him in like a category of, this is probably too low of a category, like Ben Roethlisberger and Dante Culpepper?
Right.
No, I mean, like,
that's probably too low, right? I've set the standard too low.
I don't know. How often do you remember? Like, I never thought of Dak as a running quarterback. Like, he could move.
Like
but
that third and I don't know what it was, 12 on Sunday. I was shocked that he got 14 yards or whatever out of that to extend the situation, so we could probably go for it on fourth and then give it to the other team. But
like, would you guys think that amount of times Mahomes ran more than Dak prime? Mahomes' legs, frequency-wise, and ability compared to Dak,
designed or scramble.
I remember asking Kavanaugh about this, and their 40 times were about the same at the combine. But for some reason, in a weird way, because I feel like Patrick is able to avoid the hit. He's able to outrun guys to the sideline. So I'm like, he seems faster than he is. The other thing, too, is, and look, I'm not saying...
He anticipates when to run a lot faster, too.
And he knows how to slide because he played baseball. Dak looks uncoordinated sliding because he's never really learned how to slide because he's only a football player. Yeah. And so it's in a weird way, like you'll watch these former baseball players and they have a better idea on how to slide, when to slide, and how to avoid that hit. And Dak and the guys that, for example, Lamar Jackson's a supreme athlete. But he even struggles to slide because he's only played football in his life.
Struggles to throw too.
That's true. I'm falling. I'm leaving my man Kevin a little bit on the Lamar Jackson is a good quarterback and starting to fade towards Bobby. But it's not a strong run over there. It's just I'm starting to ease myself off of the Lamar Jackson bandwagon.
Here it's interesting. Dak and Mahomes. Dak has 362 rush attempts in his career.
I would before you give me that other number, I would feel like Dak has had more design runs called for him.
Probably.
What's the attempts for Mahomes?
315.
Okay, so
now
50 attempt difference.
Dak has a year.
However you define attempts.
Yeah, Dak has a year. He came in the league a year earlier.
1 year earlier.
Well, actually, it was 2 years earlier.
It's 1 year earlier, but Patrick Mahomes only played the final game of his rookie year because Alex Smith was the quarterback. But you can say they're just 1 year apart because then Dak had the cramp that made him miss.
What I'm trying to say, he was never
the injury. Yeah, the cramp.
That's what Tony Romo was like. It might just be a cramp.
It's Dak missed all but 4.5 games that 1 year. Yeah. So it's really about a year difference.
Let's ask his water boy. What do you think?
The RPO numbers don't go back. Like Pro Football Reference doesn't keep track of RPO before 2019. But in 2019, Kellen's first year doing it, Dak had 9 RPO runs that season. Since then, since Mike McCarthy got here over the last 4 years, he has 10 RPO runs.
Whoa. Follow me along with this and see. I'm going to make a baseball analogy for the real show of Baseball Record. This red zone thing.
I am the baseball expert.
Is that right?
This red zone thing is going to get worked out, even out. I equate it to having the lead in the 9th. What matters is the amount of times they've been there in the red zone, the amount of plays within the 20. No one's going to convince me Mike McCarthy's red zone playbook is just stupid and that much dumber compared to everybody else. So it's like, we have the lead. How do we finish off the game? Now, it's a problem converting the save and closing it out. This is a problem right now. This is less of a problem than the Rangers finishing off the 9th inning. Who agrees or not?
I agree with that because the Rangers are historically bad at that. So
and
so are the Cowboys.
And the Rangers also
5 straight goal to go situations with no touchdown.
They've proven all season they can't fix it though, right? The Rangers haven't been able to fix it at all.
Jesus,
Bobby's the one that pointed out the amount of touches that people are getting in the red zone, and I think there's a huge factor in that we talked about this with Turpin and all these other guys. They can't just be bits that aren't being used.
Now,
he's like, let's use those, but then he's got these other guys that he hasn't even gone to yet.
Now, what do y'all attribute that to? Because it is an amazing stat that I think people have stolen from Bobby on national TV. That Lamb hasn't. Is it the targets or touches?
Targets.
Lamb, Cooks, and Gallup have no catches, and they have fewer combined targets than Jake Ferguson.
So in Bobby's world, you would have to believe that Mike McCarthy doesn't want to throw the football to any of those guys. Hey, well, let's just force feed CD throughout the entire damn game, but then when we want to score the actual points, let's just not throw to them. So what do we attribute that to? Is it the defense focusing on
a different theory?
I think it's the opposite. I think it's the opposite that's true. I think that he's not adjusting the offense inside the red zone when the field shrinks is the problem. Is that it's all short concepts. And so when you're getting down the
can't
field,
go long in the red zone.
Right, it's all short concepts. Everything tightens up in the red zone. But
Dak could throw Hail Marys inside the 10.
I mean, look, nothing's impossible for the chosen one. But look, here's the thing: is that you march down the offense with short concepts.
Evan Carter.
You gonna let him say that? Oh, you came back with a sports comparison.
Short concepts where the defense still has to defend the entire field for 80 yards. Okay, and so you can still hit shorter concepts. Dummy routes, other things to try and clear space. There's clear outs. There are different things you can do. When the field tightens up and 11 defenders have to live inside of your concepts, there's nowhere else for them to go. You have to do different things to trick it up. You got to run trips. You got to run bunches. You got to do different things. He's running the same offense, it looks like to me, that he's running between the 20.
Corey, I just have one sentence, and I'm on both your sides. But here's my theory.
Sound like RJ.
I do not think that Mike McCarthy trusts Dak to throw these passes. So I think you're both kind of right. I think he does not believe he has a good quarterback. I think he believes he has an average quarterback with limitations, and so he is limiting the offense in these things.
I also believe that what I saw in training camp was he went to those guys. We watched red zone over and over and over, and CeeDee Lamb and Brandon Cooks were getting their touches in the red zone, so I know the plays are there. They haven't been called. My theory is that he's told you guys. He told you guys in the morning. Well, look.
It's just like anything.
You know, you don't want to expose everything you have before the end of the season. You got to have some things that you can add to and build on.
So
I'm waiting. No, I'm not waiting on Trey Lance.
Trey Lance package, baby.
I'm just thinking that there are some games coming up soon that he doesn't want them to know that. Now, it cost you against the Cardinals, and that's what stinks.
I wouldn't hate a Trey Lance package in the red zone, actually.
Here's the most amazing thing that Bobby has accomplished. The reason that they lost, Kevin Hagelin was right. Bobby has shifted this focus because of his bias on the offense after this spineless, cowardly defensive performance where they cost this team and was totally helpless. Didn't you say
only in the first half
was the number one reason run D?
Oh, yeah, but I didn't want it on record that, like, I was burying Bobby or anything like that.
No. You were right. No, the reason they lost and the problem with them was their run defense.
Yes, agreed.
And their defense.
Kevin.
But old number 4.
Don't you think that would help?
Shifted everything.
As soon as this show is over, I want you to take your hat off. I want you to take your hat off, and I want you guys to get almost nose to nose and just look at each other in the eyes for 10 seconds and don't say anything.
See who kisses
and then after you don't say anything, then you look
That
at each
doesn't
other.
help, Bobby.
A
Sean,
step stool.
you're the
What are
leader
you,
of the show.
6'1"?
You look at Bobby and you say, Bobby, you
Reggie
mean
said
a
no.
lot to me. I care about you and I love you. And then you reciprocate it.
That would be nice.
And then you say, Sean, I love you
Let's
as
just
the
do it on the
leader
air.
of the show.
Sean,
No,
I
have to
love
get-
you as the
you have to
leader
get
of the
close.
show.
Face to face.
Okay,
And
hold
you
on.
have to, for 10
No.
seconds, just look at each other in their eyes.
Do it.
And then
Do
you
it.
hug each other and you each count to
Hats off.
100.
Hats off.
Sean, I love you as
Touch
the leader
beards.
of the
Touch
show.
beards.
His mic is
Touch
off.
beards.
Turn his
Yeah,
mic
turn your
back
mic
on.
on.
No, his mic's on.
We need
I
you guys to
respect
make
you,
out. I mean,
and
make
I
up.
love you.
You need to look at his eyes, Sean.
You need to kiss each other.
Bro,
Look at each other.
Coffee breath.
It doesn't matter at this
Tell
point.
me you love me, Sean.
I love you.
Sean, no.
Hit the
Sean's
button.
not hugging
Hit the
back.
button. Hit the button.
Sean, you hug back.
Hit
Sean.
the button.
Why can't Noah read yet?
DFW's #1 Cowboys podcast. Fan Studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, where I was kind of hoping everybody from Sean, RJ, and Bobby would stick around because, man, what an explosive conversation that was.
That was wild.
I tried to get Bobby and Sean to somewhat kiss and make up, but they almost did it. Bobby was willing. I don't feel like Sean was able. Felt more like Cain and Abel. And then as soon as we went off the air, then they started arguing with each other again for 3 minutes.
Like
all three of them.
I went to go get water. I came back. It was still the same argument. And RJ was like kind of in the argument at times.
To be fair, that's their love language.
That arguments?
Yeah, for sure. For Sean in particular.
I could see that. So if everything was like peaceful and tranquil, he'd be like, this show sucks.
So he's what you're saying is Sean is actually happy the Cowboys lost on Sunday.
Ooh, that's quite the way to spin my words. I'll allow it.
Because if they would have won, then there's nothing to be upset about in Cowboys land. I guess you could, rank the wins and say that was a horrible win because you barely beat Arizona. And let's be honest, if the Cowboys would have won 22-21, we would have said, hey, lucky, they came out on top, horrible game. They better learn from this without having to learn the harsh lesson of losing to actually get back on track. But it would have still been 3-0 on top of the world, and Sean would have been actually miserable because he needs
too happy.
Yes, because he wouldn't have been.
Man, this is a fascinating hypothesis.
That's why Sean loves 8-8.
Can't do that anymore. 8-8-1.
He wants Garrett back.
Guys, I think I want to spend the $8,000 for this John Adams PSA handwritten autograph document that mentions George III. Like, doesn't this seem like this PSA DNA authentication has a John Adams handwritten autograph document?
As in the second president?
The second president, dude. That's why. I'm sorry.
And
like, I know. I just didn't know they, like, PSA also authenticated stuff like that. I just thought it was cards and memorabilia stuff. I didn't realize
they do all kinds of crazy stuff.
Freaking John Adams card, dude. All right. So you want in on that?
A little bit.
All right. I'm going to need $8,000 from you.
But you said it's $8,000.
Yeah, let's just cover costs.
Oh. What are the costs? Are you ticket mastering me right now?
There's
your
some hidden
convenience
fees
fee.
here. There's some
It's
hidden fees.
58%. And yeah,
We need to make those more clear, Kevin.
All right, look, we're killing too much time because we're going to have to deal with something that happened last night. Let's go ahead and play cut number 2, and I need you to deal with it.
And the 0-2 pitch, ground ball right side, low dives, can't get it, base hit. 1 run is home, and here comes Adele. The throw by Adolis is offline on the first base side. 2-run score, and it's 9-1 Angels.
What I heard there was Mariners win and beat the Astros, and the magic number's down to 3.
Yeah, dude, down to 3.
3 for the division, 2.
I think it's still 3 and 3.
3 and 3
because of the three-way tie situation.
Three-way tie. I keep forgetting about the freaking 3-way tie.
So in a weird way today, I guess the number could go down to 1 overall. I don't know. Like 1 and 1. It's the 3-way tie thing is really screwing us up on the magic number playoff thing. But I will say this. It wasn't a scheduled loss. I was not going into the game last night going, well, they're going to lose.
Even with the bullpen?
You said Wally Bullpen was rolling out.
Wally Holstaff.
Wally Holstaff. Yeah,
Now,
sorry.
Luckily, we didn't use Wally Holstaff. Everybody, for the most part, is ready to pitch tonight that matters. And I'm not trying to take shots at the guys that pitched last night. But Bruce Bochy, once the game got out of hand in the 5th inning, was like, I'm going to pitch guys that I'm hoping can get out of slumps.
In your face, lads.
But I had no idea. I had forgotten that Reed Detmers going into that game had 3 wins, and now he has 4. 2 of his 4 wins on the year are against the Rangers. He has a 1.7 ERA against the Rangers this year, and I don't know, probably like a 5.5 against the rest of Major League Baseball. So there's a lot of things going into it, I guess, that just didn't match up well for the Rangers. No starting pitching. Reed Detmers crushes the Rangers, and you lose the game. Luckily, Mariners took care of business, but they really need to win tonight.
I did text Mike last night. They do need to win tonight, but I did text you last night, and I was like, let's go ahead and trade for Detmers, mostly so he'll stop killing us. Right as I hit send on that, he hits Corey Seager in the hand, and I was like, well, never mind. But, like, again, he is a 4.48 guy, but the Rangers can't hit him for anything right now.
So let's talk about that part of the equation. Is the X-rays were negative. However,
he's a tough guy.
It's always a weird thing because negative means bad.
Yeah.
Almost all the time.
But this time,
except in medical terms, is there anything in medical terms where you say it was negative and it's a bad thing?
Ooh.
I guess trying to get pregnant.
Yeah. Yeah, but most of the time,
you want
your
negative,
test to be
right?
negative.
Your biopsy came back negative.
Yeah.
Good.
This time, the X-ray was negative, which means not broken, no issues there.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it, right?
How, I guess.
He wanted to leave that game last night.
Well,
he was furious. Luckily, I thought he broke something when he was walking to the dugout and was like, I'm leaving this game. I was like, oh no, it's bad.
And so it is a forearm contusion. So then the question becomes, does he miss a game, a couple games, no games? Because at this point, a lot hangs kind of in the balance on a game-to-game basis.
Here's my plan for him, Mike. This one's important tonight. You need this one. You really do need to close this one out tonight, close the series out, and head forward to Seattle. Don't you have an off day?
Nope. No off days the rest of the year.
Maybe give him an off day on Thursday. Maybe, but tonight I think you need to beat the Angels early, get him out early, and then maybe give him an off day against Seattle.
So I disagree with that because if he can play, he plays. Until we get it down to 0, he plays. But if he can't play, today's going to be interesting. It's only 8 a.m. there, so he's probably not waking up for another couple hours at least. So when he wakes up, he's going to have a sense on how tight that area is. And they can work on it and see if it can loosen up because it's more of a contusion's more of a usually a muscle situation, which is good because honestly, if that wet ball last night, because weren't they? Oh, they're slick balls.
Slick balls.
That's right. Slick balls in L.A.
Yeah.
If that ball is 2 inches higher or closer to his hand, that hits his wrist and probably breaks his wrist. And then you're looking at it's over, as in he's not playing the rest of the season. If you make the playoffs, he's not playing in the playoffs. So I do think we got lucky there. And I would give it 50-50. He plays tonight, and just going off of nothing then that, like, when you get hit that hard with 97 miles an hour, there's going to be tightness in that area. So if he can grip a bat firmly enough and play, he's going to play. And it will usually get better the further away you get from that injury. But it could be where it's just so tight he just doesn't have grip strength and he has to take a day off.
Because technically you could whittle this thing down to 1, right?
Yes.
You can whittle this down to 1 tonight with the right loss. Hold on, would it still be 2 for the Mariners if the Mariners beat the Astros at that point?
If you're looking for the division, it could. If you're just looking for the playoffs, it would be down to 1, and the only one that would get you is the 3-way tie if you win tonight. But I mean, look, I know this doesn't help for the purposes of you want to know all the possible outcomes, but when Bochy's like, well, if we just win, then we're going to be good to go. And you're in a situation.
If they win 2 more games, they're pretty golden. Obviously, the Astros have to win.
Games,
right. The Astros have to win out. If the Rangers can just win 2 of their 5 games, the Astros have to win out to then tie the Rangers. And then the Astros, in a way, I guess would have to hope for not a 3-way tie.
Yes.
Because then if it's just a tie between Rangers and Astros, they make it. And or at least they would win the division at that point. Because if the Rangers win 2 more games, I'm 99.9% sure they're going to be in the playoffs.
Because the only thing in that scenario would be the 3-way tie.
Right. And you beat the Mariners one time.
Yep.
And then the 3-way tie thing becomes your record against the Astros and the Mariners. And yes, you don't have a good record against the Astros 4-9, but right now you're 8-1 against.
You have the tie break in the 3-way, by the way.
Right now.
Right now. But, I mean, the thing is, if you got into that 3-way tie, you could lose the tiebreaker because that means you probably dropped a whole bunch of games to the Mariners. I don't know what we're supposed to take with how this team plays without Corey Seager because I think both of these absences by Corey Seager were more reflective of how the team was playing at the time. Remember the hamstring injury. The team went 19-12, but that's when the Rangers were on fire. And then when he was out with a thumb sprain at the end of August, they went 3-6, but that's when they were one of the worst teams in baseball. So it's hard to tell what an absence immediately does to this team.
Yeah, and I think it would hurt them, obviously, because Ezekiel Duran was unbelievable. For that 5 or 6 week stretch, Zeke played like an all-star. Obviously, he struggled so much that he now is not he's part of the Rangers, but he's not part of ever playing for the Rangers when the game matters. Like, he came in last night in the 6th or 7th inning to get in that bat and stuff like that. But I forgot where I was going with the next point.
You still need Corey Seager out there.
Yes. But it had to do with something else.
Well,
and it had to do with the Rangers. I just forget.
And I know people have been asking. I don't know if this is the way he views it. And I know Bochy said he thinks it will be a lot closer. I'm still looking at it, and the gap in MVP odds for Seager, he's still 22-1, 20-1. So I think he'll finish second for sure.
Last night, it's always tough on Bally's, right? Because we are part of the Texas Rangers broadcast. We're getting paid by Bally's, but we're an extension of the Rangers in the pre- and post-game show. So we had to have the debate. And obviously, I've said here on the radio, I think 100% of the first place votes, I could be wrong on that, are going to go to Ohtani. Maybe a few of them will get to Seager.
I'm curious if a couple will kick over.
But I mean, I don't think it's going to be even close. I think it's going to be a runaway for Ohtani. Now, Mark McLemore disagrees, and he thinks Seager by far should get it because the Angels are in 4th place. The Angels aren't competing for a playoff spot. The Rangers most likely will win the division right now. When we're sitting here, the odds are that they will win the division. So if you're on a division winner and you have a very good year, you should be more of the MVP than a guy who had a very good year on a very bad team. So I was like, I didn't say this on the air, but I'm like, I'll give you the edge on Corey Seager and offensively, but it's really close. It's 50-50, but let me give you the edge on Corey Seager offensively. Who wins the pitching matchup? Corey Seager's pitching numbers this year or Ohtani's pitching numbers this year?
None.
And I just think also Ohtani's popularity, nothing against Corey Seager. He did play in LA, but he's a quiet guy. He doesn't care to do a lot of interviews. He does not want to be in the limelight. He does not want to represent any product in sports. Like he's not doing New Balance commercials, and Ohtani's doing not only New Balance here in the United States, but a lot of things around the world representing products and everything. I just don't think also popularity-wise. And for the game of baseball, let's be honest here. It's better if Ohtani wins the MVP.
I could see that.
Like when Aaron Judge wins the MVP, when the most popular players in your sport then also win the MVP, that is better for the sport overall.
And the other thing is, we were just talking about this, great result on the other side with Seattle beating Houston with the loss. That's the best possible result that you could have hoped for.
Yes. Even though Seattle was mad at George Kirby for a month ago asking out of the 7th inning and getting mad, so they threw a ball and tried to peg him while he was on the mound pitching against the Astros. That was weird. Did you guys see that?
Yeah.
It was weird. Could you imagine ever throwing a ball at your own Rangers pitcher on the mound who's having a good game?
No.
I would never do that. Ever. The only time I'm throwing a ball back is if it's an opponent's ball. And I don't care how expensive that ball is going to be.
That's still...
Would you go to jail? Dang it, we're out of time. But would you go... Think about this during the break, Ranger fans. Would you go to jail if in the playoffs you could peg the other team's pitcher and then take him out of the game?
We don't want to encourage that.
Yeah, we don't want to encourage that at all. Whoever came up with that inside their head should now go home and take a nap.
Should they let that happen after every game, though? Like, should they say, all right, everybody line up?
No!
Like a firing squad?
They let the kids walk down on the field on Sundays.
Hey, look, Corey, if you get a inquisitive/disappointed response from Mike, you gone too far.
Okay.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. Coming up next, are you invested in Zeke's return to AT&T Stadium? Let's talk about it next right here on the Fan.
DFW's #1 Cowboys podcast.
Michael are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel and Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214 or 817-333-3333.
And around the 11-yard line, Prescott under center, handoff. Elliott up the middle to the 5, reaching for the goal line. Touchdown, Cowboys.
Ezekiel Elliott is coming back to AT&T Stadium. Was curious if you're invested in the storyline, and I wanted to start with you, Corey, because I know in the past when other players have not.
I do not want to see a player go win a championship that was on my team for a long time, and then he goes and DeMarcus Ware's this son of a bee. I don't want to see Mike. I want to cheer for Mike Napoli winning a championship with Boston. Let's win one in Texas.
And Ian Kinsler.
Yeah. Okay, Mike, you didn't have to bring that. Like, I totally forgot. Thanks, though. That's more to it. Thanks a lot. But I don't want to see that.
Oh, gosh, what a hater. What you want to see, what Corey wants to see is this. He wants to see Zeke take the ball up the middle and Micah Parsons knock him in the chest so hard you think he might have died, and then his career pretty much ends.
Isn't that where Roy Williams did to Emmitt Smith?
Yes.
Emmitt Smith becomes a Cardinal. I think it was a first handoff. Roy Williams hits him and breaks his collarbone, and Emmitt Smith's career is essentially done after that.
That's what you want.
Yeah, kind of.
I don't mind that.
I don't want. I'm not wishing.
Oh, my gosh.
I'll tell you what, the story goes away.
Good night.
There
this
will
is
be
not the direction I
Mike
expected.
is right, though. They won't talk about Zeke the rest of the game because they'll be like, well, they're.
And we won't have to hear about the red zone issues of like, well, Zeke's over there running for a yard and a half on third down.
He's broken.
Yeah, they're like, no, well, he wouldn't have done it here.
And
he's hurt.
You don't have to worry about him scoring a touchdown against you in the red zone and then everybody being like, well, there it is. You don't have to worry about any of those stories for the rest of the time.
Yep.
I am not wishing for Zeke to get hurt. I want to be very clear about that, all right?
Yeah, we'd never wish.
But if it happens...
I'm glad for the clarification.
Mike's the genius for predicting it,
I'm just saying it's happened before. In the history of the Cowboys, there was a running back 100 times better than Ezekiel Elliott. His name was Emmitt Smith, who's in the Hall of Fame. That's the most rushing
100 times?
Yeah, go check out their yards.
And Super Bowls.
Yeah, 3-0. MVPs 1-0. Played in meaningful
That's
football
not 100.
games 10-0.
Feels like 100% to me.
Yeah, I guess it's more than 100% when you always have 0 on the other side.
We'll get into
It happened to Emmett.
Yeah, it could happen to any of us, man.
Yeah, we're just saying it could happen because it has. In the history of the NFL, it's happened before, and so it could happen again. I don't remember Tony Dorsett in Denver. I think he stunk. And I don't remember the Cowboys playing Tony Dorsett in 1989.
Yeah, he was okay in Denver, but I don't remember that either, man.
So hold, just real quick, my question then is: are you invested in this narrative?
Not at all.
Okay,
I think we answered the question on.
It sounds like you're really invested. Actually,
we would like the story to end as soon as possible.
Okay.
Yes, I'm with Mike on that. I don't want it to be a story at all, man. By the way, Tony Dorsett's had 703 rushing yards and 122 receiving yards, which was better than his last season with the Cowboys. So I will say that. But
because he had to share carries.
Yeah.
With Herschel Walker.
But
my guy.
Hold on.
That's
your guy?
Do you think Zeke was better than Herschel Walker? Don't look up anything. Just tell me what you think.
Wow, this is a really fun question because this goes again to the comparing the times, right? The times were what they were.
I will lean towards yes, Zeke was better than Herschel. Herschel, unfortunately, came to the Cowboys at the end of the Cowboys run because when I grew up in Cowboys history, there was this old guy that my uncles and dad and grandpa would argue about named Danny White. And they're like, I think Gary Hogaboom should take over. And then they're like, I don't know, man, Steve Palleur might have something. And that was the crap I had to deal with as a kid. And now if you're 30 years old, you've had to deal with that crap for 30 years. There was Troy Aikman in my life, thank God.
Listen, I'm not like
Steve Wolf.
actively rooting against Zeke and like mad at him for anything. There's no reason.
How I might have misinterpreted that.
Yeah, no, I totally get that. There's no reason to be actively mad at him for anything. But Kevin, let's look at the Green Bay Packers. And I know that Aaron Jones is injured right now, but would you consider Aaron Jones the running back that they want to have the ball from the 20 to the 20?
Yeah.
And would you consider A.J. Dillon the running back that they would prefer to
I
have
see what
within
you're saying.
5 yards?
I could maybe see that.
All right, how much do you think Aaron Jones is making this year?
9?
$12 million.
Dang it.
And actually, yeah, $12
Assuming
million,
that's gonna be
$13
more.
million guaranteed. How much do you think A.J. Dillon's making?
Not bad.
He's a second-round pick.
Doesn't matter.
Well, I think isn't he still on his rookie
He
contract?
has actually, 4-year, $5.5 million deal.
Yeah.
So he's making 2.5 or two and a quarter guaranteed this year. But more than anything, Kevin, that's the difference in number.
Yeah.
Is that if Zeke was going to come back this year and play for the Cowboys, he would need to do it on that basis because of
$2
his
million bucks or
specialty
whatever.
that he's
Yeah.
good at. And then Tony Pollard, whose specialty is I can break one open for an 80-yard touchdown at some point. That's what he's good at. He gets paid bigger money for it. So that's kind of where I was looking. Zeke wasn't coming back for that money, and he wasn't taking any less of a role here.
I like where Corey's going because I'm going to tell you, I'm not a big fan of Zeke, and here's why. Unbelievable his rookie year. Best running back in the NFL his rookie year. Better than all the veterans. He's the best. He's great. And then he's like, you know what I like? I like partying. And I'm being very general on that because specifically we don't want to get into all the partying he did.
Right.
Okay? And then after 3 years in the NFL, he's like, you know what would be fun? To show up as a fat ass every year in training camp and to sit out because I want a whole bunch of money. He's one of the reasons that like 2019 through 21 didn't go well. He wasn't old. What he decided is going out and partying hard and not showing up in good shape, not being ready for an NFL season, pretty much years 3 through 6 in his NFL career would be a smart idea. And taking a crap load of money. Hey, he got it. He pulled the skirt
Cowboys are
or
at
whatever.
fault for that too by saying it starts
the
at
Cowboys
this number.
trusted a dude who wanted to party more than play football at that time. And it hurt the Cowboys. So from 2019 through 2021, Zeke screwed over the Cowboys, but the Cowboys did a good job of screwing over themselves and believing in a party animal.
Now, it's interesting. It feels like a lot of people are on the same page. There are some people who, from the 2-1-4, I don't care one bit. And then there are other people that are worried because they think the story will become a bigger deal based on individual performances. Like, for example, in the 6-8-2, y'all know damn well Zeke is going to score on 3rd and 1, and then Pollard will not make it. We'll have to listen to that BS narrative all year. From the 2-1-4, Zeke will score more red zone TDs than the Cowboys because they refuse to run play action down there. And then on the opposite end from the 2-1-4, the game should be a blowout, and Zeke gets like 17 rushes for 72 yards. And then the ultimate fear from the 2-1-4, Zeke and Stevenson are going to go for 125 rushing apiece. Now, Zeke did have his most impactful by quite a bit game with the Patriots in the last one against the Jets. The first 2 games, not so much.
Yeah, I will say this. I did see the stat this morning that said the Cowboys stacked the box on James Conner 52% of the time, and still he had like 98 yards on those times. Like it was, or he.
I want to see a breakdown of that, just because I know the second half was a different story.
And that's fine. The point is, like, we can go for the first half. They could cut back and do whatever they wanted.
Whatever they wanted.
If you're the Patriots this week, aren't you looking at the film and going, "Oh, we run at Micah, and we this is how we get away." We start wearing Micah down early. We try to get at him early. We put people on him. We run at him. We go away from him and make him chase. We do things that are going to make him tired. And Ezekiel Elliott would be a factor in part of that. So, like, I'm still a little concerned that the Cowboys, they don't know exactly what plan's going to come at them here. But that's what I would do if I'm the Patriots this week. I would take full advantage of Stevenson and Ezekiel Elliott, and I would say this is how we're going to go all day long until they prove they can stop us. So it is going to be on the Cowboys to force the fact that you're not going to run on us. I'm not afraid of Mac Jones. I'm not afraid of Mac Jones going out there and beating the Cowboys.
He might punch you in
He
the
might
nuts.
punch you in the junk. That's fine. Yeah.
He does that?
Yeah.
Remember the sauce thing we just talked about?
Yeah. Exhaust said he punched him in the stuff. Yeah.
That just happened like 2 days ago on the show.
That's so long ago.
Also, that was the time where the
I thought you
music
were talking-
played, so he was distracted at that point.
Reggie, I thought you were talking about. I thought they were talking about like that just happened in this segment, and I was like, I swear we were talking about Zeke Elliott.
not sauce.
Yeah, or mac.
Yeah. So
Mac sauce.
Well, Mac is I'm not afraid of that, but I am.
Isn't that special sauce?
And I'm also not afraid of Mac Jones taking off and running and read options like Josh Dobbs did against the Cowboys either. So that's.
Can you imagine if Bill Belichick? I know he's not offensive coordinator. If he's like, these guys cannot stop a running quarterback.
I'm running Mac Jones.
Just run.
So that's the factor in there's going to be a soft spot, and I would have loved Ezekiel Elliott to win a Super Bowl with the Cowboys. That would have been awesome. And I would have loved if he could have stuck around because he did have a skill that they are trying to figure out how to replace at the moment. But for the rest of the storyline, man, I listened to Jerry this morning. There are things that he loves about the guy, but he also acknowledged he's not with us.
Yeah.
You acknowledge that part of, look, do you think that they're going to do a big special package for him before the game?
A little bit.
You do?
I do.
I wouldn't do it. I'm sorry. Listen, man, that's great that you played here for a while. Lots of people have played here and not won championships. You need to be one of those legacy type guys, not a dude that's not going to be in the Ring of Honor for us. We can say thank you. We can say goodbye. He's not going to be in the ring.
Did they ask him that?
No, he didn't. They didn't ask him about the Ring of Honor, but they did this morning ask him if they were going to have a montage before the game, and he said, "I don't want to ruin any surprises, so we'll leave it at that."
Oh crap!
That feels like
this is not NBA or MLB. This is a violent, emotional sport. That's why we love it so much.
Yes.
Is the violence and emotion and the rarity of it on just a one time a week it happens. I don't think we should play with the Cowboys' emotions on the sideline and have 5 minutes before the game a ceremony honoring an above-average player in Cowboys history, and then he's on the other side. It's going to motivate him. How does that motivate your team? Let me ask you. How does it motivate your team to put up a montage of Zeke Elliott right before the game? What does the defense think when they're like, man, that was our brother. That was our guy that was on our team for all these years. Let's go kill him. No, they're going to then feel like, man, what a great ceremony. That's great,
Yeah.
No, you don't. I just don't think in such an emotional sport, in basketball, baseball, hockey, I get it. There's 162, there's 82. Don't do that crap. Don't become soft serve on me, Jerry.
What's really interesting is I feel like I have discovered that maybe people don't care about Zeke returning, but they sure as hell care about what will be the narrative once the game's over.
Yeah.
They want it to be, hey, Zeke ran the ball 12 times for 40 yards, and it was a 17-point game. But not, hey, he scored 2 goal line touchdowns, and that ended up being the difference.
Let me ask you this, Kevin. Here in 3 weeks, if you lost to the Cardinals, the worst team, Zeke runs for a bunch of yards against you, you can't beat the 49ers, and then you go play Kellen Moore? That's a bad 4 weeks of football, like headlines for the Jerry Jones group right there.
We'll
I mean,
be
you
all right.
can't let Zeke do anything today or on Sunday, dude. You gotta wipe him off, man.
We'll kick enough field goals on Sunday and win this.
That is not.
We're gonna win this thing 9-3.
That is not the level of encouragement I was hoping for.
I think we'll win 21-16, but that's 7 field goals.
I knew he was going to say that as soon as he said 21. We're the KNC masterpiece. God,
it multiplies up. Yes.
No extra points after the field goals.
Sure, that is how that works. Coming up next, it's time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Bassick.
Did Wyatt Langford almost get called up to the Rangers?
God.
Yes.
RJ Choppa here for my good friends.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece on 105 Through the Fan is brought to you by Frankel and Frankel. Actually, that's wrong. It's brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Just announced Classic Chevrolet and Grapevines one-time Equinox offload. There's a limited supply of excess Equinox models that will be sold direct to the public below market value, and you can see them all at ClassicChevrolet.com. But don't wait. In less than 10 seconds, they could all be sold at Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads.
1-0 Texas. And that pitch is cranked to deep left. If it's fair, it's gone. It's hooking at the pole. It is out of here. A long three-run homer for Brandon Drury down the left field line. And he turns the game around. It is 3-1 Angels.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 Through the Fan, where I feel like Mike already knew that was going to happen. It's time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Bassek.
I will say, after that home run was hit, I didn't think the game was over. I thought Rangers will score 5 or 6. Now, can they hold this team with what they have to 1 or 2 more runs? Obviously, that didn't happen, and neither did holding them to 5 runs the rest of the game. So that game kind of ended in a hurry. It got out of hand in the 5th, and Bochy was on yesterday with us, and it was interesting because I asked him the question about, man, how much do you how much do you kill your bullpen today?
Yeah.
Because you don't have a starting pitcher, and then it could hurt you the last game in LA, the first game in Seattle, and he decided when it was 4-1, I was surprised that in the 5th inning he sent Bradford back out. A single, double, which they thought was a home run. They said, no, not a home run, only a double. Didn't matter. That inning, the 5th inning, ended the game. And I will give Bochy credit here. Bochy gave up that game yesterday. He could have, in the 5th inning, said, you know what? I'm going for this. We're going to hold it at 4-1, whatever I need to do to hold it at 4-1, and I'm going to trust that my offense can somehow come back. And he decided, and I do think it was a smart decision.
Because we did this once before, and if it doesn't work.
Yes. And so he said, you know what? It's probably not our day. Reed Detmers is shoving it up our butt again. Mm-hmm. And that's Josh Young who says that.
I remember him saying that. We were
in spring training.
At spring training when Josh Young said that.
And we probably aren't just going to hold them the rest of the way with the 5th through 9th inning to play. So he kind of gave up that game. And I think that was a good decision because now, today, you do have Dane Dunning on the mound who has been battling his butt off in the month of September. I'm not going to say he's been great in September. His numbers aren't bad in September. I just think he's going out there and just gutting it out. And I love that with not his best stuff, best location, he's giving you a good chance to win every time he takes the mound. So tonight, the Angels don't have a very good lineup. On paper, every time I look at it, I don't know how they scored 9 yesterday, but they did. You just look at it on a piece of paper, and it's just an ugly lineup with just a bunch of, at best, average hitters and some guys that are below average. So hopefully Dane Dunning, the Rangers can take advantage of it. They do get a right-hander on the mound tonight, so Evan Carter, the chosen one, the savior, will be back in left field, and probably, Probably Kevin will be upset because he'll probably go 1 for 3 with a double and a walk, but the 2 will be strikeouts, 1 looking, and you'll probably be like, I can't believe he struck out twice again. I'm like, he got on base.
But your number one savior is still Jesus, right? And then Evan Carter?
For sure.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, good.
Yes. Always Jesus.
Just wanted to make sure.
But I will say this. Last night, as I'm sure most people decided to go to bed, probably a smart decision. Fair. Late in the game, Jankowski comes in to right field as a replacement. Boch even kind of after Seager got hit, and we discussed that earlier. If you didn't see, Seager got hit. Luckily, x-rays came back negative, contusion. Yep. They'll see how it feels today, and hopefully as long as it's not too sore and too tight, he's able to play shortstop until you get that magic number down to 0, which it's at 3 because Seattle did beat Houston later in the night. Is that Jankowski jumps into the stands to try to catch a ball. It was an outstanding effort, one of the best efforts you could see on trying to make a play in the outfield. But he goes into the stands kind of head and back first, which can be very dangerous. And luckily, he doesn't get hurt. But as I was sitting there with Mark McLemore, and he's like, man, if he would have got hurt, you kind of lose one of your major assets off the bench in the playoffs. And then I thought to myself,
oh, no.
Would they have called up Wyatt Langford if Jankowski would have got hurt doing that? I'm not saying I'm for that, but what I'm saying is that would have put the Rangers in a situation where there is 5 games left. Wyatt Langford is right now still bad. It's only 5 games in AAA. He's batting .368 with a 1.1 OPS. And if Jankowski gets hurt enough where you don't think he can play in the playoffs, you just 60-day injured list him. That opens up your 40-man spot, and Wyatt Langford's on your team. I'm just wondering.
And he's eligible for the postseason then as an injury replacement.
If it's an injury replacement, he would be eligible. You'd have to open up a 40-man spot for him, so that's why I'm saying you might have to 60-day injured list a guy and not just 15-day injured list a guy to also open up the 40-man spot. And luckily it didn't happen in a way that it would have been exciting that Langford would have possibly got called up. But Jankowski, this is the thing, we were talking about this, Corey, during a break. Jankowski understands the major league game. He's been through a little bit of the pressure. I'm not saying Langford couldn't handle it. Evan Carter's doing a great job. Evan Carter has a lot more experience than Langford in the minor leagues, and it would be exciting if Langford got called up. But pinch running, Jankowski kind of understands a lot of the pitchers in the major leagues. He knows who they are. So if you're playing the Minnesota Twins, you recently played them, I believe, 7 times. It might have been only 6, but I think there was a 4-game series and 3-game series against them. So if that's who you open the playoffs against, Jankowski has a better idea on the way Sonny Gray pitches, on what Sonny Gray's time is if he has to pinch run for Mitch Garver in the 7th or 8th inning to try to score on a double or steal second base, whatever it is. And Langford would go like, dude, I've never faced Sonny Gray. That might be better for me, that he's not exactly sure how to pitch to me. But if I have to come in and pinch run, I don't know Sonny Gray's nuances. I don't know if it's like, is his first move bending the back knee? Is his first move the heel comes off of the ground? And I'm looking, you're looking for certain
Mike,
tells.
I mean, looking at his statistics, though, Wyatt Langford in 19 at-bats in AAA, 3 stolen bases. So maybe it doesn't matter.
Wow. I told you that he shouldn't start next year in the major leagues.
You change your mind.
I'm not totally changing my mind, but I'm now going, my gosh, if he goes to spring training, which it's always tough, right? Nobody's pitching to charts or anything like that. But if he bats like 350 or 400 in spring training, and you're just like, I'm assuming Evan Carter's your starting left fielder next year, maybe starting center fielder, offseason dictates if you have Leote on your team or not next year. But it will be interesting, I think, going to spring training and seeing, like, does Wyatt make a case out of spring training, or do you go, hey, great case, you're not having to put him on the 40-man, go to AAA for a month, and in a month, if you're still batting 368 after the month of April, then we call you up. But that's neither here nor there. That's in the future. I want to talk about this, and I find this interesting. MLB.com has a really good article right now on 11 players who have underperformed in the regular season, who could flip the script and have a great postseason.
Okay.
Out of the 11 guys, I'm not going to make you guess here, there's 0 Rangers. I think that's important in this. Do you understand how good the Rangers have been this year and how they've almost overperformed? And a lot of people have either overperformed or performed to a standard. They can't put them on this list.
Yeah.
So
is Vlad on that list, by the way?
Vlad is on the list, right? And that's why on paper, if Toronto gets in, they scare me a little bit.
Yeah.
Minnesota, Byron Buxton. Now, I will say this. He feels like he underperforms every year because his talent is there. And when he's healthy, he's good. But this year, when he's healthy, he hasn't been good. And because he's not healthy enough, he never really gets consistent at bats to really get into a groove. Then you have Jazz Chisholm, who is with the Marlins. I think a lot of people have not been following the National League because, one, Atlanta and LA have ran away with it. But two, you need to follow this. The Diamondbacks are good this year, randomly good this year. Nobody expected it. And here's the great news. When Houston gets done tonight in Seattle, they have an off day. And then they have 3 games. So there will be Thursday when Seattle and Texas plays. Houston's not playing. They play Friday, Saturday, Sunday to finish their season in Arizona. Arizona, I believe right now, is a half game up on Florida, who I just mentioned, Jazz Chisholm Jr., and then they're a game and a half up, I believe, on Cincinnati.
Okay.
For the last spot. Diamondbacks have it as of this morning, I believe, by a half a game and a game and a half. That means the Diamondbacks will be going all out. They're not going to sit out a starter. They're not going to give Houston an easy ride for 3 games. They are going to do everything possible, use their best bullpen pieces, put out their best lineups. They will be playing it like it's Game 7 of the World Series pretty much every night. And so will Houston. But that's the great deal about where Houston's going. Now, maybe they should. We wish they were going to Kansas City.
If you're like, let's say Arizona takes the Astros. If you're the Rangers and you have clinched division, would you rather have the Astros or the Mariners in the playoffs?
I would rather have the Mariners in the playoffs. And what you're saying is possibly give up a game or 2. Here's the deal: on Sunday, the Rangers don't have a starting pitcher.
All right.
Because right now, this is Dane Dunning's final start of the year tonight. And he could start on Sunday. If it's do or die, they're going to throw Dane Dunning on short rest. They're not going to go Cody Bradford, take the mound again and let's see what happens. But to your point, Corey, if the Rangers have wrapped everything up, on Sunday, it will be the bullpen guys all kind of get 1 inning because they're going to have 6 days off. if the Rangers wrap up the division, which hopefully they do, their last game will be on October 1st. The first game that they would play in the playoffs is October 7th. So you'll probably give just everybody one inning of work on Sunday and then give some guys an at-bat here or there. Like your starters play the first 4 or 5 innings, and they get taken out in the last 4 or 5 innings. Reserves play. So the Rangers won't intentionally lose, but it does give Seattle, if it's a do-or-die game for Seattle, they will not be playing the best Texas Ranger team on Sunday and possibly even on Saturday if they've wrapped it up.
And to just make the excitement even more, Kevin, the guy that we wouldn't have won the division in 1996 without, John Burkett, will join us at 12:20 on Thursday. So get ready to hear, from the pitcher that he was the reason, dude. That dude was a huge, massive part of that 96 division win right there.
All right. Got it.
Tomorrow's
down.
Thursday.
Yes, that is true.
Yeah, I know it's wild, Reggie. I'm kind of freaking out too.
I can't do this anymore.
Yeah, thank you,
Hold
Lucy.
on.
I appreciate that.
Okay.
Yeah.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we will hear from Dallas Cowboys head coach Mike McCarthy. And if we don't, we'll talk about some other stuff. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
All right, guys.
Fan Studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan right now, brought to you by Ford, your Texas Ford dealers. Ford is the best in Texas. It's Mike McCarthy.
Stats clearly don't tell the story, but they give you things you need to look at. And we got 3 blinking lights as a football team right now, particularly because of Arizona. Team penalties, red zone offense, and run defense. So, they've been highlighted, they've been coached, but we are on to the plan to beat New England. So that's really where our focus is, and this is an excellent challenge, and it's different than the challenge we had on Sunday. We are past Sunday.
Clarence Hill, 4-Star Telegram. And speaking of the run defense, obviously you'll be facing Zeke this week. Do you expect, what have you seen from Zeke and the type of player he's been in New England, and how do you expect New England to attack your run defense?
Well, I think just like anything, you are what you put on film. So I think, based on how people tried to attack us in weeks 1, 2, and 3, from that, we'll see some similarity, as far as concept, formation, utilization, but Zeke's always been, a powerful, strong runner. So we definitely would not be surprised if he's a featured player this week.
I'm Mike Todd Archer with ESPN. Your offensive linemen, do you expect any of them to be of the 3 guys that did play?
It's going to take the week really for that. But Tyron, Zach, and Tyler will be in the rehab group today. So.
John. John Michaud, The Athletic. I'm just wondering if you could give us an update now. You've been around Trey Lance for a month. What's he been able to do? I know he's worked a little bit before the games with Scott and that, but what has he been able to do?
Well, he's works in practice, just like everything else. Cooper takes a majority of the reps, but he's getting reps in the look team. Really hunkering down on the language. That's always the biggest challenge for anybody coming in there, especially the quarterback, because he has to command it, he has to speak it. So the fact that he's getting call plays in the huddle and on top of taking the look team reps is is part of his process. So, he does everything. He's part of the quarterback school, so he's putting in the extra hours. He's doing everything he's supposed to be doing.
Mike, Belichick earlier this week mentioned that, Micah was very complimentary of Micah, said not quite Lawrence Taylor. I know your time with Lawrence Taylor didn't cross over in the NFL much, but what are is there anything that reminds you of those 2 players? Is there any parallels there?
Yeah, I never was on the field with Lawrence. Lawrence Taylor. I got in '93, and I think I was near the end of his career. I do remember being at the Pro Bowl in '93, but I just think, hey, it's just like anything. Lawrence Taylor and Coach Belichick would know better than anybody, but a phenomenal player. I think just the fact as a young player that Micah is, and he has put excellent tape out there to even be mentioned in that realm, I think is a huge compliment.
Calvin Watkins, Dallas Morning News. When we talk about the run defense, I know you guys have a rotation in the interior line. Is any thoughts of maybe we need to change some things with our personnel, maybe give Mozzie more snaps or fewer snaps for Hankins and things of that nature?
Yeah, definitely. I clearly understand where you're coming from, but yeah, that's all part of the game plan process and how we feel like they're going to come after us. And hey, it's week 4. There's going to be some in-game adjustments, and it's really the way it always is when you compete against New England. I would say they're most adverse as far as game plan specific for each and every week. They don't normally line up week to week and run the same concepts. So, but yeah, they'll have a tailored attack for us, and we will be attacking also, but we'll be adjusting accordingly.
Brad Sham, Cowboys Radio. Mike, do you expect Tyler Smith to work at more than one position this week?
I don't want to answer those questions. Okay. But yeah, thanks.
Clarence.
Getting back to the center position, you added a center to the practice squad. Just talk about that decision.
Yeah, Billy. Just Will and the staff, Jerry and Steven, just talking on Monday. Always looking to add. So he's a good addition. He's played a lot of football. He arrived late yesterday, so I had to work out, and he was in the meeting. So glad he's here.
I don't know if that spoke to Tyler's availability. I know Tyler Smith missed 2 weeks with a hamstring strain, and I don't know if that spoke to what you expect from Tyler. Be honest.
just working through it. Yeah.
Christy Scales, Cowboys Radio, the Patriots rookie cornerback Christian Gonzalez. What did y'all see when you were looking at him when he was coming out, and how are they utilizing?
I mean, definitely an excellent prospect coming out, and I think he's off to a very good start to his career. I've been very impressed with his tape. He's extremely athletic. He's doing a good job with his hands and eyes, playing their style of defense. So I've been very impressed with his play so far.
On that, when they have him travel or match up with some of the guys, as they've done the first few weeks, does he have the ability to play inside as well, or are there some cornerbacks?
Yeah, I mean, he's as a matchup player in their system. Yeah, I would not be surprised if he follows CD, and if he's going to do that, then obviously he'll be playing some inside.
Bree Moranthus, Sports Illustrated, Fan Nation. Rico Dowdle got his first NFL touchdown on Sunday. What has impressed you about him, or maybe stands out from the other running backs?
Well, I think the biggest thing, I was glad just to see him get the opportunities, because I mean what he's been through, with the injuries and so forth, and he's had a great offseason again, excellent training camp, but number one, to see him get opportunities, because I've always loved his running style, and I think that was clearly evident, this past Sunday. And the thing I've been most impressed with is I would say the consistency of his pass protection, but his ability to break tackles. He broke a number of tackles. I mean, I think on a screen play alone, I think he broke 5 tackles. So, but Rico's done a really nice job with his opportunities.
God. Mike, back on Trey Lance, are there things that you have the third quarterback do during the week that help them get up to speed and accustomed with a new guy? How do you work that?
Yeah, I think clearly, the fact that the third quarterback has responsibilities, in the quarterback room, projects and things, and that's all part of it. But I mean, let's be honest, the timing of his arrival, transition, you have to have time for that. So I mean, he's putting in the extra hours, and that's really the biggest focus, is really getting him to learn the offense. Terminology-wise, the changes as far as the footwork's fitting the concepts, things like that. So, he's doing everything we're asking him to do.
In the limited work that he's had, how has he done?
He's doing well. I mean, he's doing well. I mean, he's obviously, I'm glad he's here. That's for sure. I think it was a great addition, and he's someone that has a lot of potential. Looking forward to continue to grow with him.
Michael Galkin, Dallas Morning News. On Monday, Dan told us that he felt the defense got away from looking like itself. It's probably a better question asked after his first practice, but have you seen the defense just kind of respond in terms of just getting back to playing sort of defense that is more like identity?
I think the biggest thing is, mindset, the emotional approach. That was clearly evident Monday. I mean, we felt, that was an opportunity that we didn't, take advantage of, and but you have the opportunity to clean up on Monday and do some things today. But we have a standard that we've set throughout our football team, and I look at us in year 3 of the program. I know it's year 4, but just the things, the way we've grown and the way we're playing. But we didn't play this standard, and that's our self-evaluation, and that's really a big part of our focus this week.
David,
you talked before about knowing that Tony Pollard was ready to take more of a role, an elite role, and he could handle the workload. Have you seen any difference in him as far as how he embraces that, how he's doing with it, or is it just his natural evolution here?
Absolutely. I mean, because going back to Zeke, I mean, everybody has tremendous amount of respect for Zeke. He was a great teammate. Still very close with all those guys. Tony first and foremost. Tony's a good teammate. Respects the hierarchy of veterans, and Zeke and Tony had an excellent working relationship when they were here. There was always a lot of love between those guys. But Tony's the lead. He's the lead dog in the room now. So, and it's been great to see him take that responsibility. And I've been very, very impressed with him. As far as questions in the group meetings, questions in the protection meetings, speaking up. He's on top of his craft, which he always was, but he's a great example for our young players.
All righty, thank you, Mike.
Thank you.
There you go.
All right.
Mike McCarthy right here.
Thanks, Mike.
On 105.3 The Fan. So a
Good
couple
stuff,
of things on the offensive line front. Tyron, Zach Martin and Tyler Biotish will all be with the rehab group today. And then Brad Sham.
That's where you're going on Monday. We've
No,
worked out.
no.
I called the place.
Yep.
They have availability Sunday afternoon.
Can you voluntarily put someone in a rehab clinic?
I think
That's
so.
not court ordered?
We'll just have like 5 or 7 dudes show up at your door, and then take you to the place, and then you will willingly do what they ask.
Okay.
I've heard that's the way to do it.
Okay, great. But
We're gonna get core members of A&M.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that probably
Come
would
yell
work.
at you.
Is Brad Sham asks a perfectly reasonable question about will Tyler Smith be practicing at multiple positions this week? And Mike McCarthy goes, I don't answer those questions, Brad.
What? Really?
Yeah.
He followed up and said Jerry Jones does on Fridays with the KNC Masterpiece.
I didn't quite hear that part, but maybe that was implied.
I just want to throw this out there real quick, Kevin. In the Fantasy Football League, somebody's team name is Brad Sham's training camp chair.
Oh, great.
It's probably
Don't bring
choppy,
that up.
right?
Next.
That is probably choppy.
Choppy, okay.
Is Mike, what do you think about Josh Hader being like, I'm not coming into the game?
I don't like that. I understand him protecting himself.
So here's the situation for people who aren't familiar is he was asked to come into a game to get a 4-out save, and he said no. And when he was asked by reporters to clarify why, he said, are we in the playoff race? When somebody said technically yes, but it would pretty much take a miracle, he goes, you guys want me to do everything.
Yeah, that's not the best attitude to have as a teammate. I understand at times protecting yourself, but this doesn't seem like they're not asking him to Goose Gossage or Lee Smith this thing. And maybe Lee Smith wasn't, like Bruce Sutter, I guess, right? Bruce Sutter and Goose Gossage at times would have 3-inning saves. To ask him to get one extra out, I get it. They are out of the playoffs. They're not going to make it. At the same time, that's just not a good sign, right? And I know that Ranger fans have asked me, hey, Josh Hader's a free agent. And Josh Hader is one of the best closers in the game. But the best closers in the game get close to $20 million.
Yeah.
And I don't think the Rangers are going to be willing to pay $20 million for a closer in the offseason. And then the other thing, you do have to wonder, if we get Josh Hader, Bruce Bochy does ask at times his closer to go 4 out of 5 days. He does ask his closers sometimes to go the 8th and 9th inning. And I get that hopefully you'd be in a playoff race. But what if he's like, dude, I don't pitch 4 out of 5 days?
Yeah.
Now, I don't know. It's just tough. I like Josh Hader as a pitcher. I think he's really good. But this is a little bit of a warning sign.
This is also one of those situations, Kevin, where like you're looking at your entire bullpen next year and it's gone. You
Sure.
know? So that's where like this whole thing could be completely reconfigured next year if Chris Young decides, hey, look, this is something we have to fix. Which is, I'm betting something he would be telling Ray Davis is, look, I know we spend a lot of money on starting pitching. I know we've done a lot of this, but there's no way that we can win if we don't have a bullpen. I got to figure out it. Can I find it in the farm system, or do we need to go pay for it? So this could, I mean, what Mike just said, I agree with, but they could go in the offseason and go, well, we have to pay a guy, and this is the best one that we could possibly pay right now.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. Coming up next, we'll talk with our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola, right here on 105 through the Fan.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is also brought to you by Franklin & Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen, and Franklin & Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Franklin & Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214 or 817-333-3333.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The
That's
Fan.
on me, Reggie.
That is on you,
That's
Corey.
100% on me.
Right now, brought to you by Ford and your
I
North.
do love that, though. Tell us who's it brought by, and then I'll interrupt.
Ford and your Texas Ford dealers. Ford is the best in Texas.
I always love when people in sports they tap their chest, go, my bad. And I'm like, yeah, we all know. We saw it. Okay. I guess you're expressing, hey, just if you didn't know, I screwed up. Yes, we all saw your screw up.
Mm-hmm. See, Mickey was.
But it's also, I'll fix it. Like, that's the hope.
Accept my responsibility.
Yeah.
Okay.
It won't happen again.
Mickey, I feel like we went through this a couple years ago when I don't remember what the question was, but you could audibly be heard sighing in the background about some dumb question. You're like, and that was amazing.
That was during COVID.
Yeah, okay.
It was.
We were supposed to have silenced our phones. Yeah.
That was a Zoom. Yeah, it was a Zoom interview. I remember that.
It was actually one of these long, rambling questions from Michael Gelkin.
Oh no!
Does he tend to do that?
Well, I think that was maybe his first year.
Okay.
Yeah, and he did, and I was like, Jesus. and McCarthy's reaction was, hey, that wasn't me this time.
Yeah.
He had just chewed somebody out, or not chewed him out, but gave somebody a hard time a day or so earlier about a question or something.
And I feel like he should have been like, oh, somebody didn't like that question. He heard that too. Now, the version of that today was shutting down Brad Sham's question, I believe, about Tyler Smith and if he'll be practicing at multiple positions. Is that correct?
Yeah, I think he kind of mumbled something, right? Like, I don't think I want to answer that.
Yeah, because he seemed taken aback by the question,
Yeah.
and then was like, I don't want to answer that question.
Yeah. So maybe there's an answer to it. I don't know.
That feels like a yes. Yeah.
We'll see. And obviously, you don't want to give away your scouting report. I understand that from a personnel standpoint, but I think it was logical. I was thinking, should have done that during the game on Sunday. But again, that was his first game back too, and he probably hadn't had any snaps. That was, and I understand. We talked about, they had to play with backups, but it was not only backups, it was sort of last minute backups. Like, you didn't have the whole week to say, okay, we need to give these guys all the reps, right? Because you kind of realized probably sometime on Friday that Tyler Biadasz and Zach Martin weren't going to go. And then you find out Saturday maybe Tyron wasn't going to go, and you kind of stretched it till Sunday. And I'm guessing not only those guys maybe not getting as many snaps as you would have liked, but also probably changing your game plan just a little bit to try to compensate for two guys starting their first NFL games with not much experience. And then, the fact that you had to move Chuma out to tackle after he had been playing guard the last two games. So that might have kind of complicated things. So when they talk about it was a hard week, it was a hard week more than just losing Trayvon Diggs, having to make last-minute adjustments, I would imagine.
When you play the teams like San Francisco and like those teams with those kind of very fast, strong defenses, I'm kind of curious if you think there's a way at all that Dak playing with this offensive line that it benefits him a little bit because he got to see, he had to speed things up in this offense a little bit. This is a theory that I'm working on right now, Mickey. I'm just trying to.
No. I mean, which offensive line? The
I'm
one
saying
you want, or the one that you had to play with?
I still think the one you want is going to be a tough game. With San Francisco, right? I'm not.
What about New England?
New England's a different story.
You're not worried about they just skipped right over?
Yeah, I have no clue what to expect from New England's defense right now. Like I really, and maybe it is. Maybe this is another opportunity for Dak to get understand there's a lot of pressure coming at him and still making those decisions in this new offense that he's trying to learn at the same time?
Well, I don't know that it's a totally new offense, right? I mean, I just think they've kind of played, kind of sped up things already in the first 3 games, don't you think? I mean, they get to the line of scrimmage pretty quickly, and they want the ball out pretty quickly. But I think some of that in the last game was because you didn't trust the offensive line, right? I mean, they sort of struggled right off the start, if I remember correctly. Like they had 2 penalties on the first series of the game, right? They had a false start, and then there was a delay of game.
Yep.
And I don't know if the delay was because Brock Hoffman, was late on the trigger, on the snap, and then if I remember correctly, they didn't have. I was thinking they had some penalties the second series, but it doesn't look like that. That one was clean, but they kept getting penalized. They had a holding in the third series. And another false start on Steele. So, yeah, there was a little bit of a struggle there that wasn't clean. And so I would imagine some of the play calls, and I know there's been some criticism of not getting the ball down the field, but if you're going to get the ball down the field, then you got to hold it a little longer to give your receivers the ability to get downfield, right? And they were playing 2 safeties high, saying, we want that ball underneath, right? And we think you'll run out of downs before we will run out of yards, and they kind of won their bet.
What have you thought about, switching gears just a little bit, what have you thought about Rico Dowdle and Lipke thus far? Because, obviously Lipke converted the 3rd and 1, and then I feel like Dowdle, especially there was a lot of unknown about him.
Right.
I thought they've both done well.
No, I think so, and maybe you kind of use them a little more. I was surprised when I looked at the Cowboys released. Pollard. It said Pollard had the most touches so far in the NFL after 3 games, 74. Well, he's also had the most carries in the NFL, 62.
Yep.
McCaffrey had 60, and McCaffrey had 71 touches. So even more than McCaffrey. And what was our concern coming into the season? God, can he handle a load like that? And now the load is heavier than anybody else's in the league.
And I think he's done well with it.
I think so, but we still haven't seen a 60-yard explosion, though, have we?
That is true. I did see, though, that there's only 4 running backs in the league that have 3 runs of 20-plus yards, and he is one of those, so that seems like a pretty positive.
One of them was against the Cowboys.
It doesn't look, so far, it doesn't look like, it was against the Cowboys.
Yeah, that's true.
But it wasn't a running back. It was the wide receiver they handed the ball to. So it doesn't look like it's hurt his speed or his explosion. I guess we'll keep an eye on that, because that was my concern, the heavy workload, and then you don't get the speed factor that teams weren't used to when they were, used to playing against the tempo of Zeke, and then all of a sudden Pollard comes in, and all of a sudden the lightning hits, right? And now with him getting that many carries, you kind of get used to the speed he's playing with. So we need to keep an eye on that one. But going back to your original question, I think those 2 guys have done wonders. And maybe they get down to the 1-yard line, hand the ball to Lipke, because he seems on those short yardage ones, he kind of finds a crease and kind of moves the pile.
And I definitely...
And they don't have to push him from behind.
That is true. I would like to see Pollard get some of those shots, too, because we talked about yesterday, he converted 3 3rd and 1s this past weekend.
Well, go back to the first game. The first touchdown in goal-to-go situation was his, right?
Yeah.
And he went right up the middle.
Yeah.
The second one was his. He sprinted to the outside. The third one was Turpin. And he sprinted to the outside from a running back spot, right?
Yeah.
So what they didn't do in these last 2 games is utilize their speed when they were down in goal-to-go situations. And I thought that would be a great way to compensate for not having a big bruiser in there to try to get to the end zone, that you attack people with your speed. Because I think with those guys out there, and you showed it in the first game, and I think they pulled back the second game, and then this one, see, it was like these last two games, 3 of 11 scoring touchdowns in the red zone.
Yeah.
I think there were extenuating circumstances in both situations. You didn't want to show a lot against the Jets because you had the game already in hand, and then in this one, I think you were playing to what you thought the offensive line was, and you might have compensated a little bit more than you normally would have. But then they had chances, in the end zone. The one that Cooks caught, it was just out of bounds, and then the pass interference on Gallup that got picked up.
Yeah, that call is still kind of agitating.
I mean, I don't know what the decision was, because we see that call every game, right? The ball's a little short, the wide receiver goes up, the DB runs right into him. There's the flag, just like it was in the game, and somebody saw something else. I don't know whose argument, I guess, was more compelling to pick it up in the end zone.
Yeah.
Ball would have been at the 1.
They
They might have been able to push Dak into the end zone.
Yes,
right?
yes.
I'm so over that stuff. I'm sorry.
We'll ask Steven again about it. All right. Thank you very much, good sir. We will catch up with you tomorrow.
All right. Sounds good. See ya.
There you go. Mickey Spagnola from DallasCowboys.com. Now, there was a playoff event happening last night. Unfortunately, it didn't totally go our way.
Yes, they were down by as many as 13. It's a 10-2 Dallas run. Make it 12-2. Agumbawale coming along.
Now, Reggie, the Dallas Wings are now down 2-0, and maybe this game was always going to play out this way.
In a 5-game series.
Yes. Maybe it was always going to play out this way, but do you think Wilson not winning MVP just really agitated her, and then we were definitely going to lose this game?
Well, I mean, let's take it from her perspective. I know that the broadcasters talked a lot about how she made it very clear that she was not using the MVP as motivation, that she says she's always been motivated. And she's been an incredible player, as evidenced by the first game in this series where she was a thorn in your side. So I would probably say no, but I mean, if you wanted to say yes, the result still remains that she looked incredible against this team, which, I mean, she looks incredible all the time. Age is really good.
I mean, obviously, I know the Wings were always going to be a massive underdog in this series, but bouncing over to Arlington now, any hope about, let's just focus on game 3, and then we'll go from there.
I mean, hoping that you looked at what they did last night and they had an opportunity to kind of have some runs that kept them in this game. You saw Enrique, as evidence in that clip. She got into the game a little bit. Tough part about it is, like, some of the things that you look at for the Wings is like benefits on their team. The Aces are capable of neutralizing or doing better in a certain way. So you've gone up against like kind of a mammoth in this series, and I do have hope that they can do that. This is a team that can score big, get in transition, all those things. But I understand that the Aces are just a really tough giant to slay. So I'm not necessarily holding out that they will win this, but they do have a possibility of winning this third game.
Aces are 6-point favorites going into Friday night's game at College Park Center in Arlington. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy. Which elite wide receiver would you rather have? Let's do it next right here on The Fan.
Dave Laufenberg here.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece on 105 Through the Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Just announced, Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine's one-time Equinox offload. There's a limited supply of excess Equinox models that will be sold direct to the public below market value, and you can see them all at ClassicChevrolet.com. But don't wait. In less than 10 days, they could all be sold at Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads.
1st and 10 for Miami. Play action fake to her, back to throw, looking over the middle, wide open. Tyreek Hill to 20, the 10, the 5, touchdown, Miami.
Tyreek Hill wide open, and man, the rest is pure speed. Had to be a breakdown by the Denver Broncos secondary to leave Tyreek Hill that open. Are you kidding?
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, where, my goodness, is Mike on one right now. Let's go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy. And we start with, well, that was Tyreek Hill right there. Tyreek Hill had a 215-yard game this season, most thus far in a single game in the NFL for receivers. Also leads the NFL with 4 catches. He also, through 20 games with the Dolphins, has 2,019 yards receiving, the most ever in a 20-game span on a new team. There's also Justin Jefferson, who led the NFL in receiving in 2022, has the most catches this year. Also the only player in the league with 100-yard receiving games in each of the first 3 weeks. If you could take one, you want Jefferson or Hill?
Man, the components of each receiver are so different because
very much are.
It's blazing speed, and while Justin Jefferson is fast, his ability to box out a cornerback is something I love. Like Tyreek Hill gets wide open, which is insane.
Yeah.
And Justin Jefferson gets open and has his back into somebody's chest and makes an amazing grab. I vote on Justin Jefferson. I like all of the other, his arm length, I like the catch radius, all those things that
That's
goes
who I
along
would vote
with
for
it.
as well. I think it's close, though.
So what's interesting real quick is both prove they don't need each other. Patrick Mahomes proved he didn't need Tyreek Hill, and Tyreek Hill has proved he didn't need Patrick Mahomes.
Sure.
Usually that doesn't work out well for one of the players in a kind of a divorce situation like that. I will lean towards Jefferson, fair or unfair. The only reason I'm leaning towards him is it seems like I don't have to worry about him off the field. So you're asking, I know, a different question on who do you want on your team on the field on this Sunday, but I think it's so close and they are so different. Corey just put out the differences. But if I am having to decide for the next 5 years, let's just say, I'm looking at on-field versus off-field is the only determining factor.
I don't disagree with him on that either.
I didn't ask for the audio because I didn't necessarily know how we would transition into that, but I don't know if this will make an impact. Did you see that Tyreek Hill said, I believe yesterday, he really wants to be a porn star when he retires?
Adult
I will
film.
now lean strongly more towards Justin Jefferson.
He said when he retires, though.
Okay, hold on.
I now
I
want
want
Justin
more
Jefferson
information
even
about
more
that. Okay.
on my football team.
Do you have more information about this?
Yes.
Like, did he say he wants to do that just so he can have lots of sex?
And I guess
or
it
he's
was
like, listen, I'm a star in the making.
And I guess this was on Twitch, and we just kind of missed it. And he was talking with, was it Mike Evans? And he said, when you retire, you're going to be all over, huh? TV, everything. And then Tyreek Hill said, nah, when I retire, bro, I want to be a porn star. Dead serious. You think I got that?
And then,
and nobody said anything. And so he responded and goes, no? With a question mark on. Like, it felt like a no with a question.
I'm not into porn. I'd just like to make this clear.
Okay.
Okay?
You're not in any porn?
I'm pretty sure I'm not.
Okay.
Hold on.
I've never filmed myself doing that. And
Dude,
nobody
you never
has
know where
filmed me
cameras
doing
are.
that.
You never know where they're hidden.
So, that being said, do people want to see Tyreek Hill in a porn? Like
I don't know.
that
I
would-
could see that.
I don't know.
He's a famous athlete, probably.
I mean, did anybody want to see Paris Hilton?
Unfortunately, yes, because I feel like people do want to see the woman in that.
Okay.
I just don't know if anybody. I understand there's people that are sexually attracted to other people, but like
we didn't want to see Justin Verlander's butt in those Kate Upton pictures, is what you're saying?
Yeah, for the most part, yeah.
Okay. I hear what you're saying.
I didn't hear this, Kevin, and I'm more curious about like why go from football to there, because I'm just kind of curious of like what's the next avenue for him beyond that? Is he saying that's going to lead to his acting career? I don't know.
I don't know. By the way, Mike Evans eventually goes, I mean, whatever you want.
Will Tyreek Hill lead the charge of fair pay for fair play?
Probably
in that industry.
Probably.
You know what? I guess I'm inclined to agree with Corey there. I don't really. Let's take it to cut number 8. Now, they have worked on this, but I thought this was hilarious. Is Josh Dobbs going through the Cardinals Pro Shop into the automated spot to buy his own jersey? And, well, it didn't work out.
Yo, Josh Dobbs here. All right, I'm in the team store for the Cardinals, trying to get a jersey for my fam. Check this out. So I walk over here to get a jersey made. Boom. Adult. Then I go large. Next. Then I go select from roster. Okay. Next. And guess what? Your boy is nowhere to be found. We got all the numbers and no number 9. Like, yo, I know I just got here, but at least, come on, we can at least have the custom jersey ready. Help your boy out.
Now, Arizona.
Can't you spell your own name and put your own number on there?
I guess, but like you play for the team and just won a game. That feels like too much effort.
I understand. I also would not waste any time making Dobbs jersey if I'm part of the Arizona Cardinals team shop.
Well,
I'm going to sell like 100 of them, maybe.
Guess what, Mike? They say they have now fixed that, and you can now purchase Dobbs jerseys in the team store for the Arizona Cardinals. So they fixed it up. I mean, they fixed it up because he put that video out.
Yeah, they did.
They didn't just fix it because they're like,
he's using his TikTok as a means of power, because he already threw shots at Micah Parsons with the darts.
That video
thing.
was pretty funny. Did you see that, Mike?
No, I'm trying to buy an Evan Carter jersey, which I bet I can't buy right now because the Rangers need to get on their Evan Carter bandwagon and start making 32s with Carter on the back.
Back to you, Corey.
What were you asking? What was the question?
If you saw where Mike is like, yeah, Dobbs is going to be dodging darts all day. I'm going to be in his face.
And then they
did the video.
Tiki Talks.
I thought it was pretty funny. Here's something that's not funny, unless you enjoy the misery of others. What do you think, Corey, about this bet? Somebody bet $24,000 on a no safety prop bet, which would win them $960.
Like no safeties in a game?
In a game. In one particular game.
And they bet how much again?
$24,000 to win, let's just say, essentially $1,000. It was the Philadelphia-Tampa game.
Didn't it have a safety?
Yes, indeed it did have a safety. So that person...
Cowboys should have got a safety.
I actually do agree with that. Lost $24,000 on that game and that particular play. Oof.
That's a dumb bet. But again, you have $24,000.
That's true.
That's not a bet either that you can get like a tip on.
Right.
You know, where somebody's like, "Hey, I got a hot tip. This guy is going to
be a safety."
Yeah, there's no way you can have a tip that there won't be a safety in that game. Like you can't control that at all.
That's a good point.
What, Mike? What are you giggling about over there? This is an adult show, Mike. Why are you giggling
We've
like
been talking about porn in this segment and everything. Jeez.
That was irrelevant to the football conversation. By the way, the NFL is looking to expand internationally even further for some of these one-off games. They have sent. Thank you.
I did see the pollen's high right now. Are you allergic to pollen or grass?
I don't know. Probably a little. Isn't everyone like a little susceptible to pollen?
You should take a test.
Oh my God.
We'll get that done on Monday.
So they are looking at Madrid, Rio de Janeiro, and Sao Paulo as...
Sao Paulantonio.
Not Sao Paulantonio, as potential spots to have future international games. Because obviously we've talked about a lot about the relationship with...
Are you not a Sao Paulo Antonio fan?
No, that's not. They're not going to play a football game in Sao Paulo Antonio.
Whoa.
Or on him or anything like that.
Why do you think that's making this any better?
Yeah, you've made it worse.
So yeah, maybe they're going to go to Spain and Brazil. I guess I should have just said
Palo Alto.
They might go to Spain and Brazil. It's not Palo Alto either.
San Paulo. That's what you said, right? San Paulo. My bad. I appreciate you.
By the way, the Cowboys signed offensive lineman center Billy Price to their practice squad.
Oh, Billy!
You do not know who that is. He was a first-round pick for the Bengals.
I know who Billy Ho is. He was.
How is that relevant?
Wow. With your
White man
moves.
can't jump.
Dude. In this segment alone, I feel like you've been a roller coaster. You were happy earlier.
Yeah.
Right now.
Screaming at me for
Okay,
no
well,
reason.
when you just start naming people, you're like, hey, I know somebody named
Billy Price. The price is right.
That's what they always said about him.
He was a 2000. I really want to quote the rest of that. He was a 2018 first round pick for the Bengals.
Jeez, he must have sucked.
Also played for the Giants and the Cardinals.
First round pick, and he's out in the marketplace.
And this is a
you know what they
sports
say
team.
about them? Hey, well, I guess he's recyclable at least. Mr. Aluminum, Billy Price.
We're the KNC masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next.
Keep throwing them in the trash, but somebody else makes something
I
out
know
of
what
them.
recycling is. Going forward, is the bigger concern for the Cowboys the run defense or the red zone offense?
Not anymore.
Shut
We got
up!
Billy
Let's
Price.
go next right here on The Fan.
Secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. I do apologize to one person. I cannot stand it. Kevin yells, "Shut up" to Mike or Corey. So disrespectful.
Not my wife.
How many times have I yelled "shut up" to you, Corey?
You snapped at me once.
That was like 15 years ago.
One time you just kind of raised your cup and like shook your ice at me, and I was like, what the hell is that supposed to mean?
You know, we talk for a living, but I don't really talk a whole bunch at home.
Me either.
Isn't that weird?
When I get home, I'm very quiet.
Yeah.
My kids want to talk, and like at the most quiet time too. I'll be sitting there and I'm like, all right, it's time to just chill and watch TV, and they pop out of their rooms out of nowhere. I'm like, where have y'all been for the last 4 hours? I've been busy doing stuff, cleaning. Y'all are nowhere. And now here y'all are. I want to relax just a little bit, and they want to talk to me about stuff.
How dare they want to spend time with their father?
They could have the 4 hours before I sat down.
You said you were busy.
I'm sorry. No, I was doing things. They could have been helping clean the pool and mow the yard and trim the trees and all these things around the house. But no, they were in there playing on their Switches or whatever. Well, Mike, yes, I'm very quiet when I get home. I usually get all my talking out whenever I get into the building and start talking to Kevin, and then I'm done talking until the show starts. Kevin, did we...
What's the nooner segment?
972. Kevin, can the listeners get an update on how the cocaine situation is going? I'm fine. I am not addicted to cocaine. I realize I did just scratch my
That does sound
nose.
like something that somebody who's addicted to cocaine would say.
I've never quite understood that, though, because what are you supposed to say? Because if somebody said, yeah, I'm addicted to cocaine, then you'd be like, there
We got
you
him.
go.
We got him, folks.
Damn it.
We got it.
For finally admitting it.
But if
It's
you
the
said
first
the
step.
other one, then they would say the same thing.
Yesterday was denial. We're moving.
Is today acceptance then?
I think so.
All right. Our segment going forward is the bigger Cowboys concern for you, the run defense or the red zone offense? Because, and I want to go ahead and play this cut from CeeDee Lamb. This was after the game on Sunday, and I feel like cut number 6, I feel like he spoke how all the fans felt.
We got to go score touchdowns. We ain't going to get nowhere with 3 points.
Yeah, okay. Straight to the point. We got to score touchdowns. Ain't going to get nowhere with 3 points. But I feel like the red zone, whether it's to McCarthy, whether it's on our show, other shows, I feel like a lot of people have hit the red zone. And, man, that run defense, that might not be going anywhere either.
Yeah.
That could be a huge problem.
I think the Cowboys, I think this is very specific to something the Cowboys aren't good at when you talk about the run defense. And again, I go back to Philadelphia ran that against the Cowboys too. They went right at Micah in the game where you didn't have Dak. And they remember the play where A.J. Brown was right behind him and Dak was lost out in the middle of nowhere. Or I'm sorry, Michael was lost out in the middle of nowhere. Like that was the moment. I don't think that's as big of a concern because I think I will put that. I know Sean said this morning the red zone offense is the bullpen. I think that's kind of a bullpen situation for me, is the running game.
Okay.
Cowboys haven't fixed it. They've had multiple years to fix it completely, and it's not. They were so aggressive early in that game. Kevin, you even pointed out the tale of two halves.
Yes.
That they were so aggressive in the first half because they were the first couple of weeks, they were like, dude, we can get the quarterback whenever we want. We're just going to keep doing this. It's Arizona.
Can I walk you through, because I decided to dive into the numbers for the first and the second half running the ball against the Cowboys. And it's kind of optimistic until I get to the very end. All right, so we know the first half against the run was a disaster. 16 carries in the first half for the Cardinals, 181 yards. That's more than 11 yards a carry. And look, I know they had some big plays in there, but guess what? They had too many big plays, and that's how you led to such a shocking number. Now, in the second half, 14 carries for 41 yards. However, I think they also factored in the kneel downs, so they gave up between 3 to 3.5 yards per carry. And that's a number that I feel like we'd all be.
Can you repeat that one more time for me?
3 to 3.5 yards per carry.
Okay.
14 carries for 41 yards.
Okay, gotcha.
I think that's a number we would all be thrilled with, giving up 3 to 3.5 yards per carry. Here's the issue, though, because I know even Dan Quinn came out and said, it was a tale of two halves. But was it? Because you couldn't stop Arizona on the final drive when they had 6 straight running plays and moved the clock all the way down to the end of the game. So I hear what he's saying in terms of the run defense on the whole was far better in the second half than it was in the first half, and that's encouraging. But when you needed to get the ball back, look, the game was probably over at that point anyway, but you needed to get the ball back, and Arizona, maybe not, and Arizona just ran it, and you couldn't stop it.
If you've been listening to Sean and RJ this week with Bobby, do not say that or Sean will lose it on you. I agree. Like that's a huge factor. Is you needed to be able to make the stop to get the ball back. But to the flip point of this, Kevin, you're asking which one's more concerning. That at that point, I didn't care because the Cowboys, they were showing that they were not sufficient at getting the ball in the end zone, so for me now, this is where I am more concerned about the red zone efficiency and the red zone deficiency than I am about the run defense. I think the run defense can be fixed if they say we're going to be a little more balanced and we're not going to pressure and pursue as much. But this goes back to, again, Dan Quinn told his team last year, guys, I know it's been fun getting all these sack parties. It's been a blast. But you're not going to be able to rush the passer until y'all prove to me that y'all can stop the run. You remember this last year? There were 2 games that they had to show that they could stop the run first. They showed that they could be disciplined within also getting at the quarterback at the same time. These guys, and for the first half of that game, ran out there and were like, I'm running. Oh, crap, he just ran by me. And that was a problem for them. But in this game specifically, your offense, it didn't matter if you got the ball back again. Your offense couldn't.
And that's where I guess I take issue with something that McCarthy said, because I think you're really onto something is, he had talked yesterday or the day before, we're going to spend more time working on red zone stuff, but then he dropped this in. It's week 3, and we know what our numbers are. We were last in the league on third down a couple of weeks into last year, and that turned out pretty good, so we're not going to overreact to it. I hear what he's saying, broader message, but my immediate follow-up question would be, but don't you react to it because it just costs you this game? Like, I don't care about the season. Like, I care about the season, but I'm not saying you got to change everything up for the season as a whole. But that specifically cost you this game.
Yes, I get both. I get your point, and I get Mike McCarthy's point of I don't want to change our whole practice schedule up. He talked about today they're going to concentrate a little bit more in the red zone because it is an issue. So we're going to concentrate on our weakness a little bit more. But I understand he's not going to be like, we're not going to do anything else but concentrate on our weaknesses, which would be a little bit of an overreaction. But I get your point of, hey, you probably need to look at this because other teams are definitely going to look at that Cardinals game and go, hey, there's a little bit of a formula here that we can use some of this to stop this team who looked unstoppable defensively. The first 2 games. They didn't look unstoppable offensively. They did fine. The games weren't even, they had 15 minutes of wasting the game out because by the start of the fourth quarter, both games were over with. For me, guys, I look at the run defense as more of an issue. And this is my opinion and my opinion only. You can agree with it. You can disagree with it if you're a fan. I do not think Dak Prescott can lead you to a championship. And I believe Mike McCarthy will never say that, but his actions are the same thing. He thinks Dak can win a championship as a leader of a team, but not leading the team by like, here's the ball, please bail us out of situations. Once again, he was asked to bail him out of a situation in the second half against Arizona, and he showed no indication that he could do it. So it was, once again, Mike McCarthy looks at it and goes, gosh, he is really telling me he can't do it again. So to me, this team, if they're going to beat San Francisco, whether it's in week 5, but really more importantly in the playoffs, beat Philadelphia in the playoffs, get to a Super Bowl, and maybe beat a Kansas City or a Miami if they stay hot, is on the defense. So in a weird way, the way I talked about the Rangers offense at the All-Star break, this offense has to carry the team because it's the strength of the team. The strength of this Cowboys team is the defense. So to me, in a way, the defense is more important than the offense because I already know, in my opinion, Dak Prescott cannot carry a team and beat the San Francisco 49ers and beat the Philadelphia Eagles and beat, let's just say in the first round, the Detroit Lions, and then beat in the Super Bowl Patrick Mahomes or Tua T. He's not good enough. He's not on the level to do that. So I really want the defense to be the thing that cleans it up this week and cleans it up the rest of the way, because this team has to be more like the 85 Bears or more like the 2000 Ravens or more like whatever dominant defense you grew up with and loved. To me, that's how the Cowboys have to win, because Dak is not the guy.
From the 214, we can play this out with 60% of the offensive line not playing. All right, we can focus on that if you want, but also
it made it more difficult for everybody on the offense.
Agreed. And you're telling me you thought not you, but that person thought all of that was because of the offensive line. Let's take it a step further. Guess what? The week before that, they were 2 for 6 in the red zone. I know a lot has got focused on 1 for 5 in terms of touchdown conversions.
Yeah, you're right.
In the red zone. Week before.
And what was that chalked up to, by the way? I mean, I chalked it up to, McCarthy chalked it up to, everybody chalked it up to, hey, look, man, in the red zone there, you didn't need it.
Yeah. You want to show all your
field goals are fine. You're running clock. And I'm perfectly fine chalking it up to that in that game. In a game where you're losing and you don't have you're missing 60% of your offensive line, what are the options? I guess, Kevin, I know, and you were going back to New York even, and that was chalked up to bad field conditions. You know, a couple guys dropped some footballs. I will say, if I'm Mike McCarthy and I know that my weakness is my offensive line and their pass protection, I'm probably not calling as many pass plays. That's a reality.
Yeah.
Like if I'm going down there, I probably am running the ball a little bit more and hoping I can make that, get into the end zone that way. I will say there are things that we haven't seen in the games. I haven't seen in the game so far that I saw in training camp. That's the only reason I know, or I feel like there's more to it.
Okay.
Because I know I saw some things that I haven't even seen a lick of in my all 22 watching so far. I haven't seen a lick of some of those things that we were watching when they were specifically running red zone stuff. So I feel like there's more to it. And I don't know if it was in this game specifically, Kevin, if it was, hey, you know what, my offensive line can't pass pro, so I'm not even going to try that stuff, or if it's I'm waiting on it, or if he had some other feeling in mind that he had to deal with. I have no clue where McCarthy is on that, but they didn't get in the end zone. They lost the damn game. What are they going to do this week? I don't know. What's in the mix against a defense you haven't even seen? This is a New England Patriots defense you don't know a lot about. It's an uncommon opponent. He talks about that a lot too. So there's another factor in, is it time for you to open that up just a little bit, show some of those things? Or is Mike right? Is the quarterback incapable of doing those things? Can you have the right blocking?
Incapable. How about inconsistent?
Inconsistent, yeah, because we've seen him do it before.
Because people can show me highlights, and there are plenty of times where Dak's had a great game. Statistically, Dak has won the game. But consistently, can he run through 4 of the best teams in the NFL, because they've all made the playoffs, and beat those teams and go 4-0? I don't believe Mike McCarthy believes he can do it. And I'm on Mike McCarthy's side here and saying, but we can win 4 games in a row in the playoffs, or 3 games in a row in the playoffs. It just has to be led by the defense and field possession and figuring out, how do we just score 1 more point than the other team? Because if I'm asked to score 40 to beat a team, I know my quarterback most likely won't succeed in those games, where other teams can look at their quarterback and go, I believe, and I know Josh Allen isn't off to the best start, or Joe Burrow obviously isn't off to a good start, but those teams, I think, believe that if we get in a shootout, we've seen our guy match Patrick Mahomes. We've seen our guy possibly be able to do it. And I think the Cowboys, and I'll be honest, I think the Eagles feel the same way too. They don't want to get in a shootout with Jalen Hurts. They believe that they can win a certain way, and they've built a team a certain way to win around Jalen Hurts. And I do think the Cowboys / Mike McCarthy are trying to do similar things with Dak. Even though I think Dak's a better thrower than Jalen Hurts, they're different quarterbacks that are not the best in the NFL that you can say, here's the ball, just win.
The KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. Appreciate all the feedback as well on a spirited conversation. Coming up next. Now I wish we would have stacked it different. Power ranking the NFL power rankings, and one entity that's not me put out a scale of 1 to 10. What is your confidence level in Dak? So feel free to
10.
weigh in on that as well. I don't know if you mean that. We'll find out next right here on The Fan.
Are you ready for
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is the Expressway, which is sponsored by QCkinetics.com, non-surgical regeneration treatment care.
Prescott, play action fake, deep shot down the right side, 1-for-1 Gallup. Caught it up at the 43.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. We're going to do power ranking, the power rankings here, but also on a scale of 1 to 10. What is your current confidence level in Dak? I didn't get a chance to mention it earlier, but Reggie brought it to my attention, is Michigan State officially fired their football head coach, Mel Tucker, for cause and for, quote, bringing ridicule to the university and also breaching her contract. That's probably the more relevant legal argument. But for his, quote, admitted and undisputed behaviors, which have brought public disrespect, contempt, and ridicule upon the university and constitute a material breach of his agreement and moral turpitude.
Moral whomst?
Turpitude.
Turpitude.
Oh, number
Like
9.
Maryland?
He's the guy
This is the Terrapins.
who every time he has a
That's
good return, there's
Turpin.
a holding on it.
No, it's
not turpentine. I don't know
No.
if that's what you were going to say.
No, it's a kind of a destination of time.
Okay.
Perpetuity.
That's perpetuity.
All right.
And I thought you were going to say Turks and Caicos.
Okay.
That's how, unfortunately, I've tried to
I
guess
have
it
no
on that
clue what
show.
that even is.
I think we
What,
interviewed
Turks and
that guy.
Caicos?
Yeah, what is Turks and Caicos?
Lovely islands.
Yeah.
Do I need to go there?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, but don't tell them that, Reggie, because now he's looking it up right now in the middle
It's not my
of a
fault.
segment.
Gosh,
Does
this looks
Southwest
amazing.
Airlines fly there?
Mike, dude, this looks. We need
All
to
right,
go
Reggie,
get
this
a
is
place.
your fault, so you're up.
What?
We're going to power
Let's go there for
rank
Thanksgiving. It makes a lot of sense.
the NFL power rankings.
What, because turkeys?
Yeah. He got it.
It's not Turkey and Caicos.
He's shorting it.
Kevin wouldn't go because he loves rolls.
Do you want to go?
He didn't even want the turkey.
Do you want to go with ESPN,
Who cares?
NFL.com, or The Athletic for your power ranking?
The Athletic. Remember, I canceled The Athletic.
Okay, so not them?
Even though PSA, if you hit the cancel button, they'll knock your subscription down from like $70-something to like $20-something. I don't know why they just don't make the subscription $20-something.
I don't. I'll get back to you on that, Mike. I don't know
ESPN,
what you want me to say.
They're the worldwide leader in sports.
Okay.
Yeah, and they nailed that thing yesterday that you're with college football.
Yeah, their computer poll was really spot on there. All right. Who is the number one team in all of the lands?
Cardinals.
No,
Shut up.
it should be the San Francisco 49ers.
Should it?
Yes.
Miami 50 burger, 70 trailer. I don't even know what they call it.
Dude, that's got a valid point there.
What?
That's the whole cow, essentially. Is
Miami.
70. Yeah.
You go Miami.
No, they'll probably go old 49ers. It's between 3 teams, right? We've left out.
Are you throwing the Eagles in there?
How do you spell it?
Nope.
E.
No,
Mike,
no.
we told you yesterday not to do that
No.
crap.
Hey.
Stop, dude.
All right.
Hey. They do that at A&M.
That's from A&M. San Francisco is number one.
Okay,
That
all right.
is correct.
Dude, to the point of 70, I don't know how you couldn't put the Miami Dolphins next. Like where were they before is my question. Were they 15, 6? Okay, I could slide them up to second after that offensive dominance.
ESPN does in fact have them second. Do you think the Cowboys could be third?
No, not at all.
Right? Why did you ask that and giggle like that too? That doesn't make
know.
any sense. Kevin knew what he was doing.
I don't know.
Turpitude. I like that.
Eagles 3?
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Who's at 4? That is correct.
Kansas City.
That is also correct. Mike, who's at 5?
Shysters.
Hey, who's that new center we added?
The Price is Right. Old Billy Ho Price.
Uh-huh.
That is correct. The Buffalo Bills. In case you're new to this show,
I had no clue what I was saying.
You didn't?
No.
Got him.
Yeah, because we signed a bust.
You can see, though, Mike, how I would take your combination of the newest practice squad member and the movie White Men Can't Jump, and you combining it in Billy Hope Price meant you were talking about the Buffalo Bills. You can see that, right?
Yeah.
Okay. They're number 5.
I think he really just obscured. He just throws a whole bunch of words at you until you're confused, and then you eventually give him the right answer.
Well, it works. So it's a good strategy.
Sometimes you get me.
I feel like I get you, unfortunately, a lot.
So we've done our top 5.
I'm having a difficult time here because I think Baltimore, Detroit, and Cleveland all belong there because I think Cleveland they're showing that they can be they have maybe one of the best defenses. And I just don't know about Baltimore. Baltimore's still such a weird team to me.
I'm falling off the Lamar Jackson, not bandwagon that he's a top 5 quarterback, but like just outside. I don't know. It just doesn't seem to be happening for him the way that I thought it would maybe happen this year. And I know it's only 3 games in. There's plenty of time left, but
I just don't. I don't know how far to take the Cowboys down on this, Kevin, because it's a bad loss. Like losing to Arizona is a bad loss.
Agreed.
But I also can't discount that they won 70 to 10 in their first 2 games. So I feel like I'm going to stick with the Cowboys, even though I think one of those 3 teams could definitely be above them.
So you go Cowboys at 6? Mike, do you think that's fair?
You could, but I wouldn't.
Not only are the Dallas Cowboys number 6 at ESPN, they're also number 6 at NFL, and they're number 6 with The Athletic.
Okay, so a lot of teams or a lot of these sites I bet had the Cowboys up, and they said we can't take them that far down.
The Athletic had them number 1.
Yeah, we can't take them that far down based off what happened against Arizona.
Yeah.
Even though it is what it is. But now you got the Patriots, and so that could change a lot of opinions.
So the other part of the question was, on a scale of 1 to 10, right now, what is your confidence level in Dak? Because the first votes I saw were 3, 7, 4, 5, and I think 7 is the highest I see so far. Not ranking, on a scale of 1 to 10.
Yeah, can I ask you a question?
Sure.
When you say confidence, confidence in what? And that he can lead a team to victory in the playoffs, lead a team to victory. Like where are we heading with that?
I think it's all worked into that. On a weekly basis, this is the guy that will lead your team and more often than not lead your team to a win.
All right. Then my confidence is 7.
Okay.
And the more, but do I think that he's going to be the reason they win every week? No. I think a lot of times he can cruise on the Cowboys defense. And then, it showed this week that he was called upon for his opportunity, missing some guys on offense. Cardinals, I think, were missing some guys up front on their defense too, and they lost. So I think about a 7 is where I would put that confidence, but it's deteriorating. Like I feel like I was more confident before, and it's starting to take its toll right now. I also think that this offense, everything looked contested offensively for the Cowboys, and when it came to their receiving, their passing game, everything looked contested. Even Michael Gallup had moments where he was making tough catches. And I still don't understand the pass interference pickup. Like, that's still ridiculous to me. But everything just looked so tough. And I don't know exactly why it had to look that tough on Sunday. So I'll say I'm still at a 7. And that's not a positive 7. It's closer to a 6.5.
Okay, interesting.
5.
Okay.
I feel like this. I'm not inspired by Dak Prescott anymore. And I don't know what he has to do. Probably make it to the NFC Championship or Super Bowl for me to be inspired by him again.
Okay.
I just think that he's a guy. I think he's Kirk Cousins. I don't know. Like, if you would have put him, I think there's people that would have said, look, if you would have put him on the Los Angeles Rams 2 years ago, they would have won the Super Bowl because he's better than Matthew Stafford. I don't know. I think he would have screwed it up somehow. So I'm just not inspired by him anymore.
From the I totally get that. From the 214, 5.5. From the 940, 8. Another person said 5. Another person said 8 to 9. Another person said 9. So higher on the second wave of these, and then we get a 5. The Athletic, not me, the Athletic put it at a 7. And here's the interesting part, because I feel like this is where we come back to every single time. Here's who the Athletic has as higher than a 7. Tua, Purdy, Mahomes, Hurts, Allen, Jackson, and Herbert. Okay? So that would theoretically put Dak Prescott at 8. There are six other quarterbacks who also have a 7.
Mm-hmm.
And if you think about it from that perspective, that puts Dak between 8 and 14,
which is where we've been.
Pretty much what we come back to every single time.
It is what he is. At his best, he's 8. At his worst, he's average.
Yeah, I think that's what we come back to every single time. No, Lamar Jackson, not Allen Jackson.
I do think this. I know you got something to say here, Corey, so I'm going to give the floor to you, but I'll always remember we are open up cards with, help me out, Kansas City
Mr.
Chiefs.
Hunt?
Yes, the Hunt family. And they said, look, when we got Patrick Mahomes, we've always said we need a top 8 quarterback in the NFL if we have any chance of winning at all. If you don't, you just don't. You just pretty much can't do it. The odds are stacked against you. It's happened. Brad Johnson won a championship. But I always go back to that, and at best, our guy's 8th. At best. Which means so many other things have to be so strong on your team to carry Dak Prescott. And that is what it is. Corey, now you go.
I'm just looking at Dak, and I have this question. Has he ever gotten better? And I ask that because, we used to joke about Cam Newton's good year, bad year. And Dak Prescott has a good year his rookie year and then throws 13 picks his second year. A good year the next year, then throws 11. Now, he had statistically maybe one of his best career years that year, 4,900 yards and 30 touchdowns. And then the next year breaks his ankle, has a cramp, whatever you want to call it. And then the next year, 37-10, back at a 104 rating. Like, that's really good, exceptional, as a matter of fact. And I'm just kind of trying to figure out, since then, has he gotten any better? Has he become a even greater quarterback? Can you predict and project down the road that he's going to get better or regress? In my mind, I feel like it's going to be regress. That's just in my mind. Maybe I'm wrong about that. Maybe he'll learn something in his older age that he didn't know when he was younger. But Kevin, as I'm looking down this road, this is what makes it, when we talk about my confidence level, it's waning because I don't know if he's gotten like nominally better than he's been over his career, or if he's just, that's where he is.
I don't know if this will make you feel any better. Maybe it will, maybe it won't. Is you look at 2014 Tony Romo as the template of hope, where your skill set doesn't necessarily have to get better as much as either the scheme or what you bring to the table in terms of intelligence makes you better. Because I don't think like Tony Romo magically got better in 2014. He played smarter. And that year was unfreaking believable.
And the year that Dak played his smartest was his rookie season, right?
I could see that.
And he didn't have huge numbers. Like, he had 23-4. That's great. It wasn't Aaron Rodgers 38-4. It wasn't like that. But even still, it was phenomenal. But he played so smart. But even still, at that point, people were like, yeah, but you're going to have to ask more of him now. And what's going to happen whenever you start doing that? And I'm trying to figure out, I guess more than anything, Kevin, I'm trying to figure out later down the road. Whenever we're discussing his future here as the Cowboys quarterback, do you think he's going to get better? Not this year. Do you think he's going to get better as a quarterback in the last whatever of his career? Or do you think, you know what, we've run our course, it's time for us to try something new?
Look, I don't think he's going to get better, but that's just based on how the progression of sports usually works. That has nothing to do with Dak Prescott specifically. And I realize there are other instances you can find, or people can point to somebody like John Elway, and you can argue he didn't necessarily get better as much as the things around him got better. So I don't think Dak will get better as a player, but that's not to say that things around him couldn't get better.
And granted, Kevin, the Cowboys,
with the money that he has,
the Cowboys have been very committed to the idea and mindset of we do know we have to build better around him. Now, aside from their offensive line, which let's make sure that we're the right depth there and that we're not just relying on Tyron Smith to be healthy. But other than that, they've made a commitment of we're going to make our defense better. We're going to go all in on defense so that he doesn't have to carry as much on his plate. And we're gonna make sure that we give him all the offensive weapons. They gave him CeeDee Lamb, they gave him Amari Cooper, they gave him all these things. And I'm still at the point, Kevin, where I'm looking at the future of the Cowboys and Dak Prescott every step of the way. And I know financially it's the only thing that makes sense. But at the same time, it just does seem like one of those things where you're like, well, we just have to because that's our only option.
And that's what I think. I've said this a million times. I don't think the Cowboys have the stomach for it. I don't think they have the stomach for it to say, thank you very much. You've been a hell of a guy here. We're so glad that you have excelled with the Cowboys. It's time for you to move on. And it's time for us.
Because it's hard to find a quarterback.
And it could blow up in your face. And I know Jerry says he doesn't have time for a bad time. And it could. You could get much worse without Dak Prescott. But you could also get better. I just don't think the Cowboys have the time or stomach for that kind of chance taking.
What he's saying is I don't have time to deal with people who really make my job challenging.
That is fair.
He's not talking about winning football games.
By the way, worst 3 teams in the NFL, there's a consensus. Who do you think are the worst 3 teams in the NFL? As long as we're doing the power rankings.
Not the Cardinals. They're going all the way now.
Yeah.
I still think the Cardinals, obviously the Bears, they have a quarterback who said, I don't understand football. That's going to be a tough one to overcome.
The Broncos are 0-3, though, and they just got destroyed 70-20.
You guys are on to something because the NFL and ESPN have the Bears as the worst. The Athletic has the Broncos as the worst. And then they just put the other team there. And then Carolina is number 30 across the board. Potential good news for them. Bryce Young back and ready to practice, so we'll see if that makes a difference. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Don't forget, tomorrow in this same time slot, we will give away Dallas Cowboys tickets.
Who are they playing?
They are playing the Patriots.
The game of the century.
But right now, it's time for Mike Likes It.
All right. You forgot the CBS quarterback power rankings. But don't worry, I like it.
Okay.
All right, so this is a little bit of a weird ranking because some of it is based off of history and some of it is based off of the 3 weeks in the NFL. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Because just to give you an idea, Joe Burrow is one of the 5 worst quarterbacks in the NFL.
Oh, no.
He's ranked 29th.
I feel like I wouldn't normally say that.
Like right now? Yeah.
Ooh,
Right.
okay.
He's not been playing well.
All right. I love Patrick Mahomes. Love him. But if we're just basing it off of 3 games, he's not the best quarterback in the NFL. Right. But they have Patrick Mahomes ranked number 1. I agree with. Patrick Mahomes is far and away the best quarterback in the NFL. I think in the history of the NFL, he has a great chance of being one of the top 5 quarterbacks in the history of the NFL when his career's over. So they have Patrick Mahomes ranked number 1, but then they have Joe Burrow ranked number 29. I just think that's too extreme on Joe Burrow. Does that make sense?
Yes. No, it does.
Number 2, you are correct on who you said. Well, after 3 weeks, it's Tua T. Tua T is ranked number 2 in the NFL. I will give you guys 3 guesses on who they have at number 3.
Okay. That means it's because, normally I feel like we would go with.
It's not Joe Burrow.
Yeah, and it's not going to be Jalen Hurts if he said, "Oh, I got it." CJ Stroud.
CJ Stroud has entered the top 10 at number 10.
But not just the way you're saying this poll is wacky.
That is a good guess. I believe they might have about the same amount of starts in the NFL for their career. That's a hint.
Okay, so Bryce. Yeah.
Approximately.
Jordan Love.
You got it right.
Wow,
it says here
impressive.
Jordan Love injuries.
I wouldn't
to
have got
top
it without
weapons
that hint.
like Aaron Jones and Christian Watson haven't slowed in crunch time. He's still only hitting about half of his targets, but when he's on, it looks so pretty. His legs were also clutch to help beat the Saints. Number 4. You guys want to guess? You want me to tell you?
Jared Goff.
Herbert.
Herbert.
Oh, shut up.
Justin Herbert, number 4. So Bobby Belt is right. It's the Moore effect. Kellen Moore
effect.
Number 5, a guy who I do like watching play quarterback, but he has been to me a little inconsistent when I watch him, and that's Brock Purdy.
Why do you like watching him play quarterback?
I think he has the edge. I think he has a little bit of the it factor. I think that he's going to find a way to win. I will say this. I thought that about Dak Prescott after year 1 in the NFL, and I still believed in him after year 3 in the NFL. It's just over time, I'm like, Dak doesn't have the it factor. Dak is a good person. Dak is a good guy. The team believes in Dak. Well, I should say his teammates believe in Dak. The coaching staff doesn't. So I look at Brock Purdy and I see a lot of those qualities that I'm like, that dude could win a championship and maybe a few in his career based off of that kind of edge factor that you need. Because when I look at Justin Herbert, when I look at, let's say, Patrick Mahomes, I'm like, he doesn't have the talent that those two guys have that we've mentioned. Tua T's interesting because Tua T does have like a lot of good things, but I don't think talent-wise he has as much talent as Herbert and as much talent as Mahomes. But Tua T is really good. I just look at Brock Purdy and go, there's a reason he was drafted last in the draft. They don't see the talent in him. All 32 teams, including the San Francisco 49ers, did not see the talent in Brock Purdy, or they would have drafted him well before the last pick in the draft.
I think one of the things just I've noticed about him is the presence, the poise. Like, he does have this calm presence about him. He doesn't look panicked by anything. He has a lot of different angles he can throw from. And then I think his anticipation on routes, like knowing a guy's about to break and I got to time this pass across the middle of the field, he does a really good job with that. So I think that like there's still a lot that he can be exposed for, but so far what I've seen, I've been like, dang, it's good. It stinks that he's not we have to play against him.
Kirk Cousins is number 6. I think that's interesting. Aren't they 0-3?
That is correct.
And he's 6. Okay. Lamar Jackson is 7. So that still on CBS Power Rankings, they still have a lot of belief in Lamar Jackson. He's 2-1 on the year record-wise. Number 8 is Jared Goff. That's Corey's guy, who's going to probably beat the Cowboys in the first round of the playoffs in Detroit. There's a prediction there. Cowboys make the playoffs, lose in Detroit. Season over. Number 9, Josh Allen. So Josh Allen's still in the top 10. Number 10, CJ Stroud. Number 11, Jalen Hurts. So in a weird way, they look at Jalen Hurts, he's 3-0, but they are just going, hey, we're just basing this off of the 3 games. And I'm like, isn't it interesting? I don't know. I feel like it's kind of different for each guy. They're like, some of them were basing off of just 3 games. A few of these guys were basing off of the history of what they've done.
Yeah, that is a bizarre combination.
And number 12 is Dak Prescott. So when we talk about 8 through 14, they have Dak Prescott still in the top 14, and I don't know if he'll ever fall out of the top 14. The guys right behind him, Geno Smith and Trevor Lawrence.
Ooh, okay.
So those are the guys just behind
Trevor Lawrence.
Trevor Lawrence is plummeted, dude.
Right
yeah, he's
there,
behind
too.
Geno, which I think Reggie would have anticipated, but nobody else.
Yeah. So, anyways, there's kind of your.
Who's the worst?
The 3 worst. The 3 worst. Yeah, the 3 worst.
Better be Zach Wilson.
Zach Wilson is the worst.
Okay.
Because Brian Hoyer took over in Las Vegas. He's 31. Number 30 is the John Elway of this time, Ryan Tannehill.
What?
Mike, you need to explain that or people are going to just lose their minds about what you just said.
RJ Choppy, I believe it was yesterday, said that Ryan Tannehill and John Elway are similar quarterbacks.
And then even in our crosstalk, he's like, well, I mean, that was just some hyperbole.
Yeah. But number 29 is Joe Burrow and number 28 is Justin Fields. I don't know how even today you can say Joe Burrow is a worse quarterback than Justin Fields.
That feels a bit
like, that's where I'm like, this person doing this, Joe Burrow must have, I'm sorry if I'm saying this and it's bad probably that I'm saying this. I don't know if Joe Burrow's married or not. But maybe Joe Burrow slept with this guy's girlfriend or wife.
Oh, my Lord.
Because I
think he's engaged.
Okay, well, then he probably didn't.
Because he got engaged and a bunch of girls around TikTok were very upset and sad about it.
Oh, I remember that.
Including, let's see here, Cody Benjamin's girlfriend or wife. Because that is way too low. Like, I get, like, Joe Burrow, you can knock him out of the top 10 this year, maybe even out of the top 15. But I feel like if you're like, Yeah, man. Joe Burrow is one of the 4 or 5 worst quarterbacks in the NFL. I think there's something personal there.
He's averaging 4.7 yards per completion right now.
I understand. I understand it's a bad year, but you got to knock everybody. You know what I'm saying? You got to start just going, hey, I'm just going off of 3 games on everybody. I have no clue who's in the NFL, so I'm just going off of 3 games.
Bryce Young is the only one with a lower yards per completion.
Corey, you're going to like this.
Okay.
Did you feel like I was a little bit distracted while you guys were talking about where Dak Prescott was and the confidence meter and all that stuff?
Yeah, but I feel like you were helping me look up for a part from a car. My passenger mirror has fallen off, and I'm
wasn't doing
trying
that.
to replace
Kevin
it.
Carter jersey.
Totally distracted by Turks and Caicos talk. So now Mike likes Turks and Caicos.
You love to see it.
It's a beach, guys. It looks like it's a beautiful place to visit.
Have you been there, Reggie? Is this like
No, I've been to St. Thomas, but
Okay.
I mean that's obviously furthered the interest in other tropical destinations.
Gotcha.
I feel like St. Thomas, their motto is you have to see it to believe it. Because there's the doubting Thomas, because Thomas was like, there's no way Jesus rose from
Ladies
the
and gentlemen,
dead.
that's a biblical joke from Mike Massey.
Too far.
And then Thomas does see Jesus alive and risen from the dead, and he gives him his hands, and he shows the holes in his hands.
I feel like you should pass that along to the tourism board at St. Thomas because it is beautiful. You do have to see it to
you have
believe
to see it to believe it.
And Jesus tells Thomas, like, look, you're lucky enough right now. You get to see me in the flesh, risen from the dead, but there will be a lot of people who obviously do not get to physically see me risen from the dead, doubting Thomas.
Are you like wanting to go now to Turks and Caicos?
Turks and Caicos. I have almost booked this on Southwest Airlines here at 6:30 a.m.
Hold on. During this last segment's what you've been doing?
I'm telling you how I got distracted. I went and I got the Wanna Get Away package here. On November 10th, you can fly to Turks and Caicos for $123. Now, that's excluding taxes and fees. But if you'd like round trip, I got us back on November 17th. This is flying out on a Friday, flying back on a Friday for $196. It's a little bit more expensive, but still very cheap. So, guys, for... who could ever add up 123 and 196? Nobody will know. I'll just hit the continue button.
$319.
What?
For $319 on November 10th through November 17th, you can fly from Dallas to PLS. That's the something of Turks and Caicos. That's the 3 letters.
Airport, probably.
Yeah.
Oh, dude, at the Turks and Caicos Islands, you got Yankeetown, Grace Bay, 5K Settlement, Whitby, Cockburn Harbor, Cockburn Town, and Balfour Town.
So you can stay at the Windsong on the Reef November 10th through November 17th. Now, it does get kind of expensive, but I do not want to stay at A-Ball hotels if I'm going to Turks and
Yes,
Caicos.
I'm well aware, Mike.
I
We're all
only
aware.
want to go to A-Ball hotels when we go to Oxnard, California, and places like that. That's where I really like slumming it.
Yeah, the Sail Rock Resort at Cockburn Harbor is it looks like an awesome place there. Mike, there are a bunch of islands there. How many islands do you think there are in the world?
Oh, God.
Oh, my gosh.
By the way, while you think of that, it's Providenciales International Airport.
Thank you.
There you go.
Yeah.
Kevin, how many islands do you think there are on the planet?
1,000.
646.
Reggie, would you like a guess?
$1, Bob.
Y'all are all off.
2,000?
Keep going.
5,000.
10,000.
Keep going.
100 million.
900,000.
Everybody has an island.
There are 900,000 official islands in the world, according to Island Wikipedia.
But for including taxes and fees, for approximately $4,640, I can go to the Windsong on the Reef.
When?
Breakfast is included. November 10th through November 17th. That's
Hurricane
a Friday
season.
through a Friday.
Yeah, hurricane season.
Is it really hurricane season at Turks and Caicos?
I don't know.
So how excited would my wife be right now for just over $5,000?
Is she included in this trip then?
Well, I'd fly her out too.
Okay.
We'd fly the same flight.
Okay.
So for approximately, let's say just a little under $700,
June
or
1st
approximately
through November
700
30th is hurricane season.
That's like half the year.
But I'm going November 10th through the 17th.
But it's November 30th is when it ends, so.
you're like just on the outside, right? they're including that just the crazy time. They're like, look, it's gotten crazy every once in a while at the end of November.
You got a valid point. It doesn't always get this hot in Texas.
Yeah, it's probably like the peak, right? I can't believe. See, it's 90-something degrees again today. But for my Mike likes it, if you'd like to go to Turks and Caicos with me, I'm thinking about going November 10th through November 17th.
Oh, a Tolo trip.
With my wife. So don't expect extra benefits for going to Turks and Caicos with me.
Your
one
wife
person
or the Tolos?
No, one person can, but not the
got
Tolos.
it, yeah.
But I can, for approximately $5,000, you can go to Turks and Caicos November 10th through the 17th. And you can miss one game of the Cowboy season where they kick a lot of field goals and win 23-17 or something like that. It's Mike likes it.
That was everybody loved that segment.
There are a lot of people who have been to Turks and Caicos and are giving you recommendations of places to
They
stay
love
and
that
everything
place,
like
dude.
that.
But they are saying it is definitely hurricane season.
Well, I know, but at the same time, just think of how much cranberry sauce and turkey you have there right around Thanksgiving.
And you got to risk
there's
it to get the
obviously tons of Turks there.
Is that why you're going at Thanksgiving?
Well, I'm going before Thanksgiving, but they'll probably have a lot of feasts there, killing all their turkeys. And then you'll have cake at the end.
You know what kind of sandwiches they serve?
Turkey.
Ham and cheese. I'm betting.
Because they have pigs there?
Or like a Cuban sandwich.
We are still on the air. For
What's
the
coming
love
up
of
in
God.
the block, man? What you see blocking today?
Guys, Jerry Jones talked with Sean and RJ this morning on a special Wednesday edition. Plus, have you ever watched your significant other drive a car? Next on The Fan.
Fan Studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Thank you very much, Kevin, for introducing me to the 105.3 The Fan listeners, otherwise known as Tolos that are out there.
You're welcome.
Make sure that you join us on Friday. We are going to be at Buffalo Wild Wings in Mesquite.
Ooh.
If you have not heard. And also, if you haven't.
Buffalo Wild Wings!
Thank you very much, Mike, for that impression.
It's interesting that you say that, because if you think about it, the next 2 days then, being associated with our show could get you Cowboys tickets. Tomorrow, in the noon o'clock hour, we'll give away a pair of 100-level Cowboys tickets.
Okay.
And then on Friday, Miller Lite will be giving away a pair of tickets. And to be eligible, got to show up to that Buffalo Wild Wings.
Buffalo Wild Wings!
Thank you very much, Reggie and Michael, for putting that out there in the world. While we're at Buffalo Wild Wings, it'll be a very fun.
Buffalo Wild
Thank you,
Wings!
Mike. You don't have to say that every time, Mike, but I appreciate it anyway. Buffalo Wild Wings is a very okay, Mike. Mike, stop it. It's one of the other things I love too, Kevin, about it is we're also going to be, tracking the Rangers. This is a great time for us, us people who have this interest in everything that's going on with all the teams in DFW. I know the Mavericks are getting into their training camp right now. I know all that's going on. Hockey.
Stars have destroyed two chump opponents in the preseason.
I asked my wife last night, I said, hey, did you know the Stars are up 3-1 right now? And she was like, are you serious? Is it the Stanley Cup? And I was like, Anyway, that's a different discussion for a different time. This morning on Sean and RJ, Jerry Jones joined Sean and RJ and Bobby, and it was asked, with Dak trying to limit his interceptions, cut 4 here, has that limited his ability to throw deep?
You added that about that little deal right at the end there, but my point is that the answer is yes. You have limited things that he used to be doing. You have limited that. But on the other hand, we have made what we are doing more doable for him. And so I think that offsets. That throw at the end of the game, that throw's intended for the very back of the end zone, high. It was low and it was in the middle, and of course you saw players all around it. My point is, we have answers. He has answers, and he has capability to make those kinds of plays when it's on the line in the future. So you say, boy, should you be worried about the ability to get it in a situation like that? You always are. Red zone is a challenge. But I think we will execute that play you saw at the end better next time. We've got a chance to. We've got the talent to. We've got the quarterback to. And so I'm not dismayed by that. I'm sorry we didn't do it that time, but I'm not dismayed.
So what I did learn is you have taken away from Dak's often attempts to throw deep.
Right.
But he still has the ability to do it. We have just said we're going to limit it because that's basically what I'm gaining is the Cowboys want to limit his opportunities to throw deep because why?
Because of avoiding mistakes, right?
Is that it?
That's what I think.
Is it an overcorrection for the interceptions last year? Okay, then it sounds very simple to say. Look, this is the best way to keep him from throwing
That's my interpretation
lots of interceptions. But the other part is, that one throw in the end zone that got intercepted. That situation was the throw was bad.
Sure.
And in a bad spot, not where it was supposed to. It was supposed to be high in the back of the end zone, and it was thrown low and not. So that's where I'm kind of like, okay, so have you messed up by taking away some of the things Dak can do, or are you still doing it just fine? Let's go to cut 6. How do you get CD, Cooks, and Gallup the ball more in the red zone?
Well, hopefully we'll get down there as many times as we have in the first 3 games, which we've been down there ample times to execute there. Now, we all know I saw it mentioned yesterday, when you get in that red zone, that's the defensive time. That's the defensive end of the action right there. They have the edge, they have a shorter field. So we all know it's every team has it. Do we have the players to get the ball in there? Unquestionably, we have the players. Can we execute better? Can we do that? You can imagine what a focus point it is for our team, and certainly after last weekend. And so, do we have the ability to really correct and have a higher percentage of touchdowns in the red zone? Absolutely. Yes, we do. And the scheme that we have and the plays we're trying to run, all of that, if you could and did, you could walk out there and say, just give me every option we've got in the red zone. You'd sit down and you'd see and reconcile it with our personnel, and you'd like what you saw. Now we've got to get it done.
Execution, Kevin. We drew it up. We have the people that can do it. They just didn't execute.
That's
frustrating.
I will say I do appreciate that Steven, and McCarthy have all referenced how often they have been to the red zone.
Yes.
I appreciate that.
We marched our way down the field with a short passing game. We were going to be able to get there. We're not throwing a lot of 35-yard routes. We're throwing a lot of more 20 and under routes.
And I do think that's important. But I also like that he acknowledged, hey, you're damn right I want more touchdowns. I know he didn't say it exactly like that, but that was the gist.
Yeah, and so those are a couple things that I took from Jerry Jones this morning. And he also did apply that the Cowboys offensive line the injuries did kind of change things up for them. So that was another thing that they added there too. But that is it for Jerry Jones conversation and Cowboys conversation for the C Block today.
Okay.
I wanted to ask you this. Have you ever had the opportunity to watch your significant other drive? Now, I think we've all been in the car with our significant other, and we've all been holding on to the OS handle and just kind of we are going to die because this person does not know how to drive. What are you paying attention to right now? Today, I was driving to work on 75, which is a gamble in and of itself all the time anyway. But this doesn't happen that often. I found myself driving right next to Adrian.
Oh.
Now, Adrian drives our family vehicle that has more space for the family. And I would also say, Kevin, that since we've been married and had children, I have had one incident where my mirror hit another mirror.
Oh.
Okay?
Yeah.
Other than that, I would probably point out at least 7 times where her vehicle has run into things and or other cars.
So you're saying women drivers.
She's a woman.
To be fair, I want to say for the record, I was just talking about this with my wife yesterday because we passed somebody who is a terrible driver.
Mm-hmm.
I have not noticed a differential between men and women drivers in terms of, if you're in a 1980s comedy, it's lady can't drive. I think there are other factors that particularly age that are more likely to make somebody a poor driver as opposed to gender.
Do you drive all the time or does Jess drive? Because I know one time I rode with you to the airport and she drove us.
I drive the majority of the time, but in an instance like that.
You were hanging out with the baby.
Gotcha.
Yeah. Mike, do you drive with Sue in the car?
Yeah.
I am the driver as well. And it's kind of like an expected thing. Like if we walk out to the car and I start getting in the passenger seat because I just don't want to drive, she kind of looks at me like, what's happening? I'm like, dang it. But this morning, I was, I also think it's fun whenever, if I see my kid roaming around Plano somewhere or I walk into a store and I didn't expect to see him, I'm like, holy crap, I get to see my kid. What's up, dude? And if I see Adrian somewhere that I don't expect to see her, it's like, oh, wow. So on the road this morning, I'm driving and I'm like, oh, I didn't expect because she's taking a class at SMU right now. I didn't expect to see her on the road. But there she is right next to me, clearly talking to somebody on the phone.
John Concack.
I don't know who she was talking to, Mike, but that's a random guess.
Why would that be who she was talking to?
SMU. Great center.
Yeah.
Played on the 84 Olympic team with Michael Jordan.
Mm-hmm.
Atlanta Hawk. Big contract. Maybe John Concack.
Okay.
I appreciate you, Mike.
Maybe.
Fully invested. Thanks, man.
Thanks.
And so, hey, Kevin, at least he's applying something, dude. As we're driving down the road, I look over and I see her and I'm like, oh man, I'm gonna catch up to her and wave at her and everything. She doesn't see me. What she does is she cuts off a car next to her and then almost rams into another car while she's driving because she's trying to switch lanes. And I just sat here and just said, you know what? I'm just gonna watch her drive. And I'm not calling her a bad driver, but I had questions about some of the things she was doing. Anyway, I'm sure she could probably say the same about me. I drive fast. All right. If we're going to get in my car, we're going to get in the left lane as quick as possible and we're going. All right.
Yeah. What's the fastest you've ever gone on like a Dallas-Fort Worth highway? Because obviously, if you're driving West Texas, you can get it to 3,000 miles an hour.
Did I get a ticket for going 100 miles an hour?
El
Yes.
Paso.
I got a ticket for going 100 miles an hour on George Bush Tollway. So, and that was
That's
recent.
fast.
That was very fast. And I got in trouble. And you know what? I shouldn't have been driving that fast.
All right. What's the fastest you've driven?
120.
Okay.
In New Mexico on a country road like that. Yeah, when the car handle started or the steering wheel started to shake, I was like, I better slow down just cause. But yeah, and I almost hit a huge buzzard too. That was terrifying.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, that would have been fun. Anyway, so that's my thought on women driver. My wife is a driver.
Whoa.
My wife. I did not mean to say that. Yeah, my apologies. I love women. All right.
Obviously, they're great drivers. Look how many championships Danica Patrick won.
Yeah, and look at Kevin the other day. Think about how much I love women. I pointed out how amazing it was that they were falling off of the Niagara Falls and barrels and were able to survive. Like, that's amazing too. So I just wanted to point that out. Also, downstairs in our lobby are candy bars. Have y'all seen this?
Yeah, the ladies put out a deal. Yeah.
The women have put, or our security guard.
This whole thing women-centric now?
Somebody in our building has put.
Our guy TJ never put out candy.
Never, not one time.
Yeah.
Kevin, but
He
somebody
gave us candy opinions.
Somebody put candy bars out there in a little bowl right there at the security desk. And I haven't taken one yet because I feel a little awkward, but I want to take one every day.
Sure.
Like,
That's why they're there.
Yeah.
Are they there for me or are they there for other people coming into they're there for everybody?
Yeah. It's a community candy bar.
Yeah, I agree. I think he's right.
You just don't want to take like 4. You can pass by and take one.
Mm-hmm.
And honestly, you can take one coming up and you can take one going down.
Mm-hmm.
But I think that once you start doing more than that, our security lady would say, hey, community, but respect the community.
Yeah. See,
I think he's right. That's why the bowl is like prominently placed up there.
when you see that chocolate, Kevin, when you see chocolate just sitting there, are you like, at its finest form, it's cocaine? Like, is that something that you think of? All right. The other thing I wanted to ask you about. A man found
I'm not addicted to it.
Okay, yeah.
Right? We've gotten that far.
Employees at a dealership in Myrtle Beach, Kevin, found an 8-foot boa constrictor inside of a Ford Focus's engine.
What?
So they open up the hood of a Ford Focus and they find an 8-foot boa constrictor in there. And the dude's like, hey, look, I found possums, squirrels, rats, several snakes, but never an 8-foot boa constrictor. My question to everybody out there is, what's the thing that you're still scared of finding at the wrong place? And where is it? Like, is there a place where you're like, I'm not going there?
I was scared a little bit the other day getting out of my car. It was late at night, obviously, because we're on a West Coast road trip to finish the year. Thanks a lot, baseball. And a possum. I was pulling into the driveway, and a possum scooted across and then got into our yard. I was like, crap, it's going to get into our bushes. I'm scared of possums. They're huge rats. And I know that in a life or death situation, I'll win.
Yeah.
But I don't want to get into that situation because they are ugly.
Yeah, and I don't know how to think about them either. Most of the time, I'm like, okay, you're going to play possum. That's what it's called, playing possum. You're going to fall over and act dead, but that one
They
that's
have
like, you know
to
what, I'm
defend
tired.
themselves
Yeah,
at some
exactly.
point. Like when a dog goes over and barks at them, they'll start hissing.
Yeah.
I do not check the mail anymore because there was a wasp right on top of one of the letters.
On a letter?
Yeah, when I opened the mailbox and I just shut the mailbox and I was like, nope. And so I explained the situation to my wife and now she's the one who checks the mail.
Wow.
Because I'm afraid of
She
that.
checks the mail.
No, I'm just very
Have you been stung by one?
I don't think so.
It's not that bad.
A wasp?
Yes.
Oh.
I was stung last year in the summertime. I was messing with part of our bush, and I didn't know there was a wasp nest in it. And then it stung me right on the upper part of my breast. And I was like, ow! I was like, that hurt. And then I saw the wasp start swarming, and I got out of there because I didn't know when I was messing with like cutting off a branch or something that a wasp would come and get me.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we're going to talk a little bit more about the Rangers and maybe something else.
Do you have the breaking news sounder right now, Reginald? This is a pretty
Breaking news.
Thank you very much, Lucy. Adrian Wojnarowski is saying that the Portland Trailblazers are trading Damian Lillard to the Milwaukee Bucks.
Oh,
there's more information coming your way on that.
Maybe this week I'll talk about all the chaos I'm hearing about for Dallas Mavericks training camp.
Take that, Heat and Raptors. Whoa. All right, Damian Lillard on the move. Is Chris Middleton also on the move, I wonder? We'll talk about that. And then also, if you want to have a little fun, I'm really excited about this segment. What was the celebration restaurant your family ate at as a child? 877-881-1053. Let's do that next right here on The Fan.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece on 105 Through the Fan is also brought to you by Frankel & Frankel. Life is unpredictable, accidents happen, and Frankel & Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel & Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214 or 817-333-3333.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 Through the Fan. We might have to hold off on the nonsense and shenanigans for just 1 second.
Fine.
Oh no!
Another thing? Yeah, I saw that this morning.
Yeah, I hadn't heard that Wegman was going to be out for the rest of the season due to a foot injury.
That's A&M's quarterback?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Fine. It's your time, Max Johnson. So if you missed it on the other,
found his brother for a TD.
If you missed it on the other side, Portland Trailblazers are trading Damian Lillard to the Milwaukee Bucks. There's a lot more to it than that. So Lillard goes to Milwaukee as part of a 3-team deal with Drew Holiday, DeAndre Ayton, an unprotected first-round pick, and unprotected swap rights, two unprotected swap rights going to the Blazers. And Phoenix gets Yusuf Nurkic, Grayson Allen, Nasir Little, and Keon Johnson. So a 2029 unprotected first-round pick and 2028 and 2030 unprotected first-round potential swaps, as well as Drew Holiday, DeAndre Ayton. And to go along with that, Woj is saying that the Blazers will immediately engage on deals elsewhere and look to move from Drew Holiday because they have young guards in the system. So, I mean, you want to collect as many assets as possible. And so in addition to DeAndre Ayton, the pick in 29, the pick swaps in 28 and 30, they got Drew Holiday, and they're looking to move off of that.
Are you at all disappointed that, because for the Mavs, one of the things was these big deals are still out there, and maybe in the fallout you could negotiate some things that you could kind of extract in helping facilitate a deal? Are you kind of disappointed that they weren't able to get in?
Yes. You wanted to be the third or maybe the fourth team. Maybe being the third team was not completely reasonable, but in deals like this, you wanted to be the team that nobody really cared about what you did in it, but you got that first-round pick in 2027, or you picked up a pair of second-round picks, or you picked up a player that you're like, we could use him as just being the breeding ground to make sure the salaries and everything work. Yes, I am disappointed in that. And I don't anticipate them immediately jumping in on like Drew Holiday or anything like that.
Well, I mean, it's probably for the NBA, it's good, right? Milwaukee. It's interesting, did they get better? Because defense is so important in the playoffs. And I get Giannis is arguably the best defensive player in the NBA, especially in the playoffs when he's healthy because of his skill set / length, athleticism, everything. But Drew Holiday is so important to playoff basketball.
Mm-hmm.
And I guess that's why you're seeing immediately like the Heat are trying, since they talked to the Blazers about getting Lillard, had nothing to offer that was really that interesting to Portland for Damian Lillard. I don't know if they have anything interesting for Drew Holiday for Miami, but I look at the Dallas Mavericks, and I watched Locked On Mavs podcast yesterday, and I fast forward through some of it, but I was listening to some of it, and I'm sorry, I'm forgetting the name of the person who
Nick
does.
Angstad.
Nick, yeah. Nick's pretty good at this, and he's very optimistic. And even he was going, dude, if you start Derek Lively at center, you understand that most teams that start a rookie center, no matter how good that person is, no matter how high you drafted that person, almost no matter what, you're an under 500 team for that year. You just can't start rookie centers, ask them to do a lot in this league because of the physicality of it, because of the help defense, because of all the responsibilities, and actually be a playoff team. So Derek Lively maybe starting in the preseason, you better watch it, as in like he could help you his rookie year. But when you start centers as a rookie, you pretty much lose 50 games a year. Pretty much. I'm being very general in summarizing what the podcast said. But don't worry, we have Dwight Powell to pick up those other 20 minutes or whatever.
Hell yeah.
I really legitimately thought that Dame would be in Portland forever. And him being a Buck is very interesting. Paired up with Giannis, I'm very interested to see how quickly they connect and how quickly they bond on the court together, because that could be a lot of fun for the end of Damian Lillard's career here.
Yeah, I
don't say the end of his career is like happening imminently right now,
sure.
but we're in
his
the
prime
twilight
is almost
of it.
over. Yeah. And if you're a Bucks fan, if you're a Bucks fan, I hear what you're saying about defensively, but also that ensures your franchise ain't going anywhere.
Right.
Yeah. And that's what I would take away from this for them, is I would be pretty stoked. Oh man, somebody tweeted out a reminder that Giannis became extension eligible on Friday.
That's right. And he, in leading up to that, he kind of had this conversation where he was saying, I'm not definitely going to sign that extension until, I feel comfortable that they are constantly trying to push for a win. And this is a very much all in, we are trying to win situation and move from the Bucks.
And you know how much he wanted to play with Damian Lillard. So, I mean, not that you couldn't just say that about all players. It's like, hey, would you like that?
Doesn't it kind of stink, Reggie, in the NBA that the player, and I get what Giannis did, and Giannis maybe got what he wanted here. Doesn't it stink until Luka says, I'm not playing here much longer, that they won't do extreme things here? They're just going to be like, Dwight Powell's good enough. Maxi Kleber's good enough. Like, those are Luka's friends.
Things that would overextend themselves.
Right. Like, dude, we got to try harder than this.
Yeah. I mean, like, I don't even know what to add at that point. I think you're right. Like, these things are largely dictated. I will say there are some front offices that are more imaginative and that will go above and beyond. But yeah, no, sometimes necessity is the mother of invention. And a lot of times that necessity is created by a star player saying, hey, the time is ticking. The clock is ticking.
Didn't Luka commission a painter last year to get him some help?
He didn't do that, but Mark Cuban obviously shut that person down and said, no, we have
having that.
We have the most underrated, great role players in the history of the NBA, and that's why I got rid of half of them in the offseason for another underrated, unbelievable role players that probably won't lead us anywhere.
Now, I wanted to switch gears to Rangers because we didn't get a chance to talk about this earlier, and I know that we threw it out there as something of fascination. But by the way, when we were talking about the attendance yesterday, the average attendance for the Rangers has gone up 6,500 fans this year. That's third best in the league. So that's encouraging.
Who is better?
Who do you think? You look like you were thinking.
Well, you would think Baltimore, but it didn't seem like they had huge crowds, even though they had the best record in the American League, most likely at the end of the year.
Are we talking about overall attendance or percentage raise? I'm sorry. Is it
percentage raise? Right?
Raise per game.
Okay.
In terms of actual numbers.
I'm going to go with Tampa raise.
No.
Oh,
they're
okay.
horrible. Nobody cares.
But I figured that since nobody was showing up before, that maybe
if nobody plus 2 showed
exactly.
up, then
That's
I get what you're saying.
right there.
Philadelphia and Cincinnati. Those are the only 2 teams who had higher
Cincinnati,
attendance
because
bump.
Ellie De La Cruz is exciting, right?
That.
Like that's where
and
people
that's a
wanna see.
baseball town. I mean, that's one of the first ever baseball cities in the United States of America, and they love baseball there, but they want it to be good.
Sure.
Yeah, they're not going to be diehard Chicago Cubs fans.
Now, I was fair. I was reading this, so bravo, Rangers fans. I was reading this yesterday, and it coincided with something that we talked with Bruce Bochy about. 7 bold predictions for the 2023 MLB playoffs. One of them is that Max Scherzer will be back and will be the closer for the Texas Rangers.
The closer.
So I take you to cut number 3. Corey, we asked Bruce Bochy about this, and we were ready for him to rain on our parade, just like we asked with Wyatt Langford and Evan Carter. But he, in fact, did not rain on our parade about Max Scherzer pitching in the postseason.
I just talked to Max yesterday. I don't think you rule that out. Max isn't. I mean, he's throwing the ball, he's letting it go pretty good. Now, when you pitch, it's that last 5 or 10% that you're going to let go of the ball. That's what you have to have so you can finish up your pitches. And but he seems pretty optimistic, and he knows his body better than anybody. But we're getting good news on him, how he's coming along. So I would not rule that out.
All right, I have
I talked to
questions.
Sandler about this.
Okay, this morning, Mike, I heard Sean and Bobby and RJ, and they were like, that sounds like a manager just kind of, hey, we know you're a competitor. Let's give him a little hope. If he's going to go out there and be A+ on all of his rehab, then yeah, I mean, why wouldn't we let him pitch and all that stuff? So they were saying it just sounds a little more like giving hope to the fan base and hope to the pitcher. So what are your thoughts then?
That's what it sounds like. So it's like we're not ruling it out from what I've heard from a few people. It's like maybe it can happen. From what, I guess that they've been told from the Rangers is like, hey, Max, you can't really injure it more. But I'm like, well, you might not injure that specific area more, but remember it was tricep and then to bicep and then to fore. Like you can injure something else when something else is weak because it takes on the stress of the weak point that isn't able to perform at its 100% expectation. So I never believe you can't hurt it anymore unless you've completely torn your ACL, I guess. And I guess you can't hurt it more. It's completely torn. But, if you have a bad calf strain, we know it can hurt more. If you have a forearm strain, you might not hurt your forearm anymore, but you can definitely hurt a ligament. You can definitely hurt something else. So I don't like when they say you can't hurt it anymore, because I think they're saying, yes, that specific thing you can't hurt, but you could hurt other things by the other thing taking on the stress. But I have heard it's a possibility, but maybe not be too optimistic about it. It's like we're going to keep...
That's a good way to put that.
We're going to have him keep throwing because he can, and we don't think he can hurt it anymore by keep doing this. But I think that extra 5 to 10% where it is let it go as hard as you can, and then let's see if you can do that because even if you come out of the pen, people forget about the bullpen warm-up. You're not just lobbing the ball down there. You're having to throw the ball as hard as you can 15 to 25 times to be loose enough and feel comfortable enough where you're throwing the ball to then go into the game, throw 8 warm-up pitches on the mound, pretty much as hard as you can.
Right.
So now we're at about 30 approximately throws that I've made as hard as I can. Now throw another 15 to 30 pitches to get out of that one inning you're going to pitch. And do we want to do that to Max Scherzer? Do we want to call him up and go, yeah, you didn't get your massage treatment an hour and a half ago. You didn't get the long toss and all that. Just phone ring, you got the next inning. You got 10 minutes to get yourself ready and close out this game or pitch the 8th inning. And that's where they were worried about Evaldi doing that. I'm assuming they're going to be as worried about Max Scherzer doing that. in the playoffs and just giving him 10 minutes to get going and get into the game. And that's giving a guy a lot of time. That's giving him a free inning. Like you're going in next inning type of deal. So I'm not saying it won't happen. I want to hold out hope too, but it was kind of like if you're leaning on the betting on Max Scherzer's pitching in the playoffs for you, you might not want to put a lot of money on that.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Big news happening all day long. And just recently on the NBA front, let's talk about it with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Next, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
I'm Michael Jenkins.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece on 105 through the Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Just announced, Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine's one-time Equinox offload. There's a limited supply of excess Equinox models that will be sold direct to the public below market value, and you can see them all at ClassicChevrolet.com. But don't wait. In less than 10 days, they could all be sold at Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads.
He's back here on 105 through the Fan right now, brought to you by D&M Leasing. It is time for our chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today?
Pretty good, Hagee. How are you?
I'm good. How are we feeling, or what are we thinking about the big NBA trade that we've been chopping up for the last 25 minutes or so?
You know, I just think it's got to be disappointing for Phoenix and Portland, you know, to get Nurkic for Ayton, to get Ayton for Lillard. We'll see how the complementary pieces of the trade go, but I think the star market is down. It's been inflated. There's been a bubble on it. The bubble popped this year, and you know, I guess the Blazers can keep their fingers crossed that in 2029 and 2030 pick swaps work out for them.
And then they're going to trade Drew Holiday.
Yeah.
So we'll see
get something for that.
what they get for that.
Yeah, you know, DeAndre Ayton's a good player. I felt like he's needed a change of scenery. I don't know if Portland is the change of scenery a young center wants because of the history with everything involved there.
Yeah.
But you know, maybe
Yeah,
they can.
sorry, man.
They can find something there with. I mean, they have some good backcourt
What if
players
he's
who are young.
the next Kevin Duckworth?
Quack, 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 Mr. Ducksworth. I mean, it could work out, I guess. You know, he could be a fairly productive one-time All-Star.
That's the spirit.
Yeah.
Now, in completely unrelated question for you guys, what was your celebration restaurant you ate at as a kid, or your family ate at as a kid?
I got mine.
Okay.
Spaghetti Warehouse, West End.
Okay, I could see that. Yeah.
So our family, it seemed like
if
if something happened in the 80s and we were going to celebrate as a family, it felt like a lot of times we went to the Spaghetti Warehouse in West End.
And it could be for whatever reason. Maybe you got a great report card. Maybe somebody got a probation. Maybe whatever. What was the go-to restaurant?
Trail Dust was a place that I went.
Oh, that's good. But what do you think of about Trail Dust? What are the two things?
Slide.
The
They
slide
cut the
and
ties,
cut
baby.
your ties.
Yeah.
Yes. They have now redone Trail Dust because we had family come in from Chicago. Slide might be a part of age as well. Not as impressive because it felt like the biggest slide in the universe, right?
It was awesome.
They redid some stuff, and I don't think the slide
They
is as
moved
big.
locations, didn't they? Because you would see it driving down 380 to UNT all the time.
Yes.
They moved to Sanger.
Yeah, and
So
then
the one I remember was in Mesquite. Over by the rodeo.
That one is still there. I think they just redid it, I
All right.
believe.
Yeah, That's the one I think of.
That felt like the biggest slide in the world. And then I also thought it was crazy that they were just like, they would cut your tie off. And I didn't realize, like, people were probably in on the bit. It felt more aggressive to me as a child that they would like, what the hell are you doing here?
I love it.
It's time to relax. Get
Yeah,
that off.
exactly.
Yeah.
We're going to cut your tie off.
We did a lot of Maggiano's in my
Okay,
family.
I could see that.
We haven't gone there in a long time, but
That one in Plano?
growing up, yeah, that one in Plano. I actually
Oh,
even had my
man.
bar mitzvah party there. I mean, Maggiano's was the spot.
Did you feel like a man after that?
I sure did. Are you kidding me?
Good.
It'll make a man out of you.
Were those envelopes on point that day?
Yeah, a lot.
Do you think you'll
lot
get
of good
more money
envelopes.
getting married or more money turning? Is it 15 years old?
13.
13.
I
Sorry.
think the bar mitzvah.
Yeah.
will give you more money. Yeah.
I was steak and ale.
Oh,
Way back in the day.
That's a good one.
And they're now they're trying to make a comeback, I think. But in
Yeah, they
the
are.
70s, if you did something really quality, my family was in the restaurant business, so we didn't really, it was like when we go out to a restaurant, it was like my
You
dad.
felt like you were cheating
This
on
isn't
your
quite
own.
as good as what we got at home.
Well, my dad, it's funny, my dad had all these buddies and stuff. So if I'd start naming restaurants, you guys would look at me like, what the hell is he talking about over there? Because there were places like Jamil's Steakhouse was another one that went, but these are all places from the 70s and the 80s that had really good food, but, time passed them by.
Okay, because I have one like that. Does anybody remember? I mean, I know they have the food brand, but do you remember the restaurant of Marie Callender's?
I do. Yeah.
Yeah, they had legit cornbread even back then. That was the place I know my mom.
They still have one in Florida. When I was there in Orlando, there is one there, and I was blown away because you mentioned like the frozen food section, and I've eaten a lot of Marie Callender's in my life. I didn't know they had an actual restaurant.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's how it started, right?
I think so.
Yes. Yeah, I love the Marie Callender's pot pie. I think it's deteriorated over the years, so I kind of like it now. I eat it more for nostalgia. But back in the day, I was a Popeye fiend, boy. And when I found out Marie Callender had an amazing one, I would like drive my parents and my grandparents crazy trying to go there. Then when it hit the frozen food section, I thought I'd gone to heaven.
And then what's the age where you realize maybe that place wasn't as fancy as you thought all along?
Chili's. Like Outback Steakhouse?
Yes. Yeah.
Olive Garden,
Chili's
too.
is a good call.
Maybe
We used to do that a lot.
Chili's was Chili's was
And
one.
shout out to Sean Bennigan's. Tolo Sean just texting Bennigan's. We used to go to a lot. There was that one off Park and Preston there.
Bennigan's, legit, I thought made the best Monte Cristo in the world.
Now, the Turkey O'Toole was the best sandwich they had. It
And
was
they used
pretzel
to-
bun with honey butter and turkey and Swiss cheese. It was fantastic.
For kids, you got a free
Black
cookie.
Eyed Pea. You guys ever go to Black
Hell
Eyed
yeah.
Pea?
Yes.
That's a good spot. Yeah, well, for us, there was one place in town where we'd go, and many of my Little League baseball pictures still hang there framed. Back in the sports banquet
CC's
room.
Pizza. Oh,
Shakey's.
Round Table Pizza.
Round Table.
Okay, now, there's one in Oxnard, and when I saw the one in Oxnard years ago, I was like, no way, there's another Round Table Pizza? I thought it was just ours in Vancouver, Washington.
Yeah.
Okay? But then I found out that it like originated in California. Next thing I know, one popped up in the SMU district, and I get it on DoorDash sometimes now.
What?
Yeah.
And it still holds up. Still holds up.
Yeah.
You
Was
ordered
that
it
a
up
great
here. It was
day
good.
for you then?
Amazing.
Does it
Yeah.
taste the same?
It does. Yes, it's the same recipe.
I've seen this pop up multiple times, Kevin, and I do remember this is a place also. I don't know if y'all Crystal's Pizza. They had the movie
Yes, in
theater,
Irving.
and they had the movie theater and the
Yes.
arcade together. And you go
Well,
in.
that
and
was like Mr. Gaddy's was that way.
Gaddy's was
too.
like that too, but yeah,
Gaddy's,
Crystal's was a
yeah.
place where we would go. I remember like the family going, and the kids just ran around everywhere.
Shotgun
we ran
Sam's.
the whole place, and we'd go in there and watch these movies. It's like Bugs Bunny and stuff like
That's
that.
awesome.
That is
It was
exactly what
great.
I'm thinking of, because you walked in and you're like, oh, it's a movie theater, and then it was Bugs Bunny, but still you were
And then
like,
you were bored.
I'm in a movie theater. I'm awesome.
That is
Like a
epic.
pizza and a Sprite.
Do you remember Chuck's in Plano? There's a place called Chuck's. It was like old school, like 50s
This is a
dinery
rich kids
kind of thing.
conversation, Gavin. If you
I
didn't
didn't
know,
grow
this
up
is
in Plano. I
this is
grew
the
up in
Plano-
Dallas.
the Plano
I just,
boys.
It closed.
just moved out there.
Premier
Spaghetti
Grilling ended up taking
Warehouse
over
wasn't
there.
exactly cheap back
No,
in
it's
the
just
day.
like a burger and shake place and chicken strips. Nothing
Sounds
fancy about it
Yeah,
at
it was a
all.
ball
Love
player,
it.
right? Come on, man.
Where
What are you
was
doing
it?
over
We
there?
made
$15K a year playing for the
Like
Rangers.
Parker and Preston. Behind where
That's
the
a lot of
Park
money
is now.
back then. 17.5 as a twin.
Wow.
Also, Double Dave's.
Dude.
Shout out to Double
Remember
Dave's.
that Double Dave's over on the east side of Plano that we
Every
used to go
time,
to?
because Plano East was like usually the worst at sports of the three in Plano. But every time you went over there, you're like, oh, maybe I'll
That's
stop
Kevin
at
Hagelin,
Double
by the
Dave's.
way,
I
talking
mean,
about
it
your town.
was like win a state championship in a UIL sport. We'll have a conversation.
Did you have a problem with the coach over there? Is that why you're saying
No.
this?
Oh, Johnny Ringo.
Did somebody come up to you and say, oh, I didn't like what you
Plano
wrote, Hagee?
East blows my mind. They have had Olympic medalists.
Uh-huh.
They have had Cy Young Award winners. Yet that school
They've
has
had Fab Fivers.
Keenan
Fab
Robinson.
Fivers. They have never won a state title in a UIL sport. It's never happened.
Yeah, Keenan
How can
Robinson,
that be?
It's
linebacker
because
for
your
UT.
wife's
linebacker
crush,
for the-
Greg Ostertag, crushed Jimmy King at SMU in the playoffs.
Why wasn't he part of the Fab Five?
He went to Kansas and led the country in blocks. Man.
and was not Mavs man, as we learned.
That's true.
I know the dude
still
that
don't
is
believe
Mavs, man.
Yeah.
I do.
Oh.
He used to be Rowdy.
Oh.
And matter of fact, the
Now
Rowdy
he's just
story.
Randy.
Which one?
Rowdy, I'll tell you what, the funniest thing is when Rowdy, we were in San Antonio that time, and he was messing with the T-shirt cannon, and it went off like he was trying to get it to work, and it went right into some guy's chest.
Oh,
From about
no.
yeah,
Mark that.
how many 10 feet away? How like 30 about feet away?
9 feet away.
Yes. Was it awesome?
It was awesome.
Did he go down?
Was it consensual?
No, the guy blew the guy back into his chair.
What?
I'm just playing along here. I'm just playing along here. Go ahead. Go ahead. More questions. Go ahead. More questions. Ask more questions because I want to win this thing on Friday. Ask me some. Come on, Hagee. I know you got a question over there.
Platter.
Did it hit him in the face?
Did it seem like he was sore afterwards? Yeah.
Was he walking with a limp?
Oh my God.
Yeah.
What do you guys? Hopefully more of that. But what else do you guys got coming up?
If I don't win on Friday, it's going to be a disaster in this building. I'm going to tell you that.
Said, man.
Pure gold as always. Thanks for asking, Hagee.
Well, hold telling you, Friday y'all are going to be out there starting Flagtober.
Yeah,
so.
but you guys are going to have a little conversation, and it takes 30 minutes before our show gets on because you guys take 30 minutes to do your little, let's vote today.
Oh, I'm sorry. Does your 5-hour show need more crosstalk space? We can make
That's a personal problem of his.
Absolutely.
So we do not co-sign this.
Absolutely. Yeah.
I've asked many people on the show, and it feels like they didn't care.
I love that segment.
Okay.
Y'all take as long as you need.
Great segment.
No crosstalk Friday.
I just make sure Bassick stays for the segment. That's all I ask.
Roll home with the G-Bag Nation. In the KNC Masterpiece.
Buffalo Wild Wings.
Make your way back with us tomorrow, 10 a.m.
That'll
to
be
2
fun.
p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Good night, Kevin.
Good night, Kevin.
This is the KNC. From our fan studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bang Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It is hour one, G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a fantastic day as we are off and running once again. It's a big sports Wednesday, and it's a back-to-work Wednesday for the Cowboys. Broadus is going to scout up the Patriots defense for you here coming up at 2:40 in Krusty's Corner. General at your service. There is Broadus, the Super Bowl champion himself. You have Lucius Alexander in the Pimp Cup over there at Master Control here at 75 and Fitzy, ready for another 5 hours of flawless radio producing and engineering. Of course, you got your Nosebleed brothers, Zach Wolchuk and Eric Chiafalo here in the talk booth. And making his glorious return to the Pimp Cup adjacent, coordinating your video at 105thefan.com, Twitch, and YouTube, back from a 2-month sabbatical. It's Carter Freeman.
He lived. He looks
He's
great.
done it. Yes.
Got a nice tan.
Is he?
Sunburn.
Is he?
Is he sunburned?
It's a nice sunburn. Got sunburn, I think. Yeah.
As a fellow ginger, yeah, we don't really tan. We turn various shades of pink, red.
He's looking.
He does look good though.
And he's flexing about his college football takes, too. He's got two weeks' worth of college football takes to let fly.
Hell yeah.
He's scorching my eyebrows.
His
with
Washington Huskies.
I know.
He
Walks and he peeks his red face in there. He goes, "How about them Huskies, huh?" Then shut the door. That was all he had to say. I'm like, go bleep yourself.
You guys think UW's for real?
I think I think they are for real.
I do.
Because of Penix.
Yeah, because I think the quarterback, they've got some legitimate skill players. The offensive line, I mean, I've watched them play a couple of times. That is a physical defense, a physical offensive line. They got skill players, and the quarterback just does not make any mistakes.
I watched it this past weekend, and I was very impressed with Penix, as you call him. And
it's an impressive Penix.
But I can't imagine any Pac-12 team getting to a playoff and being able to line up on the line of scrimmage with the best from the Big Ten or the SEC. Forget about it.
You know, and I feel the same way, but this year, the Pac-12 is the best conference in college football.
That team right there, Gavin, I think is built a little differently. That's not a Pac-12 team. That's a physical.
They can win it in the trenches.
That's an SEC squad.
That's a team, and that's a team that has, like I say, they have the skill, they have the physicality. They play in a stadium, like I say. It's going to be tough for anybody to go up there and win a game against
Washington,
them.
Oregon, and USC. I think all three are legit.
Yeah.
Cowboys have signed a center, Billy Price, to their practice squad. First-round pick in 18. Started 45 games, including 11 last year for the Cardinals, Brian.
Yeah, he was when you watched him in college, he was one of those guys kind of similar to what they have right now when you look at the centers. When you watch, Brock Hoffman play or Biotish, when they block, he gets really, really close. He's one of those. He doesn't really extend as a blocker. But he was a pretty good athlete coming out of Ohio State with the movement stuff, the power, but always kind of on the edge of getting guys and then getting guys turned. But I always describe it as that belly-to-belly blocker. He's not going to extend on you. He's going to get close, turn, and then try and position you out of the way.
I love a belly-to-belly blocker.
Yeah.
That's good stuff.
Sometimes if you have short arms, that's what you are.
You should belly bounce it.
But the belly-to-belly blocker is better than the patty cake blocker, right?
Yeah.
Well, what's the patty cake blocker? The guy does what he does with the hands?
I just I thought it just connoted softness. Like they're playing patty cake out there.
I see. Maybe a guy that blocks like he's in a pillow fight. That's another one.
Oh,
that's a pillow fight.
That's
soft. Yeah,
that's a soft player.
Yeah.
Could this mean that they think Biotish is going to miss some games? What are we hearing about these three?
Well, every time we kind of think about, it's a minor hamstring injury, and we kind of feel like, well, it's going to be okay, and he should be available this week. Then we go 2-3 games. But that's the way they operate, and good for them. They're not going to put anybody out there that's hurt. I would take it as a sign that there has to be some concern there. Hoffman too, by the way, is out of the practice squad elevations. They elevated him 3 times now. So if they want to use him, he's got to be on the varsity.
Well, before we know exactly who's going to be in and who's out,
I would wait till Saturday, figure that out.
What if we assumed that 3 guys are going to miss, or even 2 of the 3? Could we have a repeat performance?
Sure.
I'm starting to look at this and saying, man, how much trouble are they in against the New England Patriots? I could see a very low scoring game from the Cowboys' perspective, and if You know, the other team has some big plays. Maybe they get into the 20s and the Cowboys are fighting an uphill battle in the second half again. That sounds terrifying right now. I don't think the Patriots are very good, especially on offense, but I can't have confidence in the Cowboys right now.
Their defense will present some problems. It's no-name, really.
For sure.
No-name guys, but what they'll do is they play that front, and we'll get into 240, but there are some things that I'm going to go through at 240 that you kind of need to be alert for, much like what you were dealing with last weekend in Arizona.
Yeah, their defense is good. I know you'll bring up Christian Gonzalez. We can talk more about him then, local kid from the Colony. He's an absolute stud, and they're talking about maybe he could travel with CeeDee Lamb this week. He's a great start to his career.
He's going to travel.
You think he will?
He's traveling.
Putting in the call? Okay.
Absolutely. He's
did it
traveling.
with Tyreek Hill.
Yep, he's traveled.
He's a hell of a player,
He
man.
traveled last week in the game. He traveled again at the Jets. He went with Garrett Wilson 60% of the time. The week before, he went with Hill 60% of the time. And they'll walk him into the slot. If you try and get away from him by walking him in the slot, he'll walk right with you.
That was a question I had. Does he get into that slot a little bit? Because we know CD likes to work there. I'm nervous about the offense this week versus Belichick's defense. The good news is I don't see New England having any type of explosiveness the same way that the Cardinals did with speed. Their quarterback, they had multiple receivers, Moore, Brown, guys with legit speed. Even Connor I was like, dang, a little bit faster than I was anticipating there. The Patriots don't have anybody that's really stressing you from an explosive standpoint.
No, it's two good running backs, and luckily Mac Jones can't run.
Are we hearing anything on Tyron Smith, Zach Martin yet?
Nothing.
Okay.
I mean, you're literally second to second with Tyron Smith. When you walk out of the show Friday thinking Football Friday, everything's good here, he's not on the injury report, you cannot rest assured that he's going to be healthy come Sunday because there's still an opportunity to step wrong on the plane, step wrong off the plane, elevators not working at the hotel upon arrival, slipping on the stairs. Weird things happen with Tyron Smith.
The word was that Tyron Smith and Martin were going to start with the rehab group, and then they were going to go from there. That's all I knew working out there today.
We'll talk with Zach tomorrow at 4:30. Get a chance to see what he's got for us. Last week he just kind of talked about it like, oh yeah, we're going to be fine, and he did that the week before with the groin. So I was like, okay, he's one of these guys that's going to have little dings and stuff, but he's going to play through it. And then next thing you know, he's out. I think if you take these offensive linemen out, it's all bets are off the table. You could lose to anybody in the NFL, and I think going into next year, left tackle is going to be a huge thing to look at in the spring, whether there's a free agent or a trade, or it could be hard to draft a guy late in the first round that you're super excited about it at left tackle. Usually a lot of those guys go in the top 10, top 15, but it could be a deep one, and you have to find something, because right now I agree with Chief Tyron's pretty minute to minute.
I'd kick Tyler Smith out there at left tackle.
Yeah, but it doesn't look like they want to do that.
No, I mean next year I would. I mean, to me, I would do it. I would absolutely.
If you're going to do that next year, why wouldn't you have done that last week?
I don't know. That's the mystery to me.
It's a weird deal,
and they'll tell you because Tyler Smith practiced at guard all week. That's what they'll tell you.
Well, I would love finding a left guard late first round. You can do that. Could have done that last year. Probably should have done that.
Could have done it in the second round
in April.
Cyrus Torrance was still on the board there.
Okay, Rangers winning streak snapped at half by the Angels last night. We do know that.
That was bad.
What's on my mind is the 4-6-4-6 pattern. Does it hold? Okay, for the last 21 games now, we've been in a pattern. We've been in a trend. You lose 4 in a row, you win 6. You lose 4, you win 6. Now we've lost 1. That's been since September 4th. If they lose the next 3, that would mean they could be going into Saturday and Sunday's games 1 back of Seattle, a half up on Houston if Houston beats Arizona, I guess, on Friday night that would be. So they could still not win the division. There's a slim chance, not even the wild card still, very, very slim chance on that. But we've seen these trends go. I have no reason to believe they're not going to lose 4 games in a row here. It's just what we've seen. And I hate to be the Debbie Downer, but how mentally and emotionally are we prepared for this right now, guys? That we could still be about to be plunged into boiling hot water. And then, at that point, we would have to be keeping our fingers crossed that they're getting ready to snap back into 6, which would mean winning Saturday, clinching on Sunday, and then probably winning the DS in 3 games and winning the first game of the CS.
The one thing you have to be excited about is, Houston travels to Arizona to end the season. Arizona's in the middle of a pennant race themselves. They've got to play hard all three. Matter of fact, I'm watching them right now. They're up 3-0 on the Sox. But that's your hope that it's not like that Houston. But Houston's shown they could play bad against bad teams. But my hope is that Arizona keeps playing like they have to. They have to keep winning, and that gives you an opportunity to win the division. Mike's right. I was listening to him earlier. That you got to get tonight's game, though.
You have to get tonight.
You have to get tonight.
Yeah, absolutely you do. And,
must win.
And it's one of those where last night didn't hurt you too bad because the Mariners were able to win. So now the magic number's still at 3 to win the division.
Right.
So you were able to, despite a bad loss, you still end up technically keeping that magic number going down. Now it'll be Dane Dunning on the bump tonight. His last outing against the Halos, 3 runs on 6 hits across 5 innings. And Detmers had your number again last night.
Detmers has won 4 games this year, and 2 of them are against the Rangers.
He's
got like he's got
your number.
He's got +5 ERA versus everybody else, and he's like a 192 versus you.
He's a one-man spoiler unit. That's what's going on right there. But I can tell right now you guys are not emotionally or mentally prepared to get back in this foxhole with these Rangers. I think you're going to have to do it this weekend.
No, I've poked my head out of the foxhole a couple of times.
Yeah, but have you been staying like when you look in the mirror and evaluate how you've been reacting internally over the last week or so when things have been good? Have you been staying even keel?
I'm trying.
Or have you been getting little boy excitement inside?
Chris Young told me to stay even keel.
Yeah, stay even keel.
He told me to. I asked him. I said, "How do you do this?" But he says, "Yeah, there's times where if you sat there and watched the game with me, I'm a little emotional about things. I can get that. I've done that before."
They've kicked the crud out of the Mariners here lately. That's who you get to finish the season off against. It's a good matchup.
I think you got word there was a ceasefire, and you've been dancing outside of that foxhole for the last 72 hours, Brian.
Thought that hay was in the barn.
I was listening to the game last night, watching the New England Patriots play, and it started to get really bad, and I got a little sports sad. I'm not going to lie.
Mm-hmm.
I did.
And
then I flipped
with
over.
That 5-run fifth or whatever?
Flipped over on the cable
and
watched a little of the Astros not getting it done, and I'm like, okay, feeling a little bit better.
Little medicine.
Yeah, little medicine right there.
They're going to get that dub tonight, Gavin. Don't worry about it.
It'll be Dunning against Canning. 8 o'clock pregame, 8:38 first pitch.
The battle of
Finally
the
got that
Ings
figured
tonight.
Ings.
Yes.
It's an ing off.
We had breaking NBA news, a 3-team trade. The Bucks get Damian Lillard. The Blazers get Drew Holiday and DeAndre Ayton.
And the Mavs get Giannis.
And some swaps later on in the decade.
Mavs didn't want him.
Mavs did not get Giannis.
They had the opportunity to have him, and they didn't want him.
Trade Josh Green and Jaden Hardy, and they said no.
Phoenix lands Nurkic, Grayson Allen, Nasir Little, and Keon Johnson. So the biggest unresolved NBA story, at least until the next trade deadline, has been concluded. And now it really becomes, I think, about Luka and Embiid, because not only does this trade give Milwaukee a boost, but also it likely locks in Giannis for another contract, as the Bucks have shown the commitment that he's probably looking for. So can the Mavs now have a good enough year or acquire the kind of player that could make Luka feel as good? Are the Mavs capable of finding the right players, having the right conversation, selling an opposing executive on your vision for a trade for them? Like, all of these things that we're hoping to see from the Mavs have not been demonstrated much recently. So.
One thing to ponder, I don't know how feasible it is, but if Drew Holiday is going to become available, I wonder if that's a guy you'd be interested, because the Blazers take on Drew Holiday in this deal. It doesn't look like they want to keep him. It looks like they want to flip him. So could you welcome in a Drew Holiday some way, somehow, if you're the Mavericks?
It seems like a crowded backcourt. It does with Seth Curry
getting a little bit of defense going.
Yeah, I hear that, because he would be your best defending guard, but you just have an abundance of guards.
And are you trying to sell Luka on staying here the same way that Milwaukee's trying to sell Giannis? Like, what's your desperation level? Like, hey, we're making moves. Come on.
Flagtober kicks off. We'll be making moves across the Metroplex this weekend. Friday is day one. You can get your 2023 flag at Southern Leisure Spas and Patio. Our show will be there 2 to 7. We want to see you. Flagtober, Flower Mound, Friday kickoff, Southern Leisure Spas and Patio. Saturday's tour day, DFW across Whataburgers, plus Cousins Barbecue at 2:45 in the afternoon off Bryant Irvin Road in Fort Worth. So a lot of Whataburger plus a Cousins Barbecue smack dab in the middle there. You can get the entire schedule at twitter.com/GBagNation. Okay, we're all there at GBagNation. You can follow us all. So
can I circle back? Does anybody hear we
Corey Seager got hit in the wrist last night or near the wrist last night.
Yeah, he's all right.
Is he all right? Is he going to? They were
little bruise.
Little bruise. Okay. Just didn't know if anybody had heard anything different.
He might miss a game, is what Bochy said, but it doesn't seem like something that's going to go long. I mean, one game could be huge when you're talking about Seeks.
Yeah.
He's a guy that could go out and win 2 games by himself in the same day. What surprise do the Cowboys have in store for Zeke? Then we have your G-Bag of the day. It's coming up next right here. G-Bag Nation on 105 through the Fan. Well, I got the text triggered there late in that segment. We talking Rangers. Gavin needs to relax. We own the Mariners. GTFO with that take, says the 817. And 214, Gavin, what's wrong with you, brother? I get the trends, but you act as if it's a guarantee, almost like you guaranteed we can't win the World Series. It's unlikely. But saying we have no chance while we're about to win the division is laughable. Says the 214. I appreciate your sports passion. I was just noticing the trend and, just personally talking about the fact that for me, I considered this thing, pretty locked up over the last couple of days. But then looking at how it held true again last night, and after 6 consecutive wins, you lose. I think the natural expectation is that they're going to drop the next 3 games and that game 161 and 162 are going to matter a lot. Now, I do think the Rangers bounce back and win Saturday on Sunday, but tonight, tomorrow, and Friday, I do expect defeat, okay? And I'll hope for the best. Hopefully that trend gets broken. Segment here is brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one's been in an accident, contact Frankel and Frankel for a free consultation. It's 214 or 817-333-3333. Jump online there to truckwreck.com. You guys catch Jerry Jones this morning with Sean, RJ, Bobby?
Yes, sir.
I sure did.
Yeah.
They asked him do the Cowboys have anything in store to honor their longtime starting running back Zeke? Said, I don't want to blow a surprise, and that's a good enough answer for you. Jerry not wanting to blow the surprise there. What would you guys do for Zeke? What do you think he deserves after those years of being a great running back for the Cowboys?
You go with, a badass hype video for him. What they do for Romo, didn't they put in the end zones? They were like, thank you, 9. Maybe you do something like that, I could see. But, they'll definitely do some kind of tribute video for him. That seems to be the thing.
I think they had Romo go warm up with the Mavs. Maybe Zeke could do that here.
Yeah.
Training camp
he might get
today.
Into the starting 5.
Dude.
Go get a little run in a preseason warm-up line. I'm not sure, other teams have rolled out like Harley Davidsons for guys. I don't think we're, quite there. But it'll be cool to see what maybe bring out a kettlebell. Have him jump in there if he still can.
That'd be fun.
Yeah.
Oh, the
Salvation
Salvation Army kettle. Have him do a little something there.
Big old bowl of cereal. He can just feed himself.
I don't know. I'm trying to think what the Cowboys have done before for guys returning.
I don't think they do anything.
Like they don't really do anything.
Yeah, the only one I remember was Romo.
Romo, they did something. They had a video. Remember, they showed him in the box, and he was all kind of teary-eyed. He was waving and all that kind of thing.
Yeah, but that's not him showing up on another team, right? That's not him as the opponent that day. That's just honoring a guy who's like up in.
They're going to do a video. That's what it's going to be.
Jerry,
There's going to be highlights of him running the ball, jumping over that guy at the Bears, that safety.
What percentage of the highlights will be just from his rookie year? Because I would say probably 99%. They might want to get you one of those 1-yard runs for the touchdown. That Robert Griffin III misses a lot.
That Pittsburgh game his rookie year.
Oh my gosh!
That screenplay.
They can all relive 2016 together for 60
nature.
seconds or something.
17 was going great until that darn suspension.
Yeah. Jerry also said that Zeke had great power, but having a power back is not the reason for their red zone struggles right now. So
it's a good take.
Maybe they're gonna have Jerry once again do the scouting report on Zeke.
Give us the Emmitt Smith treatment.
Yeah,
they should just take whatever he said about Emmitt and make that be the narrating of his montage.
Just take out, every time he's going to say Emmitt, just take out put Zeke in that thing. Yeah.
He zigged when others zagged.
He did, man. He was incredible. And then Jerry acknowledged this Cowboys offense is not looking to push the ball vertically as much as past versions, but he said he believes it'll start to materialize more. It's there. The vertical game is alive and well with us. Obviously with the West Coast, you're trading some of that for a little bit more ball security and getting the ball out a little bit quicker. I think the biggest thing they need is some motion. And Chiefs been all over that the last couple of days. The best offenses do it. We've been talking about it for a long time. It's really mind-numbing as to why coaches or organizations would decide they don't need it. I think it's got to be stubborn, arrogance, ego, right? I've been in this league. We don't need to do that. Mm-hmm. The numbers have shown for years now. I think really Sean McVay and the Rams with Todd Gurley, is that 8 years ago where that whole thing broke out? Yeah. It's been a decade of this movement towards more movement.
I mean, the 2018, I would say probably closer to probably like
Half
6 years,
Right.
6 years. Because I remember that 2018 Cowboys playoff game in Los Angeles versus the Rams.
Yep.
And it was like, oh my gosh, the linebackers, everybody's head was spinning because all of the window dressing. And
playing
that
in
was
mud.
the early stages of it. And now it's progressed even more so when you watch the Dolphins. You're like, oh my gosh. They got fullbacks going in motion, and they got dudes going in motion to the same side of the field they're actually already on. And there's Tyreek Hill lined up as an H-back, and then he goes flying in motion, and it's all at the snap. And you can see, like, everybody's got clips of how it's affecting the defense and the predicaments that it puts them in.
Yeah. Yeah, but I mean, they've been in 2 games so far where it was a blowout for them. They didn't need to pass in early downs, and then they get in this really weird game where they're getting blown out and they can't do a damn thing. And those are our 2 samples. And they didn't have an offensive line.
Yeah.
You know, their receivers were like somehow in quicksand.
Yes.
Like that's our sample size for the season. I think it's really hard to have a firm idea of what this team can do yet.
I think you're spot on. And I feel like, because we saw a lot of it when we were in Oxnard, that they were doing some of the motion, a lot of the stuff that we were complaining about, right? The bunch sets, the rub routes, the mesh combinations. And we were applauding them the first 2 weeks for incorporating some of that. Then they kind of went away with it with a giant lead. And I do wonder, and I guess McCarthy has alluded to it, you know, and Brian, we talked about it after the game when it comes to the new offensive linemen. You have 3 new starters in there. We thought they held up okay, but I do wonder how much that caused some pause and some of that as well. You just wanted to keep things so simplistic and static to not put more pressure onto the offensive line.
The health of his offensive line scared him calling plays.
Yeah,
no question
about that.
I'll say this, though, by the way, the numbers say that they throw about 5 deep shots a game, or those passes that go more than 19 yards. It's on par for where they've been in the past. Where they've thrown the ball more is the behind the line and the underneath stuff.
Yeah.
It appears like they're not throwing the ball down the field because they're throwing so much underneath and then behind the line.
It's really less intermediate stuff. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, they don't.
Okay.
They have rarely take shots in the middle of the field now.
It is time now for the G Bag of the day, the best audio for the world of sports. Here's Lucius.
Yeah, boy. Hold on. Let me get my drops right. Bam! Godzilla is here. It's the big black lizard coming for your ass. All right. Ain't nobody react to that one. It's all right.
No, I was a Mothra fan myself.
Were you?
Yeah.
Did you?
Yeah, I like Mothra.
Yeah. Did you also cheer for the Washington Generals against the Harlem
I did.
Globetrotters?
I did.
These guys got to get it this time. It's been 36 in there.
I felt
for the underdog.
I felt like the refs really worked the Washington Generals in those games.
They surely did.
I did. There was a lot of going on, a lot of traveling.
There's a whole lot of traveling, double and dribbling, and all that other good stuff.
There was water on the court. They didn't stop the game for that. You know?
Yeah, boy. Hey, Dawson, can you put that sauce on this G Bag of the day and what we do it for and all the other good stuff?
It is time now for the best audio for the world of sports, pop culture, talk radio, and or the internet. Lucius will play them all. We'll vote on which one we like the best. That's your G Bag of the day.
I curate these hoes while I'm sitting on the toilet. By the way. Jared Sandler defends Coach Nathaniel Hackett. He jumped on the morning show here on 105.3 The Fan. Sean and RJ, Bobby, Peyton, all them good boys. And he bodies Sean Payton. By the way, if you're not aware, Jared Sandler is our baseball insider.
Baseball insider.
Yeah.
Same confidence that Sean Payton had when he decided to call out Nathaniel Hackett before his ass got embarrassed by giving up 70 points to the Dolphins. I'll tell you what, Sean Payton, I know you got DFW roots. Maybe you have a friend, family listening. I went to Green Hill School. Our football program's really struggled. I really like our head coach. Seems like he's got things going in the right direction. But maybe we'd consider hiring you as an offensive coordinator. I'll tell you what, you are an overrated NFL coach, and people who thought that Sean Payton was the Dallas Cowboys savior are absolutely laughable. This guy rode Drew Brees' coattails. He is a more in shape Mike McCarthy. There's nothing that is a savior about Sean Payton. He's fine. He's an okay NFL coach. He's not bad. He's an okay NFL coach, just like Mike McCarthy. But the idea that Sean Payton was thrusted onto this throne as some savior is one of the biggest jokes in the fiction section in some library down the street. That guy's an absolute clown, and I hope the Broncos go 0-17.
That's the best part.
0-17.
Yeah, I like the library vibes.
Yeah, that was strong.
In the fiction section.
Yeah.
He said, "Oh, what did he say? Green Hills?
Green Hill's a private school over here. Where Bennett went to school.
My sister went there too.
Yeah.
Shout out to Tadra. She went there.
Yeah.
She's a pharmacist now out here in these
Smart
streets.
lady right
You know
there.
what I'm saying? We all pharmacists in our way.
Yeah.
Yeah, their football program knows something about going 0-17. That's for sure.
At 4 years, I saw one win.
What was that, Dawson?
Well, I mean, that was a shot at Sands.
Okay.
Yeah.
When he played, they were good. When he played,
I'm really impressed. Can you imagine waking up? That's probably at like 6:30 in the morning with Sean and RJ. He wakes up with a fiery Sean Payton take.
Bro.
That was amazing.
Well, he's already been up for 2 hours.
Yeah,
that's on brand. Speaking of being up for 2 hours, bro, that's not enough time in the day. I'm tired of it, man.
Agreed.
I wake up every day about 4:30, 4:45 type of vibes. Still not enough time, Dawson.
Crazy.
Still not enough time.
What are you doing up that early? You reading? You stretching?
Yeah, I do all of that. I get my workout in. You know what I'm saying? I clean the
peace
system.
and quiet.
Yeah, it's so peaceful in the morning. Take the dogs out for a walk, all that good stuff. You know what I mean?
It's the only way as a dad to get alone time.
It's
It's just
the
wake
only
up
way.
before everybody.
Yep.
It's the only
got
opportunity.
and my dog is right there by the front of the bathroom door, just in
Ready.
case anybody, you know what I'm saying?
You still rocking Sober September?
Disturbs Papa's peace. I sure am. Highly productive, sober. It's crazy. Let's go to ABC Action News in Tampa Bay. Eagles fans destroyed Tampa Bay's reporter's live spot. It was just all over his live spot.
Let's start with ABC Action News reporter Michael Paluska. He's been outside the stadium throughout the evening. He joins us live with the very latest. Michael, how's it going out there?
Hi, Wendy. Good evening. Yeah, you know, these are not the live shots you want to do after the Bucs lost because people are coming out here. They're yelling in front of the camera. They said it looked more like a Eagles home game out here. But, you know, there's a lot of things that happen, you know. And I'll try to get through a live shot. You know, the Eagles fans were... The Eagles fans were annoying before the game. They're even worse now. Maybe we can find a Bucs fan to talk to. Hey, what did the Bucs do right today? Nothing. What did the Eagles do right? Everything. There you go. There you go. All right. Hey, no cursing. No cursing. Thank you. All right. So you know what? We still like Baker Mayfield, and we still like the Bucs. And so, Wendy, until things are getting a little crazy, so we may have to send it back to you guys. See, this is what happens.
He just tried to do it outside.
He is.
They came and swarmed him like it was flies around the trash.
Yeah.
I'd ban Eagles fans from my stadium if I owned a team. I just said, don't even. I don't want to do that to my fan base. You know what I'm saying, Lucius?
Yeah, I know. I'm 100% with you, bro. There's some weirdos out there in Philly.
The whole day.
Let's see what else we got for you boys. Some weirdos out there in Philly. Hey, this is real fast. Wisconsin versus Purdue.
Yes.
Talking about some college football right here.
Mm-hmm.
The announcers were instead of giving you stats about the game, they were giving you stats about your money.
A little reverse action, and it's wide open to his quarterback for two. Fans don't like it. They think that's rubbing a little salt in the wound. What's the total? 38-17, which I believe gets you beyond the over-under numbers, Mr. T, for those that are involved in such things.
Yes. Thanks for keeping me updated there, sir.
Appreciate that.
I have been obsessing it over the last 3 hours and 45 minutes, but it's good to know. I'm taking a victory lap right now.
Let's go. Stop watching you guys on mute.
Is it Wisconsin, Purdue over under? ABC Action News in Tampa, Eagles fans. Or is it our champion, Jared Sandler? By the way, next time you call the post game and he ridicules you for a baseball take because he's a baseball nerd, just remind him of how ridiculous his Sean Payton take is. Okay?
Or that he thinks Daniel Jones is better than Dak.
Wow, he thinks that too?
Well, he told us that at spring training.
Yeah.
Wow.
It was,
that's the most egregious thing. Usually I'm with Jared on a lot of takes, but that was one I was like, what are we talking about?
As Lucius said, he is our baseball insider.
Yeah.
Any of the nominees, Lucius?
I'm looking at the time. No, I shouldn't. Let's go. We're going to rock with these three.
Is it Wisconsin, Purdue? I'm going to go.
1, 2, 3.
I'm going to go. I'm going to go with the gambling call there, Chief. How about you?
I'm going with the champ, Jared Sandler.
Lucius?
Yeah, Mr. Sandler.
2-1, Jared.
PG, Mr. Sandler.
Wolchuk?
Jared.
3-1.
I'm going to go with the live shot.
By a score of 3-1 and still your G-Bag of the Day champion He is he's the most bitter Sean Payton hater in 105 through the Fan, and he's now your 2-time G-Bag of the Day champion. Where are we going with Krusty's Corner, Brian?
Yes, I had a chance to look at New England's all 22, and we'll talk about their defense next.
Okay, I want to talk about Window Nation with you before we do anything else.
A limited supply of excess Equinox models will be sold direct to public below market value. See them all at ClassicChevrolet.com. Don't wait, people. In less than 10 days, they could be all sold out at Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads. Whoa.
Thank you, Lucius. It is the G-Bag Nation. Time now for Krusty's Corner. Here he is, the king of the Krusties himself and a Super Bowl champion, Brian Broaddus.
Thank you very much, General. I appreciate that. New England Patriots this weekend studied them against the Philadelphia Eagles, the Miami Dolphins, and the New York Jets for the 3 games I got to watch with the Patriots this week. They're an odd man front, which means they play with a 3-man line. They can adjust their front due to their linebackers' ability to play along the line of scrimmage. So you could sometimes, they will morph into different looks, but their primary base defense is a 3-man line. The majority of their coverages, you'll see what we call cover 3, which is like a zone look, cover 1, which is a man look, and then cover 2 with the 2 safeties. Those are the 3 primary coverages that they run against you. They did play a cover 6. And when I mean cover 6, and this is against the Dolphins in week 2, it's a combination of the 2 and the 4, thus you get the 6. This is one of those defenses that splits in half, splits the field in half, and then it allows you to play man on one side and zone on the other. Mm. And so this was the only time that they played a cover 6, and that was against the Dolphin. So what they do, it's like I say, it's just a real good blend of man and zone, and it helps you defend the run, but the way you can attack it is the short passing game kind of gets after it pretty good. So just it's something that they throw, but the primary coverages are going to be 3, 1, and 2. That's the order they play them: a zone, a man, and then the 2 safeties back on the hash. This defensive line doesn't have really any big name stars. Matthew Judon is listed as a linebacker, so I'll get him in the linebacker stuff that we're talking about here. But the main guys up front are Godshaw, Lawrence Guy, and Christian Barmore. Those are the guys. I think you have to be worried a little bit about Barmore as a defensive tackle because he had 4 quarterback hits in the Dolphin game. So you need to kind of worry about him getting up the field. They also have a veteran player, Dietrich Wise. When you run the ball, worry about Dietrich Wise. He's got a little bit of that DeMarcus Lawrence to his game. He's a long, rangy veteran player. He's got pass rush ability, but when it's to the edge, his length really kind of helps him in dealing with those opponents in the running game. The front's going to move, they're going to slant, and it's going to allow their linebackers and secondary the opportunities to pass rush and then fit in the running. And his team fits really good in the running game. Like I say, you'll see the line move, and they'll all take a gap, and then support players, the linebackers, the safety. Some of the things that the Cowboys have really, really struggled with, the Patriots do pretty well in the running game. I mentioned Matthew Judon. He's like their Micah Parsons player. The staff, they're going to move him around in order to find the best possible matchup. You'll see him rushing from different position, different spots. He can attack the edge. He can win against the blocker. He's got some power to his game, but he's kind of a slippery player in the way. You know, you'll see him like make a move outside and then work back to the inside and kind of beat the blockers that way. He could put pressure on you, right with his movement. That's one of the things that he is really, really, really good at. Josh Uche is an explosive player. He's the other kind of the edge player that they have. He's a linebacker. He gets up the field in a hurry. Like Judon, he could be really disruptive in the way he plays in the scheme. He gets on the blocker's first step, and then the blocker's like on, he's having to deal with that. He rushes in a way that doesn't allow the blockers to get their hands on him. He's kind of able to turn his body, and then all of a sudden you're trying to reset your hands on him, and then he's past you and up the field. They have another linebacker is Jawan Bentley. He's a veteran guy. He's a thumper. He plays with some pop. He's a downhill player. He's always attacking the line of scrimmage. You have to be concerned about him with the ability to read the play and then run through shooting gaps. So if you're trying to combo block, which means you're getting hip to hip and then you're trying to push a guy to the second level, if there's any separation, he'll run back door or he'll just read that you're trying to combo block and he'll run through the gap. So keep an eye on Bentley, the linebacker. Like I say, he's a 250-pound guy. It's got some real.
Just an old-fashioned hole plugger.
Exactly. It's perfect for what Belichick's trying to do here.
Hell yeah.
The secondary, the Patriots have a star in the making with Christian Gonzalez.
Mm-hmm.
And even at a really young age, the Patriots staff is putting him in a lot of high-leverage situations when it comes to coverage. In the Jets contest I mentioned earlier, he shadowed Garrett Wilson 60% of the game. He played press man against him 43% of the time in those snaps. So he's not afraid to get up on him. The previous week, he played against Tyreek Hill of the Dolphins. They shadowed him also 60% of the game. He played press man 29% of the time against him in those snaps. The Eagles went after him in the first game. They targeted him 12 times, and they had 8 receptions for 99 yards. This guy will travel, and I expect him to travel. I expect him to take CeeDee Lamb. They flip sides in the way they play. He'll go in the slot. This guy is kind of a sticky player when it comes to how he plays. He's relentless in the way he pursues the processes, the movement, things like that, the ball skills. He's got the only interception for this secondary, but his ball skills at Oregon were elite in the way he used to high point balls and things like that. This guy's a really, really good football player. I'm surprised he lasted that long in the draft.
Yeah, he was supposed to be top 10 pick.
Yeah, maybe top 3, top 4.
Yeah, freak athlete, man.
He is
super long, rangy. Yeah, I mean, and if Belichick's taking a cornerback in the first round, you know he's special.
Yep. Miles Bryant is the guy who plays opposite of Gonzalez, and what Bryant will do is he'll also move into the slot, so he's also your nickel corner. He does a really good job of putting himself. He defends the ball well. He put himself in position to make a lot of plays. The movement, the redirection skills are solid. You have to be aware of him coming off the slot as a blitzer. That's something. Remember back in the day when the Cowboys had Orlando Scandrick, and he would come on a slot blitz occasionally during a game and get home on the rush. This guy, Brandt, has that kind of ability to make those types of plays. Their safeties are physical players. It's Kyle Duggar and then Jabril Peppers. Peppers been in the league for a long time. I think Duggar is the better of the two safeties when you watch how the staff uses him. He's going to play deep on 50% of the snaps. He's going to play down on another 24% of the snaps, and then other times you'll see him down in the box as well. They use him on the blitz. He can cover in the slot. He's one of those guys that's a really good tackler, and he doesn't often miss. Where Peppers on the other end, he leads the team in tackles, but there'll be time where you see them get in space, Peppers in space, and then he will struggle to get the guy down. He should have made more tackles than he has even this year. So, but if of the safeties who will be blitzing, it's probably going to be Peppers will be the blitzer, and then Duggar they'll play in coverage or play him back.
And Duggar's a beast.
Yeah, I went back and just looked at something. You know, the Cowboys played the Patriots in 2021, and I just was curious of what the numbers looked like. Dak was 36 of 51 for 445 in that game. He had 3 touchdowns, 1 interceptions, an overtime game. The Patriots pressured him 19 times, but there were no sacks. They played 55% of the time. They played man coverage against him. He was 17 of 28 throwing the ball against that. They played zone coverage 45% of the time. He was 19 of 23 for 252. Where it was interesting is they played what's known as cover zero against him, where they brought pressure and just had no safeties in the middle of the field. And for no support, everybody was matched up in man coverage. They played that in that game 10% of the time, and he ended up throwing 3 touchdown passes against it. So I wonder if Belichick's going to look at it like, last time I played this guy, last time I tried to blitz him, last time I tried to do, certain things you go back and like, I'm not going to do this again. Dak was playing at a very high level. This was the game he hurt his calf.
Yeah.
And then things kind of fell apart for him a little bit there. But that's something that, like I said, it's that zero coverage is like a true man deal where it's not designed, it's designed to get pressure. And Dak handled that exceptionally well in this game. So really good, kind of a non-big name defense. But as I mentioned there, that cornerback, Christian Gonzalez, he is going to be a star for them. He is a hell of a football player.
I remember Bill talking about Dalton Schultz was the guy he wanted to take away last time, and then CeeDee Lamb just destroyed him. So he's not going to let CeeDee Lamb beat him again.
Yep, that is true.
Thank you, Brian.
Thank you.
Krusty's Corner every afternoon at 2:40 here in the G-Bag Nation with the former Cowboy scout, NFL executive. Tomorrow, he'll be taking a look at that Patriots offense. Yeah. Hopefully, it's as bad as it's looked on TV. But Brian will give you this real scoop tomorrow, 2:40. NFL news of the daytime, Wooly Bully, where are you taking us?
Who would win this race in Miami? The Pats are accused of cheating again, and Travis Kelce talking about his crazy Sunday. That's next.
We have your latest fan studio secured by DFWsecurity.com. You're rolling with the G-Bang Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour 2 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a terrific little Wednesday afternoon. Flagtober is coming on Friday. We'll be at Southern Leisure Spas and Patio in Flower Mound 2 to 7. That's your first opportunity to get a flag. And then Saturday's Tour Day DFW. The entire schedule is up on Twitter X at G-Bag Nation. Jump on it and you can see all 12 of our Saturday destinations around North Texas. Time now for Zach Wolchuk to deliver the NFL news of the day. Here he is with all of your NFL headlines, analysis, and takeaways. The Woolly Bully himself, Zachary Wolchuk.
Thank you very much. We had a lot of NFL news that we need to get to. Dealing with a little bit of stuff on the side.
just nightmares. It's phone calls. It's phone calls.
You know, anytime you try and like switch providers on anything, it's never that simple.
Oh,
it's never that easy.
They're trying to draw you back in.
Well, they don't even care about that. It's just the amount of information you got to give them, the verifications, and it's like this should be a very simple process, but they don't make it simple. So almost had that wrapped up there, but I'll talk to them again coming up in the next break. Now, what took over the NFL world, of course, was Sunday. You had Taylor Swift show up at Arrowhead. So the New Heights podcast, they are opening up and welcoming in a new audience because I think the NFL, and there's some people out there I know that are thinking that this is staged because you have Alex Earl, who's dating Braxton Berrios, and she's a TikTok star. There's rumorooskies that Haley Cavender, one of the Cavender twins, who's a TikTok star. She's now maybe dating Jake Ferguson. Cowboys
very own.
Yeah. So is the NFL like is this staged? Are they trying to just go ahead and get to Gen Z or a new audience here of the people that like Taylor Swift and the TikTok fame? I don't know. Maybe it's just real love. I'm a believer in real love. I'd like to think that this is not fake. But Jason Kelce and Travis Kelce talked about it for the first time on their podcast. Here's Travis and what he had to say.
We got to talk about it.
Yeah, my personal life, that's not so personal.
Yeah, well.
I did this to myself, Jason. I know this.
Well, Trav, how's it feel that Taylor Swift has finally put you on the map?
I just thought it was awesome how everybody in the suite had nothing but great things to say about her. You know, the friends and family. Great. She looked amazing. Everybody was talking about her in great light. And on top of that, the day went perfect for Chiefs fans, of course. We script it all, ladies and gentlemen. But to see the slow motion chest bumps, to see the high fives with mom, to see how, you know, Chiefs Kingdom was all excited that she was there, that was absolutely hysterical. It was definitely a game I'll remember. That's for damn sure. And then we just slid off in the getaway car at the end.
I mean, everybody's talking about it.
Everyone, literally. Everyone, even Bill Belichick. He hasn't talked much about me outside of, you know, game weeks that we've played, but he made sure to remind me that that's the best catch I've ever had in my life.
Dude, that was a great line by Bill.
Hilarious. And then you got Coach Reed telling everybody he's Cupid. He's been manifesting this the whole time. He's the one that set us up.
Is there any truth to this?
I don't even know how to answer that. I know that he had met the Swift family before, so I don't know. He could have been in the background the whole time.
Dude, Coach Reed playing matchmaker?
Who knew Cupid was so big? Shout out to Taylor for coming through and seeing me rock the stage.
Have you seen Coach Reed in your history with him, Brian, actually play matchmaker?
No, I have not.
He just wants to take credit?
I'll tell you what, Andy, in those commercials, those was it State Farm?
Yeah, he's great.
That's Andy Reid, though. Seriously, Andy is a blast to hang out with. He's funny. He's got a great sense of humor. He's super nice. But when it comes to like coaching in meetings and stuff like that, man, he is a serious dude. But you get him away from all that, like him being at the grill and everybody out throwing the ball around, and he's just an absolute blast to hang out with.
I love his commercials, like the State Farm commercials he's doing with Mahomes.
That's Andy's,
they are hilarious.
That's Andy's personality. That's my time with him in Green Bay, and to this day, if I ever get to see him, it's always when we talk about football, we just talk about funny different things. I used to make red beans and rice, and it was hard to get all the ingredients
in Wisconsin.
But I always managed to come up with it, and Andy was like the biggest fan of it. Him and the quarterback. I won't say his name.
Yeah, thank you.
So you don't have to do your.
Who was the quarterback at that time?
Yeah, well, we all know who the quarterback was at that time.
Ty Detmer.
But that's Mark Brunell.
It was Detmer, huh?
Yeah. But Andy was one of those guys. Like he'd come by the office, like, "Hey man, you cooking this weekend? You cooking something up this weekend?" And I'm like, "Yeah, coach, I got you covered."
Andy was always like, he'd make sure that everybody had theirs, and then he would come and get like 2 more extra bowls, and just.
That's my guy.
He's just a fun guy to be with. You would love hanging out. Jared would love hanging out with Andy Reid. He might not like hanging out with Sean Payton, though.
No. But I think everybody would love to hang out with Andy Reid. And shout out to Travis Kelce, man. He's getting a lot of attention. His brand is growing. The following that he's getting from this is huge. And it's good for the NFL. Maybe there are new eyeballs.
What's the next game she shows up? Does she go on a road game?
Who knows? What's going on with their Eras Tour concert? I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know.
I think
about
she's
that,
going out of the country here soon.
Oh, is she?
So... Well, I'm sure maybe she'll pop in and see him again. Or maybe that was just a one-time, hey, I'm here, this is real, and then we'll never see from her again.
He kind of thanked her.
I'm sure there's a lot of fans that would love that.
But he thanked her for showing up, right?
He did.
He said, hey, thanks for coming through.
I appreciate you.
I
felt like just like a friend saying thanks for coming out.
Thanks
and
for the
showing
effort.
some love.
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah.
And this is good news for all other positions where it used to just be the quarterback got the girl. And now
the tight end.
As you mentioned, Ferguson's getting one of the Cavender twins.
Get it, Fergie.
Barrios, you mentioned it. I think we're starting to get equal opportunity here for other positions, which is, it's promising. Obviously not running backs. Let's not get crazy.
Well, I think CMC's got him. Wasn't he dating Barrios' girlfriend?
Again, everybody wants to point when running backs start to matter. Everybody wants to point to McCaffrey. He's the outlier, of course.
Okay.
Have you seen his
All right.
biceps? Did you see him on the GQ cover? Yes. Okay. There's outliers everywhere, man.
And McCaffrey is certainly that. Anthony Richardson.
Did you guys catch Travis Kelce's car though?
No.
That Chevelle, that 70 Chevelle drop top.
Okay.
That's a win.
Yeah, it was classy.
That's the win for me right there.
She's riding shotgun.
You got Taylor Swift and all that. That's fine. Built like a giraffe. But that 70 Chevelle, that's the win, in my opinion.
The outfit that he wore, too, on Sunday.
I didn't see that.
That's already sold out, apparently, as well. So,
That thing looked like a painter's outfit.
It was a 1989 painting.
Yeah,
that they made into clothing.
Is really what is that? What it was?
Yeah, that's what
I thought it was like, hey, let's go get the coveralls, throw some blue paint on me, and here we go.
No,
not that I'm a fashion plate by any
painting
means.
turned wardrobe, but good for Travis, man. He's crushing it right now, making all the money, winning all the games, and dating all the girls. Now, Colts rookie quarterback Anthony Richardson, he's returned to practice. He is progressing through the concussion protocol, so that's good news, especially for fantasy owners that had him.
Yeah, I had to start Baker Mayfield this week.
You and me both.
Really?
Yeah.
We were swimming in the Baker waters
It was
on
Baker
Monday
or
night.
Russell
it was not
Wilson.
Good. Yeah,
and I was thinking, I'm not trusting Russ.
No, it was really, really bad.
He is the only quarterback in the league that has a less of air
yardage
average than Dak.
That's crazy.
Who? Russell Wilson?
No.
Anthony Richardson?
Anthony Richardson, yeah.
Wow.
Dak's
so Zach Wilson's got
Dak's at
more
5,
air yards?
Yeah, Dak's at 5.5 and Richardson's at 4.9.
Just keep matriculating the ball down the field, boys.
Yeah.
That's all that matters, right?
Just we're going to beat this team 5 inches at a time.
Yeah, exactly. It's my man coaching them up there, the Miami Sharks or whoever they are. But that does that surprise you, though, that the air yards with Dak? We've talked about the ball going down the field.
That is surprise. I mean, even that is.
But yes,
I know this offense is not going to be a super passing, explosive offense, down the field offense, but I didn't expect it to be Dak and Anthony Richardson, just floating there at the bottom.
I don't need Mike McCarthy also telling me that that people are asking, well, why isn't the ball going down the field? And then coaches will always say, well, it's the way they play defense against us. It's the way we play.
It's been game flow quite a bit.
I think a lot of it's been game flow. In the first 2 weeks, we were applauding them for how quickly they're just getting the ball to their playmakers and just get the ball in their hands and then let them go make plays. So they're not throwing the ball down the field.
You're behind in the Arizona game.
Yeah, the Arizona game should have been a different story.
Scared. I think
but
he
got
got
no offensive line in the Arizona game.
I think he got absolutely scared.
And that's the reason.
For good reason.
But they gave up 2 sacks.
Yeah,
they gave up a sack. They gave a sack on a boot that they didn't block the right way.
Much like the defense played better in the second half, he should have adjusted and realized, hey, these linemen are holding up better than I anticipated, and we can take more shots.
I just don't want the excuse that every week that the ball's not going down the field, that's the way the safeties were playing. And I think that's it. There's a lot more guys and gals that watch this tape and watch the All-22 and are saying, wait a minute, safeties are playing at normal depth here.
Sure.
You're not going to fool me with coach speak just because you need to watch the tape.
Absolutely.
And tell me that because the safeties are playing deep that you can't take some shots down the field or throw the ball down they were 0 for 2 in throws in the middle of the field. The one spot where Dak Prescott was like would throw the ball was like, hey, we can't throw it in the middle of the field here, man. We're going to get intercepted and things like that. They hadn't taken any throws in the middle of the field.
Yeah, that's exactly the area where they probably were most worried about.
Well, right up until the red zone interception.
And then boom. And what happened? It was an interception. Let's go to Raheem Mostert here. And he was on the Rich Eisen show. And we've talked about the Dolphins. They've got the fastest team in the NFL. You got Tyreek Hill, Jalen Waddle, Raheem Mostert, the A&M running back, whom apparently we've been saying his name incorrectly this entire time. It's not A-Chain. And they're going to say it correctly here. Let's listen for it, see if we notice it, because I don't even know if I'm saying it correctly. Rich, Raheem, who's winning in a 40-yard dash or just a race here between the Dolphins?
I'll tell it like this, Rich. Yes. When it comes to a race, right?
Yeah.
Tyreek is more of he's fast. Don't get me wrong. Okay. Tyreek's fast. But I could break down his speed. He has more of that quick twitch to him too.
Okay.
For me, I'm more of a long strider. Once I get going, it's hard to catch me. It's hard to, try to beat me. And same thing with J-Dub. He's more of that guy he's in between both Tyreek and I. So it'll be a good race for sure. But I think I got the upper advantage.
What about A-Chain now that he's in this mix now? What about
Yeah, A-Chain's in the mix too. He's more of that off the burst, quick guy. So it's going to be neck and neck. I will say this, we are definitely the fastest team in the NFL. And if we had a 4x1, it didn't matter what position each, player was in, or each person was in, we'd win.
So A-Chan is apparently how
Rich Eisen went with it. Yeah.
That's what Adam Schefter was doing the other day too, going A-Chan, and not A-Chain.
And Raheem Mostert earlier in that interview, he tells Rich Eisen that's how we actually are supposed to pronounce it. It's A-Chan.
Well, forever I'm listening to him run the football at Texas A&M, and
it was A-Chain.
Yeah, because there's an E at the end. I mean, it looks like it should read A-Chain.
Yeah,
but
it's
okay.
Sometimes the guy shows up at college and just doesn't feel like correcting anybody.
Maybe it's just like the
years
Kelsey
old.
and the Kels thing. But now everybody kept saying
think
Kelsey.
So.
But then they tried to say it was maybe Kels. Either way, A-Chan.
Thiesman to Theismann.
A-Chan is the fastest on the team according to Next Gen Stats in terms of just on the field. 21.93 miles per hour.
Zach, didn't he run track, though, in the SEC at A&M?
My money would be on him.
Yeah, his 100 meters better than all these others because they're all track stars at one point in their lives, and his 100-yard meter, or holy hell, not 100-yard meter.
Yeah.
You guys know what I'm saying. I'm going to move
the 100
on now.
Yeah.
100 meters.
Just take the baton and run right now.
I got you. We're running. Woo, let's go.
I can't believe somebody's faster than Tyreek Hill. Can I just say that?
Well,
like watching him play, he looks the fastest.
Didn't Parsons outrun him that one time at the Pro Bowl?
Yeah, he did.
It happens.
He did. And Mike is a freak athlete as well. I can't wait. I mean, I'm a little bit terrified about that matchup later in the season because the Dolphins look really, really good. And if Tua is healthy, he's the MVP this year.
That's the key.
My gosh, that's going to be fun.
If Tua is healthy, they don't get beat.
I think it's the 10-yard split that Tyreek probably wins on all these guys. Like his
just the initial
0
quickness
to start.
Yeah.
Is probably better than the rest, but then their long speed.
And then and that's why Raheem Mostert thinks he can get him. He thinks his long speed's better. He thinks the quickness of Tyreek, he can get him there, but I think I would go with A-Chan. Now, we've got Ben Roethlisberger and Jerome Bettis. Ben's doing his podcast deal. He's got the bus on it. They go back to 2004, AFC title game. And Ben Roethlisberger says, quote, "To be fair, the Patriots cheated." Bettis says, "For sure they did. There's not even a question in my mind." And then he goes on to explain just how New England cheated in that game.
Who normally goes to the sideline on timeout? The defensive captains, right? They told the nose guard, Washington, they pulled him to the sideline. Big 400-pound guy, he don't want to go to the sideline and come all the way back.
Cold.
Right?
It was cold.
What he want to go to the sideline for? They yelling, made him go to the sideline. And I always thought, where he going? He went all to the sideline, came back. Then we run the play. He loops into the hole. Washington does. They stop us on 4th down, right? That's a critical play in the game. They had our signs, and they called a timeout to get them ready for that play because they knew it was coming.
Okay, so this is
no question in my mind. I remember vividly because I thought, why is this big dude? Why is this big dude going to the sideline?
this is important to know because the Cowboys are worried about the signs that the Patriots are going to have with Will Greer and Ezekiel Elliott.
Yeah.
So they're alluding to they knew the signs, they had some tips on this, and that's why they called the timeout, made the substitutions. Now, Asante Samuel, former Patriot corner, played in that game, was young. He claps back. He hears this audio. He says, we weren't cheating. We were just flat out better. Here's Asante Samuel's response.
Steelers Nation, what's going on with y'all legends and Hall of Famers, Ben Roethlisberger and Jerome Bettis? 19 years later, you guys decide to be sore losers and say we cheated the 2004 AFC Championship. You claim that on a critical play on 4th down, y'all lined up and we called a timeout because we knew the play that was coming. We knew some signs or tips, or we had some type of information to figure out that play. You call that cheating? Are you crazy? This is what determined the outcome of the game. Tom Brady was better than Ben Roethlisberger. Rodney Harrison was better than Troy Polamalu. Corey Dillon was better than Jerome Bettis. And Asante Samuel was better than Deshae Townsend. It's as simple as that. Ain't no more to be said. We were better than you in pretty much everywhere of the game. And actually, I knew from that game, in front of everybody, the AFC Championship, Big Ben, you made me realize that I can be a player in this game.
Oh, shots fired at Big Ben there. G-Bag Nation, you make the call. Did the Patriots cheat?
Oh, yeah, they cheated 100%.
Yes.
Yeah.
Of course they did.
I think they cheated so well that many of their players didn't even know they were cheating. You know, they were just doing a good job communicating amongst coaches and being like, hey, look out for this play this time. These guys didn't know they were cheating. They were cheating. And by the way, Ernie Adams, the guy who enabled them to effectively cheat on game days, he retired after 2021, which kind of coincides with Bill Belichick taking another step back. I know Tom left, which was convenient, and that's going to be the explanation. But Ernie Adams was the guy who would take all the info that they got together and in his Rain Man brain could spit out what they were about to do like he was a computer. He was a pattern recognition guy, like, holy crap, they're about to do this. And by golly, the other team did what Ernie Adams said again and again and again. And once they started spying and getting the calls, it was unfair. It was really unfair, the advantage New England got over that decade period.
Gosh, Ernie Adams, what an unsung hero.
Yeah, he's the guy that should really get all the love, I guess.
We would ask Patriots, former players and stuff about Ernie Adams at the Super Bowl, and they'd be like, whoa, what do you know about Ernie? Yeah, we're not supposed to talk about that. There's a book about him.
Yeah, wow. I believe it.
One of the great Ernie actually, he did a video after that Super Bowl where they made the play against Seattle, and they talked about how they practiced the play. Like Ernie had found the play, and they practiced it the week of the Super Bowl, and they never covered it. The only time that they covered it was the right way or played it the right way, and they even showed practice film where they kept getting
Malcolm Butler cut off by the receiver.
Right, and Butler actually played it right in the game.
It's amazing.
And it was a huge play. But he shows film of them not doing it right, like 3 times.
Shout out to the 469. We botched that earlier. It wasn't Ty Detmer. It was freaking Brett Favre. I can't believe we missed that. That is ridiculous, man.
In the face right now.
I just feel bad as a football guy. I just want to apologize. We should have known that was Brett Favre.
Yeah, we purposefully did that, you bleep hole.
I have no idea what you're doing now.
Mama gave me 8 of them flap checks. Said, Mama, take away 5 of them flap checks. I want to stay hungry for the Crimson Tide.
Flagtober is back. It is brought to you by Southern Leisure Pools and Spas and Whataburger. And Friday's show will be at Southern Leisure in Flower Mound, 2 to 7, your first chance to get a flag. And then Saturday's Tour Day DFW. You can see the entire schedule at G-Bag Nation on Twitter X. Cowboys news of the day. We have quotes from the Cowboys and Belichick. What's he thinking of Micah Parsons compared to his best defensive player ever? That's next right here, the G-Bag Nation of the Fan.
The Fan continues to grow because of you, our listener.
Studios is sending new customers to a football game at Jerry World on the house. Call 800-972-3631 or visit MaverickWindows.com to learn more now.
Welcome back, Nation. Hope you're having a good one. Go to 105thethefan.com/events for Flagtober 2023. You can see the all-new Pure Gold As Always 2023 flag. And then there's a separate, multicolored flag you can order as well on the website starting this weekend. Thanks to everybody who's joined us over the years. And if you want to join us this weekend for the Tour Day DFW, it starts Saturday morning in Mesquite on the Galloway Avenue Whataburger location. It'll go to Hutchins and Waxahachie and Midlothian, Alvarado and Burleson and Fort Worth and Denton and Highland Village and Carrollton, and then back home in Garland at 7:20 to conclude what is you're looking at about 10 hours of Tour Day DFW on Saturday, and it starts Friday at Southern Leisure Spas and Patio in Flower Mound. Any of those locations is your best and first opportunities to get that new G-Bag flag.
These flags are sweet, man. These are absolutely sweet. I cannot wait to throw one up. Probably going to go one in the garage and then probably one in the master bedroom. Obviously, the wife's going to be fine with that. So I'm going to have to double down on it. And then Friday, I think we've confirmed it. Walchuk, are we ready to go on record? I know I'm ready to go on record. Are you ready to go on record?
I just got to make sure it comes in on time. So I'm doing one of two things. I'm either bringing my own mayo and I'm doing the Will Levis mayo in the coffee, or I'm going to Speedo this baby up if it comes in on time.
A Woolly Bully Speedo extravaganza at Southern Leisure Spas and Patios on a football Friday.
That is awesome.
That is
showing
going
the
to
white
be,
legs, man.
That is going to be fantastic.
You need a roll of quarters
to stuff in there?
I'm just asking.
I might.
I'm ready to see some wood hauler's ass. What you brought us?
Yeah.
This should be great. What are you doing, Chief?
I'm gonna do.
I got some cakes for you, Brian.
Yeah, I bet you do.
I'm gonna do the mayo roulette. We're gonna have a sleeve of Oreos, some of which will be normal Oreos, some of which will have mayo as the cream filling. I'll blindfold, reach, and I'll probably do 3 reaches.
Yeah.
So I'll consume 3 Oreos, and hopefully I go 3 for 3 on real Oreos, but odds are I'll consume some mayonnaise Oreos.
Mayonnaise Oreos. That is hilariously disgusting.
Yeah.
Ooh. Okay. Patriots and Cowboys quotables. We got Bill talking. We got Micah Parsons talking. Segments brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one's been in an accident, call the Frankels at 214 or 817-333-3333. Go online to truckwreck.com. Turns out Micah Parsons is a if we lose, we learn type of guy. He says the positive of failure is that you always learn. You don't want to take a double L. You never want to lose and not learn. You always want to lose and learn and fix your mistakes. So that's what you want to hear from that level of leadership. Were they overconfident or did they just get a little unfocused on what it's going to take? I heard KNC talking about it earlier. I love that they reset last year. Dan Quinn telling them, you got to earn the right to rush the passer by being good against the run. And I think that's the message that you send back to your defensive players this week, Brian.
I don't think they were ready to play.
They were not.
They
were not at all.
I think McCarthy got scared with what happened with his offensive line, how compromised he got late in the day, late in the week, and he scaled back the game plan. And so I understand that, but defensively they weren't ready to play the first half of that football game. They didn't fit right. They didn't tackle well.
But they got
enough.
their minds right for the second half, and that should be encouraging.
Too late.
Yeah,
too late.
Yeah, but it shows it forward.
But they also had a huge bust in the second half. That 69-yard pass that
absolutely
killed them right
no
there.
question.
That's disastrous.
That was a bad. But the first half of that game, they weren't ready to play football. They thought they rolled their helmets out there. Then Arizona with Josh Dobbs would just roll over and not do anything, But that's hey. Hopefully they all did learn from that. You got to be ready to play every week in the NFL, or you're going to get beat.
How about the comp of Micah Parsons, Lawrence Taylor? How about we go to the man that developed Lawrence Taylor into the absolute man-child that he was when he first came out of North Carolina and dominated the NFL for over a decade? That'd be Bill Belichick. Former DC of the New York Giants, current head coach of the New England Patriots. They asked him, what do you think about the Micah and LT comparison now as Mike is dominating in his 3rd season? He answered, I would just say I wouldn't put anybody ahead of Lawrence Taylor. Said, I saw that guy every day for over a decade. He tilted the field for a decade until somebody does that, and there's a lot of great players. I'm not taking anything away from anybody else. There's a lot of great players that have been in this league, that are in this league. But personally, I'm not putting anybody ahead of Lawrence Taylor, not yet. And I think that's fair, especially at the top when you're trying to compare eras. I think, you have GOATs, maybe not a GOAT, because it's hard to say what a player would do in an individual situation. How much help you got in the back end, how good your coaching was, what were your defensive tackles and your linebackers like. All of that goes into it, so it's massive. But I think for Micah even to be in this conversation, he's got to kick butt for at least another 5 or 6 years. You can't even start talking about some of these guys as far as comparing careers in year 3 to dudes that did it for 12, 15 years. It's not a conversation to be had at this point.
Parsons is becoming very similar to LT when it comes to how offensive coordinators have to prepare for him.
Yeah.
And I think offensive coordinators in this day and age are better equipped to handle a guy like Micah Parsons, just because of schemes and things that they could do, chip block. There's things back in the 80s that it's pretty much one-on-one, a lot of one-on-one game over there. Nowadays there's ways that they motion tight ends over, they widen you out, they chop you, they cut you, they hold you. There's all those things that they do now scheme-wise to kind of take really good pass rushers out of a game. Micah's kryptonite seems to be run the ball at him. That seems to be the one thing that teams are kind of figuring out a little bit.
Yeah, they've had success, a couple of times over the last couple of years with it.
Make him play slow.
Yeah.
Just try and slow him down.
Tough to do, and credit Dan Quinn. I guess that's also why you're seeing him move around so much more through 3 games. Just try and get him to where offenses can't key on him as he's lining up in the same spot every single snap.
All righty, we're going over some Cowboys quotables as there was stuff said at today's Patriots practice and Cowboys practice. How about J-Ron Curse on the defense showing up every week? Says it's the most frustrating thing. Dan Quinn said something right before our last meeting, defense travels, and we didn't travel.
Nope.
We went out there, instead of us being a reason we win, we're part of the reason we lost, and that hit us hard. On if he thinks the Patriots are going to try to copy anything the Cardinals did, if we play our football, we're going to stop anything. It's not really about what New England does. We hope they turn that tape on and think that's the same thing they're getting. They're not getting anything close to that. This is off the Twitter account of John Machota. You got to love the leadership and passion from J-Ron Curse, who needs a big bounce-back game. Do you share his optimism and confidence?
I do for the defense. I do think the defense is going to come out there flying around, and they're going to be playing a little bit angry, and they're going to be looking for some redemption here. And I don't think you're going to be – the Patriots will just not be able to stress you the same way that is, even though we're talking about the Cardinals did have a running quarterback, which the Patriots don't really have, and they had some legit speed, and so they were able to take advantage of you. I don't think that New England offensively – will be scaring you much at all. Their defense is what absolutely scares me, and I'm nervous for the way the Cowboys offense is going to look for 4 quarters.
Yeah, can you score enough points, especially when you get the practice report today and the 3 offensive linemen were out once again, and you just don't know, if they're going to be able to practice over the next 3 days.
And you only need probably, what do you think you need to win the game?
17.
17 points? Mm-hmm. I was going to say, is it 17, 18, maybe you say 20?
Yeah.
But it's not like you're going to need much. But I don't know, man.
Is it possible that Mac Jones played the best game of his career the last time he played the Cowboys?
I don't even remember.
He played well.
He went to overtime.
Like Mac Jones played maybe the best I've ever seen him play. So I don't ever want to make an assumption like that because he doesn't give you the running threat, and it seems like that's been an issue. But the Cowboys have to do a better job in the second and third levels because the Patriots are going to run the football on you with Stevenson and Zeke. And this was an interesting stat from Aaron Schatz or Shots.
Shots. It's Shots.
I like Shots, but Shots. So they've stuffed 28% of running back carries for no gain or a loss, which is 4th in the NFL. But they're 29th in second level yards allowed, which is 5 to 10 yards down the field.
Mm-hmm.
So once running backs are able, of course, to get past the defensive line, your linebackers, your safeties, they're having issues at the second and third level. And if the Patriots are able to get up on you and get past Hankins and Mozzie and Tank or Fowler or Armstrong, who's ever on the edge, they got to do a better job. LVE, Damone Clark, Curse, Wilson now back. they've got to be ready to play, or else you're going to move the football with running it again, just like Arizona did.
That's well said. Final Cowboys quotable here. Mike McCarthy on Trey Lance says he's performed well over the last month. I'm glad he's here. It was a great addition. He has a lot of potential. I was wondering when we were going to see or hear something next about Trey Lance. It was today. Okay, a little sports hodgepodge coming up next, Chief. Where are we going with that?
We got some football, some basketball in Philadelphia. You have my attention next year in the nation.
Okay, I want to chat Twin Peaks with you, though, because if you're looking for a great place to go for some eats, drinks, and
White Flag, proudly presented by Southern Leisure Spas and Patio and by Whataburger. We kick things off with a G-Bag Nation celebration broadcast this Friday afternoon at the Southern Leisure Store in Flower Mound.
Let's do this.
It's almost Flagtober time with the G-Bag Nation and the Fan.
Just announced Classic Chevrolets and Grapevine's one-time Equinox offload. A limited supply of excess Equinox models will be sold direct to public below market value. See them all at ClassicChevrolet.com, but don't wait. In less than 10 days, they could be all sold out at Classic Chevrolet on new roads.
Thank you, Lucius. It is the G-Bag Nation here on The Fan. We're talking Rangers with Dave Raymond coming up at 4 o'clock. You can go to 105thethefan.com/events and get the entire Flagtober Tour Day DFW schedule coming up on Saturday. Here's Chief with that sports hodgepodge.
Got a couple of good Cowboy things, but of course, Damian Lillard is the news of the day, being traded from Portland to Milwaukee, and the Bucks certainly hope that will keep Giannis in Milwaukee for a long period of time. This is like a month ago, and he was like, yeah, I'm not really sure. I'm not going to re-up with these guys unless I know everybody's on the same page about winning championships here. And they listened. They listened in a big way, and they surprised us all today. And now the cheapest ticket before the trade for Dame's ticket prices have skyrocketed for his return to Portland. So the cheapest ticket in the house for that game that is Bucks and Portland Trailblazers, which is just a random game, was $24. You could get in for $24. Now that they know it's going to be the Dame return night, the cheapest ticket is now $209.
Wow.
So they're already, it's amazing how fast that happens, where it's like, boom, trade done. Now we're fixing ticket prices. We're fixing odds, as the Bucks are now the odds-on favorite to win the NBA title. And then it's the Nuggets, the Celtics, the Suns, who were also involved in that trade, moving on from DeAndre Ayton, bringing in a Yusuf Nurkic, and then the Warriors. So that's the way it stacks up right now. But the Bucks immediately become title favorites, and all the NBA people I'm seeing on Twitter are like, yeah, this immediately makes the Bucks certainly the team to beat in the East, and gives Giannis and Dame the best chance possible for either one of them to win a title this year. So moving on from Drew Holiday is substantial, but getting Dame Lillard, like Dame and Giannis, that two-man game, that's going to be must-watch basketball. It's going to be so fun.
Yeah, it gives them an offensive dimension that they haven't had, with Lillard shooting those threes. And Giannis is like the most dominant player in the paint I've seen since Shaq. I mean, it's just crazy how he gets there and gets close and then can do so many things that just it physically overwhelms the opponent.
It's going to be fun to watch them together. I saw this from ESPN Stats and Info, that they're the second teammates in NBA history to play together after each tallying 30 points per game the prior season. The other duo, Jerry West and Elgin Baylor, who averaged 30 on the 61-62 Lakers and then ran it back the next year in 62-63. So that's how far back we're going before we've had two scoring, just dominant ball players together. Like this.
It's going to be cool. It's going to be cool. And I think so much will depend on, can Chris Middleton stay healthy for them, but we got plenty of time to worry about that. Drew Holiday, though, you feel a little bit, it's funny. Literally yesterday, he's talking to the Milwaukee Journal-Sentinel, saying, quote, I don't want to play for any other team. I think we have a chance to continue to do great things as the Bucks team and organization, so I want to be in Milwaukee forever. And then, of course, less than 24 hours later, he's in Portland, and he won't even be in Portland because he's supposed to be traded. Portland doesn't even necessarily want him, so they'll flip him to some team, and I guarantee there's multiple teams interested in his services right now. As one of the better defenders in the sport.
Sixers and the Heat are the two that have immediately said, hey, we're interested.
Nice.
If we didn't have Seth Curry, I'd love to get him. I just don't know why anybody would want to stay in Milwaukee. It seems cold.
Summerfest is
the
nice.
Butterburgers, the cheese curds.
Yeah, it's a great place to go for 6 weeks in the summer.
Yeah.
Let's take a northern vacation.
The Pfister Hotel is pretty good there.
The Pfister.
Pfister.
How do you spell that?
It's just like it's
Fister?
Yeah.
Sounds like a Fat Her situation.
It's a really nice, good hotel. You'd like it because they have like a really cool
Sounds
bar.
like it.
They have a really cool bar.
Surprised Walchuk's never been there.
That's not my thing, bud.
Well, thank God.
Pfister, I just met her. Sorry.
Thank God that for
buy me dinner first.
For Dame's sake, he ended up in Milwaukee and not Toronto. Because listen to what Mad Dog Russo has to say about the idea. This is yesterday, and Toronto was emerging as a team that everybody's like, oh, I think it might be the Raptors that make the swing for Dame Lillard. Listen to what Mad Dog Russo is alleging about Dame's desires to play in Toronto.
So as a result, Sounds like Miami is out, and Toronto might be the leader in the clubhouse getting Lillard. I wonder how Lillard feels. I'm sure that wasn't on his mind when he told the Blazers finally after the draft, I request a trade. I think the last place in America he wanted to go to was Toronto.
The last place in America.
I just think that's so great, man. Thank you, Mad Dog, for the content. Are these Bleep Hole Eagles trying to change the tush push to the, what are they calling this now?
The brotherly
The
shove.
brotherly shove, yeah.
Are they making T-shirts and whatnot?
They're probably
I
going
would
to.
have. I wish I would have come up with
a
that.
T-shirt of their quarterback getting his tush pushed, but calling it the brotherly shove. Okay, Nick Sirianni.
Wow, so creative.
Yeah,
very good.
Nice work. Nice
City of
work.
brotherly love and everything.
I
Man.
see no love in Philly.
I will say they do have my attention with this new Slim Chicken thing they're unveiling at these Eagles games.
Great. I can't go to Slim Chicken anymore.
Is this like a Slim Chicken's cheesesteak? What are we looking
They're
at?
calling this they're just calling it the Slim Chicken, but it's Frosted Flakes fried chicken, whatever that means. I assume the crust of the
you ground it,
Frosted Flakes.
Yeah, ground it
like,
up.
I'm already so in on this. I don't need to know much else, but I'll continue. It's Frosted Flakes fried chicken. It's cheese. It's honey glazed bacon.
Okay, wait a minute.
What? Okay, here we go. Cherry jam.
Cherry jam.
The cherry is throwing me off a little bit.
Very
Can we stick with just a traditional berry?
Can we
But
jam cherries?
I don't want to be nitpicky here. Then it's a ghost chili, which is certainly concerning.
Ghost
but
pepper,
then,
yeah.
how about this for a bun? The apple fritter.
Look at what they're doing. Now, this is a Slim Chicken's
So
invention, so
sweet-
this thing can travel.
Sweet and savory.
It sounds like this thing.
There's
this
nothing
thing
stopping that
travels.
from coming to Texas.
There's nothing stopping
Okay.
that from coming to Texas. I would imagine. I mean, I'm looking at you, AT&T Stadium, for the one-upper on this one. But the Slim Chicken, that's going to be getting it done at Eagles games, man. I got to be honest with you.
I think this thing is overly sweet.
It sounds a little too sweet for me.
Because to me,
Well, that's why you hit it with the heat to balance it.
well, okay, but take out the jam part. The crust that you're going to develop, Frosted Flakes is naturally a sugar cereal, right?
Yeah, it sure is.
So
yeah.
I don't know how much sugar. I trust me, I love sugary things.
So
but
you're
this-
out on the Slim Chicken.
It sounds overly sugared to
One
me.
bite
You
and
might
you're
not,
done.
You might not need the apple fritter bun.
The
That
apple
sounds a little
fritter-
too much to me.
The
See, no,
jam-
hold the cherry jam before you start pulling the apple fritter bun
I think
away.
we need the apple fritter bun, man.
Yeah, this thing's gonna want the apple fritter bun.
You
I
know,
think
how
that's
you know how I feel about fruit on my dessert, though. I mean, I was out when you said apple fritter.
Yeah, I don't think we need
I was
the apple
plotting up
fritter
a way
bun.
to get that replaced.
Maybe just a cinnamon bun.
okay. A cinnamon roll bun. Okay, is that how we make this better? We just
I
change the apple
smell
fritter bun to the
cinnamon
cinnamon roll.
I
rolls.
just feel like there's just too much sugar.
Yeah,
Okay.
there's a lot of sugar.
There's a
but,
lot of sugar involved. To me,
That's a take. You know,
Yeah.
that's
how
certainly
about
an
when you
opinion.
eat something that's like, oh man, this is really rich? You ever say like, oh man, it's got too much sugar?
Well,
in
that's
it.
how I felt with the funnel cake cheeseburger 2 years ago at the State Fair when I tried it. It was a little bit like that. Like
Yeah.
I could eat half of it.
You get sick eating that much sugar. That's what you're getting like, oh man, my
I
stomach.
gotcha.
My stomach.
We'll get to stomach issues in football's finest.
Oh look, it's your favorite guy. It's
Sean Payton.
Sean Payton.
Oof. Is he saying? Is he next questioning folks because
I
he doesn't
think-
want to hear
I
facts
think
about how bad his team
I think
is?
he's answering questions about Jarrett. He's got that kind of that face, like.
Well, the G Bag of the Day champion. You know,
He's
they go
confirming
viral.
He's about to be the offensive coordinator at Green Hill.
Yeah.
Looks like Jake Ferguson has been one of the best tight ends to start the season.
Targets wise.
Damn right he is.
I mean,
broken tackles.
He's got the fourth best receiving grade at the position according to Pro Football Focus. He's seventh in yards per reception. He's tied for third in yards after the catch, and he's forced the most missed tackles at the position as well.
Thank you.
So there's some encouraging signs for old Jake Ferguson, who's allegedly dating one of the Cavender twins right now. So Ferguson's up. And
yeah,
the
he's like a
Cowboys-
Kelsey starter kit.
Yeah.
I
I think
as soon as he can just figure out with Dak in the red zone, be that Dalton Schultz replacement there, I think all of a sudden the takeover is complete. You upgraded at tight end.
Buffalo has closed the gap when it comes to the defensive havoc rate, which takes tackles for loss or no gain, the forced fumbles, the interceptions, the pass deflections, the pressures divided by total plays. Dallas was head and shoulders above everybody going into last week. They're still number one, but now Buffalo and Cleveland are nipping at their heels a little bit. So we'll monitor that havoc rate. I think that thing's pretty cool.
Dude, please do. I want a havoc rate report every single week.
There's
havoc
a lot
rate,
of people.
Havoc rate.
There's a lot of people on Twitter that listen, that ask me, where did you get that? And I think it's I love the
Havoc rate. When you put it out there like that every week.
Yeah, it's pretty sweet. Thank you to Ian Harritz, who is usually all over the Havoc rate stuff. So that's who I'm usually poaching that from. But yeah, it's a pretty cool little metric there that is not something you'll find in the box score. And then finally, how many pints of beer with the handle, full-size pints with beer obviously inside of it, do you think you can carry at one time? Yeah, like a mug.
Okay.
A beer full, a mug full of beer. How many of those could you take from the bar over to your table for your boys? What's your number?
Are we talking about the German Stein mugs or 12-ounce mugs?
I think we're talking about a pint. I think we're talking about a good size.
Yeah. 16 ounce?
16 ouncer.
How many could we carry?
How many could you carry at one time,
There's
take
a
from
handle?
the bar to the table?
4.
Maybe
Walchuk's
going with 4.
Maybe 5.
Do you have a
in
handle?
each hand?
Yeah, they got handles.
No, we're
that's
talking
3 and
combined.
3,
So
easy.
You're going to mash them together.
8.
Okay, so 6.
8.
I'm thinking
Broadus
6.
is saying
8. 4 and 4. 8.
Lucius, you want to shoot your shot on how many pints of beer at one time
Yeah, I
you
got
can
6
carry?
to 8. I got 6 to 8 there.
6 to 8. Okay,
Yeah.
I think that's all fair.
If you have a handle.
Yeah, they all got handles.
Yeah. Okay.
And how heavy are they?
I mean,
16 ounce.
16 ounce. Yeah, this is all regulation.
I think 6. I could go 3 in each hand safely. We'd be getting close with the 8.
Okay.
I have longer fingers, but not girthy fingers.
Right. See, you're the opposite of Walchuk that way.
Yeah, I got the Andouille stub.
I think I'd be good for 4 in my right hand, 3 in my left. I'm going to go 7.
Well, shout out to
that carpal tunnel left from my online poker days.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. But again, you've been listening to Dolphins Make Love, and that thing's on the mend.
Optimized.
Verena from Munich, Angermeyer, who is a lovely waitress on TikTok, showed that 13 heavy draft beer mugs at once from the bar to the table. It is amazing to watch.
What's her technique?
It's like a beer superhero. You think she's like an octopus or something.
Wow.
Just throwing out extra limbs here. She's
kind of a hugger, right? She's got a hugger technique.
A little bit of a hugger and
She's got a nice rack.
And a stacker. Yeah.
For all the beer glasses?
Exactly.
Yeah,
exactly.
And the other.
She's playing with a little bit of an advantage there.
Okay.
When the rack comes into play, but she's stacking 4. She's circling them together, stacking, and then 1 cherry on top mug to make it for the 13. So it's 6 in a circle, stacked upon another 6 in a circle, and then the 13th one on top, the star on the Christmas tree. She's pretty impressive.
Those Steins are huge.
Yeah.
At Oktoberfest.
She'd win one of those those bartender games. You've seen those when you're out at a place and they're like, hey, can you run and do the obstacle course and everything?
Yes.
Sounds like quite a talented gal.
Yeah,
how many do you think Sharif can get, says the 901? Probably 2. Probably 1 in each hand.
I think he's a shot glass, maybe.
I've seen Choppy actually have to hold his beer for him. So I don't know.
Go to 105thethefan.com/events. Join us for Flagtober coming up at the end of this week. I'll hold a beer for you and give you a flag. Dave Raymond joins us next year. We'll be talking Rangers baseball with him here on 105.3 The Fan. But let's chat Frankels, baby, because you're going to need them if you're hurt in an accident, not your fault. Now, Shoot, yeah, boy. It's hour 3 of the G-Back Nation on your home of the first place Texas Rangers right here. Pregame's coming up at 8 o'clock tonight. An 8:38 first pitch as they got a rubber match coming up against the Los Angeles Angels of Anaheim, California. And it's important to get this dub, not crucial. But it is it's important here as an opportunity to nail this thing down, win the division, get a bye is there. It's for the taking. But so is still somehow sliding all the way out of the playoffs. So yesterday's defeat was a little bit sobering. We were definitely in the midst of a Rangers celebration and a Rangers party going into that first pitch last night, and the 5th inning did us in. I haven't been right since that 5th inning last night, as Dave Raymond joins you now here on 105.3 The Fan. And a good afternoon to you, sir. How you doing?
I'm great. Just hopeful for a little turnaround today, right? Because to your point, it's not a must-win in a technical sense for the Rangers tonight. But given the streakiness of the month of September, the fact that they'll win 6, lose 4, win 6, lose 4 kind of thing, that loss yesterday is not one that you want to see continue today. They don't have time to monkey around with a 4-game losing streak, so they need to get a dub tonight.
The only good news is if you do lose another 4 in a row, that would set you up to win Saturday and Sunday, and all would probably be well at that point. You'd still win the division, right, Dave?
Well, right. I mean, even with a stumble here, thank goodness they have put themselves in a position where they still have the cushion, right? I mean, you got a 2.5-game lead on Houston coming into today, 3-game lead on Seattle. With those final 4 games in Seattle, that's huge. So they're in a good spot. Certainly worlds better than they are in Houston right now, where people are getting just a little bit cranky over the situation of the Astros. And then I really don't know what they're thinking in Seattle at the moment. It's been a pretty wild ride for them, too, in the month of September.
That's a traumatized organization right there. Houston, a spoiled organization. Now, for the Rangers, we're not quite sure what to think, as you just detailed, but what's been the catalyst for this turnaround? I'd like to think that they just got healthy and brought up Evan Carter, and now this is more like the team we should expect to play over the next week or 2 months.
I kind of think it's that simple. I really do. I would give you the same answer. When they called up Carter, they cautioned us. They said, "Hey, listen, this kid doesn't need any more pressure, right? He's coming up here just to help out while Adolis is nursing that knee back to health. But it's just not. We're not looking to him to save this sinking ship. Well, we were 3 games out and sinking fast, and since that time." He flipped it very quickly. Now, again, I don't want to say that Evan did it all by himself, but doggone it, if he didn't stabilize things a little bit there, then they got Young back and Adolis at the same time. I think a couple things happened there. One, just getting Young back was a lift even defensively at third. He brings a different kind of energy over there and a confidence level. So he's been really good defensively. Offensively, he's given really good at-bats. He's slowed down a little bit here the last couple of days, but he still gives you really quality at-bats and a fear factor, I think, in the middle of the order there for the opposing pitcher. Garcia, the thing that shocks me is when he got hurt, I mean, he was struggling, and in a way that was very harmful, right? Just the type of at-bats that he was having were not good. And I was concerned he'd come back and we'd see a little more of the same, and that could be a bit of an issue because guys are starting to get into rhythm again. Man, he has really flipped that back to where he was in May and in June. And he's having, these wonderful plate appearances, 10-pitch walks, 8-pitch walks, bombs. He's doing all those things you really want him to do. That has been huge for this team. If he can stay within himself, I think it keeps this lineup churning in a way that is hard to do when you get one guy just trying to go rogue a little bit. And so that's a big, big key. And thank goodness he has been really disciplined here this last week and a half.
What stood out to you about Jordan Montgomery? Are we not giving him enough praise for what he's done here over the last month or two?
Well, we wouldn't be the first. That guy, he's a horse, right? I mean, he's built like one, too. Just a big, strong dude who can weather a lot. the Yankees didn't score for him. The Cardinals didn't score for him. The Rangers, quite honestly, really haven't scored for him. In most of his outings, they just do not give him much run support. Nobody does, and I don't know why it is. I asked him about it the other day. He just smiled and answered a different question. Didn't want to get into that, but he's one of those hard luck guys. But he'll go out there every time, right? He'll battle for you to the 6th, 7th inning. He'll allow maybe a run or two, on a bad day 3, but his curveball in the last probably 3 starts has been a real difference maker. It's been just really, really good. Actually, the last start, he didn't use it so much, but the previous 2, it was nasty. And he's a front of the rotation guy. And I think, with the playoffs to start today and the Rangers were in and they had a game 1 situation or decision to make, I got to believe Montgomery's that guy. And then if you're going to bring somebody back on short rest, Montgomery's going to be that guy. I mean, he right now is the head of this rotation. Even with Eovaldi coming back and looking better, I still think Jordan Montgomery is the guy you have to lean on right now.
Dave, and I hate to hindsight something, are you surprised that they started Bradford last night?
I'm not surprised that they started him, and I'm not so sure I wouldn't have made the same decision, but I think I know where you're going, because there's a big part of me that every day asks the same question, which is, well, what about Martin Perez?
Exactly. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
He's looked really good. And I think too, Brian, if you take the trajectory of the season for him, he was good again at the beginning of the year, just like we saw last year.
Sure.
And then the innings piled up, and I think we saw his effectiveness dip, and they made a decision. Look, let's try something different here. And I get it. I don't think I would have argued that. But now that he's had a lot of time off and a lot more rest because of the workload coming out of the pen, he's looked so good, like the old Martin Perez from last year and early this year. And my thinking is he's got enough gas in the tank at this point with the rest they've given him. I might look that way. Not an easy decision to make, and there's probably I'm certain there's a lot more that goes into that than I'm giving it. But I wouldn't be at all surprised if they're discussing that, and if that's something that we might see eventually. Certainly after the Bradford start. Bradford starts haven't been good. His bullpen outings have been. So maybe there's something there too.
See, I was thinking of that because of all I'm hearing about is trying to get the bullpen back in order, and so I'm thinking if Martin were to go 6-7 innings and all of a sudden maybe get things back in order, with Bradford, I mean, you kind of had to, and I know when it got out of hand, he just, they pitched who they had to pitch, but it seemed to me that with all these games being so important, I think that's a lot to put on Bradford out there.
It is a lot. I like his makeup. I like, I just like the way he carries himself and his confidence and the way he goes after hitters. And he, generally speaking, when he goes out and he starts, he's pretty good for a stretch, and then he hits a bump. And so it may be a deal too, because I just don't know how much time they'll have to stretch out Martin if they wanted to go that route. So it may just be a tandem deal, right? Where, we're looking at Martin for 4 and then, and Bradford for 3 and let the bullpen go. I don't know, but that is a problem, right? If you're gonna try and tweak something at this point, you're gonna have to hustle up and try and stretch somebody out. So that's the other consideration they have to add to this.
We're talking Texas Rangers with Dave Raymond here on 105.3 The Fan. What are we thinking? Hearing anything new on Seager? Is he going to have to miss a game?
I don't think so. I think he's going to play today. The X-rays were negative?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Which is a good thing.
As we all know, that's a positive. So,
big positive.
But so he's good that way. I'm sure that they're monitoring that closely, and they got him out pretty quickly yesterday to put some ice on it, whatever else they do. So my guess is he probably plays. But the other part of that for me is tomorrow. Tonight, we're in a funky 24-hour stretch now, right? We'll play this night game here in Anaheim, have a brutal overnight where guys, I'd be shocked if they're in bed before 3 o'clock just because of the way things work out on these travel nights. And then you got to play a game in Seattle and a big game tomorrow. Tomorrow, to me, seems like the day where if you're if you've been thinking about when can we give Jonah Heim a day off, well, that's probably tomorrow. If you're thinking, hey, we don't want to ride Corey too hard, where's it time to give him a day? Maybe tomorrow, right? So I don't know. Who knows? But I think right now these games, going back to the way you opened this thing, Gavin, these games are huge. Yeah. And even tonight. And so if he can play, my guess is that Seager's going to be in the lineup.
We've talked a lot with you about the bullpen over the course of the year, Dave, but is Jonathan Hernandez starting to become a guy that you're feeling more confident about?
I mean, a little bit, right? He's gone out there the last couple of times and looked a whole lot better. He got himself into a mess on, what would that be, Monday? And then but he got himself out of it. So, you know, there's one of those where you step back and it's like raising children, right? You're like, what in the hell were you doing? And then you're like, well, I guess, you know, you did get through it and you learned something. So, I want to be careful with him. I'd still be careful with him. But to me, he's one of the real enigmas in the game because his stuff is so good. His slider is just impossible when he's on. His fastball has such great movement and it's at 98 plus. How can he not get everybody out? And we've seen it, right? He struggles and commands an issue. But I think we've seen Jose Leclerc get a lot better here recently. I think we've seen Jonathan showing some signs. And listen, how we got to this point is kind of irrelevant. What happens from this point forward is all that matters. So if they want to go ahead and lock it in right now, then, okay, I'm willing to dance. But, you know, it's going to take just a little bit more to convince me that these guys are ready for that spotlight and that, you know, that real intensity of these spots coming up. I'm glad they're getting the opportunities now and that it's working out because that will give me more confidence when that time comes.
Dane Dunning gets the ball tonight. Where is he overall as you project ahead to the postseason rotation?
Geez, Dane Dunning, what has he done this year? Except lead this staff in innings pitched and, you know, just
any role. He's just stepping up and crushing it.
Bernard DeGrom.
Yeah. I mean, I do have confidence in him, and it's pretty exciting that they've got him in the spot that they have him. And again, to your point, though, Zach, I mean, they can, if they want to use him out of the pen in a situation, they can do it. If they want to start him, they can do it. I mean, obviously, he's got to be one of the starters. So, if you're thinking about like a three-man rotation with a fourth spot that you may flex with or experiment with, he's one of the three, right? I mean, it's Montgomery and it's Eovaldi and it's Dunning. And thank goodness, because he has been really, really good. And his last couple starts have been very good. So big one for him tonight here in Anaheim. And I would expect him to go out and be pretty sharp. And this is that's the other thing. It's his last start of the season. So whatever the postseason holds for the Rangers, he'll be involved, no doubt. But this is the last time he's going to really be able to have an effect on the regular season. And so I would expect him to go out there and be pretty darn focused and pretty good tonight.
Dave Raymond, I have two baseball facts for you. I'm curious if you knew these facts or if these are news to you right now. Are you ready?
Oh, I love it. Yeah.
Roger Clemens used to put icy hot on his downstairs before every game as to be uncomfortable on the mound because that's what he preferred.
Listen, I worked with Roger for a while when he was in Houston. I did not know that.
I hope you didn't work too close with him.
Did you text him and confirm that for us?
Certainly not that closely. So that's interesting. Let me do a little research on that. I'm gonna have to see what I can find on that one. That is bizarre. Okay, I like that.
From him on it.
Yeah, I don't have any news on who the applier was. So now the other one is that Jorge Posada used to urinate on his hands as to strengthen them throughout the course of the season.
Yeah, there've been a lot of guys who've used that over the years. Moises Alou, famously with the Cubs, came out and talked about it one postseason, which I love. And I've talked to guys over the years. They've either all heard of it, but you'd be shocked at the number who have tried it. And so that is not an uncommon practice to toughen up the hands and I guess ward off blisters and that kind of stuff. Help callus them up a little bit. I've never done it myself. Never really had the need.
No.
But you just know this: if I'm ever in that spot where I really need a good grip, and I need to protect those blisters and stuff. I'll
consider
probably prep that way.
if you could have the historical career of, let's say it's not Vince Scully, it's Dave Raymond, okay? But in order to be Dave Raymond in this Vince Scully scenario, you have to apply Icy Hot on your downstairs before every game. Would you be willing to have done that?
So I would have to do it once to know what that really entails.
Come on over, Dave.
Tonight's the night.
Like, I would consider it. I'll put it this way. If that's what you're saying, I would absolutely consider it. I would try it once. And my guess is, knowing myself, I would probably bail after that one attempt. And it's not worth it.
Would you do it if it meant the Rangers won the division?
Just the division,
just the division. I'm trying to get us in this thing.
There's not a lot of division.
Can't even get us to the goddamn World Series.
No, I'm just Dave. You got to do it to get us in the division.
Will us to the division title, Dave.
Do it for your team.
They
Dave.
hang that banner. We know it was because of you, Dave.
Yeah, well, I tell you what, probably not.
Hey, at least you're honest.
Thanks, Dave.
Yeah, probably not.
Appreciate you as always. You are killing it, Icy Hot or not, and we love you for it, man. Have a great call tonight.
All right, fellas.
There he goes,
right,
Dave Raymond with you, TV voice of your Texas Rangers here on 105.3 The Fan. And he's a Hall of Fame announcer, if you ask me. And Vince Scully, he went on too long. I mean, he's calling games into his dang 90s. I don't know if I want that trip. I want the trip of a guy that knows it's time to retire and enjoy your last decade of life at some point.
Any of these guys?
I don't think so. No. Like, play-by-play is the only occupation I think left in American industry where you're allowed to work and even when you can barely walk or talk. If you look at the Eagles announcer,
are you kidding me right now? Have you seen politics, bro?
Oh, yes, and politics. You're right. Play-by-play announcer, Walmart greeters, politics, and Texas Rangers usher as well. I mean, just for the record. If you're looking for work, they do. They love us, and we love them.
They always give us the fist bumps walking by.
Yeah, they're doing great work. They always hand me $1 out of their wallet every time I see them. It's
and
really
a Werther's original.
Squeeze on your cheeks a little bit. Good to see you again, son.
Wooly Bully's top 10's coming up next. Where are you taking us, buddy?
Well, we just had the Dame Lillard trade go down. I got the top 10 best duos in NBA history. What do you think is number one? Plus the food finalists for the State Fair have been released. I'll tell you them next.
Welcoming new listeners to our clubhouse with open arms.
I don't know what to say.
Thanks for listening.
Welcome back. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a great day. It's time for the Wooly Bullies Top 10. Jump onto 1053thefan.com/events. See the new 2023 Pure Gold as always G-Bag Nation flag. There's another very interesting alternate flag you can order as well online. If you are out of town and you want to order one, you can do that. Segment here is brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. Franklin Frankel, the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one's been in an accident, contact Franklin Frankel. Free consultation is 214 or 817-333-3333. Go to truckwreck.com, and here he is, Zach with an H.
If you missed it, Damian Lillard is now a Milwaukee Buck as he's joining forces with Giannis, the Greek Freak, and they now are the best duo in the NBA, at least on paper. We'll see how it ends up working out on the floor. So I've got the top 10 NBA duos of all time. We'll get to that in just a moment. Ian Rappaport is reporting that ahead of tomorrow's Thursday night football game, Lions and Packers, Green Bay's ruled out David Bakhtiari, Elton Jenkins, their guard, linebacker Devondre Campbell, and running back Aaron Jones, along with Christian Watson. Pretty lengthy list of players that are out for the Packers. David Montgomery and Taylor Decker are questionable for the Lions. Mahomes tweaked his ankle on Sunday. He was a full participant in practice today for the Chiefs. And Austin Eckler, who's been out with a high ankle sprain, he was back at practice for the first time in 2 weeks, but was limited. So there's your latest NFL news. We also are getting ready for the State Fair. You guys going to be going out to the State Fair this year?
Probably not.
No? Going to take the kiddos, Eric?
I think I'm dodging
it. My gosh.
Unless I go to the Texas OU game.
With three kids, that's
we should do that. I'm down to go.
$400.
That is, there is zero chance.
Well, I got coupons and how the coupons equate to the money for you here based on the 10
You
food
need to go in the
finalists.
Pimp Cup. That man right there is a State Fair goer.
I know L.A. is big on the State Fair.
You could look at.
Oh, yeah, 100%, man.
Yeah.
I got the season passes.
You got the season pass?
Yeah, they came in last week. I've got like maybe 3 years worth of coupons that I didn't use. Yeah.
Okay, so the coupons roll over?
Yeah, they
Oh, I
roll
did
over.
not know that.
But the prices do go up. Like I think they're $1 a coupon now, something like that.
Yes.
I remember like they were like 25 cents a coupon.
Okay, yes, it's $1 a coupon.
Yeah.
So like this thing, the deep fried cheesy crab tater bites, which is a food finalist,
Yes.
16 coupons for $16.
Yeah, that's not surprising. I expect to be gouged.
I mean,
you
is
know?
the food like so?
You come out of there with like 2 gas station
sounds
stuffed
so
animals and a sore stomach for $250 a person.
You're paying $24, 24 coupons for the deep fried pho.
Yeah.
The loaded fries pizza, 15 coupons, 15
What's
bucks.
the most expensive ticket item there? Do we have that available?
All I have is these final 10 food finalists,
Okay.
and it looks like the most expensive is the fried pho at $14, but nothing is lower than $14, which is the Trail Aid for 14 coupons, which is basically award-winning Jell-O that they've made into an alcoholic drink that blends fruit, cucumber, mint, and lemonade.
See, there's a fun thing to that. There's a novelty. There's a nostalgia factor. You're paying for an experience. And if you love that experience, I mean, being down at the fair is a cool vibe, especially if you're hanging out with friends.
I've had a lot of fun out there, but
It's a little bit cooler night.
Like it's a blast.
Yeah,
but
I love it.
It's
Yeah.
getting.
Is it the
starting-
people watching?
The people watching, yeah, the little sounds, all the sounds of the stuff.
carnies.
I love it, bro. The smells,
Yeah.
I love it. The lights at night.
Yeah.
Oh, going through the midway at night with your gal holding her hand and everything. But you trying to get a little teddy bear? You want a teddy bear? You know, you shoot the little the star with the BB guns, bro. I love the fair, fam.
I just wonder if we're pricing families out with how
Yeah, for
much
sure.
these are.
For sure we are.
Like it's crazy,
Good
dude.
point.
We've got we
For sure.
want to try and make this where everybody can go and have fun.
The cars? Oh my God, the car show.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Oh, that's worth it
That's it.
alone for that.
Should we upgrade the rides there? I kind of feel like some of those rides are from 1964.
I think that's part of the nostalgia.
Yeah, that is
The
nice.
Wild
It's
Mouse.
like going to Disney and seeing the old school boats and stuff. You're like,
Yeah,
oh,
that's
man, I'm
the
here.
monorail thing.
Yeah.
I'm kind of like, I'm not too sure we want to do this one.
Broad is hating, bro.
I'm not hating.
Broad is hating. Pay attention.
They need to upgrade that.
Pay attention.
Pay attention.
That rickety roller coaster thing.
No, they are rickety for sure, and I don't
The
feel safe
sounds
on
that
them.
thing
I won't
makes.
go on the Ferris wheel again. I mean, you get up there and it starts hollering at you.
I love the Ferris
I
wheel.
love it.
Sounds like you're in Hunt for Red October with the damn
I'm a
submarine.
big fan.
Dive to
You
1800
get
meters.
up on the top, you can see right into the Cotton Bowl. I think it's awesome.
Yeah,
I love
terrifying.
the Ferris wheel.
That's weed.
Last time I was
Dawson
there
was
with
pre-gaming. That's why he got paranoid.
I was up there with fiance wife, and she's panicking. I was trying to act tough. And I failed. I did.
There's some of those rides there.
Wait. How did you fail? Did you let her know? Hey, I'm scared.
Stop moving, honey. You're rocking the cart.
So you can hear your voice trembling a little bit.
Yeah.
We got a text from the 214. Fried lobster is usually the most expensive. It's 50 coupons, $50. Yes, that makes
Fried
sense.
lobster?
$50.
$50.
50 coupons.
Turkey legs like 24 to 26 coupons is the $4.69.
That's a good $24 spent.
We got a lot of great food items on that list.
Turkey legs.
Man, I was shocked.
They smell so good out there.
Except when they have that cartilage problem in them sometimes.
Yeah.
The
You just
cartilage,
you bite it, you spit it out, you keep it moving.
Bro, this is hate. Pay attention.
No, I'm just.
It's an extra dart when you got to pop
Can you believe these damn animals got ligaments and whatnot? It's just ridiculous.
I'm just telling you, if you've ever been into
They got bones and everything.
Hey, you're talking to a guy that hangs out at NASCAR tracks, right?
Yeah.
I'm used to the turkey leg. I don't like to bite in the cartilage thing. It's just kind of like, what'd I just do?
Gosh, that's the best
Kind of a
bite.
thing. The cartilage
Is this really
thing?
an animal?
Yeah, I love a good cartilage.
It's like a throwaway.
Can somebody cut this for me?
Yeah.
You want the boneless turkey leg.
Yeah, he eats his turkey leg with a fork
I just
and
want
knife.
Thanksgiving dinner. That's what I want.
just
I
wants
don't
a
want to
turkey
have the
rib.
turkey leg.
Are you kidding me? I want that turkey leg so bad.
No, you don't.
I want to walk around
you
with a
don't.
turkey
You're
leg in my
fooling yourself.
right and a
You're-
Fletcher's corny in my left.
You're fooling yourself.
But I want to be by myself. I don't want to bring the whole family.
Yeah, you
you want to be there with your
buddies.
buddies.
Yes.
Or
That's
a
the
date.
way to do it.
That should be a
Yeah.
bet. That should be a bet payoff for Eric.
You have to take the kids to the
He's got to take
fair.
the family to the
Yeah,
state
that's
fair.
tough. Taking kids is tough, bro.
That's a disaster, and there's no payoff for the listener.
Oh yeah,
that's
there
the
is.
thing there. Unless
Yeah,
you're going
there
to
is.
follow me
I'm
around.
gonna follow
with a
you
camera
around.
or
I'm gonna.
something,
I
and-
am.
Okay,
I
yeah.
absolutely.
Oh, that's
am.
fine. That becomes a payoff for you.
Yeah, I'm going to
roll
follow you
audio.
around. I'm going to watch you eat that turkey leg and bite into that cartilage leg.
I think the payoff is one of us schmoes having to double fist a turkey leg throughout the entire duration of one of these programs of ours.
I'm
You know,
down.
for 5 hours, you can't drop the turkey leg.
Can you eat it?
Heck yeah, you can.
But then you just got to hold the bone.
I'm out.
You're just, I mean, your
Yeah, we
hands are
know,
consumed
Brian.
by greasy turkey leg ligaments and whatnot.
Sounds uncomfortable
for 5 hours.
I think I might rather eat a steak again.
Or we could do the
My
horror.
cardiologist who listens to us every day told we shouldn't do that.
We could do the.
He told you to keep going. I'm trying to buy that yacht.
Maybe more trips there to the cardiologist.
Should we do the Jorge Pisada?
No.
And we're find a way to pee on our hands.
You said put
You
your
got a weird
hand in a
fetish about
bucket
this.
of pee the whole time.
Well, I was just trying to. I was workshopping. You know what I mean? I thought we were in
we
the
get in
idea
trouble for
stage.
that.
Quit projecting your dreams onto us, right? We
Yeah.
don't want to stick our hands in some pee.
Wait a minute, who's talking over there?
Golly, I'm not a pee guy.
Anymore.
What do you want to talk about? Because I'll bring it up on the air.
Not
I got
since
the hell
that
out
one
of there,
time.
Brian.
I told everybody I did LSD.
I got nothing
so
to
you
hide.
might as well do what you want to do.
Can you score some? Sorry. Sorry.
Do you know a
Lucius,
guy?
I'll see what I can do
Do
for
you know a guy?
You're one of my buddies. I like that.
All right, let's rip through the top 10 best NBA combos of all time in honor of Giannis and Dame.
Bob Cousy.
Honorable mentions, we got Isaiah Thomas and Joe Dumars of the Pistons. Two NBA championships.
That's
Three
a
NBA finals.
That's a honorable mention.
That's honorable mention. KD and Steph also an honorable mention. 2 championships, 3 finals appearances.
Oh, this is a rough list. Who did this? Your list?
No, this is Fadeaway World. Julius Erving and Moses Malone.
Shut up, Broadus.
1 championship, 1 finals appearance. I wish I could put a muzzle on you for this segment.
My uncles will tell you them boys right there was bad. They'll tell you.
I'll tell you what. I used to watch those cats play. They were good.
Should they have been in the top 10? All right, let me know if you think
Julius
they're
Erving?
better than these 10.
Oh my God, what a great player.
I'm excited to see what Fadeaway World has to say about this.
Number 10,
Is
we
that
got
a real site?
It's a real site. Number
It's real
10
in the sense that it's
an
fake.
NBA site.
It's a butt cracking.
Number 10 is Karl Malone and John Stockton.
Yeah, they used to make me mad.
That's number what?
Number 10.
The pick and roll.
Like the number 3 scored, the number 1 assist guy of all time.
Yeah.
Number 10.
Well, maybe it's because they didn't win a single championship.
Okay, I like that. Hey, I hated Utah back then.
Man, check
Wow.
their
Right?
banners.
I hated them too, bro, because everybody went for that pick and roll.
Yeah.
Like, how you not see it setting up?
Yeah.
They fall for it every time.
And I think people are just out on Karl Malone after
Like the Three Stooges.
Ah, he's all right. They love him out there in Utah.
I'm sure they do.
They love him, bro.
Well, they're soaking.
That's
Number
just
9.
their game.
You said soaking thing a lot.
It's like he's on brand.
It's kind of my favorite thing
Mormons
right now.
don't
He
like
really
you
bought
very
into the
much.
team.
That's fine. I'm not trying to be friends. Number 9, Wilt Chamberlain and Jerry West. 1 championship, 4 finals
What, like
appearances.
number 9?
Number 9. And shout out to Jerry West. He was a great character in Winning Time.
R.I.P.
He was awesome. Yeah.
Could barely enjoy their championship when they finally got it, by the way. Boston broke up.
And that was also a storyline of like Jerry West and just how painful all of that was to go through. It's fun to watch that show and learn and educate, but nope, not anymore. Number 8,
the Laker
we got
misery is the best part.
We got Bron and Wade.
Lose.
He's number 8.
Bron and Wade.
Duncan and Parker, 4 championships, 5 finals appearances, are number 7.
No, you got to kick that out. I understand Duncan's a GOAT candidate, but he didn't have any running mates that were GOAT candidates.
You don't think Parker was?
Hell no.
Okay. Number 6, Larry Bird and Kevin McHale.
Now San Antonio hates us.
Yeah, that's
we
pretty good.
Hate them, so it's okay. Number 5 is Stephen Clay, the Splash Brothers. 4 championships, 6 finals appearances.
I see what they did.
Number 4, Bill Russell and Bob
steel
Cousy.
drums.
6 championships, 7 finals appearances.
Make you want to go back on vacation.
Yeah.
Number 3, we got Shaq and Kobe.
This pina colada's looking kind of light here, sir. Could you help me out?
Number 2, Magic
Just
and
add that to my
Kareem.
room bill, please.
Yeah.
5 championships, 8
Yeah.
finals appearances.
Yep.
But number 1.
Should be number 1.
Shaq and Penny.
Cousy and Russell.
Number 1, and this is number 1.
MJ and Pippen.
Because Pippen played all the damn games.
There we go.
MJ and Scottie Pippen, 6
right.
championships, 6
good.
finals
Yeah.
appearances.
That's a good list.
Yeah.
Nope.
You're disrespecting Jordan with this.
Whoa.
He took Pippen to the top. That wasn't Magic and Kareem.
This
Magic
is
and
Pippen like a word with
Kareem
you.
was 2 of the greatest players of all time that happened to be on the same team. This is Magic and Kareem or Shaq Kobe. It's not Jordan Pippen.
Man, shots fired at MJ.
But it's your list. Your list. No, it's shots.
It's
shots fired at Pippen.
fadeaway world.
Fadeaway
world. Now you can't blame Molchuk for that one. He's just a messenger.
I'm always going to put MJ at the top of the list.
He's the greatest basketball player that's ever played basketball.
So if you
It's a
want to
fact.
put him number 1 with Scotty, I'm not fighting it.
It's an average of the 2, and with him being that
Scotty was
great,
damn good.
it elevates the average. Yes, Pippen was good.
Scotty
too.
was very good.
Okay, Zeke has spoken. What's he think about coming on back to AT&T? And speaking of that, how would you feel about the world's biggest game coming to the stadium? There's somebody who says we're the favorite, and it's next right here. G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Esiason is on the Fan. Check out Kickoff, getting you ready for every game. Sunday mornings at 7 on the Fan. Presented nationally by Casamigos Tequila. Casamigos, brought to you by those who drink it. And Lowe's. Lowe's knows home improvement. It's Boomer on 105.3 The Fan.
Yeah, just announced Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine's one-time Equinox offload. A limited supply of excess Equinox models will be sold direct to public below market value. See them all at ClassicChevrolet.com, y'all. But don't wait. In less than 10 days, they could be all sold out at Classic Chevrolet on new roads.
Thank you, Lucius. It is the G-Bag Nation here on the Fan. The 214 wants to know, how do I find the schedule for Flagtober 2023? It's easy. You jump on to 1053thefan.com/events. You kick on that G-Bag Nation flag, and there you have it at 11 different Whataburger locations and Cousins Barbecue on Saturday from 10 a.m. to 7:40 p.m. We'll be out there for 10 hours handing out flags all across North Texas, making a giant loop, and we'd love to see you. Just check the schedule and come to the one closest to the Casa. And Friday will be at Southern Leisure Spas and Patio on Justin Road in Flower Mound for a 5-hour remote. And you can come get one at any time during that show, Chief.
Dude, that's going to be awesome. I love going there. I might have to bring the swim trunks and hop in a hot tub again just to chill out, jacuzzi style. They got the massage chairs as well.
That
Are you kidding me?
Chair is a game changer.
I'm going to try and find a way to have the extension cord to where I could actually perform the show from one of those massage chairs. They're amazing. And then I feel like I'll get a better view actually at Wolchuk wearing that Speedo for the payoff.
Well, and you did do a segment last time we were there in a hot tub, right?
We did, yeah.
Yes.
The sports tub or something.
And then, Wolchuk's talking about possibly wearing a Speedo for a bet payoff for the show. You ordered one? You're just hoping it arrives on time?
Yeah, Maya ordered one for me. She won't let me know what it looks like. She said, you're going to love it, though, and it's going to be a surprise. So I might just open it first segment when we get there. This thing might be way too big, might be way too small. Go to the bathroom, might come on out, and you guys can just grade me.
I'm guessing she's going a little bit thong style with it. Just guessing. That seems to be the trend. Everybody's showing a little bit of cheek these days. And then I think it's a Cowboys one. I think he's going to have a star.
Cowboy one?
I think it's going to be a play on like your game day thong. It's going to be just a little bit more appropriate.
That's a good guess. I can't wait to see it. And if you can't make it, then hopefully you can join us for Tour Day DFW, but I'm sure there'll be plenty of pictures on social. Speaking of social media, we go to Cowboys Twitter where Zeke's talking on Sunday's return to AT&T for the Cowboys matchup. I'm looking forward to coming back and reuniting with the fans. Even though I'll be in a different uniform, I think it'll be a good experience. The team is expected to honor him on the video board. What's your reaction to Zeke coming back, right? There's no need for booing or anything but appreciation. I think at times, we wished he would be better. We wished he could still be the younger version of himself. Like 2016 and 17 and 18 were, pretty good. 16 was special. By the time we got to 19, 20, 21, 22, you're like, oh my goodness, what happened to fast Zeke? He's really lost a step. But throughout all that time, he played hurt. He was a great short yardage back. The yardage over replacement, the yardage after first contact, he was always a tough, badass football player. And I hope he gets a great reception from the fans, and I expect nothing but that on Sunday at about 3:25.
I think he absolutely will. I think he's going to – he was loved here by a lot of fans. I mean, there were fans even after – that would still defend him to this day. And then while we were talking about should you bring Zeke back, and we felt no, not for that cost, they would get upset with it. So I think Zeke's going to get an absolutely rousing ovation.
Yeah, a lot of Zeke super fans out there, and I think those 21.
He boosted the economy out here.
He sure did.
He boosted the economy out here.
Yep.
Think he bought a DJ, a Cadillac Escalade.
He did. Just helping people, man.
What a good Samaritan.
Yeah, man.
He wants to reconnect with that fan, I imagine. Maybe a few more times after having to write that check. Patriots running back Ezekiel Elliott on Tony Pollard's production as the lead back doesn't surprise me at all. Ever since Tony got to Dallas, I knew what type of back he is. He's happy for Pollard's success. I wish him well. Little to say about what the Cowboys. Business is business, he said, as far as what happened with his career ending, at least with the Cowboys. Tyler Biadasz hammy, Zach Martin ankle. They're working on rehab during practice. No sign of Tyron Smith with the knee. CeeDee might be getting a rest day as well. And no sign of DeMarcus Lawrence was the word from reporters with today's practice portion being open to the media. I think that's key right there. I think I'll go ahead and pick Patriots to win if we're going to be missing all three of those guys. And I'm sorry, but I think Belichick's going to have the answers. I think, defensively, the Cowboys are going to have a lot of answers. I just think the Patriots would end up winning a game something like 16-13 or a weird score where you have like one touchdown for each team and a bunch of field goals.
Yeah, that's sort of the game that I'm expecting. Even if the Cowboys have their, a couple of these guys back on the offensive line, I'm expecting a pretty ugly, low-scoring game either way, but especially if they're going to be trotting out a similar offensive line as they were last week.
So your belief in the offense is not that they're getting things figured out and that it's sample size and game situation?
I think a lot of it has to do with the opponent. I think playing against Bill Belichick, and he still scares me a little bit.
Okay, yeah, that's definitely fair. And then the Cowboys signed a center today, Billy Price, to the practice squad. Are they getting kind of nervous that Brock Hoffman, Tyler Biadasz might not be able to?
I would say, every time that we ask, it's one of those, it seems to be a minor hamstring, and then the minor hamstring turns into probably 2 to 3 weeks. So, yeah, it's minor because it's not ripped or anything like that or torn off the bone. But it's something that they have to deal with. So yeah, I would say that they're probably a little bit nervous about that situation, and Billy Price is a veteran guy that they can kind of put away on the practice squad and get him ready to play if he has to play. But Hoffman was okay, but I would be concerned every time I think that things are okay for their offensive line and the guy's going to play this week. We get to a Friday, Saturday, and it's just not the case.
Billy had started a bunch of games in the NFL.
He was a first-round pick.
Is there hope for him that he's actually good, or is he just washing out?
I think right now it's just kind of a Band-Aid is what that is.
All righty, it is the G-Bag Nation here on 105 through the Fan. That Speedo's going to have pictures of her all over it. Book it. Says Christian Webb in Carrollton, Texas.
I think I was told that she wanted to put her face on it, but it wouldn't get here in time. So the hope is it's here by Friday. The customization would have taken multiple weeks.
She should put a face on that. She didn't want to keep the little.
Or maybe she's lying to me.
Keep the groupies away.
Yeah.
Yes. He's all mine.
Yeah,
ladies.
he's all mine.
This is my woolly bully.
Yeah.
You can lust all you want over those pasty thighs.
I hope she buys you a boa to go with your little thong.
I asked for one. I don't think she did.
Get you a nice little boa.
Dude, if it doesn't arrive,
some red lights.
We got to get this.
This is going to happen one way or another.
I think it's going to be here in time. I think right now it's projected to get here tomorrow.
You going to lather up with some baby oil or something like that? Something make it shine a little bit?
If you suggest and recommend, I will.
Ow!
Hey, it's a good move, man.
Big pause.
Take a page out of Ray Lewis's book.
Have any polls there at Southern Leisure?
Potentially. We can get one. We can get one installed.
Definitely get one installed, yeah. Okay, football's finest is coming up next. Chief, where are you taking us?
Oh, the Patriots are pulling out all the stops for Cowboys week, fellas, and we got a couple of footballer ball sacks to run through next right here in the nation.
Well, let's make leasing easy with...
From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
It's hour 4, G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. And coming up at 5:20, Jerry Jones, is he happy with the changes on offense? Do you miss having Zeke in the red zone? You'll get his answers to those and more coming up here in about 20. Time now for Football's Finest with Eric Chiafalo.
All right, so it's Cowboys week for the Patriots. They're pulling out all the stops. You see what Joe Judge left in every player's locker?
Jeez. Cowboy hat?
It's a sweatshirt. Oh. That might be more suggestive than old
it's personal.
Jason Garrett's 17-inchers. It's Patriots Joe Judge, not Bill Belichick.
Okay.
So Bill Belichick's not at the point where he feels like he needs to go come up with some sort of theme and slogan and throw it in the locker. Maybe at some point later on in the season he will feel that way. But Joe Judge is already there. He knows what a bad football team looks like. He knows a lot about losing. They're sitting at 1-2 right now, looking to avoid 1-3. And according to Mike Reese, who covers the Patriots for ESPN, Joe Judge, Patriots coach, left a sweatshirt for every player in the team's locker room that says "No one is coming. It's up to us." So feels like a backs against the wall rallying cry right now.
Nobody's coming to help us, huh?
That's right. It's up to the 53 guys in this locker room right now. So
well, that's
we'll
good.
see if
I
it
was
pays off
nervous
for
about.
him.
I'd be nervous about losing my job. You know, I don't want anybody showing up. We're not playing that well.
Yeah, there's a party that finds comfort. Like, okay, sweet. No one's coming for my job. So that's
what else you got, Joe?
That's great news. Any other good news for us, Coach? Appreciate that. No one's coming. It's up to us. That's what the Patriots are saying right now and lead up to the Cowboys game.
Can we not draft anybody next spring either? Because that'd really help me out.
Yeah, that'd be sweet. You're talking about no more acquisitions for how many seasons can we do this, Coach? I just saw a stat that has DeAndre Swift for the Eagles averaging 6.8 yards per carry, and right now Jalen Hurts is going 6.9 yards per pass. So the DeAndre Swift rushing, which is obviously not something that will be sustained, but it is pretty funny. It highlights how good they're running the football right now and how their passing game's a little bit off to a rocky start. But most people think they'll get it together. We will see. But you do have the Eagles right now with DeAndre Swift going 6.8 yards per carry. But how long will he stay healthy? You know, that's a perpetual question when it comes to DeAndre Swift. We'll get to some football or ball sack here in just a few moments. But I also saw that you have Willie Gay, linebacker for the Kansas City Chiefs, and it's Jets week in Kansas City, which is just like. It's so funny for the Bears. They're spiraling, and then boom, who do they get on Sunday? The Chiefs. They get boat raced. The Jets are going through hell right now. Everybody's calling out Robert Saleh. Apparently, it's a locker room divided. How can you keep running out Zach Wilson, saying he's our guy right now? You got to make a switch some way somehow.
They will after this week. This will be his last week.
And so the linebacker for the Chiefs, Willie Gay, today was asked, you know, what do you look. What do you see on tape? What are you seeing from Zach Wilson? What are you seeing from this Jets offense? Here's Chiefs linebacker Willie Gay.
When you look on tape, what are you seeing from Zach Wilson and their offense?
Damn. That was a hard question, I can't lie. The team that want to run the ball.
A team that wants to run the ball.
That's a hard question.
You could literally see him searching, like he was thinking, he's running through. Is there anything positive I could say? Like, how do I describe this Jets offense now? And after about 10 seconds of self-deliberation, he decided, ooh, here we go. They like to run.
Yeah, this was, in watching the Jets tape, getting ready for that game. And then last night I had to watch New England's defense versus the Jets. It got to the point where I'm like, am I doing this right? Should I be watching them play? I went ahead and the Dolphins and the Eagles. They got through like half of the Jets game, and I'm like, my time is probably better spent watching them play against somebody that is competent moving the football. With what Philadelphia and the Dolphins do, as opposed to waste your time with the Jets. Quarterback play is just so bad, and the way that they played him. They basically they said, you're not good enough.
Mm-hmm.
You're not good. We're going to blitz you and we're going to harass you and all those things. And unfortunately, for the Jets, their whole season was based on Aaron Rodgers being there. And now it's just like,
coach might be getting fired. Maybe he gets a reprieve, you know.
It's
been 3 years.
It's high level comedy, man. It really
been 3
is.
years, you know.
It really is. Okay.
Somebody needs to be fired for that using the second overall pick, you know, and if it's the current general manager, he needs to be fired. But, yeah, you cannot.
Old Joe Douglas.
Yeah.
Is it?
You cannot.
I think it is. Yeah.
Yeah, it's Joe Douglas.
It's
Yeah,
Joe
you can't.
Douglas.
No, but I'm trying to think like how far back does he go? Is he the Zach Wilson guy
Yeah,
too?
I believe so.
Oh no, he's been there a while
Yeah,
now.
he's been there for a little bit.
Yeah, he followed Mike McCagnon. Is
Okay.
what he did. Yeah.
All right. Football or ball sack?
Ball
Dolphins coach Mike McDaniel. Is this a true quote? And this is the game of the
He's
week.
on the screen right now, so I'm gonna say it's a true quote.
It's a shame that you're getting Dolphins and Bills just in the 1 o'clock slate, just buried amongst all the other games. That should be. It's a shame they don't have a flex situation going on right now. I think our Sunday night game's a pretty bad one again. It's another stinker. And Buffalo Miami is going to be a ton of fun.
Giants and Seattle are on Monday night, I think, too.
That's Monday night?
That's Monday night, yeah.
That's a snoozer. But Sunday night, I think, is a
Sunday
bad one.
night's Chiefs and Jets.
Okay, yeah. So, and that was, that should have been awesome.
Should have been great.
Rodgers,
Mahomes.
Mahomes. It's amazing how just the one Rodgers injury makes that game borderline unwatchable.
Yeah,
other than
this
the
is
fact
where
that you
I
get to
would
watch the Chiefs.
I would love to flex Dolphins Bills.
It'll be great for Swifties, you know, watching their new bow get another touchdown
Yeah,
or two.
I guess that's true.
You know, having a blowout win.
Gosh, how many times Sunday night drinking game, Taylor Swift being mentioned.
Oh, geez, you might want to do that with light beer.
You'll be hammered in the pregame show. But is this a real quote? Dolphins coach Mike McDaniel before facing Buffalo, quote, "If you need to be motivated for a game like this, check your panties."
Check your panties. No, that's a fake. That's a butt crack.
That's not the game. It's football or ball sack.
Well,
it's baseball or butt
cracking
crack.
on the ball sack.
Butt crack.
You're going butt crack.
Yep.
That's false.
Well, it's more ball sacking, bro.
Be on the Scantron.
Okay, you guys are 100% right. You guys are getting good at this. He says if you need to be motivated for a game like this, check your pulse.
Okay, not your panties.
So if you see the panties thing floating around, just know that's
a good job by you kind of working the word around.
He's a sensitive modern coach. I don't think he would practice the what is that? The woman hating? Was that misogyny?
We don't check the panties.
That's true. That's true.
The manosphere?
Yes.
Yeah. He doesn't participate in that.
Well, it sounds like his players participate in weird stuff. Here's Tyreek Hill talking about some pregame rituals. This is not the sound Walchuk thinks he's going to hear.
Come on.
This is a different sound.
I want the porn.
Which I think is even more interesting. Tyreek Hill talking about pregame rituals and what may Tua be doing before these games.
Game rituals. Do you have anything weird that no one knows about?
Pre-game rituals as far as running around in the locker room naked before the game. Not saying that I know guys that do that, but I do.
Can you name drop?
Tua.
Bro.
Oh. Can I name drop Tua?
He didn't even have to work to get that out of him. Like, no, like, can we guess hints? Can we like play a game here?
Didn't even get a value meal or nothing like that. Didn't get a nice little soda before you snitch.
Dude.
Let me get a cigarette first before I start snitching. Nothing. Straightforward.
Tua.
I didn't know Tua had a little Gardner Minshew in him, man. This honestly kind of fires me up a little bit. Maybe that's the secret to his success. There's no way he was doing that when Brian Flores was the coach. This is the type of thing you do when Mike McDaniel's your coach, and you feel like you can kind of goof around a little bit, or it's like literally donging around. But I found that to be pretty interesting. I didn't expect that out of Tua. I really didn't. I really did not. What did you guys think about A.J. Brown? We know that Jalen Hurts was dealing with some flu-like symptoms allegedly before the game, and apparently A.J. Brown was dealing with some bubble guts on Monday Night Football. Oh. And it's for obvious reasons. This is a rookie mistake. Like, I expect more out of you, A.J. Brown. He says, my stomach was hurting. I ate some Takis before the game. Never again, never again. Takis, which is just a chemically like it's a
Cheeto, right?
Yeah, it's a play on the Flamin' Hot Cheeto, but it's like a tortilla roll-up thing. They're delicious. They're crunchier than a Cheeto is, but they're extremely spicy. And they would tear up anybody's stomach. And to eat that before an athletic performance seems like one of the dumbest things any person could ever do.
I agree. They're number one. They're chemically engineered to taste amazing.
Yes,
you know,
100%.
They hit your taste buds just different than anything else, and you're like, wow, you almost can't put them down. They're addicting. I think they should be illegal with what they're doing to kids' stomachs and adults. I do.
Yes.
I mean, there was a kid at Abby's elementary that had to go to the hospital. All he did was show up with like a family-size bag of Takis at lunch, started eating them. Ate them for about 25 minutes, had to go to the hospital.
Yeah.
How was that legal?
Yeah.
I don't get it, man.
Yeah, span that.
You know, we still have reefer outlawed, and you got kids eating Takis at lunch. Unreal. I don't know how you spell freedom in Texas, but that ain't it to me,
dude. In a family size bag.
Yeah.
I mean, how about the parenting on that one?
Yes, it was questionable parenting for the kid.
I mean, how about a Ziploc bag with like a handful of these things in there?
But that's how possible it is, you know?
Yeah, that's true.
Kid goes home as a latchkey kid, takes the bag of chips out of the pantry. I mean, the average 10, 11, 12-year-old is going to think, for sure, I can sit here for 45 minutes and munch on these without having to go to the hospital.
Yeah, I got tore up on Flamin' Hot Cheetos back in the day whenever I was a kid, before I really understood my body like I do now. And Flamin' Hot Cheetos were the one seed. I mean, they were just fantastic. And I would perpetually just be dying. You know, just killing myself from the inside out.
Insane.
I did that with root beer. I did that. It kills my. Isn't it amazing how different our stomachs are? But mine's a root beer, and I just, it would absolutely destroy me. Like, I couldn't get off the ground for 25 or 30 minutes.
Oh, gosh.
Oh, wow.
And then you go right back to the root beer well a couple days later.
Not an, oh, no, I got to take a 2, or, oh, geez, my stomach hurts, but, like, I'm down. Jeez. Like, if a threat entered the room, I don't think I could have escaped.
When's the last time you did a Wendy's spicy sandwich?
The last time I did the Wendy's spicy sando was it was that time. I've never gone back for redemption.
I mean, that was a scarring story.
Yes, that was the worst thing. You never want to find yourself on the top of a parking garage with your pants down and crouching over a beach towel. That is never a place you want to find yourself.
No,
legendary though.
All right, is this a football, or is this a ball sacking? We go to Broadus's favorite quarterback, Sam Howell.
Yeah,
I thought
he wasn't very good the other day. He was really bad.
He's never tried a burger or a steak. He won't eat seafood.
What?
And this is where I'm wondering, football or ball sack. He orders chicken tenders at steakhouses or brings his own tenders to team dinners.
I'm going to say that's a ball sack.
Feels like a ball sack.
Feels like a ball sack, yeah.
I'm going to say that's true.
I'm going to go with that as true as well. I remember a draft story about this that I think makes this accurate.
Lucius, do you want to jump in here? Chicken tenders to a steakhouse. He will bring them in a Ziploc bag if he has to, if he can't order them. He's an insane person. Football or ball sack?
You said no steak, right, too?
Yeah. Well, yeah, and that's the thing.
Ball sack.
Never tried a steak.
Yeah.
Never tried a
Ball
burger.
sack.
Ball sack.
Ball
Right?
sack.
Ball
Yeah,
sack.
ball sack. Because they're not going to travel well in that little plastic bag. It's going to be all soggy. It's not going to have the good crunch to it anymore.
Well, you need an air fryer.
I'm wondering,
and stay your ass at home if that's what you got to do.
Just eat before.
Do you swing through a fast food drive-through
You, like,
on the
hit up
way to the
Cane's?
steakhouse and kind of just
Yeah, get you some Cane's on the way, a little bit of sauce.
Yeah, something like that.
Golden chick or
He's Carolina. He's probably Bojangles guy.
Either way, man. I think that's the.
I brought some Wingstop to Buffalo Wild Wings, the ranch.
Yeah.
Yeah, I brought the Wingstop ranch to Buffalo Wild Wings just because it sets it off, bro.
Yeah,
sets
dude.
it off.
Yeah, that's the one.
It was like
seed
half
for
price
ranches.
wings that day, you know what I'm saying? Hey.
I mean,
They probably didn't even mind. They were like, yeah, we get it.
It sounds so crazy.
Oh, somebody made it.
Walchuk nailed it, man. That's not a ball sack. That's a full-on football situation.
Let's go.
People give me a hard time, but the only
you
meat
get enough
I
love.
eat is chicken.
No, Dawson got that too.
Who said true first?
Oh, you said true. Okay,
I
you said
said
true. My
true
apologies.
first.
My apologies.
Wolchuk was piggybacking off
You
me.
were piggybacking
He couldn't
off
make
me.
up his mind over there.
Yeah, Co-Victor's right here. He says it's been like that his whole life.
You
He
get no
doesn't know
respect
why.
over there, man.
Tell me about it.
Chicken is
I'm
the
leading the
only.
league on that with you.
Shut up.
He says chicken's the only meat he eats. He only goes to restaurants that serve something with chicken on the menu.
I bet he.
Why do I like this guy?
And yeah, I don't know.
So what does he do with the chicken strips if he gets to this place and there's chicken on the menu? He just got mad chicken strips in his car somewhere?
Yeah, I guess he just
Some old
considers
chicken
that a good problem.
My emergency stash of chicken
It's
strips.
like those little mints they give you at the end of the
I
day.
mean, the chicken
Here, have
tender
some-
is probably the one seed for best pocketable food, right?
No,
Like
the pocket dog.
okay.
What?
I beg your pardon?
Yeah,
What?
the pocket dog.
Say, what's a pocket dog?
Yeah, pocket
It's
hot dog.
It's a hot dog in your pocket.
You got to reach it through your pocket.
Damn right.
I think it's
Keep
the
your
chicken
hands
tender.
out of your pocket.
I think you're more likely to just be looking around, people watching, like Lucius may be doing at the state fair, wherever you are. I think it's more likely that you could just lift your head up at any moment and see a random person pulling a chicken tender out of their pocket and taking a bite of it than a freaking hot dog.
I would
Okay.
politely
I mean,
and respectfully disagree
I'm not trying
with
to
you.
be controversial about this, but I think
out to
that's
Taco.
obvious.
Our timeless debate shall continue when we return right here in the G-Bag Nation. You jump onto 105throughthefan.com/events. You'll get the Tour Day DFW and Flagtober schedule right there. It starts Friday at Southern Leisure Spas and Patio in Flower Mound 2 to 7, and then Saturday all across North Texas Whataburger locations, plus Cousins Barbecue in Fort Worth at 2:45. Our tour stops this year are going to be shorter than usual, between 20 and 30 minutes. So you check that sked, you're going to want to be there. Otherwise, you're going to be chasing us to the next spot. But it's going to be a grand Saturday afternoon, and we're back to hit the expressway. 35 minutes of uninterrupted content coming up next in the G-Bag Nation 105.3 The Fan.
More G-Bag Nation